Recently, rumors have circulated within the Empire that Duke Elliott Igor harbors treasonous intentions, engaging in a series of illicit activities, such as the study of forbidden magic, consorting with demonic entities, and nurturing the undead. The Igor Duchy hereby solemnly declares, such assertions are entirely fabricated and have been referred to legal counsel. Duke Elliott Igor of our territory is a young and accomplished figure, distinguished and charismatic, serving as a paragon of nobility and an exemplary lord within the empire. Duke Igor has never engaged in trade with demonic beings, nor has he ever fostered an army of the undead or forged alliances with malevolent deities. The prosperity of our territory bears no association with the aforementioned malevolent forces. We have always upheld the authority of the Emperor of the Empire and have not sought to manipulate imperial affairs or infringe upon His Majesty's personal freedom. In light of the unfounded claims circulating that Duke Elliott is a traveler from another realm, we reserve the right to pursue legal action against those responsible. We hope that all sectors of the Empire will unite with the Igor Duchy to strive for mutual development and create a brighter future together. 7 days prior to the rebellion, the Igor Duchy issued a letter to fellow citizens of the Empire. Chapter 1. The Source of All Evil. Xiaoyan gazed absently at the lamp before him. Its body, entirely fashioned from brass, was shaped like a majestic lion, exuding an elegant aerodynamic form, with its mouth agape, filled with lamp oil that a flicker of golden flame danced within the lion's mouth. "Lord Elliott? My lord?" A voice softly called from beside him as he turned, bewildered, to find a young maid in a servant's attire, timidly gazing at him. "Young master," the maid stammered, nervously twirling her flaxen hair at the temples. "Are you all right? I've noticed you've been staring at this lamp for several minutes." He couldn't recall. 2 days had passed since his arrival in this world, yet the memories of the original owner of this body remained a jumbled mess. All he could ascertain was that his name was Elliott Igor, a noble and lord of the Empire. As for his age, was it 18? Or perhaps 19? Xiaoyan pinched the bridge of his nose in irritation. "What is your name again?" he inquired, opening his eyes and gritting his teeth. The maid paused for a moment, then smiled gently, replying softly, "My Lord Elliott, I am Angia Randall, your personal maid. You have only just awakened from your coma 2 days ago. Occasional memory lapses are completely normal, so please do not worry." Xiaoyan responded with a muted acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to the young maid, the original aristocrat Elliott Igor had perished during his coma, and now this body was under the control of an earthbound soul named Xiaoyan. Reflecting on his new identity, he couldn't help but survey his surroundings once more. Dark yellow leather tent fabric, a makeshift bed, and sleeping bag laid directly on the ground with animal hides, and the maid's attire, disheveled and her face smeared with soot. Indeed, this was no opulent lord's estate, but a hastily erected tent in the wilderness. As a noble of the Empire and a lord of a fief, Elliott Igor found himself journeying with 500 of his subjects. Xiaoyan was unclear about the full circumstances, but he vaguely remembered that the Igor family had, for some reason, lost their hereditary territory. The young Elliott Igor, having assumed the role of patriarch, was compelled to lead his people to new lands allocated by the Empire. Shortly after embarking on their journey, Elliott Igor succumbed to illness and fell into a coma, until 2 days ago when Xiaoyan's spirit awakened within this body. Xiaoyan endeavored to emulate Elliott Igor's usual tone, tentatively asking, "Is the place where we are encamped safe?" Angia hesitated for a moment before replying. "Master Lori has used magic to scout the area. He assured us that there are no zombies within a 10-mile radius, but beyond that." Upon hearing the word zombies, Xiaoyan felt a wave of headache wash over him. He furrowed his brows and inquired, "So, we have yet to escape the undead infection zone?" Angia shook her head. "Master Elliott, Lori said that after our caravan encountered the zombie horde during the day, we fled in panic. Now, our encampment is likely right in the center of the infection zone." Earlier today, Xiaoyan recalled the zombie attack from a few hours ago, his heart skipping a beat. He asked, "So, how many people did we lose today?" The maid's expression darkened. "Master Elliott, we lost a total of 102 subjects, nearly 70% of our livestock, and 26 guards. 26 guards. Xiaoyan suddenly recalled something, his face turning pale. "Didn't we only have a little over 30 guards in total?" The maid's eyes glistened with tears. "Yes, Master Elliott, We now have only 7 guard capable of combat. Those who sacrificed themselves were valiant warriors. Without them, we would never have survived the zombie horde's onslaught and made it to our encampment." Xiao Yin fell silent. Based on the scant knowledge he retained, he calculated the likelihood of traversing the zombie-infested infection zone with merely 7 guards protecting the caravan. The answer was 0 to he summarized their predicament with great difficulty. "Our 500-strong caravan is now trapped in the heart of the infection zone, surrounded by countless zombies. Unable to escape?" "Yes," the maid's voice was barely audible, tinged with a whimper. "Master Lori said if it comes to that, we should leave the subjects behind and send you out of the infection zone. Alone, the 7 guards and the master should still be able to protect you." Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought. "Send me out alone? Then what will happen to you?" Tears streamed down Angie's cheeks. "I do not wish to be a burden to you." Xiao Yin felt something constrict in his throat. He inhaled deeply and tentatively called out the maid's name. "Anjia?" The maid wiped her tears with the back of her hand and murmured a soft yes. Xiao Yin closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. "Go tell Master Lori that I cannot abandon my subjects. If I flee while leaving them behind, what use is there in my being a lord?" But Master Elliott Anjia shook her head vehemently. "We surely cannot survive, even Captain Alice." "Alice?" Xiao Yin felt a flicker of recognition at the name. "Isn't she the captain of our guard?" "Yes," Anjia sorrowfully shook her head. "When the horde was closing in on your carriage, Captain Alice charged forward to protect you." Xiao Yin pressed his lips together. In Elliott's memories, Alice was the captain of the Igor family's guard and a master swordwoman. Yet even with her formidable skills, charging headlong into a horde of zombies was undoubtedly a death sentence. In any case, I cannot flee alone." Xiao Yin waved his hand irritably. "Let me be. We will discuss tomorrow's matters when the time comes." Anjia hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately bowed and exited the tent. Both she and Xiao Yin understood that this young lord was merely stalling for time, deceiving himself. In the infection zone, before the horde, there had always been but 2 choices: life or death. Xiao Yin waited until Angie's footsteps faded outside the tent before turning to gaze at the lion-shaped oil lamp beside his bed. The resplendent golden surface of the metal reflected a face that was excessively youthful, pale, and gaunt, the complexion appearing overly somber against a cascade of raven black hair. Until half a month ago, this young man, named Elliott Igor, was a privileged noble scion, diligently pursuing a degree in magic at the Imperial Mage Academy. Now, however, he had ascended to the status of a bona fide noble lord, ensnared within a zone of contagion along with his subjects. The fates of 500 lives rested squarely in his hands. "Elliott Igor," murmured Xiao Yin, repeating his new name, as the memories of his predecessor gradually awakened and surged forth. The cherished moments of childhood, the leisurely days at the Mage Academy, and the once stalwart visage of Captain Alice. Others believed the parcel contained textbooks from the academy, but if his recently revived memories served him correctly, there were likely other items concealed within. Xiao Yin inhaled deeply and unwrapped the parcel. The first object to come into view was a dark, weathered diary. After a brief moment of hesitation, he set the diary aside, revealing a few tattered, old tomes beneath. Introduction to Curses, Demonology, Ancient Rituals Compendium. Each tome bore the blood-red seal of forbidden books from the Mage Academy. He extracted the bottommost old book from the parcel, gazing at the cover for a time before raising his voice to call out, "Anjia." A voice soon resonated from outside the tent. "My Lord Elliott, what is it?" Xiao Yin, suppressing the tremors within, inquired loudly. "Where is Captain Alice's body?" Now. Chapter 2. A dialogue between the living and the dead under the guidance of the maid, Angela. Xiao Yin entered a small tent at the edge of the camp. There, he discovered the lifeless body of Alice Comstock, the captain of the Igor family's guard. The female swordsman lay straight on a sheepskin, her young form forever still at the tender age of 21. Her upper body was clad in blood-stained chainmail, while the hem of her skirt lay in tatters, revealing a pair of high-heeled boots caked in mud. Angela held a lion-shaped oil lamp and turned to the young lord. "My Lord Elliott, may I have the lamp?" Xiao Yin gazed at the corpse of the female swordsman, inhaling the metallic scent of blood, and softly said, "Please allow me a moment alone with Captain Alice." Angela seemed poised to speak, but ultimately refrained. Soon, only 2 figures remained in the tent. the living and the dead, the noble lord and his deceased captain. The flame of the oil lamp flickered with a golden glow, illuminating both their faces. Xia Hoyan steadied the lamp and approached Alice Comstock's body, kneeling beside her, quietly studying the features of the fallen swordsman. Even though the vitality had entirely fled her form, Alice Comstock's visage remained captivating. He noted how her long hair, typically styled in an elegant bun, was now tinted a muted brown from the blood, rather than the usual radiant gold. As he shifted his gaze, he observed the delicate arch of her brows, the tightly shut eyes, the noble bridge of her nose, and her slender lips. Alice's skin, once pale, now appeared almost ethereal under the candlelight, perhaps due to excessive blood loss or the very presence of death, reminiscent of freshly fallen snow in his homeland during winter. Then, Xia Hoyan's eyes fell upon the fatal wound at the center of her neck, a long, deep gash, the blood having congealed into a darkened hue. The jagged edges of the wound revealed that it was not caused by a weapon, but rather the claw of a zombie. He averted his gaze, placing the oil lamp beside her head, casting light over one half of her face while leaving the other shrouded in darkness. Lowering himself to sit cross-legged beside her corpse, he disregarded the dirt beneath him. He continued to gaze at Alice's face for a while, lingering in silence before finally speaking. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Captain Alice Comstock. My name is Xia Hoyan, the descendant of the Xiahou clan. Naturally, you may not grasp the significance of this. To you, I am merely your lord, Elliott Igor, the patriarch of the Igor family, and the former duke of the empire." He lifted his gaze toward the darkened expanse of the tent, reflecting, "In truth, Alice, I too find myself somewhat bewildered. Why have I been transported to this world? Must I now navigate this foreign existence under an entirely unfamiliar identity?" Xia Hoyan stared into the darkness for a moment, then looked down at Alice's closed eyes, offering an apologetic smile. "Forgive me, such philosophical musings about life and transmutation are best left to those authors of web novels back on Earth. Since I have arrived in this world, I shall accept my new identity." Though Alice remained motionless, Xia Hoyan felt as if he had crossed a threshold within himself. "Thus, I am the patriarch of the Igor family, the lord of the empire's fief, and your sworn master, Miss Alice Comstock." He gazed at the lifeless swordsman and softly continued, "A few hours ago, you sacrificed your life to protect me, and for that, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." He nodded slightly toward her as a sign of respect and added, "Dearest Alice, I know you were a loyal captain, one who valued my life above all else. I am aware that had you not met this unfortunate fate, you would have agreed with Master Laurie's proposal to abandon all subjects and escape the infected zone under the protection of the guards." Xia Hoyan picked up a twig, carefully adjusting the wick of the oil lamp, shaking his head slowly. "However, I must refuse this proposal. My education in this world has taught me that nobility carries the burden of responsibility toward their subjects. My upbringing on Earth has instilled in me the belief that rights and obligations are reciprocal. Since I enjoy the title and privileges of a lord, I must also bear the duty to protect my subjects in times of crisis." Alice's countenance flickered in the wavering candlelight, leaving one to ponder how the deceased swordsman would perceive her lord's declaration from beyond. "Moreover, I harbor a personal desire," Xia Hoyan remarked with a self-deprecating smile. "Having traversed from Earth to this new realm, it would be unworthy of a protagonist in a tale of adventure to simply flee." He chuckled at his own jest, then, discarding the twig, stood up and looked down at Alice with gravity. "Yet, Captain Alice, you surely understand how harsh reality can be. Our caravan comprises over 500 souls, the vast majority being the elderly, the frail, women, and children, alongside farmers untrained in combat. To safeguard all of them while escaping this zombie-infested area, relying solely on 7 guards and Master Laurie is utterly insufficient." He paused, sorrow and regret washing over his features. "Thus, Miss Alice, I beg your forgiveness, but I have never needed strength as I do now, to protect others and to safeguard myself." Slowly, he reached into his cloak, retrieving a tattered, old book. The soiled cover bore a striking black title that contrasted with the blood-red mark of a forbidden tome, Essentials of Necromancy. Xia Hoyan grasped the book tightly, his hands trembling. He lowered his gaze, silently contemplating Alice Comstock's features, those that were once veiled by valor, now eternally at rest, as if she were still poised to rise and charge into battle. "Therefore, Miss Alice Comstock, your lord still requires your service. In return, I shall offer you trust, justice, and honor." Xia Hoyan bit his lip hard, tasting the sweetness of blood, If I have erred in any way, I am truly sorry. It is a pleasure to meet you, Captain Alice Comstock, he whispered softly. Chapter 3 to Alice. In the memory of Alice Comstock. The sun over Eagle's Rest always shines brilliantly. Eagle's Rest serves as the capital of the Igor Duchy. Each afternoon, during the sun's most radiant hours, the sea breeze wafts in from the western salt sea, infusing the air of Eagle's Rest with a briny scent. At this moment, 10-year-old Alice would extend her tongue to lick her lips, tasting the saltiness reminiscent of the cured meats prepared by the lady of the duchy. Cured meats, Alice mused internally, then gripped the hilt of her ebony short sword tightly, and with a swift motion struck down, the blade's tip crashing into the training ground of Eagle's Rest, sending up a cloud of dust. The Igor Duchy, located by the salt sea, is never devoid of salt, resulting in nearly every household having a tradition of curing salted meats. However, it is widely acknowledged that the finest cured meats in the entire Igor Duchy are crafted solely by the esteemed Duchess of Igor. The Duchess, a noble lady from the eastern borders of the empire, has been married into the Igor family for a full 20 years. Throughout these years, she has personally cured a bundle of salted meats each year, which she slices with a silver knife, a luxury reserved for the imperial palace, and distributes to the soldiers stationed in Eagle's Rest as a reward on New Year's Eve. It is said that once, a soldier left his piece of cured meat uneaten, only to sell it for 3 silver coins in the black market of the duchy. Who wouldn't wish to savor the delicacies prepared by the beautiful Duchess? The garrison of Eagle's Rest. As Alice pondered this term, she swung her sword with renewed vigor, carving a significant gash into the straw effigy beside her. If only she could join the garrison, she would be able to enjoy the Duchess's cured meats every year. Alice had tasted the Duchess's cured meat only once. On New Year's Eve a year prior, when she was 9, her father, the deputy captain of the Eagle's Rest Guard, had brought her into the castle as an exception, as she was left unattended. During the guard's collective New Year meal, the beautiful Duchess noticed the little girl hidden in the corner and personally cut a piece of cured meat for her youngest son to deliver to Alice. At that moment, Alice was so dazzled by the opulence of the castle and the beauty of the Duchess that she forgot to bow as her father had taught her, standing there dazed as the dark-haired boy placed the piece of cured meat into her hand. The following day, she asked her father how she could become a soldier of Eagle's Rest like him. "Just practice your swordsmanship," he replied curtly, preoccupied with drinking. Thus, she thought, practicing swordsmanship would suffice. In the afternoon sea breeze of Eagle's Rest, she swung her sword once more, severing the straw effigy's head completely. Laughter echoed from a distance. It seemed someone had lost a bet. Alice Comstock paid no heed. The little blonde girl diligently wielded her wooden sword on the training ground, while behind her, the majestic Eagle's Rest glimmered in the sunlight of the empire's western territories. "Alice Comstock, welcome to the Igor Duchy Guard," her father said dryly, his face betraying no hint of joy. In the guard's break room, 17-year-old Alice Comstock, clad in standard leather armor, replied loudly, "Yes, Captain Comstock." Her father, now approaching 50, brushed off his captain's insignia, his expression growing more resigned. "If your mother knew I allowed you to do this, she would surely kill me," he muttered. He rolled his eyes. "Traditionally, our guard does not recruit women, but you are fortunate. The Duchess happens to need a personal attendant." The Duchess. A wave of overwhelming joy surged within Alice, the beautiful Duchess. "Alice, I warn you, the rules of Eagle's Rest are stringent," her father said, retrieving a flask from his waist and taking a swig, grimacing. "From today onward, you are the Duchess's exclusive attendant and must obey her unconditionally. Do not defy her commands. Remember, you are only 17 and a girl. If anything goes wrong, I will bear the consequences." A commotion arose nearby, and Alice turned with her father to see a handsome dark-haired youth passing through the doorway, surrounded by admirers, before disappearing from view. Alice felt a sense of familiarity with the boy. "Oh," Alice exclaimed, not heeding her father's words, her heart brimming with the joy of being able to serve the Duchess. "Hey," her father called out to her. "What is it?" Alice asked, puzzled, gazing at him. Her father, clutching the flask, licked his lips and finally murmured, "You performed admirably in the swordsmanship competition. Your mother would be proud of you." At 21, Alice Comstock stood clad in ornate armor adorned with tassels, leaning on the hilt of her sword. Under the brilliant sun of Eagle's Rest, she felt a wave of dizziness. Not far away, an imperial envoy dressed in a lion-patterned satin robe, flanked by a throng of imperial soldiers, loudly proclaimed the emperor's decree inscribed on a parchment. It has been discovered that Duke Vincent Igor conspired to rebel, a crime unforgivable, and he has been executed in the imperial capital. Former Duchess Anna Igor is suspected of collusion and is to be arrested, awaiting official inquiry by the Empire. The beautiful former Duchess Anna Igor knelt before the imperial envoy, her deep purple gown stained with tears. Alice gritted her teeth as she watched the Duchess grasp the envoy's trousers, pleading, "My lord, my lord. What will happen to Elliot? What will happen to my Elliot?" The imperial envoy cast her a disdainful glance and then, with a kick of his finely crafted leather boot, sent the Duchess sprawling to the ground. In that moment, Alice nearly drew her sword to strike down this scoundrel. "By order of His Majesty the Emperor," the envoy declared, seemingly oblivious to Alice's seething hatred, as he arrogantly raised the scroll, proclaiming, "Elliott Igor, son of Vincent Igor, is in the Academy City and was not involved in the rebellion. His Majesty the Emperor commands that he inherit all titles and lands of his father." Upon hearing that her son was safe, the formerly pale face of Duchess Anna Igor regained its color. She ceased her weeping and pleading, silently allowing the imperial soldiers to escort her to the prisoner cart. Before boarding, she offered Alice a distant, apologetic, and gentle smile. The imperial envoy and a contingent of soldiers marched away from Eagle's Rest, the prisoner cart held high. Captain Alice Comstock of the Eagle's Rest Guard released her sword hilt, then gripped it tightly again, turning her gaze northward. That direction led to the Academy City and the Mage Academy. "Sister Alice, over there with Lord Elliot," Angia cried out, her voice filled with anguish. Alice struck down a zombie with force, following Angia's direction, and spotted the carriage of Lord Elliott Igor, pursued by a surging tide of corpses. Master Lori trembled on top of the carriage, clutching a shimmering object, seemingly preparing some spell against the zombies. But time was running out. Without hesitation, Alice turned, exerted herself, and charged toward the horde of zombies, much to the astonishment of Master Lori. Alice Comstock received no answer. In the darkness, a voice said, "That lad wishes to resurrect you." "That lad?" Alice Comstock replied, somewhat bewildered. "Who? Who else could it be?" The voice responded with a hint of annoyance, "Your esteemed lord." "Lord?" Alice Comstock first thought of the former lord, Vincent Igor, but soon, a child with raven-black hair named Elliot appeared in her mind. Amidst the brilliance of resurrection, Alice Comstock once more beheld the dark-haired young noble. Lying on the sheepskin where the bodies were laid, she gazed vacantly at her lord, and suddenly, she couldn't help but softly laugh, saying, "Lord Elliot, I crave some jerky." Chapter 4. From the netherworld now, Xiahou Yin found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. This was not due to the unexpected effects of the resurrection spell. Elliott Igor, the young nobleman, was infamous during his studies at the Mage Academy for his idleness and lack of diligence. He barely passed any legitimate magic course. Yet his curiosity for forbidden arts was insatiable. He was particularly fascinated by necromancy, curses, and demonic summoning rituals. This was likely why, before leaving the academy, Elliot had brazenly pilfered a substantial collection of forbidden tomes. During his time in the academy, Elliot had already attempted the resurrection spell once, not on a human, but on a deceased cockroach. The spell had succeeded remarkably, bringing back to life a cockroach that had been dead for 2 days, transforming it into a zombie cockroach. Indeed, death could not be reversed. According to current magical theories, true resurrection did not exist. The so-called resurrection spell and necromancy merely animated the deceased as a zombie under the caster's control. This was precisely Xiahou Yan's intention. Since the combat capabilities of a zombie were linked to their pre-mortem strength, resurrecting the master swordswoman Alice would presumably yield a formidable zombie, thus bolstering the much-needed combat power of their convoy. Transforming a deceased individual into a zombie was undeniably an ethically dubious choice. Yet it was the only viable option given the circumstances. However, after Xiahou Yan resolutely completed the incantation for Alice's resurrection, he realized that something seemed amiss. According to the essence of necromancy, the sign of a successful resurrection was the appearance of a spectral figure of the Grim Reaper above the target's corpse. Elliot distinctly recalled that during the resurrection of the cockroach, a fleeting image of a cloaked figure wielding a scythe had indeed materialized in the air. This time, however, after reciting the incantation, the figure that appeared above Alice's body was entirely different, but strikingly familiar. A rotund figure clad in flowing robes, adorned with a majestic beard and a jeweled crown. Was this the King of Hell? Xiahou Yin stood agape as he watched this corpulent figure in black robes flicker in and out of existence, then lowered his gaze to Alice Comstock's throat, where the wound appeared to stitch itself together at an astonishing speed, as if sewn by invisible threads. Then, the female swordswoman's long eyelashes fluttered, and 2 tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. In a daze, Xiahou Yin extended his hand to wipe away the tears, only to witness Alice slowly open her eyes. Those eyes were as deep and blue as the ocean. Xiahou Yan's hand froze in midair, paralyzed by the moment. Then he heard a voice, soft as a whisper. "Lord Elliott, I crave jerky." Xiahou Yan felt as though his mind had exploded. What on earth was jerky? Moreover, can a zombie even speak? Stumbling back a few paces, he accidentally dropped the essence of necromancy onto the ground. He stood there dumbfounded. As Alice Comstock struggled to sit up from the woolen mat, her cerulean eyes now directed towards him. Xiahou Yan opened his mouth, at a loss for words. "Elliott, my lord?" Alice Comstock inquired, her voice initially hoarse but quickly regaining its strength. "Where is this? Has the horde retreated?" "This is the convoy's campsite," Xiahou Yan managed to respond, observing the vibrancy of the resurrected zombie. "We have temporarily evaded the horde." "Alice, how do you feel? Resurrected?" Alice Comstock echoed the word in her mind, realization dawning upon her. "Lord Elliott? You brought me back to life?" She vaguely remembered that her lord was indeed a magician. But could a magician truly resurrect the dead? The swordswoman, lacking in magical knowledge, felt quite disoriented. "Indeed, I resurrected you," Xiahou Yan replied, feeling his cheeks flush. "I apologize for not consulting you, but we truly need you right now, so I attempted the resurrection spell." Alice paused momentarily before smiling and bowing her head to Xiahou Yan. "Lord Elliott, thank you. Captain Alice Comstock of the Eagle's Rest Guard is eager to continue serving you." She silently vowed to serve the lady as well, feeling warmth swell within her. Xiahou Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He concentrated, scrutinizing Alice's appearance. The wound on the swordswoman's throat had been completely healed by the resurrection spell. Her alabaster skin was now visible amidst the tattered collar, as if the fatal injury had never existed. Alice propped herself up on the ground, her chest gently rising and falling with each breath. Aside from a slight weakness, she appeared to be no different from any other person. Yet, her face remained as pale as snow, devoid of any color. "Pardon me." Xiahou Yan hesitated momentarily before approaching Alice and extending his hand towards her face. When his fingertips made contact, Alice shivered, yet did not resist. Thus, he pressed his hand against her cheek, immediately feeling a piercing coldness. There was no doubt about it. This was not the warmth of a living being. "Lord?" Alice lifted her gaze to meet her lord's, suppressing her inner embarrassment and physical tremors. Xiahou Yan pondered for a moment before withdrawing his hand and solemnly inquired, "Captain Alice, do you have a heartbeat now?" Alice froze for a moment, then extended her right hand's index and middle fingers to gently rest upon her left wrist. There was no pulse. The swordswoman stared blankly at Xiahou Yan. He reached out once more, pressing his hand against her neck, similarly failing to detect any arterial pulse. Out of politeness, he refrained from probing for a heartbeat in her chest, but he already knew the answer. "Elliott, my lord." Alice trembled all over, panic evident in her voice. What does this mean? Xiahou Yan felt his mind swirling in confusion. He weighed his words carefully, then crouched down to meet Alice's azure eyes. "Captain Alice, there is no true resurrection in this world. The spell I cast upon you is a necromantic resurrection spell, which theoretically should have rendered you a mindless zombie, wholly obedient to my commands. However, as you can see, the spell's effects seem rather positive. You retain your memories, thoughts, and emotions, but..." Xiahou Yan licked his lips, struggling to articulate the conclusion. "But you do not seem to qualify as a living being anymore." Alice lowered her gaze, thoughtfully digesting her lord's words. Just when Xiahou Yan expected this 21-year-old girl, who had suddenly lost her warmth and heartbeat, to weep or react hysterically, she instead lifted her head once more, beaming with a brilliant smile. "Lord Elliott, do you know what my oath of loyalty was when I joined the Eagle's Rest Guard and pledged myself to your father?" "What was it?" Xiahou Yan asked. "Alice Comstock hereby vows to pledge my loyalty to the Igor family, through life and death." Chapter 5. The woes of Elder Laurie's resurgence. To Xiahou Yan's astonishment, Alice Comstock swiftly accepted the reality of her resurrection. The valiant swordswoman expressed that it was her utmost honor to continue serving the Igor family after death. This was precisely why necromancy was deemed taboo by the world's magical associations. According to imperial law, any sorcerer caught practicing necromancy would be bound to a pillar and burned alive. However, Xiaoyan had no time to concern himself with such legalities. He was acutely aware that being burned at a stake was no different from being bitten by a zombie if they could not escape this zombie-infested area. His primary concern lay with Alice's current physical condition. "Alice, how do you feel now?" Xiaoyan scrutinized the resurrected captain of the guard. "My Lord Elliot, I feel quite strange," Alice replied, pursing her lips as she attempted to rotate her wrist. "I cannot perceive my heartbeat or body temperature, yet my movements are fluid, even more so than before my demise. In fact, I feel rather well." She glanced around, picked up a stick from the corner of the tent, struck a sword pose, and with a sharp exhale, thrust the stick forward as though it were a long sword. The fluidity of her movements and her spirited demeanor seemed entirely incongruous with the notion of being a zombie in Xiaoyan's eyes. Xiaoyan furrowed his brow. According to the essence of necromancy, the strength of the resurrected undead was indeed enhanced compared to their living selves. So what exactly was Alice Comstock now? A living person? A dead one? A zombie? An undead? Nonetheless, the outcome was favorable. Xiaoyan reassured himself, for the migration caravan trapped in the infection zone. Having a peak combatant resurrected was undoubtedly a blessing. Noticing Xiaoyan deep in thought, Alice hesitated before approaching him. "My Lord Elliot, Captain Alice." Xiaoyan looked up at the swordswoman he had revived, feeling a mix of guilt and unease. "You need not worry about me," Alice smiled. "I've already told you. As long as I can continue to protect you with my blade, that is sufficient. As for whether I am dead or alive, or if I possess a heartbeat and body temperature, those matters are inconsequential." Alice was tall, nearly the same height as Elliott Igor. Xiaoyan met her gaze, gritting his teeth. "Alice, trust me," he said solemnly. "I swear on my noble honor, if we escape the infection zone, I will do everything in my power to restore your heartbeat and body temperature, to truly bring you back to life." Alice shook her head gently, looking at Xiaoyan with kindness, her eyes clearly conveying, "There is no need for you to go to such lengths for me." It seemed that even in her current half-alive state, the swordswoman would serve her lord without complaint. Yet, Xiaoyan still shook his head. "Miss Alice, I previously stated before your body, as a lord, I must be responsible for my subjects." He bent down, picked up the lion-shaped lantern from the ground, and looked sternly into Alice's eyes. "And you, Alice Comstock, are equally one of my subjects." Alice burst into laughter. Tilting her head, she suddenly brightened with curiosity. "My Lord Elliot, regarding the effects of your resurrection spell and my current state, why not consult Master Lori? After all, he is the only legitimate mage in our caravan." Xiaoyan found the term legitimate in Alice's words somewhat jarring. "Master Lori?" He pushed those thoughts aside, pondering. "Is this appropriate? Aren't mages typically averse to taboo magic, such as necromancy?" Alice mischievously blinked. "Do you know why Master Lori came to Eagle's Rest as the chief mage?" "Why?" Xiaoyan felt he had already guessed the answer. "I heard from your mother that Master Lori was expelled from the academy for practicing forbidden magic," Alice replied. "At that time, he was left with no options and no one to take him in, until the kind Lord Vincent, your father, hired him for a gold coin a month for life, thus making him the chief mage of the Igor family." Xiaoyan was left speechless. A chief mage who practiced forbidden magic, a son fond of necromancy. Could it be that the Igor family possessed a lineage that attracted such taboo arts? "Then let us consult Master Lori," Xiaoyan mused, agreeing with Alice's suggestion to see what the expert had to say. Victor Lori, the chief mage of the Igor family, nearing 80, was currently in a foul mood. This was, of course, quite understandable. Being trapped with 500 people in the heart of an infection zone, surrounded by countless zombies, would dampen anyone's spirits. However, the reasons for Master Lori's troubles were distinctly different from those of the others. Near the center of the camp, a few farmers sat around a bonfire, roasting apples and recounting their harrowing experiences of the corpse tide they had encountered that day when they suddenly heard a clattering sound behind them. "Master Lori," one farmer called out loudly, "What are you doing?" "I am looking for something." Master Lori emerged from a pile of goods, his long, sparse white beard trembling with urgency. "My belongings are missing. They were hidden in a box." Master Lori's face turned pale in an instant. "Wait a moment, Master Lori." Another farmer suddenly noticed a discrepancy. "Why would you hide your personal belongings in our territory supply box? I've been searching for you for ages." Xiaoyan crossed his arms, glaring at his chief mage. Why are you not in your own tent, but over here by the bonfire? Ah, Master Lori rolled his eyes, but before he could concoct a suitable response, the farmer behind him loudly tattled, "My lord, Master Lori is looking for something." Xiahou Yin scrutinized Master Lori with suspicion. "Master, what are you searching for among our supplies?" Master Lori's wrinkled face contorted as he neared tears. "I'm looking for a book I lost." "What kind of book?" Xiahou Yin pressed further. "A novel." "A novel?" Xiahou Yin confirmed. "You are searching for a novel among the supplies of the territory?" "It's one I stashed in a box." Master Lori hesitated for a long moment before lowering his head. "That erotic novel." The words erotic novel struck Xiahou Yin like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. After a long while, he felt as though something within him had shattered. Seeking advice on necromancy from this lecherous old man, was this truly a wise decision? Chapter 6. Magical Consultation. Igor's family patriarch. Lord Elliott Igor of the former Eagle's Rest, alongside Victor Lori, the chief mage of the Igor family, ascended a small hillside adjacent to the camp, gazing into the distance. It was already midnight, and the stars and moon shone brightly. The temporary tents, resembling an expanse of white mushrooms, dotted the grassy landscape. Summer Yin squinted, counting, while he could not ascertain the precise number. It was evident that the number of carts in the convoy was significantly diminished compared to when they had departed from Eagle's Rest. This indicated that even if they managed to escape the infected zone, a considerable portion of their supplies for establishing a new territory had been lost amidst the tide of corpses. He endeavored to suppress his anxieties about the future, instead directing his gaze further afield, where at the edge of the camp, he discerned a dark expanse of pine forest. In the dead of night, birds occasionally startled into flight from the trees, casting an eerie and desolate atmosphere. This was the only forest within the infected area, nameless and foreboding. Master Lori, noticing the Lord's gaze, spoke up like an overly eager tour guide. "Zombies abhor the life essence of plants, and thus dare not approach the forest. That is why we chose to camp near its edge." The notion of zombies fearing vegetation struck Summer Yin as vaguely familiar. Nevertheless, he understood that although the camp appeared tranquil, merely a few miles beyond the forest lay throngs of ravenous zombies, ready to attack. This temporary encampment resembled the eye of a hurricane, maintaining a rare sense of safety amidst the perilous infected zone. "Master Lori," he began, lifting his gaze to the moon suspended in the night sky, "I have a serious question I wish to pose." "Please, my lord, go ahead." Lori nodded, somewhat nervously. "Why, in the middle of the night, are you reading adult literature?" Summer Yin inhaled deeply, his tone edged with irritation. Master Lori stared, flustered like a chicken caught by the neck, before finally stammering, "That is not adult literature, it is romantic fiction." "Is there a distinction?" Summer Yin retorted coldly. Lori opened his mouth, only to lower his head in regret. "The long night can be quite lonely. We just encountered a tide of corpses today." Summer Yin bellowed. "We lost over 20 guards, countless subjects, and supplies. And now we are trapped in the heart of the infected zone, and you are reading romantic fiction?" Master Lori fidgeted like a child caught in wrongdoing, offering a sheepish smile. Regardless, Summer Yin took a few deep breaths, suppressing his urge to slap the foolish old man, and continued with a sardonic smile. "I sought you out to discuss a matter of utmost importance regarding magic." "Speak freely," Master Lori exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve. After considering his words carefully, Summer Yin tentatively inquired, "Are you knowledgeable about forbidden magic?" "My lord." Lori, upon hearing the term forbidden magic, waved his hands in panic. "I haven't dealt with such matters in decades. Please, do not misunderstand. I am innocent. Spare me the irrelevant details," Summer Yin interrupted, glaring at his chief mage. "As a mage, how much do you truly understand about forbidden magic?" Master Lori glanced around furtively before lowering his voice to respond. "Well, I possess a cursory understanding. Do you know of the resurrection spell within necromancy?" Summer Yin crossed his arms, casting a sideways glance at the elderly man. Upon hearing the term, Master Lori fumbled with his ears, squinting as he confirmed, "The resurrection spell? The third among the 10 forbidden spells recognized by the Magic Association?" Summer Yin had an instinctual sense that this 10 forbidden spells designation sounded ominous, but he nodded nonetheless. "You refer to the spell that can transform corpses into zombies, correct?" In response, Master Lori, his face pale, quickly covered the Lord's mouth with his hand and whispered urgently, "Lord Elliott, we must not speak of forbidden spells. Not only is casting such a spell a capital offense punishable by burning, but according to the Magic Association's regulations, as mages, we are also forbidden from discussing this topic. Summer Ho Yin shoved Master Lori's hand away, retorting, I haven't graduated to obtain a magic license, so the association's regulations do not apply to me. Master Lori looked at the Lord with a pleading expression, clearly signaling, My Lord, although you may not have graduated from the Mage Academy, I, Victor Lori, am a bona fide mage under the association's jurisdiction. Please do not implicate me in your recklessness. Master Lori, I merely wish to confirm something. Summer Ho Yin grasped Lori's sleeve and leaned closer, whispering, Is there any possibility that a zombie resurrected by the resurrection spell could retain memories, thoughts, or emotions from their former life? Huh. Master Lori stared at his lord as if he were a simpleton. You just mentioned that those resurrected are zombies. Zombies? Do you even know what a zombie is? Yet he maintained his silence, adhering to the professionalism expected of a time traveler. Zombies have no independent thought. Master Lori emphasized each word. Did you see the zombies from today's tide? Theoretically, a zombie resurrected by the spell should be no different from those mindless creatures, except that it would obey the commands of the caster. Summer Ho Yin pondered the master's remarks before asking, Then how do you explain this phenomenon? What phenomenon? Master Lori was about to inquire, but Summer Ho Yin had already raised his hand, pointing in the distance. Following the Lord's gesture, Master Lori was met with the sight of an unexpected figure. Good evening, Master Lori. Alice Comstock stood vivaciously at the foot of the hill, smiling as she greeted the mage. Master Lori gaped, his mouth agape, staring at the sword-wielding woman with eyes as wide as those of a goldfish. He suspected he might be suffering from a lapse in memory, for just earlier that day, he had witnessed Alice's throat torn by a zombie's claw. Master Lori, Summer Ho Yin said expressionlessly, poking the mage's back, I just used the resurrection spell on Alice's body, and the spell appears to have had some effect. But as you can see, her current state seems quite dissimilar to the zombies you described, does it not? Master Lori's throat emitted a clucking sound akin to a chicken, rigidly turning his head to gaze at the Lord. Summer Ho Yin thought that the old man in his current state resembled a zombie far more than Alice did. What are your thoughts? He sincerely asked Master Lori. My thought is, if only I hadn't ventured out tonight to read romantic fiction. Chapter 7. Knowledge through practice. Master Lori circled around Alice, continually expressing his amazement, while the female swordsman stood with her sword drawn, her expression somewhat awkward. Meanwhile, Xiahou Yin, with arms crossed, exhibited a countenance filled with impatience. Master Lori raised his head, gazing earnestly at his lord, and solemnly replied, I do not know. What an insufferable old face. Xiahou Yin felt a surge of frustration rising within him. However, before their lord could react, Master Lori adjusted his chin and turned his attention back to Alice, pondering aloud. Based on my assessment, your resurrection spell appears to have resulted in some discrepancies, leaving Captain Comstock in a state between life and death. Observe. The old mage extended his gnarled hand and snapped his fingers sharply before Alice. To Xiahou Yan's astonishment, a gray mist suddenly erupted from Alice's features, coalescing into a hovering orb of vapor around her cheeks. Initially apprehensive, the uninitiated swordswoman quickly regained her composure upon seeing that Lord Elliott made no move. What is this? Xiahou Yin furrowed his brow, observing the gray mist sphere. This is the ethereal energy I extracted from within her, possessing a spectral attribute, Master Lori stated gravely. Necromancy, like any form of magic, involves manipulating specific attributes of magical energy. The resurrection spell, as part of necromancy, essentially infuses spectral energy into a corpse, thereby transforming it into a zombie driven by magical force. After a brief pause, he continued cautiously, As you can see, Captain Alice has remained without a heartbeat since you resurrected her. This is impossible for a living being, as we rely on the heart to pump blood, supplying nutrients to sustain bodily functions. If I am not mistaken, Captain Alice's body is not supported by the heartbeat of a living creature, but rather propelled by another force driving blood, muscle, and various bodily functions. Spectral energy? Xiahou Yin deduced the answer. Indeed, Master Lori affirmed. Currently, Captain Alice's ability to continue functioning stems from the spectral energy infused into her by your resurrection spell. Each of her movements is powered not by nutrients derived from food, but by magical energy. In this regard, her existence is akin to that of a zombie, confirming that the resurrection spell has indeed achieved its theoretical purpose. Master Lori concluded his analysis, only to furrow his brow once more. Yet, I cannot comprehend why Captain Alice retains the emotions, memories, and autonomous capabilities of an ordinary human. When a person dies, the soul entirely dissipates. The magic can merely manipulate the corpse's movements, but it cannot restore a conscious soul. The old mage's musings left Alice bewildered. The swordswoman, having dedicated her life to mastering swordplay, possessed little understanding of magical studies. She glanced toward her lord for assistance, only to find Lord Elliott lost in contemplation. Much like the master, these bookish mages. Alice rolled her eyes inwardly, silently critiquing. Moreover, I have uncovered an even more significant enigma. Master Lori suddenly turned to Xiahou Yin, his eyes gleaming with intensity. What is it? Xiahou Yin felt an inexplicable sense of unease. What was your last magical power test score at the Mage Academy? Elliott Igor stood in the center of a circular hall, surrounded by wizards adorned in pointed hats and long robes. Before him lay a blue crystal sphere, half his height, its translucent surface reflecting countless candle flames within the hall, while the interior was filled with crisscrossing crystalline strands. At the instruction of a white-bearded mage, Elliott placed his palm upon the crystal sphere. The strands within began to flicker incessantly. When the flickering ceased, most strands dimmed, yet a portion remained stable, glowing like silvery hair. 1024 Pat. The white-bearded mage counted the strands within the crystal sphere and announced to all, second tier. Observe, Master Lori calmly stated. The ranks of mages are divided into 9 tiers. Each advancement results in a tenfold increase in magical power. You are currently a second-tier apprentice mage, while I am a 5th-tier junior magus. But do you know the minimum mage tier required to cast the resurrection spell, which is among the 10 forbidden spells? Second tier? Xiahou Yin pondered, thinking that since he could cast resurrection, the spell's requirements should not be too demanding. It is 7th tier. 7th tier senior magus. Master Lori exclaimed, indicating the number 7 with his finger. Mages below this tier cannot successfully cast such a master-level spell. A second-tier mage opened his mouth to speak. But I successfully resurrected a cockroach during my time at the academy. Do you believe that resurrecting a bug is akin to resurrecting a human? Master Lori shot a sidelong glance at the Lord. Xiahou Yin fell into silence. Indeed, based on Elliott Igor's memories, his studies of forbidden magic were primarily out of boredom, with no expectation of achievement. A significant reason for this was that casting forbidden magic typically required immense magical power, which a second-tier mage like Elliott clearly could not provide. His recent attempt to resurrect Alice was a desperate gamble, completely disregarding the notion that such a forbidden spell likely demanded substantial magical energy. So, he poked Master Lori. How did a second-tier apprentice mage manage to resurrect Alice? Master Lori regarded him as one might a curious creature, and after a prolonged moment, replied solemnly, I do not know. At that moment, Xiahou Yin truly wished to dismiss this utterly clueless chief mage. He exchanged skeptical glances with Alice. What method? Xiahou Yin inquired. I have learned one thing throughout my extensive career as a mage. Master Lori grinned slyly. That is, knowledge comes from practice. Only by witnessing your casting process can I discern what transpired when you resurrected Captain Alice. My lord, if I recall correctly, are there not several other guard corpses left at the camp? Alice stood in astonishment. You are truly a talent for studying forbidden magic. Xiahou Yin exclaimed sincerely. Somewhat knowledgeable. Somewhat knowledgeable. Master Lori blushed deeply. Chapter 8. Life and Death Decisions. The tent where the guards' corpses were laid to rest was situated at the far end of the camp. Captain Alice had sought a place to change her attire, and until just moments ago, she had still been clad in the blood-soaked armor she wore at the time of her death. Evidently, she had endured the stench of blood for far too long. Thus, Xiahou Yin and Master Lori traversed the camp side by side. The moon shone brightly against a sparse, starry sky, while the cool breeze whispered through the air. Had he still been on Earth in a previous life, Xiahou Yin might have deemed such a romantic setting perfect for a moonlit stroll with his beloved women. Yet now, he found himself walking alongside a withered old man in a robe that exuded an unpleasant odor. The Lord felt a pang of discomfort in his nose. However, the oblivious Victor Lori seemed entirely unaware of the Lord's melancholy. Just as Xiahou Yin's feelings of despondency reached their zenith, Master Lori suddenly inquired, My Lord Elliott, have you given any thought to my earlier suggestion? The tone of the Master's voice was unusually somber. Xiahou Yin understood precisely what the Master was referring to. He shook his head and replied, Master, I am aware that you wish for me to abandon my subjects and escape the infected zone under your and the guard's protection. But I must decline this proposal. Here lie my 500 subjects. What kind of lord would forsake his people for his own survival? My Lord Elliott, do you know the history of this infected zone beneath our feet? As a child in geography class, his tutor had once informed Elliott Igor that the southern frontier of the empire was home to a zombie-infested wasteland. Yet the origins of this infection were conspicuously absent from historical texts. It was unthinkable that one day he would lead his subjects into this very realm. This calamity transpired over 8 centuries ago. Master Lori gazed into the distant starry sky, his eyes wistful. A remarkably talented necromancer had endeavored to improve the resurrection spells within necromancy, to conquer humanity's greatest foe, death. Indeed, he sought to achieve what you aim to do tonight, to resurrect a human retaining their consciousness, rather than a mindless zombie. Xia Hoyan pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Yet he hazily realized he might have embarked upon a perilous endeavor. Undoubtedly, that necromancer met with failure. Master Lori offered a bittersweet smile, recounting the tale of how, according to legend, he perished in his own experiment, and the dark magic unleashed from his necromantic trials infected his town, spreading relentlessly. Any creature that succumbed to this dark magic was transformed into an aggressive, immortal zombie, with the townsfolk being the first victims. As they reached a clearing in the camp, Master Lori pointed westward. Behold, the ruins of that town lie 20 miles to the west. If we were to venture there, one might still discover the residence of that necromancer from 8 centuries past, assuming you are not first devoured by the zombies lurking amongst the ruins. Xia Hoyan envisioned a horde of zombies voraciously gnawing on the living and inexplicably felt a pang of hunger. He longed for the lamb-spine soup of earth. Unaware of the Lord's nostalgia, Master Lori continued his narrative. At that time, the town was the domain of a noble count. Overnight, nearly all of his subjects transformed into the undead. He gathered the few hundred surviving townsfolk and took refuge within the castle. Yet the zombies incessantly clawed at the castle gates, and it was only a matter of time before they would breach its defenses. Zombies besieging a city. Xia Hoyan mused. Within the castle, despair loomed over its inhabitants. However, that count pondered more deeply than the others. He understood that someone must alert the magic association of the horror that was unfolding before the dark magic spread further, lest the repercussions extend beyond the town's denizens. As Master Lori spoke, his throat grew parched, prompting Xia Hoyan to uncork the water skin at his waist and offer it to him. The master expressed his gratitude and drank heartily before continuing. Before long, the count made an unexpected decision. Under cover of night, he stealthily opened the gates and allowed the zombies to enter the castle. The famished zombies quickly devoured the survivors who had sought refuge within, yet the count seized the opportunity while the zombies were preoccupied and rode away from the town. Seeing Xia Hoyan's astonishment, Master Lori continued. Thus, the count became the sole survivor at the expense of hundreds of townsfolk. He galloped to the Academy of Magic and reported the dark magic leak to the association. They promptly dispatched 5 grand sorcerers who collaborated to contain the expansion of the infected zone. One could assert that had it not been for the count's timely warning, the infected area would be far larger than what we currently observe. Are you urging me to emulate that count? Xia Hoyan gazed into Master Lori's eyes. To abandon my subjects and escape alone? I do not urge you to do anything. Master Lori shook his head. But I believe it is essential for you to know a historical fact. That count, due to his timely warning, not only escaped imperial punishment, but was elevated to the rank of Duke. Not long after, he was granted another fief by His Majesty, the capital of which is known as Eagle's Rest. My Lord Elliott, the count in question was Henry Igor, the very ancestor of your Igor lineage, the founder of your family's illustrious history. All the wealth, honor, and protection your family has enjoyed for 8 centuries are owed to him. Xia Hoyan was left utterly speechless. I know you wish to utilize necromancy to resurrect Captain Alice and the other guards, thereby leading everyone out of the infected zone, Master Lori said earnestly. But the number of soldiers under Count Henry Igor's command was far greater than our own today. Even so, they could not escape the tide of zombies. My Lord Elliott, even if you could resurrect all the fallen time and again, your magical energy will eventually deplete, while the zombies are inexhaustible. What you are attempting is a futile gamble. Master Lori gently placed a hand on the Lord's shoulder, speaking softly. My Lord Elliott, the 500 souls in this camp are fated to perish within this infected zone. Yet you still possess a chance to escape. Just as your ancestor faced a choice, you too must decide, Allow one to survive alone or sacrifice all. This is a choice as simple as it is profound. Xia Hoyan felt a weight in his chest, and as a tent marked for the deceased appeared around the corner, he seized upon it like a lifeline, interrupting Master Lori. Master Lori, let us first experiment with the resurrection spell. As for your suggestion that I abandon my subjects to save myself, allow me to consider it further. Master Lori cast a deep gaze upon him before stepping forward to part the tent's entrance. Chapter 9. Surely, no one believes that resurrection is a formidable task. As soon as he entered the tent, Xia Hoyan was met with the sight of 5 human corpses lying side by side upon the ground. Master, are there only 5 bodies here? He gazed at the serene faces of the fallen guards, an inexplicable pang of dread coursing through him, prompting him to urgently inquire. The master turned, hanging the lion-shaped lantern he held high to illuminate the entire space, then shrugged and continued. Zombies possess a peculiar appetite for devouring human flesh. Few who encounter a horde of zombies manage to retain their bodies intact like this. Xia Hoyan nodded, his mood growing heavier. Presently, there were only 5 guards' corpses, even if they could be successfully resurrected like Alice. The augmentation of combat power they would provide to the caravan was but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the terrifying number of zombies. Rather than hastily commencing his magical experiment, Xia Hoyan crouched down to inspect the bodies of the guards. His attention was first drawn to their garments, drenched in blood, and the massive wounds that had led to their demise. Similar to Alice, the edges of these wounds were jagged and alarmingly elongated. Yet the locations of the injuries varied. Some were on the head, others on the chest, and one corpse had its abdomen completely split open, revealing its crimson internal organs. It was now deep autumn, the air quite chilly, and not much time had elapsed since their deaths. Thus, the bodies had not yet fully stiffened. When Xia Hoyan pressed his fingers against their surfaces, he still felt a faint softness, yet the temperature was icy cold, a testament that the breath of life had long since departed from these forms. Xia Hoyan paid little heed to the condition of the corpses. Rather, he was more concerned with the equipment these guards had donned in life. The 5 bodies bore similar attire, ill-fitting leather armor on their torsos and ordinary cotton trousers below. In stark contrast to Captain Alice's chainmail, the gear of these ordinary guards appeared considerably cheaper. He reached out, pinching the surface of a leather armor piece, which was marred with scratches and felt rather flimsy, causing Xia Hoyan to question the craftsmanship and the actual defensive capability of this armor in battle. Glancing around, he noticed that these rudimentary leather armors had iron plates affixed to critical areas for added protection. However, it was evident that such minor precautions had ultimately failed to shield the guards from the zombies' vicious bites and claws. These leather armors were hastily procured from the market by the guard unit when they departed from Eagle's Rest Fortress. Master Lowry explained, "The Empire forbids us from taking any weapons or armor from our original territory." Xia Hoyan nodded, reaching to the waist of one corpse to unfasten the dagger hanging from its belt. He lifted it to inspect. The dagger lacked a sheath, and its hilt was merely wrapped with a few loops of rawhide. Concerning the blade itself, it appeared to be honed to a sharp edge, yet the metal was pockmarked and bore visible nicks, all indicating that the steel used in forging the dagger was of dubious quality. In summary, it was a thoroughly unreliable substandard weapon. This was the current state of the guard's equipment, Master Lowry remarked with a strange tone behind Lord Xia Hoyan. Xia Hoyan understood the implications behind the Master's words. With such pathetic gear, what could be accomplished even if these guards were resurrected? Could they contend with the ferocious zombies? Perhaps, Lord, it would be prudent to make an early escape. Disregarding the Master's insinuations, Xia Hoyan pondered briefly. Feeling there was little more to glean from the corpses, he stood up, took a couple of steps back, and then retrieved the book titled Essentials of Necromancy from his pocket. Master Lowry cast a brief glance at the book's cover, but did not linger or display any curiosity. According to the traditions of the magical community, a mage's collection of tomes was strictly off-limits to others and should never be touched by fellow mages. Although Master Lowry felt a tinge of curiosity regarding the essentials of necromancy, as a colleague of Lord Xia Hoyan, he politely chose to refrain from probing further. Master Lowry offered Lord Xia Hoyan an encouraging glance. Xia Hoyan approached the central corpse, took a deep breath, and began to recite the resurrection spell aloud. Following the instructions in the book, the majority of magical incantations are inscribed in the complex ancient language of Eolia, a skill that nearly all mages learn as their first lesson in their magical education. Soon, a magical tide emerged within the tent, perceptible only to mages. Standing to the side, Master Lowry attentively absorbed the fluctuations of magical energy in the air. Thus far, the intensity of these fluctuations remained mild, not exceeding the resonance level achievable by a novice second-tier mage. How could the Lord? Master Lowry furrowed his brow. Then, the Master witnessed a scene he would never forget. He nearly bit his own tongue in astonishment. The summoning of a phantom during spellcasting indicated that the mage was communicating with the deity governing the corresponding magical attributes, an exclusive phenomenon that typically occurs when attempting to cast 7th-tier or higher master-level magic. Indeed, Lord Xiaoyan was attempting to cast the master-level resurrection spell. Master Lowry stared in disbelief at Lord Xiaoyan, failing to notice that the phantom in the air was not the familiar figure of the Grim Reaper associated with necromancy, but rather a tall, somewhat portly stranger clad in a flowing black robe, his face bearing a stern and unyielding expression. Master Lowry, caught off guard, failed to observe. Yet Xiaoyan discerned it clearly. That phantom was none other than the King of Hell. There could be no other deity in existence garbed in wide-sleeved black robes, crowned with a black wooden tiara, and possessing a grim, unrecognizable Eastern visage. You, how did you also traverse here with me? Xiaoyan gaped at the phantom of the King of Hell, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. The image of the King of Hell was but fleeting. Soon, the fluctuations of magical energy within the tent subsided, and tranquility returned. Xiaoyan and Master Lowry shared an unspoken understanding, turning to fixate intently upon the central corpse. The unfortunate guard, who had perished amidst the zombie horde, now half-stiffened, began to witness the miraculous healing of the wound on his chest. And then he shakily sat upright from the shroud that had covered him. This guard, appearing to be in his early 20s, rubbed his eyes before finally noticing the two eminent figures standing before him. After a moment of bewilderment, the guard asked, Lord, Master, where am I? What happened to the horde? Xiaoyan swallowed hard, about to respond, when he felt Master Lowry poke him in the back. Then, Lord Xiaoyan, filled with trepidation, realized that the other 4 guards' corpses beside him were also sitting upright one after another. Chapter 10. The moment of collapse of the elder mage Victor Lowry. The chief mage of the Igor family believed that he had witnessed enough in his lifetime. He had seen things that ordinary people could scarcely fathom. He had witnessed the sudden eruption of magical light at the pinnacle of the White Spire. He had observed the Saint Mage Felance walk alone into the abyss of darkness. He had gazed upon the moonlight of the imperial capital and the dawn of the Sacred Wood City. He had felt the relentless snowfall of the northern Look County. He had tasted the eternally briny sea breeze of Eagle's Breath Fortress. Yet, he never anticipated that his lord, the esteemed Elliott Igor, would dare to unleash a mass resurrection spell. Master Lowry's mind went blank as he stared in disbelief at the absurd scene before him. 5 guards of the Igor family, who had perished in the tide of corpses, now stood before him, vibrant and full of life. These once defeated guards boasted to their comrades about the number of zombies they had felled before their demise, all while their lord examined their pulses and body temperatures. When the lord solemnly declared that these resurrected guards, like Captain Alice, were in a state of lifelessness, cold and devoid of heartbeat, these guards surprisingly rejoiced. Comparing whose body temperature was the lowest, Master Lowry felt a profound sense of despair. Compared to these guards, who were celebrating their revival, he, an elderly man of advanced years, felt as lifeless as a zombie. He questioned himself. Even if the Lord had successfully revived one of the guards, he would not have been overly astonished, for there had been a precedent with Captain Alice. But the Lord had simply uttered a spell and resurrected 5 individuals at once. 5. For heaven's sake, 5. Master Lowry suddenly felt sympathy for the genius necromancer of history. Had he known that resurrecting the dead was so simple, he would not have embarked on perilous experiments with nether magic that led to his downfall. As he watched the Lord humbly accept the heartfelt gratitude of the guards, almost as if he were delivering an acceptance speech, Master Lowry could no longer contain himself and seized the Lord's sleeve. Elliott, how do you feel right now? Xiaoyan found the Master's inquiry rather perplexing. Everything feels normal to me. I'm not the one who was resurrected. What could possibly be amiss? Master, I feel something's off, exclaimed a guard known for his humor and penchant for dry jokes. I feel cold. Silence. I did not ask you, Master Lowry roared, causing the guards to shrink back. To be frank, they had never seen the chief mage so enraged before. Once the guards fell silent, Master Lowry tightened his grip on the Lord's arm and carefully inquired, Elliott, I meant to ask, Do you feel any dizziness, fatigue, or difficulty in breathing? Or, more gravely, do you feel as though you are on the brink of death? No. Xiahou Yin frowned, finding the master's words rather harsh. My physical condition, if not immortal, is at least quite healthy. Is there something wrong? Then this is indeed strange. Master Lowry pinched his chin in contemplation. What do you mean? Xiahou Yin retorted angrily. Do you believe I must be on the verge of death for you to consider it normal? Master Lowry hastily shook his head in denial. No, Elliot, that is not what I meant. But I must tell you something. Theoretically, resurrection spells belong to the master-level magic, which means only mages of the 7th tier or higher can cast them. In practice, even a 7th tier high mage would seldom use master-level magic in daily life. Do you know why? Why? Xiahou Yin asked innocently, as the topic of master-level magic exceeded the knowledge of a mere 2nd tier mage. Because the magical energy consumption of master-level magic is immense. Master Lowry exclaimed, shaking the Lord's shoulders. You see, mages are categorized into 9 tiers: apprentice, junior mage, intermediate mage, senior mage, junior master mage, intermediate master mage, high master mage, archmage, and saint mage. With each tier, a mage's magical capacity increases tenfold. Oh, and then? Xiahou Yin was slightly dizzy from the master's vigorous shaking. He felt a bit disgruntled. After all, Elliott Igor had spent 7 or 8 years in the Mage Academy, only to emerge as a 2nd-tier junior mage. How disappointing. The magical capacity of a 7th-tier high master mage is 100,000 times greater than that of you, a mere junior mage. Yet, casting a resurrection spell like this would deplete nearly half of their magical energy. Therefore, it is often the 8th-tier archmages whose magical reserves can sustain the frequent use of master-level magic. So, Xiahou Yin remained confused regarding the master's emphasis. Elliot, you just resurrected 5 living beings at once. 5. Master Lowry waved his hand dramatically. Xiahou Yin almost thought he was about to be slapped. Logically, the magical energy consumption for this spell should be at least 5 times that of casting a single resurrection spell. 5 times the magical energy for a resurrection spell? Xiahou Yin mentally calculated. A single resurrection spell would consume half of a 7th-tier mage's magical energy. And since a 7th-tier high master mage's magical capacity is 100,000 times that of his own, then the theoretical magical consumption for resurrecting 5 individuals would amount to 250,000 times his current magical capacity. Xiahou Yin nearly bit his tongue in shock. This did not account for the fact that his resurrection spell did not restore the dead as zombies, but as sentient beings, possibly requiring even more magical energy. Master Lowry felt his worldview crumbling. With such a colossal expenditure of magical energy, logically, he should have been utterly drained, lifeless on the ground. Yet here he was, still alive. But I'm still here. Xiahou Yin looked down, feeling no abnormalities within himself. That is the crux of the issue. Master Lowry was nearly in tears. The magical energy within you has not been consumed at all. Magical energy cannot materialize out of thin air. Where on earth did the immense magical energy required for your mass resurrection come from? Xiahou Yin, too, felt a sense of bewilderment. Indeed, he had not sensed any change in his magical energy. So, from where had the magical energy for the resurrection spell he had just cast originated? Did he borrow it from a credit line? Swipe it on a credit card? Rob a bank? At that moment, Xiahou Yin suddenly recalled the shadow of the King of Hell he had summoned earlier. This matter, could it possibly be related to the King of Hell? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, the most significant difference between the resurrection spells he had cast and the authentic resurrection spell was the divine shadow summoned. The Reaper controlling nether magic had transformed into the King of Hell from Earth. Perhaps the King of Hell had blessed him, providing the magical energy required for his spell. However, given the myriad connections between the King of Hell and Earth, Xiahou Yin, adhering to the professional ethics of a transmigrator, wisely chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Master Lowry sat on the ground, his gaze vacant. A look of existential doubt etched across his face. To console his chief mage, Xiahou Yin patted Master Lowry's shoulder and tentatively asked, Victor Lowry, chief mage of the Igor family, seems to be on the verge of a cerebral hemorrhage. Chapter 11. The long road ahead before long, Captain Alice Comstock, clad in a simple long dress, hurried over. Upon witnessing her guards revived from death, the female captain could not help but shed tears of joy. Lord Elliott Igor graciously accepted the collective gratitude of the guards once more. In a moment of overwhelming emotion, Captain Alice bestowed upon the Lord a fervent, chilly kiss. Only the chief mage, Victor Laurie, stood by, observing this scene with a stiff expression. However, some individuals, as they age, tend to become more forgiving and open-minded. And the junior mage Victor Laurie was evidently among them. The master had resolved not to dwell on how the Lord had cast the resurrection spell. He believed that pondering such an enigma would undoubtedly shorten his remaining days. Sometimes, one simply needs to let go of stubborn thoughts to appreciate the beauty of the world. The master felt he had come to this realization. Yet, after the initial joy of resurrecting several guards had faded, those present began to confront a pressing issue. Lord Elliott. Alice Comstock gazed at her lord, her azure eyes now tinged with concern. Our team is still trapped in the heart of the infection zone, isn't it? Master Laurie exchanged a meaningful glance with the lord, while Xia Hoyin nodded silently. Ultimately, this topic was unavoidable. Alice and the 5 recently revived guards shared a complex look. Despite their revival, the haunting memories of facing zombies lingered in their minds. If given a choice, none would wish to confront those horrific and frenzied undead beings again. Yet, their party was surrounded by countless zombies in the infection zone. After a brief silence, Xia Hoyin spoke. Hypothetically, just hypothetically, if I could resurrect you infinitely, could you protect everyone and lead them out of the infection zone? As he uttered these words, Xia Hoyin felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, his resurrection spell had only succeeded twice thus far, and there was no guarantee it wouldn't fail at any moment. The notion of infinite resurrection was merely an optimistic assumption. Upon hearing the Lord's words, the guards' faces paled. They understood that the Lord intended to utilize the resurrection spell to create an undying guard force to escort the convoy out of the infection zone. However, infinite resurrection implied they would have to repeatedly face death amidst the tide of corpses. The guards were ordinary individuals. None were warriors unafraid of pain or self-sacrificing sages. Loyalty to their lord did not equate to a willingness to endure the agony of death repeatedly for the sake of escorting a group of fellow citizens. The tent fell into a heavy silence. Alice Comstock bit her lip and softly spoke. Lord Elliott, the brothers of the guard have already sacrificed enough. Please do not subject them to the terror of death any longer. If needed, I can fight alone. I am willing to die for you countless times. Xia Hoyin shook his head. Resurrecting only Alice would not only weigh heavily on his conscience, but would also be insufficient to ensure the convoy's safety with only one warrior's strength. I must draw your attention to something. Master Laurie, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected coldly. The 6 individuals revived today were fortunate to retain their bodies intact amidst the zombie tide. I believe that if they had been devoured to pieces, even Lord Elliott's resurrection spell would be ineffective, correct? At this moment, the gravity of the situation struck everyone. The resurrection spell's ability to restore limbs was limited, meaning only relatively intact bodies could be successfully revived. If only fragments of flesh or a skeleton remained, neither the original resurrection spell nor the Lord's special variant would be effective. Earlier, at Master Laurie's suggestion, Xia Hoyin had attempted to cast the resurrection spell on a half-eaten mouse, which had unfortunately failed, thereby confirming this crucial conclusion. Only now did everyone realize the true intent behind the Master's proposal for this experiment. Master Laurie's message was clear. If someone were to perish in the zombie tide and their body was excessively damaged, it would mean they were truly dead, with no chance of revival. In other words, even if the Lord could resurrect bodies infinitely as the battle progressed, there would inevitably be individuals who would be devoured to pieces, leading to a permanent loss of combat capability. Now, with 7 guards still alive, along with the 5 who had been revived and Captain Alice, the convoy was left with only 13 warriors. How many more times could they endure resurrection while still retaining their bodies? The answer was far from optimistic. A wave of profound despair washed over Xia Hoyin. To protect this convoy of 500, he had even been willing to breach taboos and use necromancy to resurrect the guards. Yet, despite all efforts, the hope of everyone escaping seemed as elusive as ever. Lord Elliott. Alice looked at the Lord with sympathy, her voice soft. Lord Elliott, Master Laurie interjected firmly, interrupting the comforting words Alice was about to speak. Your efforts have not been in vain. In fact, our situation has improved significantly. Improved significantly? Xia Hoyin gazed at the Master in disbelief. Indeed, Master Laurie affirmed. Initially, we had only 7 guards left, but now we have 13, including the formidable Captain Alice. I am confident that with these 13 warriors, along with myself, we can safely escort you out of the infection zone. Xia Houyan felt a lump in his throat. So, you are advising me to flee alone? Not just you. Master Lori shook his head. Among these 13 guards, there will likely be a few lucky souls who can accompany you out of the infection zone. And what about you? Xia Houyan inquired. My life is of little consequence. Master Lori chuckled heartily. Xia Houyan felt an emptiness in his chest. Initially, he had merely considered the possibility of surviving alone. Now, thanks to the resurrection spell, he might save a few more lives. Yet, why did he still feel so unwilling? Was it truly impossible to save those citizens? He looked to Master Lori for assistance. Biting his lip, Xia Houyan turned to the guards. Master Lori speaks wisely, Alice softly stated, and the guards behind her nodded in agreement. Xia Houyan stood in silence, gazing at the bright moon and the shimmering stars outside the tent. Indeed, since his arrival in this new world, he had only glimpsed a fragment of its beauty. Once they escaped the infection zone and reached his new territory, a brighter tomorrow awaited him. Memories of countless past events on Earth and various recollections of Elliott Igor surged within him. After a long while, Xia Houyan turned to face Master Lori, Alice, and the guards. Each individual awaited his final decision. My life is no more precious than any others. Xia Houyan closed his eyes for a moment and then calmly declared. Tomorrow, the guard can set out with Master Lori. I believe that the 13 warriors and 1 mage can safely escape the infection zone without needing to divert their attention to protect me. However, I choose to die alongside my people. Chapter 12. The prolonged farewell. Upon hearing Xia Houyan's final decision, Master Lori and the guards exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. To share life and death with the people of one's own territory is, of course, a choice that aligns perfectly with the moral and ethical standards of the noble lord class. 5 centuries ago, during the great invasion of the demon race, many border lords refused to retreat, ultimately perishing on their own lands, among their own people, thus forging a bloody barrier for the empire. Among these nobles, the most renowned is none other than the legendary Count Olaf, the beacon of the empire. In today's noble circles, although the ancient duties of nobility are still publicly extolled, behind closed doors, how many of these lords are not self-serving, cowardly, and miserly, seeking profit while avoiding danger? True old-fashioned lords, like the beacon of the empire, who steadfastly adhere to noble principles and stand with their subjects in times of crisis, seem to have all but vanished in the increasingly corrupt aristocracy of the empire. This is precisely what puzzled Master Lori and his companions. Why had the lord suddenly transformed, radiating a righteous aura, and unhesitatingly decided to sacrifice himself alongside his 500 subjects? As a result, the actions of the lord made Master Lori and his companions, who were intent on fleeing, appear utterly contemptible, as though they had cast aside the lives of the people like refuse, an affront to morality that was truly appalling. In that moment, both the master and Alice hung their heads in shame, feeling utterly humiliated. Master Lori was on the verge of tears, contemplating whether Lord Elliott had lost his mind or been possessed. How could someone so young ascend to such moral heights so swiftly, only to relieve himself upon those below? Dousing Master Lori, who prided himself on his kindness and gentleness, with a chill of despair, while Master Lori was still grappling with his thoughts, Captain Alice suddenly had an epiphany. She raised her head proudly, saluted the Lord, and spoke with unwavering conviction. Lord Elliott, I, Alice Comstock, your captain of guards, pledge my unconditional allegiance to all your decisions. If you do not leave, neither shall I. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Should you choose death, I will undoubtedly die by your side. The guards behind Alice exchanged glances and followed suit, saluting the Lord. The guard known for his humor and penchant for bad jokes, Tom Lawrence, exclaimed jovially, My lord, I, Tom Lawrence, am already a dead man. Being alive is a gift from you. Since these extra days of life are granted by you, I shall accompany you until the end. With Alice and the guards expressing their unwavering support for the Lord, all eyes turned to the awkwardly silent Master Lori. Gritting his teeth, he inhaled deeply and, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, raised his middle finger at the Lord, exclaiming defiantly, You better promise me that when I accompany you to hell amidst the tide of corpses, I can find my erotic novel. That's called Yellow Book, murmured Guard Lawrence. Get lost, Master Lori retorted, shaking his robe in indignation as he stormed out of the tent behind the Lord. Alice noticed a hint of a smile on the Lord's lips and tears at the corners of Master Lori's eyes. When Xiahou Yin and Master Lori parted ways in the center of the camp, both had regained their composure. "Master, I apologize for not heeding your advice," Xiahou Yin said softly, gazing at his chief mage. "I know you mean well, and your suggestion is indeed the most rational choice. However, sometimes one must make decisions that defy reason." Master Lori shook his head in silence, a wry smile on his face. "As your chief mage, I must, of course, respect your decision." Xiahou Yin sighed lightly, while Master Lori licked his lips and suddenly murmured, "Elliot, I have watched you grow up." Xiahou Yin felt a warmth in his heart and nodded in acknowledgement. "Aren't you going to sleep?" he asked. Master Lori turned to gaze at the northern mountains, sighing deeply. "Since tomorrow awaits me with eternal slumber, why should I sleep too early today?" The Northward County. Xiahou Yin realized suddenly that this elderly man was staring in the direction of his homeland, his home that seemed increasingly unreachable. After exchanging farewells, Xiahou Yin walked alone, holding a lion lantern, slowly making his way to his tent. The commotion surrounding the resurrection spell had lasted all night, and now it was around 3 or 4 in the morning. The camp lay in darkness and silence, interrupted only by the distant call of an owl. "My lord, where have you been at this late hour?" Anjia, his maid, inquired as Xiahou Yin set the lion lantern aside with a weary smile. "You would never believe how much has transpired this night." "What happened?" The little maid's face was filled with curiosity. Xiahou Yin pondered for a moment before recounting the most representative incident. Master Lori lost a yellow book. The young maid's cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded him, then stood to help Xiahou Yin change into his nightclothes. As she watched him crawl into his sleeping bag, she suddenly asked, "So, will you be leaving the infected area tomorrow?" "No, I decline Master Lori's proposal," Xiahou Yin replied, turning his back to Anjia in the sleeping bag. "I will stay with you all." Anjia was momentarily taken aback. "So, you will die with us, right?" Xiahou Yin remained silent for a moment before responding with an affirmative hum. Anjia, swaying slightly, lowered herself beside the Lord. The young maid, who was a few years younger than Xiahou Yin, clutched the freshly sewn garments tightly, unable to hold back the tears that welled in her eyes. "My lord, we are all going to die. I miss Eagle's rest. I miss Lady Anna, and there are so many things I have yet to do. Lord Elliot, I am only 17, and I have not yet married." With a blush on her cheeks, Anjia turned to look at Xiahou Yin, only to discover that the Lord had already succumbed to a thunderous snore emanating from his sleeping bag. Chapter 13. What use is this iron rod? Xiahou Yin abruptly opened his eyes, a bold idea emerging from the depths of his dreams, instantly dispelling the remnants of drowsiness that enveloped him. He sat up in the darkness and glanced outside the tent, roughly estimating that it was around 5 or 6 o'clock, just before dawn. At the opposite end of the tent lay Anjia Randall, the young maid, deep in slumber, her petite form rising and falling with each breath. Xiahou Yin chose not to disturb her. Instead, he reached for the flint by his pillow, ignited the lion lantern, and retrieved a finely crafted short robe adorned with golden eagle patterns and gray satin trousers from his clothing bundle. Once dressed in this meticulously tailored noble attire, he donned a pair of calfskin riding boots. After the caravan had been besieged by a horde of the undead the previous day, he had been wearing nothing but a simple silk shirt and a lightweight leather jacket, lacking any sense of refinement. Now, clad in this elegant noble garb, he observed himself in the mirror and felt a renewed vigor, though his pale, gaunt face showed no signs of transformation. Xiahou Yin patted his waist, feeling the emptiness where the short sword, once worn by Elliott Igor, had been. Due to the imperial official's supervision, it had been classified as a military weapon and left behind at Eagle's Rest Castle, along with the guard's equipment. He needed to find a suitable weapon. Theoretically, a mage's essential gear includes a staff that amplifies magical power. However, entrusting a staff worth several hundred gold coins to him, a dropout from the Mage Academy, would be akin to squandering a priceless treasure. Even the chief mage, Victor Lori, had yet to acquire his own staff. How he longed to have brought his Walther PPK from his previous life. The Lord began to reminisce about his sidearm back on Earth. Once he had arranged everything, Xiahou Yin stepped out of the tent with the lantern in hand. The temporary camp of Igor's migration team had already come to life. The subjects under the Igor family showed utmost respect, nodding deferentially as they acknowledged their lord. Yet, Xiahou Yin uneasily observed the caravan members trapped in the infected zone. Most wore vacant expressions, their eyes lacking focus, with a subtle despair etched upon their brows. Soon, however, he spotted a rare specimen, one who still found joy amid adversity. The recently resurrected guard, Tom Lawrence, stood cheerfully by the stove, allowing curious onlookers to touch his forehead and feel his warmth. The news of the guard's resurrection had undoubtedly spread like wildfire through the camp, turning these returned souls into popular exhibits. Pondering for a moment, Xiahou Yin approached Lawrence. As the Lord drew near, the surrounding spectators dispersed, leaving only Lawrence, who greeted him with a beaming smile and a bow. "Where did you learn that manner of greeting?" Xiahou Yin inquired, intrigued by Tom Lawrence. "I recall having seen you a few times before, yet I've never witnessed this so-called Mikhail the Great salute." Lawrence replied earnestly, "I was unaware then that you were a lord willing to sacrifice alongside your subjects. My mother once said that the Mikhail the Great salute is reserved for noble aristocrats." Xiahou Yin stifled a laugh, surprised that this seemingly cynical middle-aged guard possessed such a talent for flattery. "You have a promising future," the Lord remarked. "Lord, do you have business so early?" Lawrence asked cheerfully, his excitement palpable. "To behold your noble form at dawn has set my heart racing." Xiahou Yin rolled his eyes. "You, being a resurrected undead, have no heart to race." He suddenly recalled an idea from his dreams and stated, "I need to conduct a simple experiment." He scrutinized Lawrence, attempting to gauge his reliability. "Originally, I intended to seek Captain Alice's assistance, but since you are here, Captain Comstock is likely still asleep. If you have need of anything, I, Tom Lawrence, am at your service." Lawrence eagerly replied. Xiahou Yin suspected that his resurrection spell might have an invigorating effect. "Fine, you'll do. Since Alice is still in slumber, I shall not trouble her. Bring me 2 horses, one for you and one for me. Also, find me a suitable weapon." Lawrence hesitated. "The horses are no problem, but my lord, there are no spare swords left in the caravan." Lawrence set off to fulfill his orders while Xiahou Yin hummed a tune, patiently waiting. "This one's called Meteor, the finest horse in the camp." Lawrence proudly handed the reins of a small white horse to Xiahou Yin, winking as if to take credit. "Have you found me a weapon?" Xiahou Yin, holding the reins, patted Meteor's belly, recalling another essential matter. Lawrence's expression suddenly stiffened. "Well, I couldn't find anything else, so please make do with this." He sheepishly produced a metal rod from behind him and handed it over. Xiahou Yin accepted the metal rod and examined it closely. The more he looked, the more familiar its shape seemed, flattened at both ends, with one end bent, crafted entirely from cast iron. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This was a crowbar, the esteemed holy sword of physics belonging to Dr. Gordon Freeman. It was the only makeshift weapon left in the camp. Lawrence shrank back. There truly was nothing else. Xiahou Yin suppressed his rising anger, stepping into the stirrup and vaulting onto the horse's back, which drew enthusiastic cheers from the passing subjects. They admired the lord's splendid attire and the majestic steed beneath him, exuding an air of elegance and confidence, save for the crowbar strapped to his belt. As Xiahou Yin rode, he silently vowed, should this experiment succeed and grant the team a glimmer of hope, he would ensure that Lawrence would be left searching for his teeth. Chapter 14. Zombie Hunter. After Xiahou Yin directed Lawrence to prepare some experimental tools, the two officially set off. The lord and his attendant rode side by side, traversing the camp diagonally until they reached the southern edge. However, to Lawrence's astonishment, the lord showed no sign of stopping. Gripping the reins, he appeared intent on continuing southward. "My lord," Lawrence exclaimed urgently, interrupting the lord, who had been deep in thought with a furrowed brow. "What are we doing?" "I already mentioned it." Xiahou Yin replied with a glance at his attendant. "We are going to conduct a magical experiment." "Why must we leave the camp for a magical experiment?" Lawrence's mind felt muddled. "Where are you taking me?" "South," Xiahou Yin declared, raising a crowbar and gesturing vaguely in that direction. "It's not far. Just 7 or 8 miles more." 7 or 8 miles south. Lawrence racked his brain, pondering what could possibly lie in that direction. The answer came in the form of a zombie's roar, causing his complexion to drain of color. As Xiahou Yin pressed on, he suddenly heard footsteps and turned to see Victor Lorry, the esteemed chief mage of the Igor family, rushing towards him, his robes billowing behind him. "My lord," Lorry called out, skidding to a halt before Xiahou Yin, breathless. "I just received word from a farmer that you and your attendant are riding south, as if leaving the camp. What are your intentions?" "Do not worry, Master Lorry," Xiahou Yin replied, feeling a bit irritated. "As a noble lord, I find it vexing to have my movements scrutinized. We shall not venture far, merely 7 or 8 miles. Master Lorry appeared perplexed. "The area beyond the camp is unsafe. Why would you go there? Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, "Ah, so you were going to capture. Capture what exactly?" Laurie's face turned pale as he caught sight of Lawrence, who looked even more ashen. After casting a sorrowful glance at the master, Lawrence spurred his horse to follow the Lord. This unexpected journey stemmed from a dream Xiao Huiyin had the previous night. In this dream, he found himself in a game. Wielding a green pea shooter, yes, a pea shooter, not an AK-47, standing in the center of his garden, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the approaching zombies. With each precise shot, he dispatched the zombies one by one. As he paid for upgrades in the dream, he drew a Gatling shooter, SSR, after a series of 10 pulls. The absurdity of the dream escalated as he perched atop his rooftop, raining down a relentless barrage of peas upon the zombies, feeling as invincible as Schwarzenegger in The Terminator. During a subsequent 10 pull, he acquired an item, a hallucinogenic mushroom, SSR, limited time, capable of converting enemies into allies. Abruptly, he awoke, a bold idea surging to the forefront of his mind. Could necromancy be used to control the zombies in the infection zone? Though the wild zombies there were not resurrected by Xiao Huiyin and would not heed his commands, according to the master, their existence stemmed from a release of spectral energy 8 centuries prior. Thus, fundamentally, these wild zombies shared a lineage with those created through resurrection spells. The magic that sustained their movements was of the same essence. Could there be a method to command wild zombies as one would their own? Xiao Huiyin deemed this notion worthy of exploration. The camp faced a critical challenge: insufficient combat power to adequately protect the migration group of 500. Even after resurrecting Alice and other attendants, the issue remained unresolved. However, if he could successfully control the wild zombies, a vivid picture formed in Xiao Huiyin's mind. The Igor family's migration convoy would traverse the infection zone unimpeded, flanked by a surging tide of corpses, akin to fervent fans trailing their idol. "Hey!" Xiao Huiyin slowed his horse, waving a hand in front of Lawrence's face. "What's wrong, my lord?" Lawrence swallowed hard, raising a trembling hand to point ahead. Xiao Huiyin looked up, and not far on the horizon, small, round objects began to emerge from the earth. They were green, filthy, and grotesque. Zombie heads. The lord and his attendant quickly reined in their horses atop a small hill, clearly observing a throng of zombies staggering and milling about below. Not one, not 10, not even 100, but tens of thousands, densely packed. An endless wave of zombie heads rolled across the plain, stretching to the limits of visibility. Lawrence stared in horror at the seemingly exuberant lord. For a fleeting moment, he felt that the 19-year-old dark-haired youth beside him was even more terrifying than the horde below. Xiao Huiyin and Lawrence carefully dismounted, minimizing their movements. Although the wild zombies were menacing, their senses of sight and hearing were limited. Thus, as long as the lord and his attendant remained quiet, they would not attract the zombies' attention. However, should they inadvertently provoke them, the resulting panic could cause the entire horde to converge upon their location. "My lord," Lawrence whispered, trembling, "how can you possibly capture one of these zombies when they are gathered like this? Didn't I ask you to prepare the tools?" Xiao Huiyin replied excitedly, rubbing his hands together. "Bring them out." Lawrence, quaking, retrieved a bundle from his horse, awkwardly untying it to reveal the items he had prepared in accordance with the Lord's instructions: a long piece of hemp rope and a dead rooster. Bending down, Xiao Huiyin tightly bound one end of the rope to the rooster while winking at Lawrence. "So, Tom Lawrence, have you ever used bait to catch fish?" Chapter 15. The otherworldly ghostly encounter. The course of history reveals that the general populace often harbors misconceptions about various matters. For instance, they tend to believe that technological inventions are distant from the lives of ordinary people, and that renowned inventors are unattainable geniuses. In truth, the creation of an invention is not particularly arduous and does not necessarily require profound academic knowledge. A significant portion of the inventions in this world arises from the recombination of commonplace items. For example, the combination of hooks and sticks results in a clothes hanger, while the amalgamation of wheels and wooden planks gives birth to a cart. Similarly, a clothes hanger and a rope can create a multi-tiered hanger, and a cart coupled with a horse transforms into a carriage. In an even more whimsical instance, the combination of a hemp rope and a rooster culminates in a rope tethered to a rooster. Lawrence stared blankly as Xiao Huiyin tugged at the rope, lifting the dead rooster from the ground. A plump, round-faced rooster, bound by a rope, the rope held firmly in the hands of the lord. For a fleeting moment, Lawrence felt as if the lord were wielding a rooster as a meteor hammer. Xiahou Yin tested the weight of the rope, swinging his arm in a manner akin to wielding a true meteor hammer, and after confirming the rope's sturdiness, he revealed a satisfied expression. This was the legendary zombie catching artifact. Xiahou Yin grasped the dead rooster by its neck, presenting the pitiful creature to Lawrence. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Lawrence felt that at least two of the three parties involved, himself, the Lord, and the rooster, were experiencing a lapse in sanity. Thus, the middle-aged knight tentatively inquired, "You intend to fish for zombies with this rooster?" "Precisely," Xiahou Yin replied, pleased with his subordinate's comprehension. "As far as I know, zombies possess an insatiable appetite for fresh flesh, do they not?" Lawrence nodded, having first-hand experience of this fact prior to his demise. With a blink, he pondered that while the Lord's plan seemed sound, an overwhelming sense of absurdity enveloped the entire endeavor of zombie fishing. As Lawrence stood there, lost in thought, the Lord, now brandishing the rooster as a meteor hammer, kicked the knight gently, asking, "Do zombies become dazed when struck on the head?" Although Lawrence longed to pose this question, he ultimately complied, drawing his sword and gripping the hilt tightly, preparing for action. Taking a deep breath, Xiahou Yin advanced a couple of steps with the dead rooster, aiming at the horde of corpses below the hill. He imagined that if this spectacle of fishing for zombies were to occur on Earth, it would undoubtedly warrant an outdoor live stream, enticing viewers to shower it with virtual rockets. Alas, in this otherworldly realm, such frivolities were regrettably absent. Standing atop the hill, Xiahou Yin focused on the edge of the zombie horde below, swinging the rooster meteor hammer in small arcs beside him before gradually applying more force. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the dead rooster soaring in a graceful arc, resembling a ballistic missile plummeting to the ground, landing approximately 2 meters from the nearest zombie. Gripping the other end of the rope tightly, Xiahou Yin anxiously observed the scene below. Due to the softness of the chicken's flesh and the surrounding overgrown weeds, the rooster's descent went largely unnoticed, eliciting only a few curious glances from the nearby zombies. However, the aroma of fresh meat soon wafted through the air, prompting the nearby zombies to stir restlessly. They began to crouch low, their decayed eyes and nostrils probing the ground in search of the enticing scent. Under the intense gaze of Xiahou Yin and Lawrence, one unfortunate zombie finally succumbed to the trap, a withered and emaciated creature, its garments nearly disintegrated, revealing its gaunt, deep green skin. This zombie had chosen its search direction wisely, staggering closer to the fallen rooster until it was near enough to spot its quarry amidst the weeds. With a low growl, the zombie lunged for the dead rooster, sinking its teeth into the flesh. Without hesitation, Xiahou Yin tightened the rope, pulling forcefully in reverse. It was then that Lawrence, the steward of the Igor family, witnessed a moment he would never forget. The Lord, with the rope in hand, was drawing the dead rooster, which was clamped in the jaws of the zombie, towards the crest of the hill. The slope was gentle, causing the zombie to tumble to the ground. Its entire body dragged along the surface, creating a path of trampled grass behind it. Yet, in the midst of this chaos, both Xiahou Yin and Lawrence overlooked a crucial detail. Zombies possess far greater strength than the living. The unfortunate zombie, still in a dazed state halfway up the hill, soon succumbed to its instincts and resisted being dragged. Clenching its jaws around the dead rooster, it suddenly thrust its claws into the earth, bringing both itself and its prize to an abrupt halt. The laws of physics dictate that forces are reciprocal. The ends of a rope are either pulling or being pulled. Consequently, as the zombie jerked its head back violently while still gripping the rooster, a tragic scene unfolded. Lawrence stood agape, recalling that there were seemingly thousands of zombies below. Regaining his senses, Lawrence wasted no time, scrambling forward with his sword drawn, driven by the desperate urge to rescue his lord. Even as he failed to consider the slim chances of survival for a living person amidst the horde of undead. Thus, he bore witness to that historic moment. The Lord, akin to a rolling barrel, skidded to a halt at the feet of a zombie. The creature looked down, bewildered to find a human at its feet. Xiahou Yin raised his head to meet the gaze of the zombie looming above him, swallowing hard. In that instant, a flicker of human fear crossed the grotesque, twisted visage of the zombie. Deep within, Xiahou Yin sensed that something was amiss in the world to which he had traversed. Chapter 16. The Rise of the 1,000-Pound Staff. As Lawrence rushed to Lord Xiahou Yin's side in a flurry, the nobleman had already risen from the ground, brushing off his attire and commencing his experiment. Xiahou Yin tentatively extended his hand towards the nearest zombie. The creature cast a terrified glance in his direction before swiftly turning and limping away into the distance. Pondering this, Xiahou Yin turned and took a couple of steps towards another zombie. Abruptly, he whirled around to gaze at a third zombie behind him. The creature, startled by the Lord's gaze, fell back in fright and tumbled to the ground, scrambling away in a panic. Xiahou Yin glanced down at his hands, his expression contemplative. Just then, the guard Lawrence dashed up the slope to the Lord's side, eager to speak, but was interrupted by a piercing scream. Turning to look, he spotted a menacing zombie lunging toward him with its gaping maw, sending a wave of terror coursing through him. However, before Lawrence could raise his sword in defense, Xiahou Yin had already stepped in front of him, interposing himself between the guard and the zombie. The creature, suddenly paralyzed with fear, though it seemed it already was, managed to veer away from the Lord, elegantly navigating a perfect arc around the two humans before continuing its frantic retreat, ultimately vanishing into the vast horde of corpses. Its speed rivaled that of a seasoned gambler fleeing from debts. Lord, Lawrence stammered, his teeth chattering as he struggled to voice his thoughts. It seems they are quite afraid of you? Your powers of observation are remarkably astute. Xiahou Yin quipped, his tone laced with irony. It had dawned on him that, for reasons unknown, these wild zombies bore an inexplicable dread of him. Whenever he approached within 2 meters of any zombie, it would flee in terror. In fact, a 2-meter radius of zombie-free space had formed around him. Those 2 meters away continued to drool and stumble about, exhibiting their typical lack of intelligence. Yet, if any zombie unwittingly wandered too close, it would panic as if scorched by fire, frantically fleeing as though Xiahou Yin were a noxious pit to be avoided at all costs. Xiahou Yin felt a twinge of frustration. Was he so grotesque that even the zombies found him repulsive? He then turned to scrutinize Lawrence. From what he had observed, the zombies retained their usual predatory instincts towards this living dead guard. Had he not intervened in time, one of the zombies would surely have lunged at Lawrence just moments ago. This indicated that the zombie's fear was directed solely at Xiahou Yin. Why was this so? His mind swirled with confusion. Were these dim-witted zombies truly afraid of him? Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind, a towering figure clad in a black robe and crowned with a sinister aura. Could this have something to do with the King of Hell? Lord. While Xiahou Yin was lost in thought, a spark of clarity and excitement lit up Lawrence's face. Grasping the Lord's sleeve, he urged, if the zombies fear you so, then surely your presence can drive them away from the convoy and ensure everyone's safe passage. Xiahou Yin slowly shook his head. Based on current observations, it seems that the surrounding zombies only panic when within approximately 2 meters of me. In other words, even if this strange phenomenon persists, I can only create a safety zone with a radius of 2 meters, which is far from sufficient to protect the convoy. Lawrence's once excited demeanor dimmed in disappointment. His expression stiffened. At times, he genuinely questioned if the Lord's obsession with capturing zombies stemmed from some peculiar fascination with them. Should they ever escape the infected zone, perhaps it would be prudent to have the Lord consult a physician. However, capturing zombies seemed, at this moment, a daunting task. Xiahou Yin soon understood the implications behind the guard's words, as he approached a zombie with a crowbar in hand, intending to knock it unconscious. The creature exhibited astonishing speed, darting away and scattering dust across the Lord's face. The second and third targets displayed similar athletic prowess. Once Xiahou Yin approached, the surrounding zombies would flee at sprinter's speed, leading the beleaguered Lord to lament that he could not even outrun a mere zombie. Frustration welled within Xiahou Yin. He had once gone to great lengths to avoid zombies, terrified of being devoured. Yet now, the tables had turned, and he found himself incensed at his inability to catch them. However, Lawrence discreetly nudged the Lord and gestured silently. Following the direction of Lawrence's finger, Xiahou Yin soon spotted a familiar figure, the very zombie that had initially latched onto the rooster, now remaining in place, ravenously tearing into the unfortunate fowl, blissfully unaware of its surroundings. For this fortunate zombie, feasting on chicken was undoubtedly the most significant event of its undead existence. Exchanging a knowing glance with the middle-aged guard, Lawrence bellowed, charging towards the zombie with his sword raised, embodying the valor of a warrior poised to strike the enemy. The zombie lifted its head from the chicken, staring blankly at the approaching human, seemingly weighing its options between the 2-legged creature and the morsel in its grasp. Yet, before the zombie could reach any conclusion, the iron crowbar, crafted with immense weight and power, struck the sparse hair at the back of its head with a resounding blow. This very crowbar had previously crushed countless head crabs in the Black Mountain Research Institute. It had once been concealed within the four-dimensional skirt of a certain enchanting yet malevolent deity, and it had been wielded by numerous investigators venturing into ancient deity investigations. Now, in the hands of the esteemed Lord Xiaohou, it was poised to shine in this otherworldly realm, with a forceful strike of 4.9 kilograms of cast iron. One could not help but recall the legendary golden staff wielded by the great sage, the powerful spear that swept through the 8 extremes, or the unmatched iron hammers held by Li Yuanba. The unfortunate zombie's head was struck with such force that it spun away, crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise, falling faster and more tragically than the most unfortunate of riders at their starting point. What do you think? Lord Xiaohou, drenched in sweat, clutched the crowbar, eagerly inquiring. Could you be gentler? Lawrence grimaced as he gazed at the motionless zombie sprawled on the ground. If you strike so fiercely and inadvertently kill it, how shall we capture another? The smile on Xiaohou Yan's face froze. Chapter 17. The Return of the Corpse. Fortunately, this particular zombie had not been struck down by the Lord's staff, and it remained alive and well. How peculiar is the phrasing of this statement. In any case, as Xiaohou Yan and Lawrence cautiously approached, they immediately observed that the zombie on the ground, despite its limbs being outstretched and immobile, still had a heaving chest, and its shriveled claws trembled slightly, indicating it had not been entirely dispatched by that pry bar. The Lord was overjoyed and quickly picked up a hemp rope from the ground, discarding the mangled rooster aside, and with Lawrence's clumsy assistance, bound the unfortunate zombie securely. This rope had been previously soaked in linseed oil, rendering it remarkably durable. Thus, employing it to bind this nearly lifeless undead creature was a rather extravagant use of resources. Lawrence heard a muffled groan emanating from the zombie, which had a cloth bag stuffed in its mouth. Although the creature had suffered a severe concussion from the pry bar and was now wrapped like a dumpling in the hemp rope, it still writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to distance itself from the Lord. Clearly, Xiaohou Yan's inexplicable aura of intimidation was still having its effect. Lawrence suddenly recalled a critical issue. Xiaohou Yan, stroking his chin, thoughtfully scrutinized the 2 horses not far away. The psychological resilience of these beasts was commendable. A dramatic scene of zombie hunting had just unfolded nearby. Yet they continued to graze on alfalfa, blissfully unaware that the Lord had just brushed close to the gates of the underworld. Mr. Tom Lawrence. Xiaohou Yan regarded the horses, his brow furrowed, hesitating to speak. My lord, Lawrence eagerly nodded in response. I believe. Xiaohou Yan emitted a long, sorrowful sigh before smiling at his attendant. The horse you ride appears to be more robust and imposing than mine. The undead attendant instinctively sensed that the Lord's smile harbored some ill intent. Alice Comstock stood atop a hillside at the edge of the camp, her expression fraught with concern as she gazed into the distance. Someone in the convoy remarked that our captain of the guards resembled a tall, slender poplar tree. Instantly, someone scoffed, declaring, a poplar tree? Look at her. She resembles a waiting stone. This group of bored individuals, trapped in the infected zone, found amusement in recalling the earlier scene, erupting into laughter. Perhaps the bizarre experiences of the previous night had drained the female swordsmaness' energy. Alice Comstock had only just awakened in a daze from her tent half an hour prior. Soon after, she learned from her close friend, Angela Randolph. A most shocking revelation. The Lord had ridden out of the camp with only one subordinate, heading towards the outskirts of the zombie-infested area. Filled with concern, Alice was nearly ready to dash out of the camp with her sword in hand to stage a lone rescue mission. But it was only thanks to Master Laurie's earnest counsel that her reckless impulse was restrained. Thus, for the past half hour, Alice had been standing on the hillside, anxiously awaiting the Lord's return. Master Laurie stood nearby, observing the swordswoman as she repeatedly gripped and released the hilt of her sword, his own brow furrowed in worry. However, their anxious vigil did not last long. Soon, Alice Comstock's eyes brightened, and an unmistakable joy illuminated her face. Alice and Master Laurie looked into the distance, watching as a small black dot gradually enlarged in their view. Undoubtedly, it was the esteemed Lord Elliott Igor, for there was no other person in the world who donned such splendid attire, proudly riding a small white horse, with a cast-iron pry bar awkwardly swaying at his belt, keeping time with the horse's gait. Yet, when the master and Alice discerned the identity of the knight following closely behind the Lord, their expressions underwent a remarkable transformation. The attendant Tom Lawrence, who had only just been resurrected by the Lord, was riding his large horse, closely trailing behind him. In that moment, Alice and Master Lori found it difficult to articulate the emotions reflected on Lawrence's distorted face. Was it sorrow? Indignation? Disgust? Resentment? Despair? Even Master Lori, who had spent 80 years in this world and encountered countless faces, felt that the simple phrase "a myriad of emotions" fell short of capturing the complexity of Lawrence's expression. Nonetheless, no one was concerned with the thoughts of this seasoned veteran. The collective gaze of the onlookers was firmly fixed on the peculiar sight behind Lawrence, a severely bound, desiccated zombie. The creature had a cloth bag stuffed in its mouth, nearly saturated with its saliva, which now dripped liberally down Lawrence's broad back. As the crowd followed the sight downwards, they realized that the zombie was tightly secured to Lawrence by a single rope. Thus, whenever the zombie writhed like an eel in the saddle, it would cause Lawrence to sway dangerously. Everyone nearby halted their tasks, staring in dumbfounded silence at the bizarre duo as they entered the camp, a spectacle reminiscent of the crowd witnessing the Emperor's new clothes. No one dared utter a word. An oppressive silence enveloped the crowd, rendering it almost difficult for them to breathe. Eventually, it was Master Lori and Alice who exchanged a glance and broke the unsettling quiet. "My lord, what is this? A new member?" The crowd's gaze shifted first to the despairing Tom Lawrence, then quickly disregarded the unfortunate attendant, instead focusing on the drooling zombie behind him. "The new member you mentioned. Is it that?" Master Lori had never felt the weight of his words so profoundly. "Indeed. From now on, you may refer to it as the Lord." Struck by inspiration, promptly bestowed a name upon the unfortunate zombie experiment, Dave. Chapter 18. Concern for food and vegetables in the northwest corner of the camp. A rudimentary cage was swiftly constructed. Although the convoy originally included numerous vehicles for transporting livestock, a significant portion of these animals had fled during yesterday's zombie onslaught. Nevertheless, the livestock carts remained largely intact. Under the Lord's guidance, several blacksmiths diligently filed down the iron bars from the livestock cages, reassembling them into a large cage capable of accommodating 4 or 5 adults. During this process, Xiahou Yin was pleased to observe that the chief mage, Mr. Victor Lowry, finally showcased some genuine utility. Due to the absence of a forge and anvil within the camp for welding metal, the blacksmiths initially planned to connect and secure the iron rods with wire. However, doubts regarding the reliability of this method arose. Consequently, Master Lowry effortlessly resolved the issue with magic. Reciting an incantation, a bright and fiery flame erupted from the tip of his finger. He instructed the blacksmiths to align the iron rod's end with a gentle swipe of his finger at the junction. The rods were fused together by the intense heat of the flame. Once the blacksmiths doused the rods with cold water, the smoke dissipated, revealing the robust and reliable bond, rivaling even that of a professional blacksmith's work. The blacksmiths praised the master's magical prowess, while Xiahou Yin watched enviously. The flame spell utilized by the master was merely a fundamental apprentice-level magic, accessible to virtually anyone from a first-tier magic apprentice to a 9th-tier archmage, including even the Lord himself, who possessed limited magical abilities. Yet, the true prowess of Master Lowry, a 5th-tier junior mage, was evident in his ability to intensify the flame to a temperature sufficient to melt iron. In contrast, as a 2nd-tier novice mage, Xiahou Yin could only conjure a flame capable of igniting paper, highlighting the vast chasm between their abilities. While the Magic Association solely measures a mage's rank by their internal magical energy, the finesse and mastery of magic usage among different tiered mages are undoubtedly incomparable. Nevertheless, the Lord was pleased to witness his craftsmen exhibiting remarkable efficiency under such challenging conditions. With Master Lowry's assistance, the towering 2-meter iron cage was erected in just 2 to 3 hours, standing solemnly in a vacant area at the northwest corner of the camp. As the brilliant midday sun shone down, it illuminated the iron cage, its finger-thick bars gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The blacksmiths had thoughtfully equipped the cage's base with wheels and a locking mechanism, allowing for easy repositioning when necessary. Zombie Dave was unceremoniously shoved into the cage by the guards, who struggled to restrain him. Initially, the undead creature attempted to resist, but under the Lord's authoritative intervention, Dave's will to fight evaporated, leaving him slumped in the cage, trembling intermittently. As lunchtime approached, Master Lowry waved his hand, dispersing the nearby onlookers to their meals, leaving only Xiahou Yin, Master Lowry, Captain Alice, and a few key figures from the convoy by the cage. The maid, Angela Rendell, thoughtfully brought lunch for the Lord. Xiahou Yin opened the wooden lunchbox to find a round loaf of bread, 2 slices of beef, and 4 or 5 olives, exuding an air of despair and defeat. "What are the others eating?" he inquired. "About the same as you," replied a sprightly old man, aged around 50 or 60, with bright eyes and a vigorous demeanor. "Much of our provisions were lost in the zombie tide. This afternoon, I will send a few lads into the forest to see if there's anything edible." This portly little man, named Johnson Joel, was the former mayor of Eagle's Rest Town, having spent most of his life managing the estate's capital for the Igor family. Given his extensive experience, he naturally became the leader of the migrating convoy, overseeing the logistics and personnel for this journey. However, due to habit, people still preferred to call him Mayor Joel. Upon discussing the matter of supplies, Xiahou Yin and Master Lowry exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of trepidation. The daily food consumption for 500 able-bodied individuals was no trivial matter, especially during this migration where the convoy's original plan involved stopping at towns along the way for resupply. The provisions and supplies they carried were already scant. After inadvertently entering the infected zone and facing a zombie attack, their remaining resources were dwindling alarmingly. Though Mayor Joel did not report the situation in the direst terms, his furrowed brow and the decision to send people into the forest to search for food indicated that the convoy's food situation was likely far from ideal. His intentions were rooted in a sense of responsibility, wishing to spare the Lord undue concern. In other words, as long as they remained trapped in the heart of the infected zone, a day would inevitably come when they would exhaust their supplies. Furrowing his brow, Xiahou Yin posed a question that caused the others to blanch. "Do you think zombie meat is edible?" "I suggest, unless absolutely necessary, you should refrain from considering that option," Master Lowry quickly interjected, alarmed by the Lord's whimsical idea. "These zombies have been decayed for 800 years. Who knows what toxins may lie within their flesh?" Xiahou Yin glanced at the zombie Dave in the cage, solemnly nodding. The thought of consuming such flesh was far more repugnant than death itself. "Forget it. We shall address the food issue later." He, devoid of any noble demeanor, extended his hand to grab the bread from the lunchbox, taking a bite as he mumbled, "Now, let us commence the magical experiment." Master Lowry cast a sidelong glance at the zombie Dave in the cage. Earlier, the Lord had shared his experimental plan to control wild zombies, to which the Master begrudgingly agreed. Since wild zombies were also driven by necromantic energy, there theoretically existed the potential for manipulation via necromantic magic. However, the Master believed the probability of the Lord's success was akin to his own chances of advancing from a 5th-tier junior mage to an 8th-tier grand mage, essentially negligible. Master Lowry, arms crossed, cast a disdainful look at the eager Lord. Chapter 19. The precious imagery of early humans taming zombies. Xiahou Yin held the necromantic tome with reverence as he approached the cage that imprisoned the zombie, Dave. The creature exhibited unmistakable signs of fear, wailing and twisting its body in the corner farthest from the Lord. Although Master Lowry had previously heard from Lawrence about the Lord's extraordinary ability to instill terror in zombies, witnessing this magical moment firsthand left the old mage wide-eyed with astonishment. Meanwhile, Alice's expression was complex. Had she known of the Lord's innate aversion to the undead, she would not have recklessly plunged into the horde of corpses the previous day, sacrificing her life in vain. Yet, as she recalled the warmth of the Lord's hand testing her temperature during her resurrection, and the powerful declaration that she too was one of his subjects, she found herself pondering the worth of her sacrifice. In the depths of the underworld, the past returns. The realms of yin and yang are distant yet intertwined. The spirits breed, guided by the divine. Your body and soul, I command alone. Master Lowry was left perplexed. The most paradoxical aspect of this entire affair was that the prerequisite for a mage to employ the corpse-controlling spell was to have already resurrected a controllable zombie through mastery-level necromancy. Thus, from this perspective, the corpse-controlling spell could be considered one of the lowest-level magics with the highest threshold in history. While Master Lowry contemplated such trivial matters, he silently observed as the Lord concluded his incantation, raising his right hand skyward. In an instant, the swirling magical elements in the air converged upon the Lord's hand like iron filings drawn to a magnet. The concentrated magical energy, having emerged from the void, enveloped the Lord's once pale palm in a pallid gray hue. Master Lowry understood that this gray energy, shrouding the Lord's hand, was the manifestation of necromantic power. The essence of the corpse-controlling spell lay in the precise control of the zombie's every movement through the resonance of magical waves that harmonized with the necromantic energy within the creature. Unlike the master, who possessed profound insights into the principles of magic, Xiahou Yin merely sensed that with the appearance of that gray hue, his right hand felt refreshingly cool, not in a chilling sense that raised goosebumps, but rather akin to a gentle breeze wafting over one after a scorching day or the invigorating first sip of ice-cold cola after a strenuous run. The Lord, who had failed his magical history course, was blissfully unaware that he might be the first mage in the Empire's history to describe necromantic power in such a manner. Oblivious to his fortune, the Lord directed his gray-gloved hand toward the cowering Dave in the cage, emulating the flamboyant gestures of a protagonist from a SH anime, and commanded with fervor, "Crawl to me." The zombie merely shrank further into the corner, eyes wide with trepidation, showing no intention of moving. Xiahou Yin blinked in disbelief, inhaled deeply, and adopted the booming voice of a spring festival host, trying again, "Jump." Yet, Dave remained unresponsive. The onlookers regarded the Lord with expressions of incredulity. Frustrated, Xiahou Yin employed both hands in an exaggerated manner, attempting to conjure a spiral of energy while commanding, "Stand up." Still, the zombie remained motionless, ensconced in an awkward silence. "Lord, perhaps it is time to reconsider," Master Lori interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. "This zombie was not resurrected by you, although it possesses necromantic energy. It is not attuned to your magical rhythm. According to the mechanics of this spell, it will never heed your commands. Then must I only control the zombies I have resurrected?" Xiahou Yin pondered aloud, tentatively beckoning Alice Comstock with a finger. "Come, here." To his astonishment, the female swordsman began to move stiffly towards him, her expression a mix of shock and embarrassment, indicating that her actions were not entirely voluntary. "Stop," Xiahou Yin commanded. Raising his palm, Alice halted immediately, obedient as a most loyal servant. An onlooker whistled, adding to the tension. The Lord glanced at Alice's flushed face, feeling a surge of annoyance. What was intended to command zombies had morphed into a form of mental control. "Thus, Captain Comstock is indeed your zombie," Master Lori mused. "For she is infused with your necromantic energy. You can indeed utilize the corpse-controlling spell to compel her full obedience." Alice's face reddened further. Xiahou Yin felt utterly despondent. Why would I wish to control Alice? The pressing issue is how to command wild zombies like Dave. That is utterly impossible, Master Lori declared with finality. Each individual's magic possesses a unique rhythmic signature. Since you are not the creator of these wild zombies, you cannot command them through your magical influence. The reason the wild zombies in the infection zone attacked Lawrence, whom you resurrected, is precisely due to the discord between their necromantic energies. I assure you, if you ever manage to command these zombies, I shall consume this cage on the spot. Master Lori abruptly ceased his proclamation, a look of contemplation crossing his face. "What is it?" Xiahou Yin inquired. "Sometimes," Master Lori mused, stroking his chin, "it seems one ought not to make hasty oaths." Chapter 20. The crooked-mouthed sorcerer. Master Lori mysteriously remarked that he had something to ponder, and in a flash he disappeared into his tent, leaving the Lord and several others staring at each other in bewilderment. No one understood the eccentric antics of the old man, nor what schemes he was concocting. However, following the official failure of the experiment to control the undead, Xiahou Yin exuded an aura of irritability, akin to a volatile and combustible entity, keeping others at bay. Alice hesitated, contemplating how to console the Lord, while the astute Mayor Joel had already approached, attempting to divert the Lord's attention. "My lord, if you have a moment, could we tally the personnel and supplies in the camp together?" Mayor Joel earnestly inquired. "After yesterday's wave of corpses, we have yet to ascertain the specific losses." In truth, Mayor Joel had endured a sleepless night, meticulously counting everything, yet he felt it best to engage the despondent Lord in a task. Very well. Xiahou Yin understood the true intention behind Joel's words, yet he genuinely wished to grasp the current situation of the camp. Thus he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Mayor Joel flashed an understanding smile and led the Lord toward the center of the camp. Alice exchanged glances with the maid, Anjia, who was holding a lunchbox, and they followed suit. "As you can see, our caravan currently comprises around 500 individuals, including 13 guards, 16 craftsmen, 18 cooks and servants from Eagle's Nest, 20 merchants, and 3 scholars, along with 2 doctors. The remaining 400 are primarily reliable farmers and artisans selected from the original Igor territory before our departure. Mayor Joel detailed as they walked, gesturing toward the various tents in the camp. By the Emperor's decree, our migration from the Igor territory cannot exceed 2,000 souls for the establishment of the new domain. Hence, our caravan split into 2 groups of 1,000 each when we departed from Eagle's Nest. As you can see, our group originally consisted of 1,000 members. Yet we have lost nearly half during the journey. What Miss Randall informed you was merely the losses we could confirm at that time. Mayor Joel shook his head gravely. Moreover, there are members of our caravan who went missing during the wave of corpses, and the likelihood of reuniting with them is slim. If we account for these individuals as losses, the casualties due to the assault yesterday would exceed 200. As the 4 of them passed the central bonfire of the camp, they observed the guards finishing their lunch, seated by the roadside polishing their blades. Xiahou Yin nodded in acknowledgement while continuing to listen to Mayor Joel enumerate. Aside from casualties from the wave of corpses, all other losses occurred before we entered the infected zone. Many individuals were invited to remain in the Duke of Cromwell's territory, and there were losses in several bandit attacks, compounded by illnesses and fatigue during our journey, as well as those who went missing in the fog when we inadvertently entered the infected area. The total losses have reached approximately 500. Although Mayor Joel was recounting the vibrant lives lost, the transformation of these lives into mere figures imparted an unsettling sense of unreality. Xiahou Yin pondered for a moment and inquired. So there was another caravan of 1,000 that departed from Eagle's Nest, correct? What has become of them? Regrettably, we have received no news of them. Mayor Joel shrugged. Unlike our route across the borders, that caravan is traveling south along the Empire's western coastline. Although the journey is longer and slower, it is considerably safer. Given that Miss Katerina, Sir Cousins, and Master Laurie's apprentice Wilson are in that group, I am inclined to believe they have not suffered the same heavy losses as we have. This meant the siblings had once again passed each other by, having not seen one another for over a decade. However, as Xiahou Yin reflected, being trapped in the infected zone rendered the concern over familial matters somewhat absurd. His foremost priority was to devise a way to ensure the safety of these 500 souls, or at the very least, to survive a few more days in the infected territory. So, as a transmigrator, Xiahou Yin felt no warmth from familial affection. Lord Elliott, Miss Katerina may be eagerly awaiting your arrival in the new territory. If she were to learn of your demise in the infected zone, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Mayor Joel remarked casually, as if indifferent, yet he had heard from Mr. Tom Lawrence that Xiahou Yin possessed a unique ability to repel the undead. Thus, he wondered why the Lord did not simply leave the infected area himself. Xiahou Yin could not suppress a wry smile. Why have you not given up on persuading me to flee? In recent days, their entreaties often reminded him of a philosophical dilemma known as the trolley problem. He shook his head in resignation. Life often compelled one to make choices between the lives of 400 and 500 individuals, though he could not comprehend the peculiar terminology employed by the Lord. Mayor Joel earnestly replied, "My lord, I prefer to view it as a choice between saving 100 lives or allowing none to be saved." Xiahou Yin halted, gazing toward the camp. A couple of farmers sat at the entrance of their tent. Their child, holding a paper windmill, joyfully dashed past them, akin to a spirited fawn. "Joel, I have been contemplating." Xiahou Yin licked his lips and spoke slowly. "What wrongs have they committed?" "What?" Mayor Joel appeared confused, unable to grasp the Lord's meaning. "I mean, what wrongs have these farmers committed? What wrongs did the guards who perished in the wave of corpses commit? What wrongs did the tens of thousands of subjects in the Igor Duchy, who helplessly witnessed the changing banners atop the city wall, commit?" Xiahou Yin murmured softly. "I do not know who was right or wrong regarding the Emperor's execution of my father, nor do I understand the absurd political decisions behind this migration of territories. Politics may forever be a tangled mess. However, what sins did these ordinary people, who have been forced to leave their homes, shedding blood, tears, and sweat along the journey, amidst the wave of corpses and under the hooves of horses, commit? Why have they become the sacrificial pawns in this farce of nobility?" Mayor Joel opened his mouth, pausing for a long moment before finally sighing. "My lord, sometimes such things simply occur." He reluctantly nodded. "Your plan is certainly preferable to remaining in the infected zone and awaiting fate." Xiahou Yin sighed softly, lowering his gaze to a resilient weed growing at his feet. "Sometimes, life is merely a quest for inner peace." However, before the Lord could finish his contemplative musings, a piercing, Heart-wrenching laughter erupted from not far behind. You, Xiahou Yin cautiously queried, have you found your forbidden tome? My lord. Master Lori pointed at the lord's nose, a crooked smile gracing his lips. You owe me a life this time. Chapter 21. The only outcast of the magical realm, you owe me a life this time. Master Lowry's perplexing statement, devoid of context, nearly led those around to believe that this octogenarian fifth-level sorcerer had succumbed to the ravages of age and dementia. However, when the master produced a resplendent golden bracelet from his sleeve, the crowd's confusion only deepened. Is that your private stash? Xiahou Yin cautiously pointed at the golden bracelet, which appeared to be crafted from pure gold, adorned with a gem the size of a pigeon's egg, radiating an aura of wealth and opulence. Lord, who would have thought that the seemingly destitute, wrinkled Master Lowry could possess such a valuable item? This is a treasure, Master Lowry proclaimed, raising the bracelet high like an auctioneer, allowing all present to behold its shimmering brilliance, aptly named the illusory armlet. Xiahou Yin thought the name sounded like some lowly item dropped by a minor monster in a video game, serving only to clutter a player's inventory. What is it for? Xiahou Yin inquired, taking the armlet and weighing it in his hand. The hefty feel confirmed to the lord that it indeed appeared to be made of pure gold. This illusory armlet is a magical artifact that can extricate us from the contaminated zone, Master Lowry declared with pride. Huh. Xiahou Yin smacked his lips. The origins of this armlet are quite a tale. Lord, as you may know, before I served as the chief sorcerer for your esteemed family, I was a tenured professor at the Mage Academy in the scholarly city. Master Lowry cleared his throat, continuing. Although I later resigned from my post and came to Eagle's Rest. Wait, Xiahou Yin interrupted, puzzled. I recall someone mentioning not long ago that you did not resign voluntarily, but were expelled from the Mage Academy? Master Lowry's face instantly flushed crimson, while Captain Alice averted her gaze sheepishly. In any case, there was a minor mishap with personnel arrangements at the Mage Academy, the master retorted defiantly. Xiahou Yin understood. Who would have thought that in this otherworldly realm, one could learn the high emotional intelligence phraseology for being dismissed? Back at the academy, due to personal interests, Master Lowry elaborated with careful wording, delved into a rather unconventional school of magic. Xiahou Yin automatically replaced the phrase unconventional school of magic in his mind with forbidden magic. What forbidden, unconventional school of magic were you researching? The Lord inquired with curiosity. The history of magical research on the continent is extensive, with various magical systems gradually established by exceptionally gifted sorcerers. Yet, throughout the development of magic, certain types have been deemed hazardous and classified by the Mage Association as forbidden. For instance, necromancy, which employs infernal power for resurrection, is one of the most notorious forbidden schools of magic. Additionally, curses, demon summoning, blood magic, and other particularly heinous spells are likewise categorized as forbidden by the association. Xiahou Yin was intensely curious about what forbidden magic Master Lowry had been studying that led to his expulsion from the academy. Master Lowry cleared his throat and said, well, I was researching mental magic. Xiahou Yin's puzzlement only intensified. Although Elliott Igor was not the model student at the academy, he had formally attended the mental magic course in the scholarly city. To his knowledge, spells like calm, joy, and fear, which specifically influence psychological states, are not forbidden. Rather, they are widely applied and highly regarded in practice. It is said that since the imperial capital's guard began equipping calm spell scrolls, violent altercations in the streets have decreased by over 30%. This is precisely why the Lord could not comprehend. If Master Lowry was merely studying mental magic, how did he become entangled with the forbidden arts? Master, what exactly were you researching in mental magic? He scrutinized Master Lowry suspiciously, catching a hint of evident embarrassment on the old man's face. It was, Master Lowry stammered. Researching the emotions and attractions between men and women, that kind of mental magic. Xiahou Yin. To be honest, he felt no surprise at all. Given Victor Lowry's character, it would indeed be astonishing if this top outcast of the magical realm were not engaged in researching charm spells. Xiahou Yin recalled having read material stating that, at one point, a plethora of charm spell scrolls had suddenly appeared on the black market in the imperial capital. These magical aphrodisiacs could ensnare individuals in false love, wreaking havoc on countless innocent maidens and turning numerous inns into battlegrounds. Ultimately, the investigating imperial government could only trace the source of these harmful charm scrolls back to the northern scholarly city, and then the matter faded without further inquiry. Lord Xiahou Yin now hazily realized that these scandalous affairs from years past were likely connected to Master Lowry, the old rascal. In light of this, the Mage Academy's decision to merely expel Master Lowry rather than dispose of him in the Morningstar River nearby was indeed remarkably magnanimous. In summary, I had quite an extensive study of mental magic back then. Master Lowry ignored the Lord's disdainful gaze, boasting to the onlookers. And the core mechanism of mental magic lies in manipulating the rhythmic fluctuations of magical power to influence human thought and mental states. Xiahou Yin scoffed. The charm spells you studied indeed utilized magical fluctuations to deceive poor maidens into bed. However, the challenge that continues to perplex mental magicians is how to evoke a resonance of souls among diverse individuals, thus ensuring the universality of the magic. Master Lowry shamelessly lifted his old face, then pointed to the golden bracelet in the Lord's hand, as you all can see. This illusory armlet is the culmination of my lifelong research in mental magic. Xiahou Yin weighed the illusory armlet in his hands once more. To have produced only such a golden trinket over a lifetime, he thought, was rather tragic. Wouldn't a Cartier bracelet back on Earth be more appealing than this worthless object? Ladies and gentlemen, unaware of the Lord's inner thoughts, Master Lowry bellowed to the spectators. The function of this illusory armlet is to align the wearer's mental magic with the target's magical rhythm, thereby achieving a temporary synchronization between the two, maximizing the effects of mental magic. Just now, I had a sudden insight. With a series of intricate adjustments and enhancements, this armlet could not only function with mental magic, but also with infernal magic. Xiahou Yin gasped. He truly did not expect that the unassuming Master Lowry had devised such a remarkable artifact. Lord, back in the day, I was one of the Phoenix Trio of the scholarly city. Expanding the applicability of this armlet to infernal magic is merely a trivial skill for me. Victor Lowry. Master Lowry finally revealed his true colors. A proud grin gracing his face as he winked at Lord Xiahou Yin. The condition for control undead to command zombies is synchronization of the caster's magical power with the infernal energy within the corpse. Now, with this phantom armlet that can alter the rhythm of magic, would you care to attempt your necromancy on Mr. Dave once more? Chapter 22. The precious imagery of humanity's triumph over zombies. The continent is characterized by its northern highlands and southern lowlands. At the northernmost tip lies the Frostbone mountain range, which supports a corner of this otherworldly sky. The meltwater from millennia-old ice and snow flows forth from the unfathomable chasms between the Frostbone mountains, initially as a gentle stream, then swelling into a torrent, ultimately cascading down with the force of the snow-capped highlands, forming the Lionheart River, the mother river of the empire, which spans miles across the continent. Should a traveler descend along the source of the Lionheart River, they would first encounter the mysterious dwarven realm hidden within the Frostbone Mountains, followed by the northernmost border of the empire, the perpetually snow-blanketed Northwatch County. They would then traverse the indomitable Spirit S Pass, a red wall steeped in the blood and tears of ancestral sacrifices, before arriving at the illustrious Mage City, renowned for its elite gatherings, and the magnificent imperial capital, a bastion of opulence cultivated over generations. As they gallop across the expansive southern plains of the empire, they would behold the scattered golden fields of wheat in the duchies, the iconic beech forests of the southern empire, and the towering 120 arcane spires that have guarded the southern borders against the demon hordes for centuries. Meanwhile, the Necromancer's Contagion Zone, long designated as a forbidden area for 8 centuries, lies on the western bank of the Lionheart River, with the northern winds howling down from the Frostbone Mountains, traversing the flat and broad river surface with little obstruction. Thus, when Victor Lowry, a junior mage, lifted his gaze slightly in the gentle breeze from the north, inhaling the scents carried by the wind, the venerable elder detected not merely the aroma of juniper and truffles from the nearby woods, but perhaps also the invigorating essence of the distant northern snow peaks. In that moment, Master Lowry was flooded with memories of his vibrant 80-year journey through life. Flashing before his dimming eyes like a revolving lantern, the arduous studies of his youth, the painful heartache of a lost first love, the monotonous years spent in solitary pursuit of magic atop a high tower, and the warmth of Duke Vincent Igor's outstretched hand during his darkest hour. In an instant, Master Lowry felt a profound sense of destiny, an awakening realization that perhaps all the trials and tribulations he had endured were meant to culminate in the extraordinary spectacle before him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Casting a golden hue across the land, Lord Elliott Igor hurled a wooden stick into the distance with a commanding shout. "Go!" he exclaimed. "Good boy." He retrieved the stick from the zombie's mouth, weighed it briefly, and tossed it again. It was a moment of youthful exuberance, a fleeting reminiscence of lost vitality. Surrounding them was a crowd of onlookers, captivated yet silent, their astonishment palpable. The surreal sight of a lord treating a zombie like a dog had shattered the psychological defenses of all present. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the lord's right hand, delicate and pale, shrouded in a thin veil of gray mist that emanated an unsettling aura. Yet, adorning his wrist was a pure gold bracelet, set with radiant red agate, casting a dazzling crimson glow that transformed the gray mist into an ambiguous pink hue. "I find this bracelet rather effective," the lord remarked, admiring his hand. Under Master Lori's guidance, Xiahou Yin donned the bracelet on his right wrist, raising his arm to align the red agate with the zombie Dave in the cage, feeling akin to the renowned Detective Conan employing a tranquilizer watch. Initially, nothing extraordinary occurred, and the lord's patience began to wane. However, moments later, the red agate began to emit a faint glow, which intensified until it reached its peak brightness in the 3rd minute. This indicated that the phantom bracelet had successfully deciphered the magical rhythm of the necromantic energy within Dave. Master Lori took on the role of an experienced sales representative, patiently elucidating the capabilities of his creation. "Now, any magic you cast with this hand wearing the phantom bracelet will be synchronized with Dave. So, I can control Dave now?" Xiahou Yin glanced skeptically at the drooling zombie in the cage. "Indeed. Please, try your body control spell again." Master Lori appeared genuinely excited. With some hesitation, Xiahou Yin recited the control spell once more, growing accustomed to it, and soon his right hand was enveloped in the gray gloves of necromantic energy. Under the blood-red glow of the phantom bracelet, this tangible mist of necromantic power appeared somewhat altered. What transpired next could only be described as miraculous. Under the Lord's sharp command, the zombie Dave abruptly ceased its writhing, sitting cross-legged in the center of the cage, as motionless as a meditating monk. "Speak," Xiahou Yin commanded, and Dave bared its jagged yellow teeth. "Jump." Dave sprang high within the cage. "Urinate." Dave lifted a leg. "Enough, enough. Don't move," Xiahou Yin exclaimed. "Is it possible that this creature truly listens to me?" He mused, contemplating the phantom bracelet while observing the zombie in the cage. At the Lord's behest, the guards nervously opened the cage door, releasing zombie Dave. Of course, Captain Alice, with her sword drawn, and the Lord, wielding a crowbar, stood by, vigilant against any sudden attack from the undead. To everyone's relief, no danger ensued. Once freed, zombie Dave obediently squatted in place, gazing at the Lord with its decayed eyes, exuding an odd sort of charm despite its lack of cuteness. Encouraged, the Lord grew bolder in his experimentation, issuing increasingly absurd commands to zombie Dave. By the Lord's suggestion, Dave struck a dramatic pose, then croaked a rendition of Grandma's Penghu Bei, even attempting a few moonwalks reminiscent of MJ. Given Lawrence's furious expression, one could surmise he was contemplating drastic measures against the Lord. After a series of experiments, Xiahou Yin was nearly certain of his absolute control over Dave. Any action he could conceive within the limits of the zombie's physical range would be executed with unwavering fidelity under the spell's influence. If you resurrect a zombie yourself, even without the control spell, they will still obey you to some extent, Master Lori remarked with a resigned shrug. The mechanism of the phantom bracelet merely disguises your magical energy. It doesn't truly alter its rhythm. Therefore, once you cease casting, the control will dissipate. However, rather than reveling in triumph, Master Lori appeared increasingly composed upon witnessing the results of the experiment. After a long pause, he revealed a bittersweet smile. "My lord, if I may speak frankly, this may still be far from sufficient." Chapter 23. Treasures in the Ruins. Xiahou Yin cast a sidelong glance at Master Lori. The Lord distinctly recalled that just a moment ago, it was none other than his own chief wizard, well-versed in yellow magic, who had eagerly sprinted over to claim credit for the successful enhancement of the illusory armlet. Yet now, having successfully controlled Dave, why was he suddenly wearing a frown? Dousing their hopes with cold water? Xiahou Yin mused that if Master Lori were thrown into a corporate job on Earth, he would undoubtedly be the type to announce at the year-end party that there would be no bonuses, the epitome of emotional ineptitude, and would surely be given the boot by both managers and colleagues. thereby enacting a dramatic exit akin to the departure of Lori. He pondered whether there was any precedent for dismissing a chief wizard in this alternate realm. Lost in thought, Xiahou Yan acknowledged that while it was indeed possible to control Dave through the illusory armlet, this did not fundamentally assist in escorting their migration team out of the infected zone. Why? He crossed his arms, reasoning that as long as he directed the wild zombies away from the convoy, the safety of the team would be ensured. Master Lori sighed, his expression one of exasperation, as if explaining a complex concept to those unversed in the intricacies of magic. This infuriated Xiahou Yan, who had also received formal magical education at the academy, albeit without graduating. My lord, you must recognize a crucial fact, Master Lori interjected, raising a finger emphatically that individual combat and large-scale assaults are fundamentally different. Similarly, using your control undead on a single Dave and commanding the entire horde to part ways with the convoy are not one and the same. Xiahou Yan was left momentarily speechless. Not the same? Absolutely not. Master Lori asserted. Your recent experiment has convinced me that the illusory armlet can merely simulate the magical resonance of zombie Dave. Thus, your control undead only affects this singular entity. The horde consists of thousands of mindless corpses. If you were to calibrate the magical fluctuations of each zombie individually with the illusory armlet and issue commands one by one, by the time you cleared a path for the convoy, we would have starved to death. Xiahou Yan opened his mouth, at a loss for words. The notion of painstakingly directing each zombie, instructing them to move 50 meters forward, was utterly absurd. It was not something he could bring himself to do. But shouldn't the magical resonance of these wild zombies be identical? He still could not grasp the concept. If the illusory armlet calibrated one zombie's magical resonance, it should, in theory, work on all of them, right? Not all corpses share the same constitution, Master Lori replied with a hint of resignation. You can think of a necromancer's magical resonance as a master copy. When this necromancer raises dozens or even hundreds of zombies, it's akin to duplicating their magical resonance multiple times. However, duplication is prone to errors, leading to subtle differences among the zombies, despite their overall similarities. So, merely calibrating one zombie's magical resonance does not allow control over all the others? Xiahou Yan was taken aback. Actually, Master Lori stroked his beard and sighed, contemplating for a moment before speaking slowly. There should be a method to enable you to control all the zombies in the horde. What method? Xiahou Yan inquired eagerly. He would be willing to do anything to lead his convoy out of the infected zone. It involves obtaining the master copy of this horde. Master Lori fixed his gaze on Xiahou Yan, articulating each word carefully. Only by completely disguising yourself as their creator can you truly dominate them and command all the zombies in the infected zone. Creator? Xiahou Yan was momentarily stunned before realization dawned upon him. Master Lori had mentioned that the infected zone and all the zombies within it stemmed from a necromancer's experimental mishap 800 years ago. Thus, the creator of these zombies was none other than that legendary necromancer from 8 centuries past? Master, 800 years have passed, Xiahou Yan struggled to articulate. The grave of that necromancer may have long since become a tree. How could we possibly acquire their magical resonance? I am well aware that the necromancer has long since perished. Master Lori's voice quickened, the fervor of a magic enthusiast glimmering in his eyes. However, their magical laboratory still exists. It lies in the ruins of the city to the west. And a magical laboratory is the essence of a wizard's life. Xiahou Yan interjected, recalling the famous saying of the alchemy king, Cruzwitz. Master Lori nodded solemnly. Xiahou Yan gazed at the golden illusory armlet on his wrist, his mind racing. Indeed, great wizards typically leave traces of their presence in their laboratories. If there was anywhere on this continent where the remnants of that necromancer's magical resonance might be found, it was certainly in the town ruins at the heart of the infected zone, which had succumbed to the zombie horde 8 centuries ago. Moreover, Xiahou Yan quickly realized that due to his aversion to zombies, he might very well be the only person in the world capable of wandering freely amidst the horde, impervious to the threat posed by the undead, thereby gaining entry into the town ruins to investigate. He finally understood why Master Lori had suddenly become so animated. A magical laboratory belonging to a legendary wizard, untouched by human hands due to the zombie infection, represented an irresistible treasure for any magician. Should they manage to enter the laboratory, they could potentially uncover ancient magical scrolls and artifacts, or even notes detailing the wizard's lifelong research. There exists a saying in the magical community: a laboratory is a rank of magic. This adage implies that if one can explore a predecessor's magical laboratory, the rewards it brings could elevate one's status within the ranks of wizards. From Master Lori's demeanor, it was clear he yearned to cling to Xiahou Yan's side, traversing the zombie-infested town ruins in search of the necromancer's magical resonance, while simultaneously plundering the precious legacy housed within the magical laboratory. This was not merely a greed for worldly wealth. Rather, as a magician, he was irresistibly drawn by an insatiable thirst for knowledge of past discoveries. Not only could they potentially find the magical resonance necessary to lead their team out of the infected zone, but they could also seize the invaluable notes of a legendary wizard. For Master Lori, no opportunity could be more advantageous than this. Well, what do you think? Master Lori's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Should we venture to the town ruins? Just think, if we find the necromancer's magical resonance, you could control the entire infected zone. Xiahou Yan rolled his eyes and drew a straight line between himself and Master Lori with his hand. Let me make this clear. Whatever we discover in that magical laboratory that the territory requires shall belong to the territory. It will be fully confiscated. Anything deemed necessary for a wizard will be split 50-50 between us. But you are not a bona fide wizard, Master Lori muttered softly, nodding with a look of feigned grievance. Chapter 24. The Mighty Quintet. At the break of dawn, the temporary camp of the Igor family bustled with activity. With a resolute decision to venture into the town ruins to seek the arcane rhythms of the necromancer, this treasure hunt was undoubtedly an endeavor of utmost urgency for the esteemed lord. The supplies at the camp were dwindling, leaving Igor's team with little time to spare. Although the expedition was feasible primarily due to the lord's unique ability to repel zombies, it was hardly practical for him to embark alone wielding merely a crowbar. Despite the relative safety posed by the zombies, one could never predict the unexpected dangers lurking in a forsaken town that had lain in ruin for over 8 centuries. Moreover, even if Xiahou Yan possessed the audacity to charge into the fray single-handedly, Captain Alice Comstock, who was deeply concerned for the lord's safety, would categorically disallow such a reckless gamble with his life. Thus, selecting a suitable crew to form an expedition capable of handling unforeseen circumstances became paramount. The most indisputable member of this team was, of course, Lord Elliott Igor. This was not to suggest that the lord's magical prowess and martial skills would be pivotal at critical moments, but rather that the entire adventuring party relied on him as a protective shield, maintaining a secure radius of 2 meters amidst the throngs of the undead on the infection plains. The second confirmed member of the expedition was the esteemed Victor Lowry, a junior mage. Although his arcane research was somewhat disreputable, as a 5th-tier mage, he represented the pinnacle of combat strength within the team, and his presence was indispensable, especially given that their purpose was to explore the necromancer's abandoned laboratory, where Master Lowry's extensive experience and knowledge would be invaluable. The third member was none other than the resurrected Captain Alice Comstock. Beyond her remarkable swordsmanship, the primary reason for her inclusion was her unwavering loyalty. Wherever the Lord ventured, she would follow. Finally, considering that the Lord wielded a crowbar, Alice a sword, and Lawrence a dagger, all belonging to the realm of close combat, under Master Lowry's suggestion, a young squire named Chris Mann was selected as the expedition's final member. Just over 20 years old, Chris was the first squire resurrected by the Lord the previous night, and the only member of the team skilled in archery. Given the limited area of safety that Xiahou Yan could create, he and Master Lowry concurred that a party of 5 was sufficient. Any more would risk exceeding the Lord's protective range, complicating mobility and potential combat scenarios. In truth, Xiahou Yan was quite keen to utilize the control over corpses to bring along the zombie Dave. Despite its grotesque appearance, this zombie's combat abilities were formidable and could serve as a reliable combat companion, satisfying the Lord's whimsical desire for a pedikin to Rexer. However, the other team members vehemently opposed this idea, with Mr. Tom Lawrence expressing the most fervent dissent, leading Xiahou Yan to reluctantly lock Dave in a cage. The remaining members of the guard were left behind at the camp, as the proximity to the forest reduced the risk of a zombie horde attack. The primary concern was to keep an eye on the caged Dave. Thus, the 5 of them mounted their horses and set off westward under the dim morning light. According to Master Lowry's arrangement, the 5 stalwarts of the Igor family maintained a strict formation throughout their journey. The most vulnerable, the Lord himself, rode his white steed, Meteor. In the center, flanked by Lowry and Alice for protection, The reckless Lawrence forged ahead as a scout, while the squire Chris, equipped with a short bow and quiver, brought up the rear. After traversing a few miles, this cross-shaped formation entered a region dominated by zombies, and the expedition members once again witnessed the Lord's extraordinary capabilities. Within a 2-meter radius around him, a sanctuary emerged, impervious to the undead. Their party glided through the infection zone, repelling the surrounding waves of zombies like oil droplets on water, navigating unhindered through an area that instilled fear in countless citizens of the Empire. Though resolved not to delve into the peculiarities of the Lord's abilities, Master Lowry could not help but express his astonishment, while the other 3 warriors gazed at the Lord with reverence. Only the Lord himself, silently cognizant, recognized that his powers, such as the resurrection spell that consumed no magic, the ability to summon souls, and his innate immunity to zombies, were likely tied to his identity as a traveler from another world. It was bewildering to him why the magical laws that had previously worked on Elliott Igor had seemingly lost efficacy upon his arrival. Moreover, Xiaoyan was convinced that the spectral figure of Yama, which appeared when he cast the resurrection spell, bore significant responsibility for these bizarre phenomena. Regardless, the manifestation of a divine entity from Earth in this foreign realm was undoubtedly an anomaly. Determined to address these mysteries when the opportunity arose, Xiaoyan resolved to prioritize 2 significant tasks. First, to experiment with other forms of forbidden magic to ascertain whether only necromancy exhibited flaws. Second, to procure a portrait of Yama to hang on the wall, paying homage with incense daily. To be blessed by the ruler of the underworld while traversing this alternate reality was a matter deserving of gratitude, lest he tarnish the noble virtue of appreciation that transcends worlds. As the Lord contemplated the future, he twirled the crowbar in his hand, feeling increasingly adept with the weapon. However, before he could fully hone his dual talents, Master Lowry had drawn closer on his mount, extending his hand from the sleeve of his robe to point ahead. "My lord, look." Xiaoyan lifted his gaze and beheld the silhouette of a towering castle, its battlements emerging gradually from the morning mist. That was the birthplace of the Igor family, Raven's Keep, constructed 8 centuries ago by Count Henry Igor. Master Lowry sighed, noting that the epicenter of the undead infection, the town of Blackwater, lay at the foot of the castle. Chapter 25. The City of Decay for mortals with a limited lifespan. 800 years is an elusive stretch of time. The vast majority have only encountered such a lengthy duration in history lessons or in fantastical novels that defy the laws of biology. However, without direct experience, it is challenging to perceive how ruthlessly 8 centuries can etch indelible marks upon the material world. As the 5 members of the Igor family rode towards the ruins of Heishui town, they became the first visitors to this forsaken city in 800 years. And the word that collectively echoed in their minds was decay. A poignant decay that permeated the air, almost evoking tears. This decay may represent the most agonizing period a town can endure, neither the bustling vibrance of its zenith nor the tranquil serenity that follows centuries of erosion back to nature, but a dismal state suspended between the two, akin to an elderly man on his deathbed, with the breath of life still flickering within him, yet the shadow of death silently encroaching. It thus grants all observers a profound psychological shock, a jolt from the merciless passage of time, the fragility of civilization, and the terrifying abyss between life and death. As they halted their steeds outside Heishui town, Xiaoyan and his companions could still discern the general shape of this once-renowned southern town from 8 centuries past, recognizing the outlines of residences, buildings, and shops. Yet, what stimulated their eyes even more intensely were the myriad remnants left by the passage of 800 years, nestled in a flat region devoid of nearby rivers. Heishui town had not been buried in sediment like the ancient city Xiaoyan had visited on Earth, perhaps due to the relatively mild monsoon winds in the Southern Empire, or perhaps owing to the well-preserved local vegetation. The passage of time had merely deposited a thin layer of dust across Heishui town. This sediment, approximately 30 to 40 centimeters deep, concealed the corners of most houses and rendered their doors inaccessible, yet the majority of their forms remained visible to the sun. Thus, as Xiaoyan approached on horseback, he could clearly observe the materials used to construct these dwellings, rectangular stones, now weathered after 800 years, their surfaces pockmarked and their hues transformed to a somber gray-black. However, the gaps between these stones were still distinctly visible, and the mottled green moss adorning the stone surfaces lent a slight breath of life to these somewhat dilapidated old houses. Xiahou Yin could almost envision how the ancestors of 8 centuries ago meticulously built these structures, standing proudly in front of their new homes with their wives and children, dreaming of the future and how they once thrived within these stone walls. Yet now, they all lay dead, perished 8 centuries prior, leaving only these hollow edifices standing in silence. It appeared that the stones used for these houses were sourced from a quarry known as the New Star Stone Quarry. The typically reticent archer, Chris Mann, spoke up suddenly, noting that until 50 or 60 years ago, the New Star Stone Quarry had been the largest provider of rare stones in the Southern Empire, producing new star stones distinguished by unique star-like patterns on their cross-sections. Xiahou Yan's eyes widened as he scrutinized the walls of the old houses for a considerable time, and indeed, he discovered speckles resembling the patterns of stars upon the stone bricks. Unable to contain his astonishment, he turned to Chris and inquired, "How do you know this?" Chris shyly scratched his head, responding, "So if we were to pry these ancient stones loose and sell them in the market, would they not be quite valuable?" The Lord pondered thoughtfully while gazing at the crowbar in his hand. "Indeed, they would be quite valuable," Chris affirmed earnestly. "Now, whole pieces of New Star stone are a rarity in the market. A complete brick of this sort could fetch at least 5 gold coins." A glimmer of insatiable greed flickered in the Lord's eyes. Just then, Master Lori cleared his throat emphatically from the side. "If I may interject, Lord Elliott, we are here to locate the magical laboratory, are we not?" Xiahou Yin suddenly came to his senses, his expression blank as he asked, "Oh, right. Where is the magical laboratory?" "How would I know?" Master Lori huffed, exasperated. "Why would you presume to know the residence of a legendary mage from 8 centuries ago?" Furrowing his brow, Xiahou Yin surveyed his surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, the 5 had already ventured deep into the ruins of Heishui town and now stood at a somewhat narrow intersection. In every direction, east, west, south, and north, lay a chaotic array of ruined buildings and mindless zombies meandering through the streets. "So," Lawrence stammered, "do we really have to search each house one by one?" The female swordsman shrugged helplessly, evidently lacking a better plan. "Wait." At that moment of collective bewilderment, Master Lori suddenly dismounted and hurried towards a stone monument at the corner of the street. Xiahou Yin and the others quickly followed suit. Master Lori had discovered a towering Dalek monument, its rugged yet majestic form embodying the artistic style of the early empire. Xiahou Yin recalled that similar monuments still stood in the imperial city and the scholarly city, relics from centuries past that had long been cordoned off for protection. Master Lori recited an incantation, using the water that flowed from his palm to cleanse the moss and detritus from the surface of the monument, revealing the incomplete inscription etched upon it. In recognition of the brave townsfolk who fought valiantly against the marauding demonkind and tragically fell. In the 179th year of the Empire, Lord of Crow's Fort and ruler of Heishui town, Count Henry Igor decrees this. Xiahou Yin smacked his lips. "So this is an ancient monument of merit, erected by our ancestors. And so?" He glanced sideways at Master Lori. "What significance does this hold?" Master Lori pointed to the bottom of the monument. Xiahou Yin crouched down, astonished to discover a somewhat inconspicuous line of small text at the indicated spot. The writing appeared hasty, as if inscribed by a bored vandal after the monument had been erected. "What does it say?" Alice inquired curiously. Xiahou Yin carefully deciphered the inscription, and his expression transformed into one of astonishment. After a long pause, he read aloud. "Advanced teaching in necromancy, hands-on instruction guaranteed. From burial to mastery for merely 50 silver coins. Interested parties may inquire at 56, Lou Street, Mr. Simon Adrian." Straightening up, Xiahou Yin exchanged silent glances with his companions, rendered speechless for a long moment. Chapter 26. The mystery of the ancient mansion. The address of the legendary necromancer from 8 centuries ago was surprisingly inscribed on a tattered flyer by the roadside. This revelation left the noble lord, a fellow practitioner of necromancy, feeling quite disillusioned. How had their esteemed craft fallen to such a state? It was said that Simon Adrian, the legendary necromancer, lived in dire poverty before his demise, and now it appeared that the rumors were indeed true. Master Lori shook his head in lamentation. The notion that a mage of Adrian's caliber had to resort to teaching for a meager fee of 50 silver coins was disheartening. In contemporary times, a mage of similar stature would command a fee starting at 60 or 70 gold coins for a single lecture, with no upper limit. It was evident that in the primordial era, when the magical associations were still nascent, and the Empire was in its formative years. A mage's existence was far more arduous than in modern times. Having discovered the residence of the necromancer Adrian, the remainder of the task was straightforward. Under the protective veil of Xia Hoyin's anti-zombie force field, the group swiftly navigated through the indistinct street signs and located Adrian's old abode in the northwest of the town. Approaching the vicinity of Raven Fortress, most of the residences along Heron Street were shrouded in the shadow of the imposing castle. Nevertheless, Adrian's dwelling at 56 Heron Street stood out as the most conspicuous among them. Unlike the uniform bungalows that lined the street, the necromancer's former home was a modest two-story building adorned with a touch of the capital's elegance. Even though the structure was now completely engulfed by weeds and vines, Xia Hoyin could envision it as one of the most splendid houses in Blackwater Town in its heyday. However, through the grimy and severely damaged windows, the group could discern that the interior lacked curtains and opulent furnishings. The sparse decor could be aptly described as bare walls, starkly contrasting with the mansion's once grand exterior. The magical laboratory was likely situated in the basement. Master Laurie, an experienced veteran, stroked his beard thoughtfully, noting that this arrangement would prevent sounds and odors from experiments from escaping, while also facilitating the extraction of energy from the underground ley lines. The entrance to the basement was surely within the house. Thus the group was destined to venture into the somewhat eerie abode of Adrian. Laborers Lawrence and Chris, battling their inner trepidation, stepped forward to cut through the vines, locking the door with their daggers, clearing away the dirt that blocked the entrance. After exchanging a resolute glance, they gritted their teeth and pulled open the door. With a creak, the door swung wide, revealing nothing but swirling dust and cobwebs. Following Alice, Xia Hoyin stepped cautiously into the former residence of the necromancer Adrian. His little leather boots creaked against the wooden floor, surprisingly not feeling any decay or fragility. Only the faint sounds of startled cockroaches and mice echoed around him. Master Laurie, intrigued, stomped his foot on the wooden floor, marveling at the fact that after 8 centuries, Adrian had still utilized elven wood for his flooring. Standing in the foyer, Xia Hoyin surveyed the layout of the mansion. The ground floor led to 3 rooms, presumably the kitchen, study, and living room, while the wooden staircase to the left ascended to the 2nd floor, which Xia Hoyin surmised was Adrian's bedroom. A few pieces of elven wooden furniture remained in the house, though it was uncertain whether Adrian had sold the rest or if they had succumbed to decay over the centuries. The few remaining pieces of furniture were in a state of disrepair. A Baroque-style dining table with one broken leg tilted awkwardly, resembling a slide. The sofa in the living room had lost all its upholstery, leaving only a hollow wooden frame, and the long bookshelf in the study, once filled with countless tomes, now stood empty. Once everyone had entered the house, Xia Hoyin instructed Chris to close the door, as he did not wish to encounter a zombie wandering in from outside after their exploration of the basement. This Western-style detached house typically featured a standard design. The noble lord glanced around, pulling open a rusted little door adjacent to the staircase, revealing a narrow stone staircase hidden behind the wall leading downwards. Undoubtedly, the magical laboratory of necromancer Adrian lay beneath. Xia Hoyin and Master Laurie recited a spell in unison, flames erupting from their left hands. Having a mage in their company was advantageous. The expedition team did not need to prepare torches for illumination. However, Master Laurie's extensive experience was evident as he summoned the flames. After conjuring the fire, he flicked his fingers, casting a small spark down the staircase to confirm that no flammable or explosive gas resided below. He then performed a simple spell to detect any malicious magical traps, ultimately nodding to the noble lord, signaling that the staircase was safe. Thus, the noble lord, flame in hand and crowbar in the other, descended the stairs first, followed closely by Alice and Master Laurie, with Lawrence and Chris bringing up the rear. The staircase was both narrow and lengthy, filled with damp and decaying odors. Occasionally, the cold, slick walls brushed against their hands as they descended. Yet, the discomfort of the journey did not last long. The stone steps ended abruptly, and Xia Hoyin heard Chris mumbling about the 102nd step, likely referring to the total number of steps they had traversed. Illuminated by the magical flames, they found themselves faced with a dead end, a wall blocking their path, while to their left stood a closed iron door, wide enough for 2 individuals. The door remained structurally intact, its surface smooth, adorned with arcane runes that emitted a faint purple glow. Undoubtedly, the magical laboratory of Master Adrian was concealed behind this door. Master Laurie, curious, tapped the runes with his fingers, noting that each rune illuminated more brightly upon contact. Since ordinary metals typically repel magical energy, it was apparent that this door was crafted from a rare enchanted metal, which would be expensive even in contemporary times. How much is it worth? The noble lord felt a rush of excitement. Master Lori gestured a 5 with his fingers, indicating that such a large piece of magical metal would be worth at least 500 gold coins. My Lord Elliot. Alice tugged at the noble lord's sleeve, leaning in to whisper, "It seems there's no lock on this door." Xia Hoyan quickly stepped back, raising his flaming left hand to scrutinize the door closely. He realized the swordswoman was correct. There was neither a lock nor a handle. The door was merely a massive, smooth metal plate embedded in the stone wall. It was likely that some magical mechanism concealed the means to open it. Master Lori pondered over the secret door for a moment, then extended his bony right hand to press against the metal, murmuring a few incantations. A radiant light flickered where his fingers touched the metal. However, the door remained immovable, and the mage's furrowed brow indicated that his magic had evidently failed. "Master, perhaps it would be prudent to conserve your magic? You are aware that a crowbar is designed for a specific purpose?" The noble lord brandished the crowbar he had drawn from his waist, twirling it in his hand. Master Lori shrugged, stepping back and crossing his arms, his expression clearly conveying, "My lord, please commence your performance." Chapter 27. Do you have the capability to open the door? During the endeavor of prying open the door with a crowbar, Xia Hoyan profoundly grasped a certain truth. The power of a crowbar is indeed limited. After wedging the crowbar into the crevice beside the iron door, the lord summoned all his strength to push, yet the massive iron slab, firmly embedded in the stone wall, remained obstinately unmoved, the shimmering magical runes upon the door seemingly mocking the lord's feeble attempts. In that moment, a myriad of Chinese idioms depicting the folly of overreaching, such as the mantis trying to stop a chariot and the ant trying to lift a heavy pot, flooded Xia Hoyan's mind, and he realized he was playing the role of the insect in this scenario. Seeing the lord panting heavily, the skilled warriors Alice and Lawrence stepped forward to lend their strength, yet they too were unable to budge the magical secret door in the slightest. Only Master Lori, having anticipated this outcome, leaned casually against the wall and remarked with a smirk, "Give it up. This door has surely been fortified with magical restrictions by the venerable Adrian, who was a formidable 8th-level Grand Mage in his prime. Not even Sir Gawain, the renowned Imperial Guard captain, could open it." "Good heavens," gasped Xia Hoyan. "Are we to be thwarted by this iron door?" Master Lori furrowed his brow. "There must be a way to lift this restriction, but brute force will not suffice. It requires magic. It is well known that only magic can triumph over magic." "Magic can triumph over magic?" Suddenly, an idea struck Xia Hoyan. "You all step back. Move away a bit." "What is it?" Master Lori inquired, his curiosity piqued by the lord's solemn tone. "I intend to attempt to unlock this door using necromancy," Xia Hoyan declared, gritting his teeth. "But I fear I may cause unintended harm, so please keep your distance." Master Lori considered this. Since the venerable Adrian had also studied necromancy, perhaps the lord's necromantic spell might yield unexpected results. The matter was of great significance, and the master did not dare to be negligent. He led the 3 attendants up the stone steps, ensuring a distance of 4 to 5 meters from the lord and the secret door. Xia Hoyan fixed his gaze upon the iron door, taking several deep breaths. The tome, Essentials of Necromancy, was dauntingly complex and lengthy, and while he had not read it in its entirety, he remembered one particular spell aside from the resurrection and corpse control incantations. The reason this spell lingered in his memory was simple. It was the last one recorded in the book. It was called Finger of Death. The efficacy of the Finger of Death was remarkably straightforward. It would cause immediate death to the target. The brevity of the incantation belied its formidable power, a testament to the wisdom of the ancients. However, the drawbacks of the Finger of Death were as glaring as its strengths. First, the incantation time was excessively long, akin to an elderly woman's foot-binding cloth, rendering it nearly useless in practical combat. In one-on-one duels, by the time the mage finished chanting, the enemy would have long since scattered their ashes. Conversely, in military operations where mages had the protection of guards and troops to safely recite lengthy spells, area of effect spells capable of claiming thousands of lives were far more desirable than this single-target fatal technique. Secondly, the Finger of Death required the caster to point a finger at the target, directing the ethereal necromantic energy. One misstep in aim could lead to dire consequences, and if the target was in swift motion, It posed a further challenge for the mage to keep pace with their own finger. Historically, the few audacious necromancers who dared to use the finger of death in battle often inadvertently directed this terrifying finishing move at nearby minions instead of their intended targets. Thus, despite possessing the terrifying potential to deliver a lethal blow, the finger of death had become widely regarded in the magical community as a double-edged sword, a powerful weapon that was often impractical, akin to a rocket launcher that, if not fired, was less effective than a stone slung from a slingshot. Nonetheless, Xia Houyan found that facing a steadfast iron door, as immovable as a sandbag, presented an ideal opportunity to practice the finger of death. Moreover, this spell belonged to the highest echelon of necromantic magic. And if the door had been set with a requirement to recognize a sufficiently strong necromantic spell to open, then the finger of death would be most fitting. With his right hand firmly pointing at the center of the iron door, Xia Houyan began to recite the incantation for the finger of death. The spell was not lengthy, and for Elliott Igor, whose mind was well trained in the arcane arts, recalling it in full was hardly a challenge. However, the true complexity of the finger of death lay in its requirement for the caster to repeat the incantation verbatim 13 times before it could take effect. As Xia Houyan recited the incantation for the 13th time, he mentally cursed the spell's creator for the inconvenience. A colossal spectral figure manifested above the Lord's head. Casting a glance upwards, Xia Houyan was unsurprised to find his old acquaintance, the esteemed King of Hell. While the Lord was accustomed to this, it was Master Lori's first close examination of the spectral figure summoned by the Lord. Staring at the robed figure in the air, Master Lori found his mind utterly blank. Even if he were to be killed, he would never have imagined that the deity commanding necromantic energy would appear in such a manner. Where was the black cloak? The scythe? The pale, ghostly visage? Why was this apparition adorned with a bizarre hat, from which dangled a beaded curtain? Who on earth was this? Cough, cough. Welcome, esteemed necromancer. I am the great mage Simon Adrian, the explorer of the ethereal realm, the conqueror of death, the master of 1,000 corpses, the lord of myriad souls. Haraha. After a flamboyant bout of laughter, the voice cleared its throat and continued, ahem. What you are currently hearing is indeed a recording left by Simon Adrian. Regrettably, I am not at home. However, my magical laboratory always welcomes fellow necromancers and adherents of the deity of death. Dear Elder, I believe you have mistaken your audience. Chapter 28. A candid statement. The recording left by Simon Adrian, imbued with magic, continued to play. Security incantation? Master Lori became instantly alert. A magician, by definition, engages with mysterious forces, suggesting that matters deemed trivial by ordinary individuals must be approached with caution within the magical community. Language, in particular, is an element that practitioners of magic must heed carefully in their daily lives. For an ordinary person, casual remarks or venting frustrations rarely lead to consequences beyond annoyance. However, for those wielding magical powers, each word they utter may resonate with the tides of magic, potentially yielding unforeseen repercussions. Through specific combinations of words and sounds, one can invoke magical fluctuations akin to the effects of incantations, a practice deemed entirely normal in the textbook Principles of Magic. Yet, Master Lori distinctly remembered that Simon Adrian, before his demise, had achieved the legendary status of an 8th-level archmage. Historically, 8th-level archmages are paragons of magical research, emerging from countless trials of life and death. The very elite among their peers. Even in death, leaving behind a textual trap for future generations would be a trivial endeavor for Simon Adrian. Master Lori had to remain vigilant. As the Lord appeared eager to proceed, Master Lori rushed forward, grasping the Lord's sleeve with urgency. Beware of deception. At this admonition, Xia Houyan, also educated in the arcane arts, recognized the inherent danger. However, Adrian's magical laboratory lay just beyond the iron door, and the magical resonance left by the legendary mage might very well be sprawled across a table within. This could be the sole opportunity to control the advancing tide of corpses and ensure the safe passage of the convoy through the infected zone. With half his trousers already down, one could hardly retreat at such a critical juncture and risk failure. Gritting his teeth, Xia Houyan pondered for a moment and declared, regardless, let us first hear what this esteemed Adrian wishes for me to recite from the incantation. If it feels wrong, we shall devise another plan. Master Lori nodded in agreement. It seems we have no other choice. While the two modern magicians deliberated, Simon Adrian's recording resumed. Dear necromancer colleagues, To unlock the laboratory door, please follow me and repeat the phrase below. Xiahou Yin took a deep breath, a twinge of anxiety coursing through him as he listened intently. Adrian's voice enunciated the incantation with clarity, a candid statement. Simon Adrian is a dashing gentleman. Xiahou Yin and Master Lori were left utterly flabbergasted. The three guards of the Igor family exchanged bewildered glances. What in the world was this security incantation? A dashing gentleman? The Lord had every reason to suspect that this so-called security was merely a pretext. The audacious Adrian simply craved flattery. Without waiting for Master Lori to react, Xiahou Yin steeled himself and, through gritted teeth, recited along with Adrian's recording, a candid statement. Simon Adrian is a dashing gentleman. The air fell silent for a moment until Adrian's jubilant recording chimed in once more. No signs of disgust, nausea, or insincerity detected. Security check passed. Adrian's magical laboratory welcomes you, dear necromancer colleagues. A thunderous boom resonated from deep within the ground, and the metal door that had barred their path began to sink into the earth amidst a cascade of falling dust and the screeching of metal, revealing the concealed magical laboratory to Xiahou Yin. Before them lay an exceptionally spacious circular hall, where 12 grand marble columns stood in a perfect circle, supporting the underground space. As the door swung open, the massive magical crystals embedded in the columns illuminated one after another, casting a warm golden glow that bathed the entire hall in light. Thus, the Igor family beheld the full panorama of the magical laboratory, the smooth-tiled floor, pristine marble walls, a circular ceiling adorned with ancient deities, and a surrounding array of ebony bookshelves, all devoid of decay or corruption. Not a speck of dust lingered in the air. This immaculate and polished environment starkly contrasted with the dilapidated and filthy old mansion above. In a more exterior section of the laboratory, 6 arc-shaped long tables were arranged, upon which Master Lori and Xiahou Yin immediately noticed a plethora of crystal vials, oddly shaped colorful crystals, and neatly stacked parchment scrolls, each a precious possession for a magician's livelihood. However, their attention was irresistibly drawn to the centerpiece of the hall. There stood a meticulously crafted bronze statue over 2 meters tall. The figure, a man standing tall with an air of grandeur, was adorned in an elaborately designed noble robe, his half-length hair meticulously styled. His strikingly handsome visage, with prominent cheekbones and a stoic mouth, radiated a unique charm born of life as trials and tribulations. The staff he held, towering over him, and the spellbook adorned with skull motifs at his waist unmistakably revealed the identity of the statue's subject, Simon Adrian, the legendary 8th-level archmage, a genius of necromancy. Before the imposing bronze figure, the 5 members of the Igor family found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. What manner of individual would choose to display a bronze statue of himself in his own laboratory? Tom Lawrence inquired dryly. Why on earth would he do such a thing? After pondering deeply, Xiahou Yin arrived at the only plausible conclusion: a dashing gentleman. Chapter 29. A gluttonous feast. The Igor family expedition did not linger long on Simon Adrian's narcissistic demeanor. Regardless of how much chaos this ironclad figure wrought, he had long since become nothing more than a relic from 8 centuries past. For the Lord and his subordinates, the priority was to swiftly locate the magical rhythms left behind by Adrian and find a way to escort the caravan out of the infected zone. Once they could escape the infected area, it mattered little whether the ironclad figure was called anything else. Even if Xiahou Yin wished to call Adrian Tony Leong, he would not object. Master Lori stood beneath the statue of Adrian, surveying the expansive magic laboratory that exceeded his prior imagination. 12 towering bookshelves filled to the brim with tomes, 6 curved experimental tables laden with magical apparatus, and a multitude of wooden boxes haphazardly stacked in the corners, hiding unknown contents. The challenge of locating anything within this laboratory was akin to searching for an honorable gentleman in the debauched circles of imperial nobility, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Let us divide our efforts, declared the master decisively. The Lord and I shall search clockwise along the walls, while you guards will search counterclockwise. Remember, we seek the magical rhythms left by Adrian, so be especially vigilant for any magic crystals that may still harbor his former power. The master's suggestion was impeccable, prompting the 5 members of the expedition to disperse and begin their search. Xiahou Yin first turned his attention to the stack of wooden crates before him, not because they were particularly noteworthy, but simply because the Lord held a crowbar, perfectly suited for the task. It seemed that Adrian had placed some protective barrier around this laboratory, as the wooden crates, enduring through 8 centuries, showed no signs of decay. Their pale wooden surfaces even retained the fresh aroma of freshly cut timber. However, as the Lord pried open the lids of these boxes one by one, he could not help but feel a profound disappointment. Each box contained a similar sight, neatly stacked volumes of hardcover books. All these books appeared identical, likely produced in a single print run. With dozens of boxes combined, the total number of books likely reached into the thousands. Xiahou Yin casually extracted one volume. Observing the dark red velvet cover adorned with golden rose patterns, embossed with elegant letters that proclaimed, "My Magical Career, the Autobiography of Simon Adrian." The Lord deeply suspected that Adrian must have printed a considerable number of autobiographies that failed to sell, resulting in their accumulation here. Even in an era lacking in entertainment 8 centuries ago, it seemed implausible that anyone would spend their coin on Adrian's autobiography. Only when gazing at the experimental tables did the Lord recall that Simon Adrian was not merely a narcissist, but also a master sorcerer of the 8th rank. The first thing that caught his eye on the table was a collection of vials reflecting the radiant glow of the illuminating crystals. These conical glass bottles, sealed with corks, housed an array of colorful, diverse magical potions, yet without labels affixed to their bodies. Their purposes were known only to Simon Adrian himself from 8 centuries prior. The Lord extended his finger to touch the cool glass of a potion bottle, attempting to sense the magical fluctuations within. To his dismay, he discovered that after 8 centuries, the magical potency of these potions had largely dissipated, rendering them inert. 8 centuries ago, the alchemy king, Clausewitz, had yet to extract magical preservatives from elven wood, and thus, most potions of that era were intended for immediate use, freshly brewed, and consumed while warm. These purely organic, preservative-free ancient potions would expire after about a week, let alone after 8 centuries. However, aside from a collection of expired potions, the Lord's gaze quickly turned to the stacks of parchment magical scrolls that lay piled high on the table. Their manufacturing methods had remained largely unchanged throughout history, and their usage had been consistently passed down. By tearing open a scroll's seal, one could instantly unleash the magic inscribed within. Due to their ease of use, magical scrolls had remained immensely popular in society, comparable to the allure of the charm scrolls crafted by Master Lori in his heyday. Most importantly, magical scrolls possessed no expiration date. A scroll from 8 centuries ago could be activated today just the same. Given how carelessly Adrian had piled these scrolls, the magic inscribed within them likely wasn't of high caliber, but the Lord nonetheless gleefully collected them. He asked Lawrence for a large bag, extending his arm and bending to sweep the scrolls into it, transforming into a master of table clearing in a single motion. Even the most inferior magical scrolls could fetch several silver coins on the black market. In his days at the Mage Academy, he had earned pocket money by reselling scrolls and was well versed in market trends. Naturally, he could not let this unexpected fortune slip away. Yet, despite the Lord's Hall of Scrolls, the group had yet to uncover any items imbued with Adrian's magical essence. It was crucial to find Adrian's magical rhythms, as that was the primary objective of their expedition. If they could not replicate Adrian's magical fluctuations and gain control over the wild zombies, escaping the infected zone would be nothing short of a pipe dream. Pondering this, Xiahou Yin sighed in frustration. He stood upright with the scroll-laden bag and was about to continue inspecting the magical ingredients on the shelf behind the experimental table when he heard Master Lori lowering his voice beside him. "My lord, there is something I wish to ask you." "Go on," Xiahou Yin replied as he walked toward the shelf of magical ingredients. "The one you summoned outside earlier. He does not appear to be a mere reaper, does he?" Master Lori asked with a serious tone. Xiahou Yin halted in his tracks. The expression on Master Lori's face suggested he believed Xiahou Yin was treating him as a fool. "My lord." Seeing Xiahou Yin's gaze wandering, as if trying to evade the topic, Master Lori leaned in urgently. "Do you know what fate befalls a mage discovered using forbidden necromantic magic?" Xiahou Yin found the question rather ominous. "Burned at the stake in the imperial capital square? And do you know," Master Lori squinted, "what fate awaits a mage found to worship heretical deities and utilize powers beyond the pantheon?" Xiahou Yin hesitated again. "Burned at the stake in the imperial capital square? No." Master Lori gritted his teeth. "You would be thrown into the sea to feed the fish." Xiahou Yin mused that this manner of death seemed even more comfortable than burning. So do you understand why mages who worship heretical deities are buried at sea rather than burned like those simply employing forbidden magic? Master Lori scoffed. Why? Xiahou Yin blinked, appearing rather clueless. Because they believe that mages who worship heretical deities possess souls far too vile, more so than those who merely practice forbidden magic. It's simply revolting. The master sneered. Traditionally, it is held that if such heretics were burned at the stake in the imperial capital square, the ashes would inevitably taint the air of the empire. Xiahou Yin was speechless. My lord, I, Victor Lori, do not consider myself a paragon of virtue. So I can keep your summoning of heretical deities a secret. Master Lori firmly grasped the lord's shoulder and stated with gravity. I have no acquaintance with the elderly figure in the dark robe you summoned, nor am I interested in discerning which race or sect of malevolent deity he belongs to. However, I implore you to refrain from such displays in front of others in the future. Should the Inquisition be alerted, none will be able to shield you from the consequences. Rest assured, even though I resorted to necromancy this time, it was merely a necessity born of urgency. Xiahou Yin contemplated defending the notion that the King of Hell was not a wicked deity, yet ultimately rolled his eyes in resignation. Once they emerged from the contaminated zone and the dust settled, he vowed never to dabble in forbidden magic again. Why would I act foolishly? Is it not far more gratifying to fulfill my role as a lord without inviting disaster by openly challenging the authority of the Magic Association? Master Lori cast a sidelong glance at him, confirming that the lord had grasped the gravity of the situation, and then lowered his voice further. Moreover, it would be prudent for you to ensure that the others in the caravan keep their lips sealed during this journey. I am not the only one who witnessed your resurrection of the undead and the taming of Dave. The farmers are simple folk. A word of caution suffices for them. But as for the guards, I harbor my doubts. Xiahou Yin replied with a cold smirk. You need not fret unnecessarily. Our Igor family's guard has always been steadfastly loyal and reliable. How could they possibly stir up trouble? A sharp metallic hum from a distance interrupted the Lord's confident proclamation. Chapter 30. Perils of the tongue throughout the annals of the empire. The notion that calamity may arise from one's words is far from a rarity. The demise of the formidable Emperor Manuel VI, known as Thunder, has long been the subject of intrigue among the populace, marking a peculiar chapter in history. At the culmination of the apocalyptic war, thanks to the selfless sacrifices of valiant figures such as Count Olaf and many others, humanity within the empire managed to turn the tide against the demonic forces, seizing the advantage at last. However, the misfortune unfolded during a celebratory banquet following the victorious battle. The youthful Emperor Manuel VI, wed to 12 wives before reaching the tender age of 30, had 2 queens among them hailing from illustrious noble families. Yet, despite their noble lineage, the emperor demonstrated a notable preference for the younger, more delicate queen from the Roselle family, while neglecting the queen from the Mendoza family, which sparked discontent among the aristocracy. Although both queens were unparalleled beauties meticulously chosen from the elite, such unions were inherently political, and the emperor's favoritism towards one queen undeniably disrupted the delicate balance of power among the nobles. Regrettably, it was during the post-battle festivities that calamity struck. Having just shed his bloodied armor and indulged in a gallon of strong liquor, the emperor succumbed to inebriation, losing both self-control and political acumen. In a drunken stupor, he embraced the Roselle queen affectionately and publicly declared her as his sole queen, igniting the wrath of the Mendoza queen, who watched with fury as he retreated to bed with the Roselle queen. The conclusion of this tale is all too simple. That very night, consumed by jealousy, the Mendoza queen stealthily entered the emperor's chamber, brandishing a dagger, and dispatched both lovers in their slumber. Consequently, the Mendoza queen was hanged for the murder of her husband. The emperor and her entire family suffered severe repercussions, descending into obscurity, their once glorious lineage relegated to the pages of history. Yet, what truly elicited the lament of future historians was not merely the decline of the Mendoza family, but rather the untimely death of Manuel VI, which irrevocably disrupted the momentum of the southern campaign against the demons, squandering a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eradicate the demonic threat and leaving only a trail of regret. In a desperate bid to quell internal strife, the empire was compelled to broker a peace treaty with the demons, resulting in a division of the continent that has persisted to this day. The infamous event of the Mendoza queen's regicide serves as a poignant reminder to posterity that those who indulge in the whims of desire may meet with dire repercussions, and that one must always tread carefully with their words. Regrettably, The members of the Igor family S-Guard, having devoted their youth to martial training, were largely ignorant of historical lessons. As Alice Comstock diligently searched for a magical crystal on the table, Tom Lawrence and Chris Mann busied themselves nearby, exchanging idle banter. Their trivial discussions meandered from the inexplicable treason of Duke Vincent Igor to the current emperor's proclivities, eventually leading Lawrence to brazenly delve into the romantic escapades of Lord Elliott Igor. According to Lawrence, he had heard from relatives residing in the academic city that a friend of Lord Elliott, who taught there, remarked that the esteemed lord had once been a notorious figure among the ladies of the city, not merely skimming the surface of their affections, but rather leaving a trail of broken hearts in his wake. The young and dashing Elliott had likely spent countless lonely nights with the yearning maidens of the academic city, whether in dreams or in reality. Chris, who had never even held a girl's hand, found himself captivated by Lawrence's tales, swallowing hard in anticipation. Lawrence's discourse grew increasingly audacious as he assured Chris that despite Lord Elliott's recent transformation into a model lord concerned for his subjects, one's nature is not easily altered. He boldly speculated that if their caravan could escape the infected zone within a month, either their maid Angel Randall or Captain Alice Comstock would find themselves ensnared in the Lord's embrace. Lawrence, oblivious to the fact that Captain Alice, like them, was now an undead being devoid of warmth, continued to impart his wisdom. He advised Chris to seize his youth, emulate the Lord, and pursue romantic endeavors before time slipped away. To underscore his point, Lawrence pointed to the statue of Adrian in the hall, lamenting that despite his good looks and status as an 8th-tier mage, he too had succumbed to a solitary demise in his experiments, likely dying a virgin. Chris nodded in agreement, yet he noticed Lawrence's gaze had grown vacant, his expression stiffening. Suddenly, the previously motionless statue of Adrian began to stir, reacting to the mention of virginity with a metallic clamor. The bronze visage contorted into a menacing snarl as it fixated on the bewildered Lawrence, before raising its staff high. Chris's heart raced as he realized that the staff's gem had transformed into a gleaming bronze blade. Before they could react, Adrian's statue swung the transformed weapon with a whoosh, and a furious roar echoed through the air. "Did that virgin consume your bread?" At that moment, the startled Xiao Yanjun turned just in time to witness the upper half of guard Tom Lawrence fly past, splattered in blood, much to the astonishment of Master Lori. Chapter 31. The Bronze Warrior. The bronze statue of Adrian, resembling the formidable warrior Guan Yu from another realm, wielded its long blade with a fearsome grace. It first cleaved Lawrence in two as effortlessly as chopping fish, then, with a flick of the blade's tip, sent his upper half soaring through the air. The statue had no intention of pursuing the now separated legs of Lawrence. Instead, it shifted its focus, twisting its wrist to carve a brilliant arc in the air, charging towards Chris Mann with relentless speed. In that critical moment, Chris's instincts, honed through years of reconnaissance, saved his life. The young archer rolled away just in time to evade the sweeping blade, yet he still felt a chilling sensation on his back, quickly followed by a searing pain. The strike from the bronze statue was astoundingly swift and precise. Even with his timely evasion, Chris lost a fine portion of his tenderloin to the razor-sharp edge of the bronze blade. Undeterred by its initial miss, the statue executed a complete 360-degree turn, its long knife carving a wide arc as it aimed another fierce blow at Chris. No human warrior could accomplish such a complete twist. Thus, this strike, defying the laws of reason, gained the upper hand in speed. As the young archer rose from the ground, a deadly glimmer appeared before his eyes. According to the ancient Chinese martial arts text 3 Talents Death Record, weaponry section, the tactical advantage of weapon length is well established. An inch longer, an inch stronger. An inch shorter, an inch more perilous. The long knife, transformed from a staff and almost 3 meters in length, combined with the statue's abnormal physique, rendered the concept of a blind spot in its attacks non-existent. The blade descended with a thunderous crash. The long knife in the bronze statue's grasp failed to sever Chris's head as intended, but instead collided violently with the sword that Alice Comstock had swiftly delivered from the side. Within the confines of the magical laboratory, only Alice, who had triumphed in countless duels at the Eagle's Breath Fortress, reacted swiftly enough to draw her sword in this dire moment, barely saving Chris from the extinguishing flames of his life. As Alice's sword parried the enemy's blade, Chris wasted no time. He rolled away again, escaping the statue's range of attack. Rising to his feet, he swiftly nocked an arrow on his short bow, ready to shoot. At that moment, With a resounding clash, the intertwined blades had determined their victor. Despite Alice's flushed cheeks from exertion, her sword shattered under the immense power of the bronze knife, a fragment spinning into the air. Though Alice's sword was not a legendary weapon known throughout the world, it was forged from high-quality steel. Yet, with just a single clash against the bronze statue's blade, it was utterly defeated, its spirit returning to the sword grave. Whatever material constituted the statue's long knife, it was evidently not the fragile bronze known for breaking easily. Realizing that her weapon was futile against the foe, Alice demonstrated her seasoned combat experience. At the moment her sword broke, she utilized the force from the enemy's blade to leap backward, landing gracefully and sliding 3 to 4 meters on her high-heeled boots, effortlessly evading the statue's attack, while positioning the broken sword defensively behind her lord. With her weapon shattered, a counterattack was out of the question. Thus, swiftly retreating from the battle was the wisest strategy. It was only then that Xiahou Yin and Master Lori grasped the situation. A mere glance was sufficient for the two mages to identify the true nature of Adrian's bronze statue, a golem. They were astonished to discover that this bronze effigy, brimming with Adrian's self-indulgent style, was also a magically animated golem with formidable combat abilities. Their initial misjudgment stemmed from the statue's exquisite craftsmanship. Most golems on the market are crudely fashioned from stone, but only the great mage Simon Adrian, from 8 centuries prior, possessed the artistry and skill to create such a lifelike humanoid golem. Crafted by an 8th-tier archmage, infused with a lifetime of dedication, this battle golem, though diminished in magical power over the centuries, remained a force to be reckoned with. Alice's broken sword was a testament to its overwhelming strength. Master Lori was perplexed. Why had this golem, which had previously behaved like a mere statue, suddenly erupted into violence? If the master knew that the golem was activated by the word virgin, he would surely choke on his own blood. As Master Lori assessed the golem's combat capabilities, Xiahou Yin surveyed the battlefield. Lawrence had been reduced to 2 chunks of flesh, Alice's sword was broken, and Chris, despite aiming his arrow at the bronze golem, hesitated to release it, realizing that ordinary iron-tipped arrows posed no threat to the bronze construct. In other words, the only hope of inflicting damage on the golem rested upon the shoulders of the 2 mages, one elderly, one young. Xiahou Yan's gaze remained fixed on the golem, which made no reckless charge against Alice but instead lingered, its hollow eyes scanning the group, perhaps calculating its next move or waiting for a human to strike first, preferring to conserve its strength. This was troubling. Master Lori grimaced, feeling their luck had soured tremendously. His own secret weapon was mental magic, while the Lord's magical prowess was limited to necromancy, which was hardly useful against a lifeless metal entity. Both mental and necromantic spells would be futile. Should they flee? The Lord clearly recognized this predicament and quietly inquired. Master Lori gestured towards the doorway. Xiahou Yin quickly glanced and discovered that the previously open laboratory door had mysteriously closed again, likely a trap designed by Adrian to ensnare intruders once the golem was activated. The Igor family had unwittingly triggered Adrian's trap. Master, I assured you earlier that once we left the contamination zone, we wouldn't need to worry about forbidden magic, correct? The Lord fixed his gaze on the golem. Indeed, the master replied with difficulty, but we have yet to exit the contamination zone. Xiahou Yin gritted his teeth, retrieving a long-prepared tome titled Ancient Ritual Compendium. So, I kindly ask you to hold off the golem for 3 minutes. Chapter 32. The super magic war. Within the esteemed tradition of sorcery, magical rituals and taboos cannot be entirely equated. Throughout history, there has always existed a faction of practitioners, known as array masters, who specialize in the intricate arrangement of rituals and the design of magical formations, thereby giving rise to a distinct school of magical study. Despite recent years witnessing the ascendance of spell research and incantation as the prevailing doctrine in the realm of magic, wherein the common perception of a sorcerer typically refers to adept spellcasters, the scholarly lineage of array masters has not entirely withered. In fact, it continues to flourish in regions beyond the empire, such as the illustrious Federation to the east of the continent. The reason the Ancient Ritual Compendium has been designated a forbidden tome by the Magical Association is not due to its documentation of ancient ritual arrangements. After all, studying magical ceremonies is not prohibited. Even today, the Mage Academy in the City of Magic offers an elective course titled Rituals and Formations. The true cause for the prohibition of the Ancient Ritual Compendium lies in the author's malicious intent to include only a select few perilous rituals within its pages. The rituals cataloged in the compendium can be divided into two categories. The first type predominantly yields highly dangerous and unstable effects, often summoning malevolent beings from unknown planes. The second type demands exorbitant sacrifices, requiring practitioners to offer their souls or lives, or to utilize children, blood, or flesh, truly a reflection of antisocial tendencies. The Lord's disinterest in the ancient ritual compendium coincides with the gradual decline of the Array Master faction. The cost of arranging magical rituals is simply exorbitant. As sorcerers, mainstream spellcasters can wield magical energies even when stripped of all possessions, while the impoverished Igor family is hardly in a position to afford the luxury of array deployment. Thus, the Lord had intended to cast aside the ostentatious ancient ritual compendium. However, during this outing, Xiao Huiyan brought it along primarily because the author thoughtfully included an appendix detailing the properties, effects, and rarity of various precious magical materials, which could assist the Lord in identifying valuable items within Adrian's laboratory. Just moments ago, Xiao Huiyan was preparing to scour the magical materials rack according to the appendix of the ancient ritual compendium when he was suddenly confronted by the awakening of the bronze automaton. Presently, the only resource he had at his disposal to confront this ancient automaton was the seemingly unreliable ancient ritual compendium. Adrian's laboratory was brimming with magical materials he had amassed during his lifetime. It was only in such a resource-rich environment that the perpetually destitute Lord could afford the luxury of setting up a formation. As the Lord hurriedly flipped through the book while dashing toward the magical materials rack, Master Lori turned his attention to the bronze automaton in the center of the laboratory. Unable to suppress a gulp, though he had chosen to trust the Lord unconditionally, the demand to withstand the automaton for 3 minutes felt excessively daunting. The automaton, forged entirely of magical bronze and wielding an absurdly long dagger, could dispatch foes in mere milliseconds. What chance did a novice mental magic tutor have of shielding a flickering candle of life amidst the merciless metallic storm for a full 180 seconds? As the bronze automaton pivoted its blade and charged toward them, Master Lori made a swift decision, seizing the fabric pouch the Lord had left on the ground. He flung open the bag, scattering an array of cylindrical magical scrolls across the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the nearest scroll, tore open the wax seal, and hurled it at the bronze automaton. The unsealed parchment unfurled in midair, igniting into a vibrant conflagration, transforming into a swirling mass of scarlet flames. From this blazing cloud, a massive fireball erupted, hurtling toward Adrian's gleaming bronze automaton like a meteorite crashing to earth. The scroll contained the widely recognized professional-level spell, Fireball. Having witnessed the immediate impact, Master Lori, emboldened, seized several additional scrolls from the pouch without hesitation, flinging them alongside Alice toward the bronze statue. In an instant, the laboratory erupted in a kaleidoscope of dazzling magical luminescence. Adrian's carefully curated stockpile of scrolls, accumulated over 8 centuries, was unleashed upon his own statue in a grand clearance sale. Pale blue frost, conjured by the frostburst spell, mingled with the flames of the fire spell, while deep green vines erupted from the vine spell, and golden swarms of magical wasps emerged from the swarm spell. An eclectic array of magical scrolls transformed the bronze statue into a veritable bazaar of chaos, with spells cascading upon it like a vibrant tapestry. Although these lower-tier spells could not inflict genuine harm upon the statue, they were sufficient to immobilize it, causing it to flail its long dagger in frustration. Meanwhile, on the other side of the laboratory, the Lord, under the protective escort of Chris, hurriedly followed the instructions from the ancient ritual compendium to inscribe a complex circular magic formation upon the floor using a piece of chalk left behind by Adrian. The compendium's description of the formation was succinct, a summoning array. As for what would be summoned, the compendium remained silent, and Xiao Huiyan was indifferent to the specifics. His only concern was the quantity of precious items required for the summoning ritual. The compendium made it clear, the strength of the summoned entity is directly proportional to the amount of magical materials placed upon the array by the practitioner. For instance, tossing a singular magical crystal may summon a mere Psyduck, while a sackful might yield a formidable Gyarados. Thus, the Lord was faced with a dilemma. How much material should he sacrifice to summon a sufficiently powerful entity to decisively deal with Adrian's bronze automaton? He glanced around the scene, Lawrence remained in his tragic dual form. Master Lori and Alice had transformed into magical artillery, bombarding the bronze automaton with scrolls. Yet their supply was dwindling, and the young archer Chris stood bewildered, uncertain of his role in such a tumultuous situation. In a moment of exasperation, the Lord kicked the magical materials rack. The accumulated magical materials, painstakingly gathered by Simon Adrian over his lifetime, cascaded down like a mountainside detonated by TNT, thundering onto the summoning array and forming a small hill. Chapter 33. Maintaining sanity. The summoning circle resembles a box of chocolates. One can never predict the flavor of the next piece. Throughout history, many sorcerers have employed summoning circles, some invoking succubi to indulge in pleasures, others calling forth fire dragons that incinerated their own homes, and still others being devoured by the abyssal creatures they summoned. The variety of summoned entities is astonishingly diverse, ranging from the bizarre to the deadly, with the outcomes largely contingent upon one's fortune. A fundamental principle, however, remains: the more magical materials piled upon the summoning circle, the mightier the summoned creature. What formidable existence might emerge from the vast array of rare magical ingredients that the venerable Master Simon Adrian, despite his impoverished later years, refused to part with? With a tinge of anxiety, a flicker of anticipation, and a hint of regret for his reckless waste of materials, Xiahou Yin gazed intently as the intricate patterns of the summoning circle began to emit a dazzling white light. The mountain of magical ingredients swiftly disintegrated into fine particles, dissipating into the void. The summoning circle had activated, and the mysterious beings from another realm had accepted the offerings from the Lord. Once all materials were consumed, the circular summoning circle began to whirl rapidly. The arcane designs drawn with chalk transformed into a ghostly blur as they spun at an incredible velocity. Under Xiahou Yan's unwavering gaze, a dark spot suddenly manifested at the center of the summoning circle. No, perhaps it was not merely a dark spot. It was not black, nor did it correspond to any color perceivable by human senses. It was a profound void, an absolute absence, as if all light, color, and perception had been devoured by this singular aperture, unable to escape. In mere seconds, the opening expanded, ultimately transforming the entire summoning circle into a circular gateway to the abyss. Then, the summoned entity began to emerge, or rather, extend itself. Xiahou Yan's mind went blank as he watched a tentacle slither forth from the black void, crawling across the laboratory floor and leaving a nauseating trail of slime upon the smooth marble surface. A wave of intense realization washed over the Lord. He feared he might not pass the sanity test. Ultimately, the courage of the traveler triumphed over all fears. Xiahou Yan tentatively waved his hand, attempting to greet the tentacle. "Hello? Care for some candy?" To no avail. The tentacle completely disregarded the Lord's cordial salutation, instead continuing its serpentine advance towards the bronze statue of Adrian. The magical construct, too, noted the unexpected intruder. Alice and Master Lori stared in shock at the scene, their hands gripping the magical scrolls, momentarily rendered non-functional. Even for the seasoned junior mage and the battle-hardened swordswoman, this bizarre tentacle exceeded their comprehension. However, the tentacle seemed disinterested in being understood. It violently brandished a long knife, yet the blade, honed to perfection, struck the soft tentacle surface without leaving so much as a mark. As if enraged by the magical construct's retaliation, the tentacle stiffened momentarily before retracting violently, unhesitatingly pulling the bronze automaton towards its root, into the void beyond the circular portal. The bronze construct, ensnared, fought desperately against its fate, resisting with all its might. Yet its frantic kicks merely carved a deep groove into the marble floor, failing to slow its inexorable pull towards the void. This spectacle unfolded with alarming rapidity. The four diminutive humans, Xiahou Yan, Chris, Alice, and Master Lori, stood frozen in disbelief, their heads swiveling like sunflowers chasing the sun, ultimately witnessing the once mighty bronze automaton being effortlessly drawn into the portal by the pink tentacle, vanishing with a soft pop into the endless darkness. Then, the void portal abruptly constricted, disappearing as if it had never existed. All that remained on the marble floor was a dim, indistinct residue of chalk powder. After the portal's closure, even the intricate patterns drawn by the Lord were obliterated by the surging magical energy. The four survivors stood amidst the chaos of the laboratory, exchanging bewildered glances, engulfed by a surreal sense of unreality. That was our father and savior, Xiahou Yin murmured, gazing at the remnants of the summoning circle, clutching the ancient ritual compendium. Master Lori looked on, perplexed. The swordswoman clenched her jaw, shaking her head in sorrow. The power of Adrian's bronze automaton, its blade so keen. The unfortunate Tom Lawrence was cleaved in two, his lower half remaining in place, while his upper half soared to the opposite end of the laboratory, as if the two parts of his body were estranged spouses, forever separated. Before the swordswoman could mourn the sacrifice of her subordinate, the Lord, adopting a rather reckless demeanor, bellowed, "Go." Someone retrieve Lawrence's upper half and attach it to his lower half. Suddenly recalling that Alice Comstock possessed the ability to resurrect, she quickly wiped her eyes and sprinted towards Lawrence's severed upper body. In the demon capital, Moonshadow City, this was merely the public facade. For instance, the Lord of Moonshadow City, the second-tier demon Viscount Solly, had long since devised a plan to take advantage of the public assembly that day, intending to deliver a speech extolling his remarkable achievements over the past year before the gathered citizens. That afternoon, the portly demon lord, now in his 50s and with little hope for advancement, had allowed himself to indulge in wine and revelry, staggering onto the podium in the city square. He retrieved a speech from his pocket and cleared his throat into a magically amplified crystal, preparing to address the crowd. However, like a stone cast into the sea, a ripple of agitation coursed through the throng of demons gathered in the square. The inexplicable Lord Solly followed the gaze of the crowd and was astonished to find a pitch-black void portal had suddenly appeared in the sky above. Then, without warning, a pink tentacle emerged from the portal, casually flinging a lavishly designed bronze statue into the densely packed crowd, resulting in a gruesome scene of chaos and carnage. Lord Solly collapsed in utter despair. Chapter 34. A fruitless endeavor. Xiahou Yin could not possibly fathom the chain reaction his summoning array had triggered in the distant domain of magic. At this moment, the Lord was filled with both relief and heartache. He felt grateful that he had managed to conjure a colossal tentacle to resolve the situation, a feat requiring the perfect alignment of timing, location, and cooperation. The summoning array recorded in the ancient ritual compendium was notorious for its exorbitant consumption of magical materials. Had he not been in Adrian's laboratory, had this necromancer not left behind a veritable treasury of magical ingredients, and had he not fortuitously possessed chalk powder for drawing the array, how could a mere amateur in summoning like Xiahou Yin have summoned such a formidable entity from the void? This rare opportunity left him disinclined to ponder whether the tentacle that emerged from the portal was a chaotic entity from this realm or an ancient ruler from Earth. Its display of strength, evident in how it toyed with Adrian's bronze statue, was beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Without the lifetime savings left by Adrian, Xiahou Yin estimated that the chances of summoning such an otherworldly behemoth again in his lifetime were virtually zero. Thus, regardless of the nature of the tentacle, it was ultimately just a fleeting visitor in the magical journey of Xiahou Yin. What weighed more heavily on him was the profound sense of loss, akin to a visceral ache that gripped his very being. The expedition to explore Adrian's magical laboratory was originally intended to pursue the main task of discovering the necromancer's magical rhythm. But the Igor family had also hoped to acquire valuable items to compensate for the losses incurred during the tide of corpses. To their dismay, they were met with a bronze automaton that disrupted Xiahou Yin's careful calculations. What could have been the most valuable asset in the laboratory, a cabinet brimming with ancient magical materials, was now entirely sacrificed as summoning offerings to the tentacled creature. The cabinet stood empty, resembling a barren wasteland. Even a rodent starving for 3 years would emerge weeping. If the loss of magical materials could be justified as a necessary expense to ensure the summoned entity's strength, the depletion of a whole sack of magical scrolls left Xiahou Yin fuming. Once a bountiful collection of magical scrolls at his disposal, only a few remained after Master Lori and Alice had hastily unleashed over 100 scrolls to fend off the bronze automaton's assault. Even now, the air was thick with the potent magical energy released from the scrolls. Xiahou Yin's irritation stemmed from the extravagant wastefulness exhibited by Master Lori and Alice. In their haste, they had disregarded the effects of the scrolls, leading to unnecessary expenditures. For instance, the swarm spell summoned magical wasps whose stingers could not penetrate the automaton's exterior, utterly futile. The smoke spell created a grayish cloud that had no effect on the automaton, which relied on magical rather than visual perception. And as for the blood spell, what purpose did it serve against a bronze pillar? Ultimately, it was the scrolls containing physical effects, like the fireball and shockwave spells, that proved effective. Yet even then, the lack of coordination between Lori and Alice led to significant overlap and waste of effects. It was frustrating to note that their intentions were noble, and such waste was an inevitable consequence of desperation. Despite his heartache, Xia Hoyan had no grounds to blame anyone. Sensing the Lord's displeasure, Master Lori and Alice wore sheepish expressions. While Xia Hoyan mentally tallied the losses, Archer Chris Mann undertook the laborious task of reassembling the dismembered body of Tom Lawrence. The swift blade of Adrian's statue had left remarkably smooth and even cuts, making Chris's task considerably easier. Once pieced together, the body of the middle-aged guard appeared unscathed, save for a faint red seam at the waist. Xia Hoyan stood before the corpse, reciting the resurrection incantation with practiced ease, witnessing the fleeting shadow of the grim Reaper emerge and vanish. Under the glow of the resurrection magic, the seam at Lawrence's waist healed seamlessly. Moments later, the guard jolted awake, bewildered and scanning his surroundings. Tom Lawrence of the Igor family had returned from the dead for the second time, albeit still in a state devoid of heartbeat and warmth. Before he could fully grasp the joy of his resurrection, he heard Xia Hoyan's icy voice inquiring, "Can anyone tell me why Adrian's automaton was suddenly activated?" Lawrence silently opened his mouth, suddenly feeling that it might be prudent to continue feigning death. Lawrence and Chris, two hapless guards, knelt before Xia Hoyan, relaying their prior conversation verbatim. Upon learning that Adrian's statue had been triggered by the word virgin, Master Lori's expression grew exceedingly complex. As for the Lord, his countenance transformed from fury to a cold smirk, and ultimately settled into a stoic mask, as frigid as the ancient ice of the coldest mountains. "You lot," Master Lori interjected, stamping his foot in frustration before Xia Hoyan could unleash his wrath. "Look at the trouble you've caused with your reckless words. Do you mock Adrian? Do you scorn virgins? We wizards dedicate our lives to unraveling the mysteries of magic. We have no time for romantic pursuits. Scorn virgins? Huh. There are only so many girls on the continent. If we virgins do not step aside, how can you hope to woo them?" Lawrence and Chris bowed their heads, silently enduring the berating. Yet they couldn't shake the feeling that Master Lori might have somewhat missed the point. Given their demeanor, it would be entirely justifiable for Adrian's statue to cleave them in two. Master Lori concluded his tirade with fervor, then turned to Xia Hoyan, offering a sheepish smile. "Lord Elliott, we managed to escape this calamity. At least the outcome is favorable." Lawrence and Chris lowered their heads even further, aware of the disaster they had unleashed. Xia Hoyan took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his scorn, but Alice tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Lord Elliott, look." Though Alice's cheeks still bore a blush, she pointed towards the spot where the bronze statue had once stood. The pedestal had been uprooted by the tentacle, revealing a gaping dark hole in the ground. The interior walls of the hole were adorned with rungs, suggesting that descending into the cavern would lead to further discoveries. To their astonishment, hidden beneath the bronze statue lay a secret passage. Xia Hoyan and Master Lori exchanged glances, each detecting a glimmer of hope in the other's eyes. Chapter 35. Emergence from Shadows. The legendary necromancer Simon Adrian imparted a valuable lesson to the youth of 8 centuries hence. The concept of a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Within an unremarkable 2-story building, bare of adornments, lay concealed an impressive magical laboratory, even by contemporary standards. Beneath the bronze statue in the laboratory, a hidden passageway descended into the depths below. The meticulous layout of Adrian's residence led Xia Hoyan to surmise that this venerable figure possessed considerable potential as a spy. However, designating a virgin as the voice trigger for security seemed rather imprudent. A party of 5 from the Igor family, guided by the recently resurrected guard Tom Lawrence, descended the iron handrail of the passageway step by step. The corridor was of modest length, approximately 5 or 6 meters, and Tom Lawrence, at the rear of the group, soon found his feet on solid ground. He extracted a luminescent crystal from his belt, recently unfastened from the laboratory wall, and raised it high to illuminate the surroundings. Directly connected to the base of the passageway was a narrow corridor, barely wide enough for 3 individuals to walk side by side. The ceiling was adorned with several oil lamps, fueled by whale oil, whose light had dimmed considerably after 8 centuries of wear, thereby dispelling the absurd myth that magical whale oil could burn for 10,000 years without extinguishing. Even magical energy is not inexhaustible, the so-called eternal whale oil was merely an exceptionally durable fuel, due to the dim illumination of the lamps. The underground corridor exuded an eerie atmosphere, starkly contrasting with the brightly lit magical laboratory above. Yet, despite being buried deep underground, the air here was not as damp and fetid as one might expect. It seemed that Adrian had installed some form of ventilation system to ensure a flow of fresh air from the outside. As the group descended the ladder, they steadied themselves at the entrance of the corridor when a familiar aura surged towards them from within. Master Victor Lori shivered, while Xiahou Yin and the three guards felt a sense of warmth well up within them. "My lord, do you sense that?" Alice inquired, her expression revealing confusion as she absorbed the surrounding essence. If she was not mistaken, this presence should be. Xiahou Yin glanced at Master Lori, receiving an affirmative response in the master's eyes. "It is the essence of nether magic," the master replied through gritted teeth. "The air in this corridor is saturated with potent nether magic. My lord, do you recall that this area of infection was formed due to Adrian's necromantic experiments, which resulted in an accidental release of nether magic?" Thus, Xiahou Yin contemplated the dark corridor with interest. The master, visibly excited, swallowed hard and continued. "It appears likely that Adrian left all his necromantic secrets and treasures in this more concealed lower level, with the laboratory above serving merely as a faade for storing mundane materials and conducting ordinary magical research. This is the true sanctum of the legendary mage Simon Adrian." Upon hearing Master Lori's analysis, the group's breaths grew heavy. If what the master suggested were true, then the likelihood of discovering Adrian's magical rhythms here would be significantly increased. Without further delay, they reformed their ranks and ventured deeper into the corridor. As the environment within the corridor unfolded before them, Xiahou Yin found himself increasingly convinced of the master's assertion. After a few steps, he noticed that along both sides of the corridor, slender transparent crystal cabinets stood against the walls, each about the height of a person. Due to the passage of time, these once clear cabinets were now coated in dust, obscuring their contents. Driven by curiosity, the archer Chris approached one cabinet, wiping away the dust with his sleeve, only to recoil in shock at what lay within. When the Lord peered closer, he was startled to discover a grotesquely contorted corpse encased inside. It was not merely one cabinet. Lawrence, having wiped several others, found that each held either a male or female, young or old human body. These were not cabinets at all, but rather crystal coffins, neatly aligned. This corridor housed no fewer than 100 skeletal remains. This is precisely why necromancy is regarded as a taboo. Master Lori regarded the crystal mausoleum with an expression of calm acceptance, sighing gently. To study and wield necromancy necessitates an abundance of human corpses as materials. Even if Adrian did not personally slay these individuals, trading in their remains for magical purposes undeniably violated imperial law. Though he himself had returned from the nether as an undead, the presence of so many corpses left even the three guards feeling uneasy. While the typically courageous Alice bit her lip, subconsciously edging closer to her lord. Regrettably, despite the extensive use of these corpses, Adrian's experiments had still not succeeded. Xiahou Yin sighed, observing that each corpse displayed various magical traces, indicating they had been utilized as subjects in Adrian's necromantic research. Perhaps because they had already been processed by Adrian, these bodies had not been infected by nether magic like the townsfolk, but rather remained in a desiccated state. As they ventured further, the concentration of nether magic in the air intensified. Master Lori wrinkled his nose and inhaled deeply. Adrian's experimental site should be at the end of this corridor. If he indeed perished during his experiments, we might still find his remains there. Xiahou Yin understood. The mage's own corpse would undoubtedly be the best source for his magical rhythms. However, just as he was about to delve deeper, he suddenly heard heavy footsteps emanating from the darkness ahead. Footsteps in a corridor that had stood empty for 8 centuries? Without hesitation, the Lord instinctively drew a crowbar from his waist and swung it at the approaching figure clad in black iron armor. Yet, a voice issuing from the armored figure caused his elbow to falter, halting the crowbar mid-swing. "Your Majesty, spare me." Chapter 36. The familiar becomes a strange being, my lord. This is a title imbued with a sense of antiquity. In the current administrative structure of the empire, the highest level of governance is divided into 4 provincial regions: Northeast, Southeast, Southwest, and Northwest, each presiding over several duchies. The paramount leader of these regions, known as the imperial governor, serves directly under the emperor wielding immense authority, second only to the emperor himself. However, 8 centuries ago, the empire was in its nascent phase of expansion, with its territories still in flux. During that era, the upper administrative division of the duchies was not the provincial regions, but rather the now obscured concept of provinces. At that time, the empire comprised 13 provinces, each ruled by a figure referred to as the Great King. For instance, the legendary Duke Hadrian, who led his forces across the Lionheart River and contributed significantly to the empire's territorial conquests, was bestowed the title of a Great King by the emperor, thus earning the historical designation of King Hadrian. Yet, akin to how individuals in modern Earth might casually address one another as boss, the title of Great King in the empire of 8 centuries past could denote not only these 13 provincial leaders, but also serve as a respectful reference to any noble. It was not uncommon for two nobles to engage in the following exchange. "Good afternoon, Great King." "Good afternoon to you as well, Great King." "What did you have for lunch, Great King?" "I had fried sauce noodles and bread." Thus, upon suddenly encountering the somewhat archaic and obscure, yet evidently respectful title of Great King, Xiahou Yan instinctively paused his actions. The swiftly approaching figure clad in black iron, resembling a can, did not betray the Lord's trust. He halted 3 paces away, knelt with a thud on one knee, and bowed deeply in homage to his lord. The renowned Master Lori and his companions, standing behind Xiahou Yan, stared blankly at this scene, their minds struggling to comprehend. "You are?" Xiahou Yan, equally bewildered, cautiously inquired. "I am Juan Clementi, a Thorn Knight of the Empire, paying my respects to the Great King." The voice emanating from the metallic kin was muffled but resonated with a mixture of excitement and sadness. Master Lori, observing from behind the Lord, clicked his tongue. Although the Empire has a long-standing tradition of conferring knighthood, in recent years, it has predominantly followed a hierarchy of 3 ranks: Lily Knights, Rose Knights, and Bougainvillea Knights. The mention of the antiquated rank of Thorn Knight suggested that the last bestowal of such a title likely occurred 8 centuries ago. Coupled with the outdated reference to the Great King, Master Lori squinted in contemplation. Xiahou Yan, gazing at the knight kneeling before him, was about to pose further questions when the kin suddenly erupted into uncontrollable sobs. "It has been 800 years, 5 months, and 4 days. 800 years. I have counted the sands of the hourglass in this dark abyss, and finally, someone has come." Xiahou Yan was rendered speechless. After several minutes, the agitated knight finally ceased his weeping and, amidst sobs, recounted his tragic tale. "I, Juan Clementi, was born 842 years ago. I was not only a Thorn Knight personally honored by His Imperial Majesty, but also the chief guardian knight under Count Henry Igor, Lord of Raven Castle and Blackwater Town. 802 years prior, the great mage Adrian's necromantic experiment failed, transforming the entirety of Blackwater Town into a city swarming with zombies overnight. Consequently, Count Henry Igor, seeking refuge in Raven Castle, dispatched Knight Clementi into the town to uncover the truth. Whether it was fortune or misfortune, Juan Clementi, equipped with a substandard anti-magic crystal, miraculously resisted the overwhelming necromantic energy, traversing the town and entering Adrian's opened magical laboratory. Due to the displacement of Adrian's bronze statue at that time, even this secret passage was laid bare before Clementi. Thus, the unfortunate knight found himself imprisoned in the dim corridors for 800 years, until Xiahou Yan's party inadvertently liberated both him and Adrian's hidden passageway by destroying the bronze statue. Having dwelled alone in the underground passage for 8 centuries, the sudden encounter with living beings, particularly with Xiahou Yan adorned in the distinctive golden-threaded eagle insignia of the Igor family, which was undeniably linked to his former master, Count Henry Igor, overwhelmed the knight with emotion. As for why Clementi defied the laws of nature, surviving without sustenance for 8 centuries, both the Lord and Master Lori had already discerned the truth. Through the gaps in Clementi's helmet, they could clearly perceive the dense gray energy of necromancy within the armor. It was evident that he had been transformed into a zombie, much like the townsfolk of 8 centuries ago, by the pervasive necromantic power. Given the intensity of that energy, he had likely attained the status of a Death Knight. Necromancy is not merely the art of manipulating ordinary zombies. Through master-level necromantic spells, one can resurrect Death Knights, temporarily converting corpses into formidable combatants. Unlike the ordinary zombies produced by apprentice-level necromancy, Death Knights possess significantly enhanced strength and agility, and can even wield some of the martial skills learned in life. However, only master-level spells, differing by a mere letter from resurrection spells, can transmute a corpse into a truly immortal undead being. As for why Clementi retained his memory and consciousness over the course of 8 centuries as a Death Knight, Master Lori found this mysterious phenomenon perplexing and chose not to delve into it further, attributing it to prolonged exposure to the necromantic energies. After witnessing a series of miraculous events involving his lord, the master had adopted a nonchalant attitude towards the bizarre. Meanwhile, Xiahou Yan patiently awaited Clementi's composure, clarifying his party's identity and intentions, while also sharing a few historical developments over the past 8 centuries, along with the rise and fall of the Igor family. Upon concluding Xiahou Yan's narrative, Clementi rose, the sound of metal armor clinking as he trembled, and spoke, "Great King, please follow me. The body of Master Adrian lies just beyond, but might I ask for one condition beforehand?" Xiahou Yan felt a twinge of anxiety. "What is it?" "Agreed." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiahou Yan affirmed. Chapter 37. The sorrowful passerby. The Death Knight Clement, clad in heavy iron boots, led the group deeper into the corridor. Throughout the journey, the Lord observed the ancient tin can's armor with keen interest. Clement donned an exquisitely crafted suit of steel plate armor, though its design appeared somewhat antiquated. Its protective capabilities were unparalleled. In fact, one could surmise that even the sharp fangs of a zombie would struggle to inflict any damage upon this formidable armor. As for Clement's weapon, it was a rune-imbued great sword, secured by ropes on his back. Judging by its weight and size, it was clear that its intended use was not for slashing, but rather for smashing. What delighted Xiahou Yan most was that, after being steeped in the dense energy of the netherworld for so long, Clement's entire ensemble exhibited certain magical metallic properties. Each plate of armor and each rune on the great sword radiated a faint aura of nether magic, suffusing the metal with power that not only ensured it remained rust-free after 8 centuries, but also served as a genuine deterrent. It is noteworthy that nether magic itself is an energy that instills fear and discomfort in the living. Even Victor Lori, a novice 5th-tier mage, could not help but shiver upon entering an area dense with nether magic. Only Xiahou Yan, under the protection of the King of Hell, and a few undead guards he had revived, remained unaffected. The Death Knight Clement, with every piece of his armor continuously emitting nether magic, merely had to step onto the battlefield to terrify ordinary soldiers, reducing them to quivering wrecks without even lifting a weapon. Thus, the Lord was exceedingly pleased to have Clement join his ranks, for even disregarding the Death Knight's combat prowess, the mere act of stripping him of his armor and selling it would yield considerable profit. Having lived 2 lives, Xiahou Yan had never engaged in a losing venture. Clement, still somewhat naive after 800 years of confinement underground, was blissfully unaware of his new lord's calculations. This unfortunate soul, having been imprisoned for centuries, was overwhelmed with joy at his newfound freedom. Moreover, he had always been a model knight, loyal to the Empire and its lords, and now felt nothing but gratitude towards the young Lord of the Igor family. Clement guided the Igor family to the innermost part of the corridor, bowing excessively as he said, "Lord Elliott, this is the site of Master Adrian's experiments." At that moment, he had swiftly replaced the outdated title with the more amiable Lord Elliott, astonishing the guards nearby with his familiarity. Under the illumination of the crystal lights, Xiahou Yan immediately noticed a colossal and intricate circular magic circle on the ground. This large magic array, measuring 4 to 5 meters in diameter, still pulsed with a faint violet glow after 8 centuries, leading everyone to wonder what a magnificent sight it must have been in its prime, brimming with magical energy. At the center of the magic circle lay 2 human skeletons, tightly intertwined. Xiahou Yan gazed curiously at Clement. "Lord Elliott, the skeleton on the left is Master Adrian's body," Clement said, gesturing with a bow. "As for the one on the right, it belongs to a young lady. When I first entered the corridor 800 years ago, both corpses were intact, but now they have completely decayed, leaving only bones. Adrian died holding a woman." Countless speculative thoughts flooded the Lord's mind, yet ultimately, he merely removed the illusory armlet from his wrist and tossed it toward Master Lori, who caught it with understanding and hurried to the remains of Adrian to replicate the magical rhythms. Bored, the Lord glanced around and noticed a desk beside the magic circle. Xiahou Yan approached the desk, confirming it was empty, then bent down to discover a shallow drawer beneath the tabletop. "Lord Elliott, There is a notebook left by Master Adrian in the drawer, but alas, I cannot read. Clement hurriedly stated. Xiahou Yin rolled his eyes, gently pulling the drawer open to reveal a somewhat worn leather-bound notebook. He picked it up and examined it under the light of the crystal, discovering the flamboyant inscription Simon Adrian's beloved diary adorning the cover. Suppressing a wave of nausea, he opened Adrian's diary, pausing for a moment to take a copper coin from his waist and placing it in Adrian's drawer as a token of appreciation for the master's work. The Lord laid the diary on the table and, employing the quantum wave reading technique, swiftly skimmed through the earlier portions filled with Adrian's self-aggrandizing drivel. As he neared the middle of the diary, he noted a sudden shift in the tone of the necromancer's writing, growing increasingly somber. Imperial year 191, February 1st, clear. Sold the award medal from the Mage Academy's magic competition for 30 silver coins. It should cover this month's expenses. Went to borrow money from Lord Igor, but was turned down. Imperial year 191, February 18th, clear. Went to ask Lord Henry Igor for a loan. Not only did he refuse, but he also pressured me to repay my previous debts. If I had money to repay debts, would I need to borrow from you nobles? Imperial year 191, February 21st, rain. Sold the bed upstairs. I shall sleep in the laboratory from now on. Henry Igor is still urging me to sell the equipment in my lab. Humph, what do these pig-brained nobles know? As a grand mage, how could I sell my tools for survival? Imperial year 191, March 4th, clear. That old bastard Henry the Earl still lend me money. Imperial year 191, March 8th, rain. News from the capital says Olivia is ill. My dear Olivia. I hope she is all right. Imperial year 191, March 9th, clear. Thrown out of the castle by Henry Igor's lackeys. Imperial year 191, March 15th. No, this isn't real. How could Olivia be dead? No, it can't be. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Xiahou Yin lifted his gaze from Simon Adrian's diary to the center of the magic circle. There, the two skeletons from 8 centuries ago remained entwined, inseparable. Chapter 38. Words to be spoken according to the entries in the diary. Olivia appears to have been a classmate of Adrian at the Mage Academy during his youth, and she was the object of his unrequited affection. However, due to Adrian's excessive confidence and his reticence as a prodigious sorcerer, he never dared to express his feelings to Olivia, instead waiting for her to confess her love for him. In the end, Adrian's fate mirrored that of countless pitiful souls who falter in the face of love. Oblivious to Adrian's feelings, Olivia married a young nobleman from the imperial capital after graduation. Meanwhile, Simon Adrian, who had ascended to the rank of archmage at a tender age, was left heartbroken as he witnessed his beloved wed another, prompting him to abandon the Mage Academy and seek refuge in Blackwater Town under the protection of Count Henry Igor, henceforth turning his back on the world. What a melodramatic tale of romance. Xiahou Yin rolled his eyes, somewhat understanding why Adrian harbored such resentment towards the term virgin. In the face of such profound questions as, what is love? That compel one to pledge life and death, Adrian's diary entries became increasingly terse following his commencement of necromantic experiments, suggesting that he had devoted all his energy to his work, leaving little time for extensive writing. Year 191 of the Empire, April 15th, failed. The reanimation spell transformed Olivia into a zombie. No, this is not my Olivia. Year 191 of the Empire, April 21st, failure, still a zombie. I had to execute her again, which pains my heart, but I require the Olivia who can speak and think. Year 191 of the Empire, April 23rd, failure. How can I restore Olivia's soul? Year 191 of the Empire, April 26th, failure. Henry Igor somehow learned of my experiments and came to urge me to cease. Absurd. Year 191 of the Empire, May 3rd, failure. I have administered temporary preservation to Olivia. You must hold on until I succeed. Year 191 of the Empire, May 10th, failure, 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 failure. Year 193 of the Empire, April 10th, failure. Perhaps I need stronger magical power? Year 193 of the Empire, May 13th, failure. The leaked necromantic energy has tainted my heart. Olivia, I am coming to find you. The diary entries conclude here. Xiahou Yin closed the diary with a deep sigh, his emotions complex as he gazed at the two skeletons in the center of the magic circle. Meanwhile, Master Lowry had risen, the illusory armlet in his hand pulsating with a crimson glow, indicating that the imprint of Adrian's magical rhythm had been successfully completed. Despite his advanced age and calm demeanor, The master's face radiated an uncontrollable joy and pride at this moment. Xiahou Yin took the armlet from the master's hand and approached the corpses of Adrian and Olivia. After a moment of silence, he stated, "When the Lord speaks, none shall dissent." Lawrence and Chris, wielding burlap sacks, began to collect Adrian and Olivia's remains. Due to the passage of time, their bones had become intertwined and inseparable. The Lord furrowed his brows, contemplating that, given the circumstances, it would be best to bury them together, thus fulfilling Adrian's final wish. Meanwhile, Master Lowry, with a glint of greed in his aged eyes, swept away the various books and materials left behind by Adrian in the underground corridor, aided by Clement. Xiahou Yin did not interfere with the master's plunder, for the arrangement was clear: the spoils would be split evenly. And he could not allow Lowry to monopolize the greater share. After all, the master still owed decades of cultivation under Lord Elliott Igor's very nose. Having lingered underground for an extended period, the daylight began to fade, yet upon emerging from Adrian's old residence and basking once more in the sunlight, the Death Knight Clement could not suppress his tears of excitement. This was merely a rhetorical flourish, as undead beings are incapable of shedding tears. Xiahou Yin caressed the illusory armlet on his wrist, silently observing Lawrence and Chris as they dug a grave in the garden behind the old house, subsequently laying Adrian and Olivia's remains within. After filling in the grave, the Death Knight Clement demonstrated remarkable strength, transporting a slab from the roadside to place atop the grave as a headstone for Adrian. For a legendary mage, this was undoubtedly a rather humble resting place. Yet it was far preferable to being left in the magic circle of death. Master Lowry, possessing keen insight, had already recited the earth-shaping incantation and extended his magically imbued fingers, preparing to inscribe the epitaph for Adrian. What should it say? According to the traditions of the Empire, a single phrase should encapsulate the life of the deceased. Xiahou Yin pondered in silence. Having ascended to the rank of an 8th-tier archmage at a young age and being hailed as the most powerful necromancer in the Empire's history, the extraordinary Simon Adrian certainly deserved commendation. Yet, he was also the reckless experimenter whose magical endeavors led to catastrophic leaks, claiming the lives of countless citizens and creating a vast zone of infection. Ultimately, Xiahou Yin recited, reminiscent of a line from Shelley, "I am Simon Adrian, master of the nether. My deeds encompass both glory and infamy, and the dead shall bow before me." Chapter 39, Inquire of the Vast Earth. Who holds dominion over fate? A gentle breeze caressed the plain, akin to the breath of a goddess. The wind whispered through the golden beech trees, the delicate leaves rustling softly. It coursed over the meandering streams between the rocks, the crystalline waters flowing with an enchanting murmur. The wind swept across the fields of withered grass, a mournful wail resonating throughout the expanse. A solitary goose, separated from its flock, cried out sharply as it soared through the azure sky, heading towards the warmth of the south. On the outskirts of Blackwater Town, at the heart of the infection zone, the 6 stalwarts of the Igor family expedition braved the biting northern wind as they ascended the hillside. Leading the group was the esteemed former Duke of the Empire, Lord Elliott Igor. This impeccably dressed young man, with striking features that seemed almost out of place on the desolate plain, sat proudly atop his pure white steed, Meteor, reins in hand, casting a haughty gaze upon the vast landscape beneath him. The golden illusionary armlet on his wrist shimmered with a captivating red glow, while a sturdy iron crowbar swung at his side. To the left of the lord stood Victor Lowry, the chief mage of the Igor family, a former professor from the academia, a scholar of mental magic, one of the legendary Phoenix Trio, and a nightmare to countless innocent maidens in the imperial capital. His gaze was devoid of emotion. The master's hair was white, reminiscent of the pure snow of his homeland. His robe was gray, akin to the stones that paved the central avenue of the academia. Yet, the darkness of his heart was unparalleled. On the lord's right side was Alice Comstock, captain of the Eagle's Breath Fortress Guard, one of the few female sword masters within the Empire, her eyes steely and resolute, despite her broken blade and bloodstained chainmail. With her golden hair disheveled, she appeared as if she had just descended from the dueling arena of the Igor Duke's swordsmanship tournament, fresh from vanquishing her 24 elite adversaries. Following the conclusion of that tournament 4 years prior, the legendary sword saint, Raylong Samuel, had personally ridden to Eagle's Breath, beseeching to take the 17-year-old maiden as his disciple, eager to impart his life as teachings. Behind these 3 stood Juan Clement, a Thorn Knight personally appointed by the Emperor, sworn to protect the legacy of Count Henry Igor from 8 centuries past and all his legitimate descendants. Clad in formidable armor, the Death Knight emanated an aura of dread, ready to shatter the bones of his master's enemies. No one knew his origins, for his homeland was hell. No one remembered his victories, as his purpose was annihilation. No one had seen his visage, for it was the very embodiment of death. At the rear of the formation were 2 guards from the Igor family. Chris Mann, an archer hailing from a modest household in Eagle's Breath, had spent his childhood among the largest quarry in the Empire. With a character as steadfast as granite, a heart as delicate as appetite, and a loyalty as timeless as diamond, he stood resolutely. Meanwhile, the experienced guard Tom Lawrence, a middle-aged warrior from a fallen noble family, was perhaps the only being on the continent who had died twice, yet remained vibrantly alive, an epic optimist proud of his remarkable resilience. The 6 stood together at the summit of the hill, gazing down upon the world. Before them, a relentless tide of hundreds of thousands of zombies surged across the plain. An unending wave. The mass, moving as if in a slow, eerie dance, was enough to instill terror in anyone with a fear of the densely packed, turning even the most courageous apocalyptic protagonist into a coward. Yet, in the eyes of the Igor family, there was only disdain. Indeed, humanity appeared diminutive before the onslaught of the undead, mere mayflies, fleeting and fragile. However, for millennia, humanity had remained the sovereign of the empire and the continent. For humanity possessed its own tenacity, wisdom, and greatness. Before the tide of corpses, on this barren expanse, and before a world weathered by the passage of time, Xiahou Yin rested his left hand upon the end of his crowbar and raised his right hand high. The magical agate of the illusionary armlet glimmered with a crimson hue. Even traversing myriad dimensions and translated into countless tongues, this luminous hue could only be described in one way. It was called dominion. As the shadows deepened, the past returned. The realms of yin and yang diverged, revealing mysteries. The spirits of the dead surged forth, guided by the divine. And the souls of the living bowed to the one who commanded them. 1 zombie lifted its head. 2 zombies lifted their heads. 10 zombies lifted their heads. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of zombies raised their heads. The vast tide of the undead gazed upward. And at the pinnacle, Lord Xiahou Yin held his head the highest. "Hear my command," Xiahou Yin declared, his voice slightly hoarse, addressing the advancing horde. "Kneel before me." The magical resonance left by the legendary necromancer Simon Adrian reverberated from the illusionary armlet, instantly echoing throughout the throng of corpses. They were his creations. He was their master. Thus, one after another, in groups and swathes, every single zombie in that vast tide fell to one knee before Xiahou Yin, bowing their decayed heads in eternal loyalty. A staggering 100,000 zombies lay prostrate at Xiahou Yin's feet. 1 zombie could devour a man, bones and blood spilling forth. 100 could charge into battle, wreaking havoc. 1,000 could scale walls and besiege fortifications. Yet within the infection zone, the hundreds of thousands of zombies responding to one man's command, capable of coordinated action, represented a cataclysmic force that no faction on the continent could afford to underestimate. Gazing upon the vast army he had just acquired, Xiahou Yin was momentarily exhilarated, soon engulfed by confusion and trepidation. "I cannot take them out of the infection zone, can I?" He turned to Master Lori. "It depends on what you wish to do." The master replied, his face glistening with sweat, shrugging nonchalantly. "Your control over the zombies is limited. So if you seek to avenge your father recklessly, mercilessly slaying nobles, soldiers, and civilians within the empire, I highly recommend unleashing the tide of tens of thousands of uncontrollable undead. It could transform a vast region of the empire into a desolate hell. However, if you are not mad enough to pursue such a path, and wish to be a responsible lord who cares for his subjects, I advise you to keep the dangerous horde within the infection zone." Xiahou Yin rolled his eyes. "My friends, the tide of corpses is ours," he proclaimed loudly to his companions. "They shall escort our convoy out of the infection zone. Our new home, our new life, awaits us ahead. All hail the Grim Reaper." Everyone exclaimed. "All hail the King of Hell." Only Lord Xiahou Yin whispered inwardly. Chapter 40. The countdown to escape. The foremost task was to pack their belongings. With the tide of corpses now under the Lord's control, the urgent priority was to hastily lead the caravan away from the infected zone. Regardless of how much food remained, both Xiahou Yin, who had lived 2 lives, and the battle-hardened Master Lori understood all too well that it was prudent to leave as soon as possible, despite the current situation being seemingly under control. What if the illusory armlet were to suddenly fail? What if the Lord's necromancy faltered? What unforeseen calamity might arise? Since they could flee now, it was imperative to do so without delay. Timing was crucial. Upon realizing that he might actually have a chance to escape the infected zone in this lifetime, Mayor Joel was overjoyed and had no objections whatsoever. After discussing several minor matters with the Lord, the old mayor cheerfully directed the staff to prepare the camp. The chaos and noise within the camp were set aside for the night. Once the affairs concerning Mayor Joel were settled, Xiahou Yin convened a small meeting of the subjects around the central bonfire. In attendance were not only scholars, servants, and members of the guard, core members of the original Ingshi fortress families, but each peasant family also sent a representative, and all the few craftsmen present were in attendance. Since Elliott Igor had been incapacitated by illness before the caravan unwittingly entered the infected zone, this was the first time in many days that the Lord addressed his subjects directly. The first order of business. The Lord solemnly announced that Knight Juan Clement would henceforth pledge his allegiance to the Igor family and assume the position of Deputy Knight Commander. The peasants had long taken note of the imposing figure clad in black armor, perpetually exuding an aura of chill. However, after experiencing the onslaught of the corpse tide, these simple-minded farmers had become emotionally numb. They were neither curious about nor inclined to inquire how the Lord had encountered this thorn knight in the desolate infected zone and brought him into his fold. Consequently, the assembly greeted Clement with sparse applause, bowing in welcome. A circle of spectators by the bonfire rolled their eyes in disbelief. No one was blind. Captain Alice and several of Lawrence's guards had been wandering the camp for 2 to 3 days. They had witnessed their deaths amidst the tide of corpses. In fact, tales of the old mage's necromancy and the young lord's legendary resurrection of the guard had been circulating among the bored crowd for several days. And the timing of the Lord's confirmation felt painfully obvious in retrospect. It was akin to the imperial spokesperson holding a press conference a month after an earthquake, solemnly declaring that the emperor's palace had collapsed due to certain circumstances a month prior. This statement was far too timely. Thus, the crowd exhibited no signs of surprise, save for a few sycophants who pretended to extol the Lord's magical prowess and benevolent spirit toward his subjects. The third announcement made by the Lord was indeed of utmost importance. Xiahou Yin and Master Lori, with grave expressions, cautioned those present that the use of necromancy was deemed taboo by the authorities. Therefore, once they left the infected zone, everyone was to remain tight-lipped regarding the events that had transpired. Everyone readily agreed, of course. The only individuals who took the prohibition of necromancy seriously were the mages affiliated with the Imperial Mage Association, perhaps with the addition of the Church of Holy Light. The ordinary folk in the territory, who typically toiled in agriculture, were not particularly sensitive to the intricacies of magical regulations. Moreover, they were all members of the same territory. The camaraderie forged in the face of the corpse tide was a bond that would not easily be broken. If anything were to befall the Lord or his resurrected guards, the subjects would undoubtedly share in the consequences, so they had little motive to expose the Lord's actions. However, the usually reticent Master Victor Lori seized this moment to demonstrate what true cunning looks like. As soon as the Lord finished his speech, the Master produced a parchment scroll from his robes, smilingly announcing to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, I hold in my hands a magical contract. The contents are quite simple. Should any signatory divulge any information concerning necromancy to the outside world, they shall have a hand severed by the summoning of Blade's Edge." With a benevolent smile, the Master unfurled the scroll and presented it to the assembly. "Since you all agree to keep our secret, I kindly ask that you sign the contract. This is merely a necessary precaution. The rules of magic are quite stringent. I assure you, as long as you do not disclose anything in the future, your hand shall remain unharmed." People, pinching their noses in disgust as if they had swallowed a fly, reluctantly signed the magical contract one by one. "Master, I have attended school in the city. How could I have not known of such a magical contract?" Of course, it was a mere fabrication to intimidate them. It was nothing more than ordinary parchment. Master Lori nonchalantly tucked the contract away, chuckling to himself. These simple folk have a certain reverence for magic, believing it to be all-powerful. I'll use this false contract as insurance to prevent them from speaking out. Xiahou Yin secretly gave a thumbs up, his gaze a blend of admiration and disdain. As the three walked through the bustling camp, they found themselves pondering the scene around them. Juan, Do you truly intend to follow me? Xiaoyan asked, glancing sideways at Clement. Once we leave the infected zone, if you wish to depart, I will not stop you. Due to the helmet's visor, Xiaoyan could not see Clement's expression, but the Death Knight's tone carried a hint of sorrow. Lord Elliott, my family, my friends. Those were matters from 8 centuries past. In this world, 8 centuries later, I feel as isolated as a stranger without a place to belong. Therefore, I shall likely accompany you, as I have always been loyal to your family. As for what lies ahead, I cannot say. If you ever find a place you wish to go in the future, please do let me know, Xiaoyan said earnestly. Juan Clement, you have been imprisoned in the darkness of the underworld for 8 centuries. If you can find freedom in this world, I will rejoice for you. Thank you, noble Lord Elliott. Clement, visibly moved, thumped his chest with his iron fist twice before casting a glance at Xiaoyan and Alice, then hurriedly took his leave. In an instant, only the Lord and his captain of the guard remained, walking side by side under the tranquil moonlight of the infected zone. Chapter 41. Dialogue. Xiaoyan made his way towards his tent, observing the vassals bustling alongside the road, engaged in the task of packing their belongings, his heart a tempest of emotions. Although he had only traversed this world for a mere few days, he felt perpetually ensnared in a whirlwind of activity. The relentless onslaught of the undead, the dire shortage of provisions, and the grim circumstances of the infection zone left him little room for contemplation. Reviving his guards, capturing zombies, and seeking out the elusive rhythms of magic, Xiaoyan relentlessly compelled himself to explore every conceivable escape route without pause. Now, with the tide of the undead firmly under control and escape imminent, he found himself, for the first time, able to relax, though inevitably succumbing to a state of exhaustion. Nonetheless, a deep-seated anxiety lingered within him. Xiaoyan acutely understood that upon leaving the infection zone, he would be tasked with leading his vassals to their new dominion. When it came to adventure, battle, and magic, he considered himself experienced enough from his 2 lives. However, managing a territory, that prospect filled him with unprecedented trepidation. My lord, a gentle voice interrupted his turbulent thoughts. It was Alice. What you said to Sir Juan Clementi, the deputy knight commander, was remarkably magnanimous. Not all noble lords would allow such an elite knight to depart from their service. Xiaoyan shrugged, replying, Firstly, if Clementi truly wished to leave, our territory lacks the strength to retain him. Secondly, as an ancient relic from 8 centuries past, where could he possibly go if he truly chose to depart? Therefore, I would rather convey to him that he is free to leave, crafting an image of a benevolent and forgiving lord. This is not magnanimity, but merely a tactic to win hearts. You see, I have confided my thoughts to you, which is also a method of winning hearts. Xiaoyan grinned. Alice's gaze grew more complex. She tilted her head slightly and inquired, Do you wish for me to stay, or do you not desire my continued service? Biting her lip, she averted her gaze. I have no reason to compel you to continue serving me, Xiaoyan answered with a regretful smile. Remember, you have already sacrificed yourself for me once. If one day you truly find rebirth, I hope you can live a peaceful and happy life, rather than accompany a lord cornered in despair across the desolate plains. You, Lawrence, Chris, everyone. Xiaoyan licked his lips and let out a long sigh. Thus, once the caravan is entirely safe, I plan to convene a meeting of the vassals, allowing everyone to decide for themselves whether they wish to sever ties with their families to remain within the safer confines of the empire or venture with me to the perilous frontier to carve out new territories. I previously mentioned to old Joel that this relocation of territory is merely the bitter fruit of political strife among nobles. There is no need for you common people to suffer alongside us. Alice's eyes appeared somewhat hazy under the moonlight. Is this another one of your tactics to win hearts? Regrettably, this is not. Xiaoyan chuckled heartily. As they conversed, they found themselves unconsciously standing before the Lord's tent. Come in for a moment, Xiaoyan smiled, tilting his head towards the tent. The reason I asked you to follow me is not solely for this conversation. Alice pursed her lips, casting him a glance before gently bending down to lift the tent flap and step inside. The interior of the Lord's tent retained its customary disorder. Previously, Angia Rundal had diligently adhered to the rules of Eagle's Breath Fortress, meticulously cleaning and organizing the tent daily. However, such labor was deemed impractical in the infection zone, and Xiaoyan had resolutely put a stop to it. Consequently, the tent now resembled a site that had recently endured artillery fire, with chaos reigning supreme. Upon entering, Xia Hoyan noticed that the maid, Anjie, was absent, likely occupied with packing, so he cast a fire spell, igniting the friendly lion lantern. The warm glow illuminated the tent and Alice's cheeks. As he lifted the lantern, he was pleased to discover a bulging cloth bundle in the center of the tent. What is this? Alice also noticed the bundle, her expression one of silent inquiry. Xia Hoyan handed the lantern to Alice and, with little grace, crouched down to rummage through the cloth bundle. Soon, he extracted a resplendent sword, its brilliance indicating it had been enchanted. Ah, I recall that old miser Lori had procured a magnificent sword. Xia Hoyan chuckled, flipping the sword and offering the hilt to Alice. Dear Captain Alice, I present to you a replacement for the sword you lost in battle. Alice accepted the sword, inserting it into her belt without so much as a glance. Her eyes still fixed intently on the Lord. And then, she asked, That's it. What more do you desire? Xia Hoyan shrugged. Typically, any equipment lost in battle should be logged and redistributed. This sword, crafted from magical metal and enchanted, is a fine piece. I fear Lawrence and his ilk might covet it, so consider it a secret gift for you. Do not speak of it. Alice lowered her head, casting a glance at her new sword, but remained silent. Well then, it is getting late. Have you not yet packed your belongings? Xia Hoyan recalled Lawrence's earlier words and couldn't resist a jest. If you stay here any longer, someone might start to gossip that I have you warming my bed. Alice's face flushed crimson in an instant. She shot Xia Hoyan a fierce glare, turned on her heel, but abruptly halted before exiting the tent. The female swordswoman leaned against the door flap, turned her head, bit her lip, and asked, Do you want it? Now, it was Xia Hoyan's turn to feel the awkwardness. Chapter 42. For the sake of grain at the break of dawn the following day, the expedition team of the Igor family set forth under the gentle morning light. Before their departure, the Lord solemnly held a handful of soil from the infected area, and under the watchful gaze of all the vassals, he carefully sealed it within a pouch. The initial assembly boasted a staggering 1,000 members. However, after enduring the harrowing onslaught of the undead tide, their numbers had been reduced by half. These loyal serfs, guards, and servants of the Igor family, who ultimately met their demise, would forever rest in this cursed land, never to awaken again. The only act of remembrance that Xia Hoyan could perform for them was to carry away a bag of soil soaked in the blood and tears of the vassals. This was a tribute to forgetfulness. Once this brief commemorative ritual concluded, Xia Hoyan learned from the rotund Mayor Joel that the craftsmen within the team had been industrious during their time, repairing the damaged vehicles from the prior fog and zombie assaults. Many of the carriages had suffered varying degrees of destruction, and several of the horses that pulled them had perished or been injured. Moreover, the losses had also extended to the goods and personnel. Nevertheless, thanks to the craftsmen's diligent repairs and reconfigurations, the remaining carriages were just sufficient for their needs. Ironically, had the losses of personnel and supplies not been so severe, the Lord would have faced the dilemma of how to allocate the vehicles among the vassals. This ironic reality left Xia Hoyan both amused and exasperated. In summary, it was imperative that upon leaving the infected area, they procure additional horses, vehicles, and provisions as soon as possible. After much rambling, Mayor Joel finally broached the main topic. If the map were accurate, they could simply head southward to enter the territory of the Duchy of Houston, where they could obtain supplies in the capital city, Rock Creek. The Duchy of Houston, based on Elliott Igor's limited geographical knowledge. This noble territory was situated perilously close to the southern edge of the empire, almost within the range of the demon invaders. As for the new dominion of the Igor family, apologies, but it lay further south. The imperial court exhibited no compassion for this ancient family suddenly accused of treason, hastily transferring the Igor lands from the prosperous western regions to the southernmost borders of the nation, under the pretext of reclaiming wasteland for the realm, while the underlying motive was a desire to avoid dirtying their hands, thus calling upon the demons and bandits of the wasteland to deal with these political exiles. The aggrieved lord cursed inwardly. Is there enough funding for procuring supplies? Xia Hoyan inquired, sneezing and wiping his nose as he turned to Mayor Joel. Fortunately, we secured a sum from Adrian's magical laboratory before our departure. Xia Hoyan reflected, then turned to Master Lori nearby, saying, It appears we may need to contribute a portion of our gains this time. Master Lori, feeling equally aggrieved, inwardly cursed as well. He wished to confront the Lord about why the expenses of the territory should fall upon him, the chief mage. Although he, Victor Lori, had served at Eagle's Nest for most of his life, he was nonetheless a legitimate employee of the Igor family, having retained the employment contract personally signed by Duke Vincent Igor. It was preposterous for a boss to incur losses and expect the employees to bear the burden. Yet, despite his grievances, he merely hunched against the carriage, hands tucked away, and muttered an acquiescent response, not daring to voice his true feelings. In addition, I recommend purchasing some elven plant seeds in Rock Creek, Mayor Joel added, casting a disdainful glance at Master Lori before continuing earnestly. The southern part of the empire was once the territory of the ancient Elven Empire, and it retains many seeds from that era. Although these elven crops require specific climatic conditions and are difficult to cultivate on a large scale, their yields are astonishing. My lord, we must prepare for potential food shortages when developing new territory. Xiahou Yin outwardly agreed, though internally he felt a chill. While he was unaware of the specifics of the elven crops Joel mentioned, he was well acquainted with elven plants. In the ancient times of the continent, the true masters were not humans but elves. These long-lived beings, characterized by their pointed ears and striking beauty, excelled in cultivating plants through magic. Materials derived from elven cultivation possess remarkable properties unmatched by ordinary wood, resistant to decay, high strength, and a strong affinity for magic. Elven plants have become the preferred choice for nobility crafting opulent furniture and are commonly used in various magical equipment. For instance, the standard magical staves wielded by mages are often crafted from the rare elven wood, jade rainbow camphor, due to its lightweight nature and high magical affinity, making it the top choice for notable mages who are typically frail and cannot wield heavier metal staves. Moreover, the treasure of Eagle's Nest was neither the pure golden ceremonial sword bestowed by the 6th Emperor Romanus nor the legendary nightmare helm captured from the demons, but rather a humble spirit-gathering daffodil that had survived for thousands of years. This unremarkable plant, resembling wilted chives, possessed miraculous effects coveted by countless mages. Any being within a 5-meter radius of the spirit-gathering daffodil would experience a doubling in the natural restoration speed of their magical energy. This applied to all, from a novice apprentice to a 9th-tier holy mage, without exception. Currently, however, only a handful of spirit-gathering daffodils existed across the entire continent. The rarity of the spirit-gathering daffodil was not an isolated case, but a commonality among all elven plants. The once mighty elven empire had long since fragmented, leading to the near extinction of the elven race. Thus, the elven plants that remained were precious relics from millennia ago. In other words, no race on the continent possesses the capability to cultivate elven plants in large quantities, and even if they could plant them, they would rely on ancient seeds passed down through time. The notion that losing even one seed is a grave concern is no exaggeration, whether in this world or another. The principle of rarity equating to value is universally applicable. If it were not for the exorbitant prices of elven plants, how could the esteemed chief mage of the Igor family, Victor Lori, still lack a suitable staff? Indeed, while the yield of elven crops is high and their utility vast, the Igor family must afford them. Since it was your suggestion, Mayor Joel, will you be able to fund the purchase of the elven seeds? Xiahou Yin inquired with a smile directed at Joel. I think just growing some ordinary wheat or rice would suffice. Mayor Joel's attitude underwent a complete turnaround. Chapter 43, Cloud of Doubt. Xiahou Yin did not harbor any resentment towards Mayor Joel. He understood that old Joel's suggestion to purchase seeds of elven crops was purely an endeavor for the future development of the new territory. However, due to his entrenched mindset, Mayor Joel subconsciously believed that the Igor family still held the same illustrious status they had enjoyed in the past, had it been a few years ago. No matter how precious the elven plants on the market, if the Igor family truly desired them, they would not hesitate to spend lavishly without a moment's thought. Once Joel's words left his lips, he recalled the current financial constraints and realized that the proposal for elven crops was unfeasible. Thus, he chose to remain silent on the matter. With all discussions concluded, the Lord made his way into the spacious compartment of his carriage. The migration expedition of the Igor family, after enduring the harrowing years of dancing with the dead in the infected zone, set their wheels in motion once more, forging ahead towards a promising future. Behind the convoy, a relentless tide of corpses trailed like the trailing flames of fireworks, closely following the family's caravan, escorting its new masters southward. Out of respect for the Lord's status, his carriage was the most spacious within the convoy, capable of accommodating 5 or 6 robust men. However, at that moment, it housed only Xiahou Yin and his maid, Anjia Randall. The remaining space was nearly filled with an assortment of treasures, the bounties from the Adrian laboratory, which the Lord had yet to inspect individually and was reluctant to entrust to others. Thus, he had taken on the role of a miser, hoarding these valuable items within his carriage. This behavior nearly drove the neat freak Angia Randall to despair. Nevertheless, the young maid had more pressing matters to discuss with her lord. "My lord, have you seen Sister Alice?" she inquired with a hint of confusion. Why? Xiahou Yin sneezed, a touch of anxiety evident in his demeanor. "It's nothing. I just felt she seemed a bit odd today, almost as if she was avoiding us," Angia replied, shaking her head. "She wasn't like this before. Perhaps she's just a bit excited about leaving the infected zone." Xiahou Yin sneezed again. "Goodness, you should wear more clothes," Angia exclaimed, picking up a coat from beside her and carefully draping it over her lord. "Winter is approaching. What if you catch a cold? All 500 of us are counting on you." "I'm fine, just a little chilly at night." Xiahou Yin adjusted the collar of his coat with a wry smile. To Xiahou Yan's relief, Angia Randall did not pursue the topic further. Instead, she picked up a kettle and placed it over the lion lantern's flame to heat it for a moment before pouring a cup of steaming tea for her lord. Xiahou Yin accepted the cup and drank deeply from the light red liquid. A fleeting spiciness filled his mouth, followed by a lingering sweetness that reminded him of ginger tea from Earth. "This tea is brewed from purple leaf dragon ginger," the maid declared with a hint of pride. "I only heard Master Van Lewis mention it before, and I happened to see a piece in the carriage, so I cut a slice for you to warm your body." "My lord, how does it taste?" "Well," Xiahou Yin smacked his lips. "That piece of purple leaf dragon ginger must have been one of the magical materials left by Adrian, useful for potions. I didn't expect it to be brewed into tea by the innocent Angia. However, I must admit, this tea made from 800-year-old ginger is quite delightful." "How much purple leaf dragon ginger is left?" Xiahou Yin returned the cup to Angia. "It tastes good, so please prepare a pot for me daily." "Certainly," Angia responded cheerfully, continuing to pour tea. "My lord, these past few days have felt like a dream." "Indeed, a grand dream," Xiahou Yin replied with a resigned smile. Who would have thought that just days ago, he was vacationing by the Seine River in Paris, only to find himself transported to another world as a noble lord? Angia Randall, unaware of her lord's thoughts, sighed. "Speaking of which," Xiahou Yin, stroking his chin in contemplation, queried, "I recall that our convoy's planned route was to circumvent the infected zone from the west before heading south. How did we end up mistakenly entering the infected zone?" From his fragmented memory, he recalled that when the convoy entered the infected zone, Elliott Igor had already succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving him oblivious to the circumstances at that time. Preoccupied by earlier events, Xiahou Yin had not considered this crucial question. However, it was outrageous that such a large convoy had taken a wrong turn into the infected zone. It was all due to that gray mist. Angia sighed. Gray mist? This somewhat sensitive term prompted Xiahou Yin to suppress the urge to pray to the celestial being, prompting him to inquire further. "I'm not entirely certain," Angia replied, her expression conflicted. "You suddenly fell into a coma, and during those days, Mayor Joel and Master Lori were preoccupied with diagnosing your condition. As we continued on our journey, we unknowingly entered a gray mist, obscuring the road ahead. The mist lingered for 2 or 3 days, and we relied solely on the compass to navigate. But something must have gone awry, because when the mist finally cleared, we found ourselves in the infected zone. That was when you had just awakened, right?" "Yes." Xiahou Yin rubbed his temples in agreement. He sensed an eerie aura surrounding the entire situation. At that time, the convoy was situated atop a plain, devoid of large water sources, the air not humid, and certainly lacking the pollution characteristic of London. High school geography had long taught that 3 conditions must be met for fog to form: cooling, humidity, and condensation nuclei. Yet the geographical and climatic conditions at that time did not seem conducive to fog formation. In other words, the dense fog experience then appeared more akin to a magical occurrence than a natural phenomenon. Speaking of which, he felt he had encountered similar terminology related to mist somewhere before. When summoning outer gods, gray mist often arises, lingering for 3 days, drawing attention if not handled with caution. Summoning outer gods? Could it be that someone nearby was conducting a summoning ritual, thereby causing that accursed gray mist? But who was the summoner? And where was the summoned outer god? Xiahou Yin gazed at his reflection in the surface of the lion lantern, slipping into deep contemplation. Chapter 44. The threat of death and misjudgment. On the 4th day of their journey from the infection zone, the Igor family convoy, laden with fatigue and pain, officially departed from the eerie land of the undead, the terrifying paradise. Hundreds of thousands of zombies were left behind in the infection zone by Sha Huiyan. Despite his recent melancholic disposition, he had not yet descended into madness to unleash this calamity upon the outside world. For every citizen of the Empire, the most suitable fate for these zombies was to remain eternally in the infection zone, relishing their perpetual existence. Nevertheless, the Lord still retained the illusory armlet, which bore the engraved magical rhythm of Simon Adrian, signifying that whenever Lord Shahul wished, he would maintain dominion over the horde of corpses. Experience from his past life taught him that holding strategic deterrents of such magnitude, like the undead swarm, was far more prudent than ever to relinquish. Aside from a few guards resurrected by the Lord, the only undead beings the Igor family convoy brought from the infection zone were the heavily armored Death Knight Clement and the beloved zombie Dave. Dave's absence from being abandoned in the infection zone was primarily due to the Lord's defiance against the vehement objections of Master Lori and other subjects. He unilaterally decided to keep this relatively docile zombie specimen, trained with a crowbar, for experimental purposes. By adorning Dave in old clothing and draping a burlap sack over his cage, the obedient Dave, under the influence of the illusory armlet, was successfully disguised as a repulsive leper, effortlessly evading inspections at the Empire's checkpoints along the journey. Thus, the family convoy, already suffering heavy losses and facing material shortages, progressed along the Nialuo Avenue in the Southern Empire, now accompanied by a few peculiar members, heading directly toward the capital city of the Duchy of Houston, Rock Creek City. Consequently, apart from the Igor family's own convoy, scarcely any other travelers could be seen traversing the wide Nialuo Avenue throughout the day. This thoroughfare, constructed during the apocalyptic war for material transport, had long fallen into a state of semi-abandonment, with the pavement remaining unrepaired and the roadside overgrown with weeds and entangled old trees. Therefore, on that particular morning, none in the hurried convoy noticed a shadowy figure flickering in the dense underbrush by the roadside. In the northeastern outskirts of Rock Creek City, nestled among the wheat fields, stood the resplendent St. Mary Flower Monastery adorned with exquisite carvings and opulent architecture. Jos Tabili, the vice-captain of the Desolate Wind Mercenary Corps, sat grandly beneath a magnificent stained glass depicting the Holy Spirit, with his left arm wrapped around a trembling young nun. He raised a golden chalice used for church rituals in his right hand, taking a deep swig of the blood-red wine within, akin to a sinister elixir. In the eyes of the faithful, this act was undoubtedly sacrilegious, yet Vice-Captain Tabili bore no qualms of conscience. The young nun, quaking in fear, shakily lifted a wine bottle to refill his chalice. Though her attire was in disarray, with her collar tugged by Tabili's large hand, she dared not utter a word. After all, her treatment was far more favorable compared to that of another sister who had wept and knelt before Tabili, serving as his footstool. On one side of the church hall, the young and beautiful nuns of the St. Mary Flower Monastery stood lined up, waiting for their turn to serve Vice-Captain Tabili. Meanwhile, the older and less attractive monks and matrons had long been driven into the backyard by the ruffians of the Desolate Wind Mercenary Corps to avoid offending the vice-captain's sensibilities. This group of brutal and unruly warriors, who resembled more of a band of thieves than proper mercenaries, had been personally summoned by the Duke of Houston, who requested that the St. Mary Flower Monastery accommodate them as esteemed guests, a request the monastery, long reliant on the Duke's charity, had no power to refuse. Having long endured a state of poverty, the St. Mary Flower Monastery found itself in a somewhat fortunate position. The Desolate Wind Mercenary Corps, seemingly unburdened by financial constraints, did not pillage the monastery like previous guests. However, within just a day of their arrival, they had thoroughly violated the sanctity of the nuns. Sometimes, a person's dignity and freedom can be deemed far cheaper than gold. Of course, the plight of these unfortunate souls was far from the considerations of Vice-Captain Tabili. At that moment, he was sipping the monastery's stored wine from the chalice while listening to a report from one of his scouts. A day ago, I spotted the Igor family convoy on Nialuo Avenue. Quite peculiar, Vice-Captain Tabili mused, rubbing his chin while his hands roamed over the young nun. According to the Duke, shouldn't the Igor family's party have already arrived near Rock Creek City? Standing beside him, a scout clad in dark leather armor shrugged. I'm not sure. From my observations, their numbers don't seem to match the reported 1,000. Perhaps they encountered bandits, or were delayed along the way. Vice-Captain Tabili let out a derisive snort. So there are still those eager to rob from the living. And so, Vice Captain, what is your plan? The scout licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed and madness. Upon hearing that the desolate wind mercenary corps was set to depart, a flicker of joy briefly crossed the nuns' faces, only to be swiftly suppressed. Are we bringing enough men? The scout tilted his head. They're all in their carts. I can't gauge their combat strength. The current Igor family is hardly a threat. Vice Captain Tabili sneered. The Duke already informed me that the only formidable fighter in their ranks is a female swordsman named Comstock, along with a handful of pathetic guards and an old level 5 mage. Huh. What use is a mage in a surprise attack? Then, the scout offered a questioning glance. Let us bring enough men. I've survived so many brutal battles in my life, all thanks to caution. After a moment of contemplation, Vice Captain Tabili bit down on the young nun's cheek, making a decision. Oh, and inform the brothers to leave that female swordsman to me. I fear you might mishandle her and ruin a precious treasure. The scout nodded eagerly. Now go, find one of these nuns to amuse yourself with. Don't disturb my enjoyment. Vice Captain Tabili grinned maliciously, kicking the nun, propping him up aside. Another young nun promptly crawled over to take her place. Tomorrow, I shall lead my men to wipe out the Igor family scum. Chapter 45. The earth unleashes its lethal intent. Blood and gore on the path in this dim light of a dreadful hour. Jos Tabili, the vice commander of the Wind of Desolation Mercenary Corps, rode atop his armored steed, a lance tucked under his arm, traversing the barren expanse of withered branches and fallen leaves until he reached the summit of a hill. He was not there to deliver a speech. His purpose was to commit murder. Tabili inhaled deeply, savoring the air, though it carried only the scent of dry twigs and dusty foliage. Nonetheless, he fancied he could almost taste the sweetness of blood. The ambush of the Igor family's convoy was imminent, right here and now. The vice commander opened his eyes wide, surveying the terrain around him. The southern region of the empire was renowned for its flat landscape, yet this area featured one of the few saddle-shaped elevations along the winding path. Along the southern stretch of the road, two gentle hills rose from the earth, squeezing the pathway tightly between them, creating a rather ungraceful formation. The hills were not particularly tall, standing at less than 100 meters, and there were no cliffs or rocks along their slopes, allowing anyone to charge down from the summit onto the road below without hindrance. Despite the autumn chill, most leaves had fallen from the trees on the hills, yet the dense network of withered branches provided excellent cover for travelers on the winding path. The summit and the backside of the hill were shrouded in obscurity due to the concealment offered by the branches. In The Art of War by Sun Tzu, such treacherous terrain is referred to as a pass, indicating that whoever occupies the high ground first will have the advantage over the enemy. Though Tabili had not read Sun Tzu's treatise, his years of plundering had honed his military sensitivity to various terrains. In his personal lexicon of warfare, this saddle-shaped valley was termed the guillotine. The low point at the center of the saddle was the guillotine's opening. Any foe passing through here was essentially placing their necks upon the executioner's block, and from the slopes on either side, the cavalry of his forces would charge down with the momentum of a sharpened blade, clad in leather armor and gripping his steed. Tabili grinned menacingly as he brandished his lance. Behind him, 30 other light-armored cavalrymen from the Wind of Desolation Mercenary Corps awaited, poised for action. Across the winding path, on the opposite hill, another 30 elite cavalrymen lay concealed. All 61 warriors donned light armor and wielded lances, each one a battle-hardened mercenary forged in the crucible of countless life and death struggles. Once the Igor family's convoy traversed this essential route, these long-ambushed light cavalrymen would charge down simultaneously from both sides, delivering a devastating blow to the unsuspecting convoy. In addition to their lances, each man bore a saber at his waist. Though the lance possessed formidable power, its true utility lay in that fleeting moment of the charge. Once the enemy formation was shattered by the onslaught, the cavalrymen of the Wind of Desolation would swiftly discard their lances, draw their sabers, and reap heads from their mounts. This was the invincible cavalry tactic of the Wind of Desolation Mercenary Corps. With the same number of 61 men, in similar ambush formations, under Tabili's command, they had previously routed a regular imperial supply convoy of over 500 soldiers. In warfare, morale reigns supreme. The sudden charge of two ranks of cavalry from the heights would deliver a catastrophic blow to the enemy's spirit. Once the initial strike landed, the purpose of the sabers would shift from engaging the enemy directly to pursuing the fleeing remnants of the defeated forces. The Igor family convoy, protected only by a handful of guards, stood no chance against the elite ambush of the Wind of Desolation. Yet, employing a sledgehammer to crack a nut, even a lion must exert full force. Such was Tabili's life philosophy. Today, the bastards of the Igor family were doomed. "They're coming. They're coming," a scout exclaimed urgently beside Tabili. The vice commander squinted into the distance, indeed spotting the dust kicked up by the approaching convoy. "Prepare," he bellowed, his face a mask of ferocity. Upon hearing the command, the 30 elite cavalrymen tucked their lances under their arms, readying themselves for the charge. Though their movements were not as synchronized as a regular army's, their seasoned eyes gleamed with a wicked, murderous intent. This was the trait Tabili most esteemed. As the Igor family convoy unknowingly ventured into the ambush zone, Tabili could no longer contain his excitement. With a thunderous shout, he urged his steed forward, charging straight down the hill. The sound of thundering hooves erupted simultaneously from the slopes. Dust billowed, and the air filled with a cacophony of roars. A lethal guillotine composed of steeds, mercenaries, and lances descended with cataclysmic force. In the brief sprint, Tabili had already identified his target. At the heart of the convoy stood an exceptionally large wagon. The driver, startled by the thunderous hoofbeats, was momentarily frozen, unable to fathom why. While driving peacefully, clouds of dust would suddenly surge from the hills, followed closely by an earth-shattering roar. Yet, at the precipice of life and death, hesitation was not an option. Those who falter perish. With the might of his galloping steed, Tabili's sharp lance pierced through the driver's chest, hoisting the unfortunate farmer aloft like a rag doll. The immense force of the charge even knocked the horse beneath him to the ground with a pained cry, inadvertently pulling down the wagon behind. With a thunderous crash, the wagon toppled over. Almost simultaneously, Tabili's light cavalrymen, too, used their lances to precisely slay the drivers of each wagon. They had rehearsed this grim tableau countless times in life and death battles. In an instant, dozens of drivers dangled from the tips of lances. Chaos ensued, and the ground was strewn with debris. The Igor peasants, scrambling out of the wagons, fled in a frenzy, their eyes wide with terror, the very essence of sustenance for Tabili's fervor. "Drop your lances. Draw your sabers," Tabili roared, his gaze fervent. "Annihilate them." Yet, Tabili himself did not relinquish his lance. He merely thrust the driver's body aside, then tucked the lance back under his arm. For the extraordinarily strong Tabili, harvesting lives with a lance was no more arduous than with a saber. Moreover, he had already set his sights on a new target. From the wagon he had just overturned, a flaxen-haired maid emerged, her eyes filled with dread. Clutched tightly in her arms was a conspicuous purple tuber. The seasoned Joss Tabili instantly recognized it as the prized purple leaf dragon ginger he had previously encountered at an auction in Rock Creek City. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked his lance, driving its sharp point into the maid's delicate throat. With a resounding thud, the purple leaf dragon ginger and the maid's body fell to the ground. It was a swiftly approaching, rune-imbued greatsword, entwined with the aura of death. Chapter 46. The Threat of Death. The Wrath of Heroes suddenly ambushed. Deputy Commander Tiberi, seasoned in the battlefield, had no time to contemplate the origin of the massive sword that swept towards him. Hastily raising his weapon in defense, he soon realized that he had not exchanged his firearm for a blade. Thus, he found himself wielding not the sturdy, reliable saber forged from fine steel, but rather the cumbersome cavalry lance he had long taken pride in. This standard lance, encased in a thin layer of metal at its tip, was constructed entirely of relatively soft oak. The weighty runic steel sword effortlessly severed the fragile shaft of the lance before continuing its relentless momentum, striking Tiberi squarely in the chest, where his leather armor, soaked in special oils, barely mitigated the sword's devastating force. Nonetheless, the immense power transmitted through the blade was far too formidable to be wholly resisted. In an instant, Tiberi felt as though all the air in his lungs had been violently expelled, leaving him gasping. The overwhelming impact coursed through his spine, and the undefeated deputy commander of the Wasteland Wind mercenary group, without a moment's notice, succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing from his mount and landing heavily on the ground. Without hesitation, the heavily armored Death Knight, Clement, brandished his colossal runic sword and turned to charge towards the nearest enemy cavalryman. Unfazed by the identity of his assailants, Clement needed no further knowledge. He had witnessed countless subjects perish beneath the blades of these marauders. He had seen the blood-soaked ground and the lifeless bodies strewn about. He had even witnessed the Lord's devoted maid, pierced through the throat by the very scoundrel who had attacked him. Thus, these scoundrels bore but one identity: enemies of the Lord. Consequently, they were to be dealt with ruthlessly. Although he had lain dormant for 8 centuries in the depths of the earth, the cold body of Juan Clement still surged with the fiery blood of loyalty and battle. The cavalrymen of the Wasteland Wind had calculated every possible variable, yet they could not have anticipated the presence of such a formidable and brutal heavy warrior concealed within the Igor family's convoy. Upon discovering this colossal target, the cavalrymen swiftly regrouped, brandishing their sabers and lances to mount a countercharge against Clement. However, their previously unstoppable cavalry charge met an impenetrable wall. Who was Juan Clement? A veritable fortress, clad in impenetrable armor, wielding a sword so heavy it could rival the might of a cannon in combat. In the face of true heavy armor, the veneer of flashy techniques was stripped away, revealing which warriors were merely swimming naked. Within a mere minute, the cavalrymen of the Wasteland Wind unleashed a torrent of attacks upon Clement, yet none left so much as a scratch on his obsidian armor. Instead, Juan Clement, enveloped in ethereal magical metal, reminiscent of a primitive version of Tony Stark, swung his arms with the might of a giant. Wherever his unyielding gauntlets made contact, spears splintered, and blades shattered. The Death Knight even reached out to seize the head of a cavalryman's steed, crushing the animal's skull as effortlessly as one might crack an egg. The cavalrymen of the Wasteland Wind were plunged into profound panic. It became evident that prosperity breeds fragility, a truth applicable to both scholars and warriors alike. Having long reveled in victory and glory amidst the southern plains, the cavalrymen had soaked too long in the honeyed pot of triumph. Thus, when they collided with a hard nut like Clement, their courage to fight evaporated after a mere fruitless probe. Moreover, they witnessed their deputy commander, Tiberi, sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth, utterly unconscious. In that moment, all the cavalrymen reached a unanimous conclusion. Whoever wishes to contend with this black iron behemoth can do so at the cost of their own lives. Resolutely, they turned their mounts, fleeing from Clement, convinced that the heavily armored Death Knight could not pursue them. Clement indeed could not chase them. However, the Igor convoy housed more than just the Death Knight. A dazzling flash of sword light erupted from the edge of their vision, blinding the mercenary marauders. The magical sword, Celestial Light, had lain dormant in the dark, foreboding laboratory of Simon Adrian for 8 centuries, finally coming into the possession of a top-tier swordsman worthy of its might. Alice Comstock, captain of the Eagle's Breath Guard, leaped into the air with a commanding shout, her high-heeled boots springing off the head of a cavalryman, propelling her like the most graceful gymnast. Yet no gymnast on earth wielded a magical longsword. In midair, the female swordsman unleashed a blinding flash from the celestial light, rendering all nearby mercenary knights utterly sightless. With a swift twist of her waist, she lunged at one of the mercenary knights, her blade piercing cleanly through his throat, creating a gory red hole that gushed forth blood. What did it matter that the lances of the Wasteland Wind measured 2 meters in length? Alice Comstock's sword was faster, more precise, and far more merciless. With similar throat wounds, vacant gazes, and lifeless bodies, the mercenary knights fell one by one. Military strategy dictates that when facing fleeing enemies, one should encircle them while leaving an opening. Unfortunately, in the face of the sudden onslaught by the Wasteland Wind cavalry, Igor and his companions could not execute such strategy. Thus, the remaining 40 or so cavalrymen of the Wasteland Wind tragically encountered the cloaked figure of Victor Lowry, a novice mage. The master's eyes blazed with fury, his palm brimming with magical energy. The experiences of the past days, trapped in the infection zone, had left Lowry feeling utterly stifled. As a practitioner of mental magic, he had little use against the mindless undead, and he awaited a prime opportunity to reclaim his former glory. Yet, the master was a civilized man. Throughout his extensive magical career, he had stripped countless lives of their purity, but never had he taken a life. A compassionate man by nature, Victor Lowry faced the 40 mercenary knights merely by raising his arm and uttering a simple mental spell. The magical community had long concluded that in large-scale battles involving thousands, fireball and flame-wielding spells were undeniably the kings of the battlefield. Yet, it was equally acknowledged that in street brawls involving mere dozens wielding machetes, mental mages reigned supreme. As Lowry waved his hand, the surge of magical energy caused all the fleeing mercenary brigands to come to an abrupt halt. They wished to flee, yet found themselves utterly immobilized, as if the connection between their brains and legs had been severed by the master's gesture. Thus, the mounted riders remained on their steeds, and the foot soldiers stood frozen in place, transformed into wooden puppets, paralyzed like a foreign world-esque version of Stephen Hawking. This was the essence of mental magic. This was Victor Lowry. Any other fifth-tier mage from a different school would have been incapable of exerting such a decisive influence on the tide of battle. Certainly, Master Victor Lowry is not a demon. He refrained from mercilessly slaughtering the beleaguered mercenaries of the wasteland winds. Instead, he merely stood aside, arms crossed, observing as Alice, Clement, and Chris hastily arrived, wielding their long swords, great swords, and daggers to behead the mercenaries one by one. The mercenaries of the wasteland winds realized, for the first time, what it meant to face a devastating fate. As the razor-sharp blades approached their throats, they found themselves immobilized under the influence of mental magic. What is despair? This is despair. 3 enraged warriors of the Igor family effortlessly severed more than 40 mercenary heads, akin to farmers plucking apples in a bountiful orchard, executing their task with an air of leisure. Yet, despite this grim efficiency, their hearts remained heavy with anger and sorrow. In that brief encounter, the innocent Igor subjects who perished at the hands of these highwaymen numbered far beyond 40. Most infuriating was their utter ignorance of how this calamity had transpired. Whether it was Master Lowry, Clement, or Alice and Chris, they had all been seated calmly in their carriage when a sudden commotion erupted outside, culminating in their vehicle being overturned. Upon emerging from the carriage, they were greeted by a hellscape of chaos, with bodies strewn across the ground. It was only due to the quick reactions of Clement and Alice that the damage inflicted by these assailants was not far worse. Master Lowry and the others were oblivious to the origin of these horsemen. They had no inkling as to why this band had targeted the Igor family's convoy. It all unfolded like a sudden nightmare, leaving everyone utterly unprepared. "And Master," Alice gasped, leaning on her longsword, "are you unharmed?" "I have just released a mental spell and feel somewhat fatigued," Master Lowry replied, shaking his head, only to be struck by a chilling realization. His face turned ashen. "Where is the Lord? Where has the Lord gone?" Chapter 47. Surviving the aftermath. Master Lowry felt a sense of relief that the Lord was safe. At this moment, the young nobleman, with his flowing black hair and handsome features, knelt in the center of the road. Beside him lay a bloodied mercenary knight, his neck broken, already departed from this world. Judging by the saber clutched in the knight's lifeless hand, it seemed he had attempted to assault the Lord amidst the chaos. After all, the elegantly dressed Summer Ho-Yin was an unmistakable target for anyone seeking to exploit the turmoil. However, the bloodied zombie, Dave, crouched like a hound nearby, along with a blood-stained iron crowbar, unequivocally indicated the cause of this ill-fated mercenary's demise. Master Lowry, Alice, and Clement paid little heed to the mercenary's corpse. Their eyes were drawn instead to the petite figure cradled in the Lord's arms. It was a young girl donned in a maid's outfit, her long flaxen hair cascading down. A large wound, pierced by a lance, marred the center of Angia Randall's neck, from which blood continued to flow, staining the Lord's robe. Yet her expression remained eerily serene, as if she were lost in a beautiful dream while lying in her Lord's embrace. By her side lay a large root of purple dragon ginger, which had fallen to the ground, its pale pink flesh exposed after several slices had been cut away. At the time of the ambush, Angia had been preparing to slice ginger to brew tea for the Lord, but that brutal thrust had ruthlessly snatched away the young girl's life. "My lord." Master Lowry opened his mouth but remained silent, while Alice Comstock softly spoke up. Summer Ho-Yin lifted his gaze from Angia, his eyes bloodshot. All around him, he perceived nothing but a sea of crimson, red from blood, red from life, red from anger, death, and destruction. "Who are they?" The Lord fixed his gaze on the corpse of the knight, his voice hoarse with urgency. "I don't know." Master Lowry pursed his lips. "Perhaps they were robbers. Robbers armed with lances and sabers, clad in standard light armor, capable of a coordinated charge." Summer Ho-Yin revealed a cruel smile. "And who might their adversaries be? The demon race?" Master Lowry fell silent. It was Clement, the seasoned Thorn Knight, who spoke gravely. "They are likely mercenaries. Their combat formations do not resemble those of a trained imperial army, yet they evidently belong to the same military group, most likely a mercenary band from the southern wastelands." "Mercenaries?" Summer Ho-Yin mulled over the term, his gaze growing colder. "So, someone must have hired them, correct?" Clement nodded in silence. Master Lori exchanged glances with Alice. The sudden and bizarre ambush on the main road felt too orchestrated, too timely. These mercenaries, lying in wait, must have long been tracking the movements of the Igor family's convoy. If there was not someone orchestrating this behind the scenes, even Zombie Dave would not believe it. In truth, the names of several political adversaries of the Igor family had already begun to surface in Master Lori's and Alice's minds. Eat something, don't let yourself go hungry. A chill ran through the crowd. Gather the bodies, commanded Summer Ho-Yin, his tone calm. The surviving villagers, aware of the Lord's impending resurrection magic, hurriedly complied and rushed to the scattered corpses. Soon, the deceased of the Igor family were gathered upon the blood-stained ground before their Lord, while the mercenaries' bodies were haphazardly piled to one side with hatred. Mayor Joel, whose arm had been injured by a saber yet miraculously escaped with his life, wrapped a bandage around his wound while reporting the casualties to the Lord. My Lord, there are a total of 174 bodies here. Summer Ho-Yin took a deep breath. In truth, the ambush had not lasted long. The mercenary knights, met with fierce resistance from Clement and Alice, quickly fell into a disorganized rout. Nonetheless, their initial collective charge and subsequent saber fight had claimed nearly 200 Igor subjects' lives. Most were slain by lances and sabers, while a significant number perished beneath overturned wagons or trampled under horse hooves. My Lord, Summer Ho-Yin began, standing before this grim, makeshift graveyard, his voice low but audible to all. I have long harbored doubts. He surveyed the faces before him, marked by grime and blood, their expressions still haunted by fear. Moistening his parched lips, he continued, there is a reason why necromancy is deemed forbidden. Even the resurrection magic I employ disregards the will of the deceased, brutally transforming them into soulless, lifeless husks, usurping their existence. I have unilaterally decided to resurrect a few members of the guard while in the infection zone, and I still feel remorse for their condition. Alice's gaze softened beside him. I had also resolved to refrain from using necromancy after leaving the infection zone, to henceforth respect the natural cycle of life and death, to honor the will of fate. Summer Ho-Yin clenched his teeth, pointing fiercely at the nearby pile of mercenary bodies. However, some do not respect the lives of my people. Some do not honor their fates. Someone chose to hire these bloodthirsty mercenary brigands, bringing unwarranted calamity upon my people. Fury ignited in the eyes of the onlookers. The recent battle, the slaughter, and the death had left an indelible mark on the hearts of these ordinary folk. In the ensuing silence, Summer Ho-Yin stood tall, then resolutely began reciting the incantation for resurrection. In the obscure tones of the ancient Aeolian script, the immense specter of the King of Hell re-emerged in the air. This time, however, the apparition lingered longer than before. The spectral figure surveyed the multitude of corpses below with deep, Eastern features. Though his countenance bore no expression, an ineffable compassion seemed to emanate from him. As the magical incantation ceased, the divine apparition shattered into dust. One by one, the corpses began to heal, rising from the ground as they sat up. Master Lori was not surprised to realize that the Lord had cast a large-scale group resurrection spell. However, not all of the 174 victims were restored. Some were too severely mutilated, while others had lost limbs that could not be recovered, and thus they remained forever in repose. Their souls departed to the void. Among those fortunate enough to be resurrected, including Angia Randall, confusion briefly enveloped them before they were embraced by their surviving kin, weeping with joy. Summer Ho-Yin leaned against the tent, silently observing this poignant scene. My lord, Clement suddenly interjected, pointing towards a nearby body. There appears to be one who still breathes. Following the Death Knight's indication, Summer Ho-Yin turned to see a mercenary knight's body beginning to stir. From the finely crafted attire of this mercenary, it seemed he was the leader of the group. Indeed, the vice-captain of the Windblight Mercenary Company, Teberus, had merely been rendered unconscious by Clement's runic greatsword. Yet he was not entirely deceased. Excellent. I have some questions I wish to pose to him. The Lord, with an impassive expression, declared, Today, we shall not rush our journey. Instead, let us find a sufficiently secluded spot to set up camp. Exercise caution to avoid revealing our whereabouts. Remember to toss this scoundrel into my tent. No one is permitted to approach while I interrogate him. Mayor Joel and Clement promptly accepted the command and departed. Master Lori then turned to him, saying, Master, I am aware of your expertise in this matter. Could you assist me in preparing some tools for the interrogation? Do you require a whip, iron stake, steel pipe, knife, hook, or pepper spray? Master Lori inquired swiftly. I desire them all, the Lord replied without hesitation. Chapter 48. Tiberius ceased to reflect the Igor family had set up a temporary camp in a grove far from the Vine Avenue. The suddenly transformed Master Lori, surprisingly, made a painful sacrifice, generously presenting a batch of magical materials scavenged from the Adrian laboratory. He inscribed magical seals at the corners of the camp, establishing a simple lavashia dispelling barrier. The purpose of this mental barrier was straightforward. Anyone attempting to approach the boundary from the outside, provided their magical resistance was insufficient, would instinctively veer away under the compulsion of their subconscious. The master was genuinely fearful of the raiding mercenaries and their backup, and to guard against a potential second assault, he had deliberately reinforced the already concealed camp in the woods with magical insurance. The victims of this raid were interred in a somewhat hasty funeral in the forest, as the conditions of the caravan made it nearly impossible to transport corpses. Consequently, the Igor subjects, too gravely injured to be resurrected, were destined to eternally slumber in this distant land. Summer Hawk led several core family members to cover the graves with earth, after which he received a long-awaited piece of news from Clement. My lord, the mercenary scoundrel, Lord Elliott, is bound in your tent. As Summer Hawk wiped his hands with a handkerchief, he exchanged a knowing glance with Master Lori. The master, understanding the signal, retrieved a heavy wooden crate from an obscure corner. Clement perceived that the master's cold smile exuded a sense of danger akin to that of the box. The lord received the crate from the master and repeatedly instructed his subordinates, remember, no one is to approach my tent. Naturally, everyone complied eagerly. After a bloody battle, no one wished to endure further psychological strain. The vice-captain of the desolate Wind Mercenary Corps, Jose Tiberius, was tightly bound to a chair with oiled coarse hemp rope, his demeanor despondent. This once commanding figure of the southern wasteland, who had once commanded respect and fear, now resembled a defeated rooster, slumped in his chair, devoid of any fighting spirit. The heavy blow from Clement's runic longsword had not been enough to reduce him to this state. The injuries he sustained at 17 on the battlefield were far more severe, yet he had still managed to deliver a lethal blow to that half-orc sergeant. And he had crawled out of the meat grinder of the Eastern Front, leaving countless enemies and companions behind. For over 40 years, Jose Tiberius had traversed thousands of miles, intimately familiar with the taste of blood, enemy blood, ally blood, and his own. But at this moment, what truly made his soul tremble was not the physical harm he endured, but the bitter sting of failure. Upon awakening, the first sight that met his eyes was the headless corpses of his 60 loyal cavalrymen, their heads piled like a pyramid. The visual impact was overwhelming. The vice-captain offered no resistance as the dark-armored captor bound him. It was only after being secured in this tent that he finally grasped the reality of his defeat, though acceptance did not equate to understanding. Tiberius could scarcely fathom how he had lost. He could not comprehend why a charge of 60 cavalrymen had failed to utterly crush the spirit of this group. He was baffled as to why the desolate Wind Cavalry, capable of routing 500 imperial regulars, faltered against a migration caravan filled with the weak and infirm. Most perplexing of all was the unexpected emergence of a heavily armored warrior from this unassuming caravan. Had Jose Tiberius not been struck unconscious by Clement, he would have been further bewildered by the presence of a skillful, serpent-like female swordsman who dispatched foes in an instant, and an ancient sorcerer who effortlessly toyed with 40 elite mercenaries. Jose Tiberius could not comprehend this outcome. Yet, decades of blood-soaked experience had honed his calm demeanor. Though the shadow of failure loomed over him, his astute mind began to strategize. He was still alive, despite being tightly bound to the chair. Having endured a barrage of lashes from disgruntled guards, and suffering a humiliation he had never before experienced, he was still alive. When the Igor bastards discovered that Tiberius had not perished, they could have severed his head but chose instead to spare his life, allowing him to survive until now. And as long as he lived, there remained hope. Jose Tiberius squinted, acutely aware that the one in charge here was the young lord named Elliott Igor. When the armored captor had escorted him through the camp, he caught a glimpse of the dark-haired youth, whose excessively youthful face was strikingly notable. Tiberius knew all too well what kind of people these imperial nobles were. They were orphans who would sell their mothers to a brothel for paltry gains, rogues who would barter their souls for higher titles, and scoundrels who would sacrifice the populace to the enemy for their own safety. Indeed, the vice-captain was confident that his raid had inflicted significant harm upon the young noble, Elliott Igor, who likely harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. However, he believed that if he offered a sufficiently tempting proposal, he could exploit this young man's greed to negotiate for his very life. After all, this young lord had not yet taken his life, had he? Jose Tiberius began to calculate his bargaining chips like the seasoned gambler he was. What could he offer this young Igor to barter for his life? Money? Yes. The Igor family must be in dire need of funds, and he knew where the treasury of the desolate Wind's leader was hidden. Women? Certainly. Young men are often drawn to such pleasures. Perhaps the nuns from the Saintly Flower would pique his interest. They were known to sound quite lovely when praying in bed. Revenge? Perhaps Elliott Igor would not wish to suffer losses in vain. He might be curious to know the mastermind behind this affair. No matter, Tiberius could easily expose the Duke of Houston's involvement, leading him to a death sentence before the Duke. Perhaps there were other valuable pieces of intelligence? As Tiberius pondered the worth he could offer while bound to the chair, he suddenly felt a gentle breeze caress his face. The tent flap was lifted. The black-haired lord he had just been contemplating strode into the tent, carrying a wooden crate. The lord placed the crate steadily on the ground, and then withdrew a crowbar from within, turning his indifferent gaze toward the tightly bound Tiberius. Jose Tiberius licked his lips, preparing to propose his offer for survival. However, the first words spoken by the young lord nearly shattered his spirit. "Mercenary, I apologize for keeping you waiting, but I simply cannot restrain my desire to experience the sensation of torturing you to death with my own hands." Chapter 49. The dialogue between the living and the dead. Vice Commander Tibeli felt as though his mind had gone blank. A crowbar, cutting through the air with a violent whoosh, swung down, instantly shattering his vision into oblivion. "Silence. Do not utter a word," Xiahou Yin said softly, tapping the crowbar against his palm. "I have deliberately sent everyone far away, forbidding them to approach, for before I take your life, I wish to converse with you. Just you and I, having a little chat. So, remain silent and listen to me. Should you dare to make any sound without my permission, it will not merely be a crowbar that you face." Vice Commander Tibeli opened his mouth, but dared not utter a single word. Even though his mind was still reeling from the recent blow, he realized a crucial issue. If I cannot speak, how can I propose the bargaining chip of exchanging lives? A glimmer of irretrievable despair washed over Tibeli's gaze. Xiahou Yin seemed oblivious to the expression of the captive on the brink of speech. He pulled another chair from the corner of the tent, placing it in front of Tibeli, its back facing him. The lord ungracefully straddled the chair, resting his arms on its back, and coldly surveyed his captive. Tibeli felt tears welling in his eyes, unsure if it was due to the recent blow or the overwhelming fear and despair. "Why you? Tibeli stammered, his lips seemingly beyond his control. "Very well. Mr. Tibeli," Xiahou Yin continued. "You see, my spirits have not been particularly high of late." He rested his chin on the back of the chair, whimsically twirling the crowbar in his hand. "Thus, I find myself in need of someone to confide in, to share my thoughts with. But alas, some matters are simply not meant to be shared. However, Mr. Tibeli, fate has been merciful, leading you to me. And you, Mr. Tibeli, are the perfect listener for me. Do you know why?" Tibeli shook his head vigorously, tears flinging from his cheeks. "Because you are a man who will soon meet his demise," Xiahou Yin smiled faintly, articulating each word, "and the dead do not reveal my secrets." I. Vice Commander Tibeli stuttered. Another merciless swing of the crowbar followed. The force was so immense that it knocked Tibeli and the chair binding him to the ground with a resounding crash. Xiahou Yin stood up from his chair, took a few steps forward, and righted Tibeli, lifting his chin with the cold tip of the crowbar, gazing into his tear-filled eyes with a sardonic smile. "Do you remember? When I speak, you remain silent." Tibeli, humiliated, nodded, yet Xiahou Yin did not regard him. The lord stepped back, resting his left hand on the back of his chair, looking down at Tibeli with indifference. "Mr. Tibeli, I am unaware of your rank within your ranks, so I shall continue to address you as Mr. Tibeli. I believe you still cannot accept your defeat. You must be filled with questions as to why your cavalry's charge did not have the anticipated effect of utterly shattering the defenses of my convoy. Life is often riddled with disappointments, but you, Mr. Tibeli, I suspect you still cannot comprehend how this failure came about." Tibeli could only nod. What else could he do? "Allow me to reveal the answer. Your mistake lies in the fact that many things in this world are not as they appear on the surface." Xiahou Yin mocked. "When you, Mr. Tibeli, beheld my convoy, you saw a group burdened with the old, the weak, and women and children, weary and vulnerable. You fancied yourself a hunter, having discovered an easy prey. Yet what you failed to see was that within this convoy stood a Thorn Knight, clad in ancient epic-level armor, brimming with combat experience. You did not see that my captain of guards is not only youthful and beautiful, but also a master swordsman of unparalleled skill. And you certainly did not see that my chief mage possesses mental magic capable of turning the tide of battle in an instant. Bound tightly to the chair, Tybally felt bewildered. Did the Empire not only have 3 ranks of knights, Lily, Rose, and Bougainvillea? Where did the title of Thorn Knight come from? Of course, after enduring 2 heavy blows, he had long since lost the ability to ponder deeply. Xiahou Yin paid no heed to Tybally's puzzled expression, continuing unabated. And you, Mr. Tybally, your issue lies in the fact that you not only misjudged the strength of your opponent, but also overestimated your own capabilities. In your mind, your few dozen cavalry should have been able to easily crush the resistance of my convoy. And while that was not entirely inaccurate at that moment, the only ones in my convoy still capable of fighting were the Thorn Knight, my female captain of guards, and my chief mage, 3 individuals. The Lord chuckled disdainfully, holding up a finger before Tybally. Mr. Tybally, you had 60 men. 60. 60 against 3. Even if those 3 were exceptionally strong, you should have been able to achieve overwhelming superiority through sheer numbers. Perhaps the only thing you could not manage was dealing with the heavy armor of Knight Clement. But you are cavalry. If your men had recognized their mobility, they could have easily ignored the slow, heavy-armored warrior, using the absolute speed of their steeds to encircle and annihilate my convoy, and then simply ride away under Clement's very nose. But what did your men do? They were struck once by Clement and immediately lost their will to fight, scattering and fleeing, thus giving my captain of guards and chief mage the opportunity to strike. Mr. Tybally, perhaps in your mind, your cavalry are the elite of the southern plains, but let me tell you, they are not worthy. I have witnessed too many such armies. They may be well-equipped or well-trained, yet they lack conviction. Mercenaries like your subordinates, who only fight for their own interests, may charge with great force, but in retreat. They will scatter like leaves in the wind. They are wolves that can tear apart carrion on the grasslands, but not pillars that can stand firm amidst the tide. Vice Commander Tybally gritted his teeth, staring at the young noble before him, tears intermingling on his face. Deep down, he understood that the raven-haired youth was right. Of course, these military matters are not the focus of my discourse today. Xiahou Yin relaxed his posture, reaching into his cloak to retrieve a dark object. Tybally recognized it as a notebook. Today's focus is that the essence of many things is not as they appear on the surface. Xiahou Yin revealed a cruel smile, lightly weighing the black diary in his hand, and the former lord of Eagle Breath Fortress, Elliott Igor, serves as an exemplary case to the majority. The young Elliott seems merely a frivolous scion, a useless playboy, yet in my recent perusal of Elliott's diary, I uncovered another facet of him. A discovery that has indeed contributed to my current ill spirits. Tybally was utterly perplexed. He recalled that this raven-haired lord was none other than Elliott Igor himself. But why did he speak of himself as if he were discussing another individual? Before the bewildered Tybally could fully grasp the situation, Xiahou Yin had already opened the diary of Elliott Igor and began to read softly to the vice commander of the Desolate Wind, on the 10th day of September in the year 993 of the Empire. Clear skies. Chapter 50. The beginning of all things on the 10th day of September in the year 993 of the Empire. The sun shone brightly. Dear diary, after departing from Eagle's Rest, the scenery along the way seemed to blur into a monotonous tapestry of woods, fields, and the dust stirred by hooves and wheels. Each day, I found myself swaying within the carriage, my thoughts clouded and heavy. I attempted to read the tome of magic I had brought from the academy, yet the flickering candlelight was insufficient, and before long, fatigue would envelop me. Sometimes, I would succumb to slumber during the day, while other times, it was in the depths of night. My routine mirrored the chaotic threads of my fate. A.J. Rander and Victor Laurie both remarked that I, Elliott Igor, now bore a semblance of nobility. Could it be true? I remain uncertain, suspecting they were merely attempting to console me, and I felt an unsettling estrangement from them. My formative years were spent within the confines of the academy, leaving me unfamiliar with my maid and chief mage. I scarcely recognized anyone in the caravan. Even the reflection in the mirror appeared both foreign and absurd. I was ill-suited for the opulent garments of a lord, while the intricately embroidered robes of a mage complemented my figure far better, as the young women of the academy often claimed. Ah, the young women of the academy. My heart lingers back there, not for the company of maidens, but for the dreary familiarity of that city. What a ludicrous notion. During my time at the Mage Academy, my daily musings revolved around how to scale the walls guarded by magical sentinels, seeking to escape to the taverns of the town for the company of inebriated girls. Yet now, 100 kilometers from the academy, I find myself yearning for those towering white spires. Perhaps I am merely resisting the notion of becoming a lord. I, Elliott Igor, am not cut out for the role of lord. No one has ever declared this, but I know it to be true. My mother once said that only one truly knows oneself. Is that not so? No, I am unequivocally ill-suited for this position. Just imagine, in the days to come, I must feign a posture of dignity like old Vincent, enduring the tedious flattery from sycophants in the presence of His Majesty and every higher noble, groveling in servitude. Merely envisioning this fills me with revulsion. This is not the life I desire. I, Elliott Igor, was meant to perish in the embrace of a maiden or to succumb to the revelry of a knight, not to languish in the cold halls of a lord's palace. I should have opened a brothel on the bustling Parrot Street of the imperial capital, personally training each of my girls, transforming the most beautiful noble women into my mistresses. I ought to spend every gentle night cradling a woman in my arms, singing and toasting to the moon above. Katerina is far more suited to inherit this title. Just think, Duchess Katerina Igor. My sister was born to manage the lands. She is diligent, responsible, and forever kind and merciful to the subjects. Yet, I possess no choice in this matter. His Majesty abruptly executed my father, dispatched thousands of guards to Eagle's Rest to seize my mother, leaving her to perish in a dark and sunless dungeon. He explicitly commanded that I inherit the title and lead our people to the distant south. It is all a catastrophe. I detest His Majesty. When I first heard of my parents' demise, I felt little reaction, having seen them only a handful of times. To me, Vincent Igor and Duchess Anna were no closer than Sir Eaton, who taught history of magic at the academy. However, recently, I have begun to dream of them frequently. Each morning, I awaken to find my pillows soaked. Why? Why do I weep? I loathe His Majesty. He has imposed a destiny upon me that was never mine to bear. I even find myself pitying the common folk in this caravan. Our lives have careened off the cliff of fate, never to return. Yesterday, on the outskirts of the Duke of Cromwell's territory, our caravan was beset by bandits. I witnessed them cleave a young girl in two before my eyes. I vomited all night. Master Laurie suggested that there may be hidden forces orchestrating these bandits. He speculated that the political enemies of the Igor family could be attempting to eradicate us. But what can I use to protect myself and these people? I, Elliott Igor, am merely a novice mage of the second tier. My capabilities as a lord are even worse than my magic. This world does not belong to me. This is not my war. I detest His Majesty. Yet, I must take action. Now, I am the head of the Igor family, the lord of these people. I need strength. I must protect my subjects. I seek vengeance for my parents. Though I scarcely knew them, I long to avenge them. I require power. Yesterday, while perusing the ancient rituals compendium by candlelight, I discovered a ritual called invocation. The text claimed that invocation could summon a powerful otherworldly entity, capable of fulfilling all my desires. This ritual demands no magical prowess and requires only simple materials. Aside from its exceedingly low success rate, I believe there is no harm in trying. Even if I were to unwittingly succeed, the cost of the summoning would merely be the soul of the practitioner. In truth, I have long since lost my soul. Tomorrow, I will prepare for the ritual, hoping for fortune to favor me in successfully summoning the otherworldly entity. Oh, otherworldly beings, heed my call, protect my people, and punish my enemies. Upon finishing the last word of Elliott Igor's diary, Xia Hoyan quietly closed the book. Opposite him, Captain Jose Tabili of the Desolate Winds Mercenary Corps appeared twisted with intense fear and panic. He even forgot the power of the crowbar. His eyes wide like a goldfish as he stared at Xia Hoyan, trembling as he stammered, "No. No. You are not Elliott Igor." "Indeed, I am not Elliott Igor." Xia Hoyan gently caressed the black cover of the diary, rising with a slight smile. "I am Xia Hoyan, hailing from a realm known as Earth. I am Elliott Igor, summoned at the cost of my own soul from another realm, referred to as an otherworldly being in the ancient rituals compendium." At this point, Xia Hoyan couldn't help but chuckle. What a marvelous turn of events. that the otherworldly being is none other than myself. Yet, at that moment, Elliott Igor had evidently not anticipated that this so-called summoning ritual would occur through the means of possession. He could not have foreseen that Xiahou Yin, summoned to this realm by invocation, was not some omnipotent deity from another world, but merely an ordinary individual from Earth. And yet, upon crossing over, Xiahou Yin found himself lost in the fog generated by the ritual, alongside the caravan, within the infected zone. The fates truly enjoy playing their cruel jests. No. Captain Tabili shook his head vigorously, seemingly resisting the truth. I almost forgot, you cannot speak. Xiahou Yin set down the diary, grasped the crowbar, and mercilessly swung it, sending Tabili crashing to the ground. The Lord stepped forward, placing his boot upon the face of the mercenary's vice-captain. He leaned down, observing Tabili's contorted and terrified visage underfoot, and softly remarked, "So, Mr. Tabili, do you now comprehend the reasons behind my recent discontent? Elliott Igor summoned me to this realm, allowing me to continue my existence in his stead, while simultaneously imparting to me the desire to protect his subjects. Mr. Tiberi, my life has been an endeavor to live in accordance with my conscience and to find inner peace. Yet, having inherited such a heavy burden from Elliott, my heart is anything but tranquil." As Xiahou Yin spoke, the smile on his face grew increasingly stern. To safeguard these unfortunate subjects is a shared aspiration between myself and Elliott Igor. And you, Mr. Tiberi, have trampled all of this before my very eyes. You have slaughtered my people, harmed my brothers and sisters, and even pierced the throat of my dearest little maid. You have insulted the dream that Elliott Igor was willing to sacrifice his soul to realize. To Jose Tiberi, the final whispers of this raven-haired youth sounded like the murmurings of a demon. Therefore, Mr. Tiberi, you now possess too much knowledge. You are already a dead man. Chapter 51. The Lord must repay his debts. 4 hours later, Xiahou Yin emerged from the tent, wiping his hands with a handkerchief, leaving behind a trail of bloody footprints. Master Lori, Alice, and several guards waiting in the distance rushed over upon seeing him. Noticing Tom Lawrence among them, Xiahou raised an eyebrow, inquiring about his well-being. The unfortunate guard had previously lost his head to a mercenary knight saber during an ambush, meeting his demise for the third time in just a few days. However, he had since been resurrected by the Lord and was now quite lively. Xiahou mused that if he were to cast Lawrence as an extra in a film back on Earth, the young man could single-handedly portray all the corpse scenes. "Since you're feeling better, could you do me a small favor?" he asked, tossing the handkerchief to Lawrence and gesturing toward the tent. "It's a bit of a mess inside. It wouldn't be right to have someone like Angia clean it up." Lawrence's face turned ashen. Was the scene inside merely a bit of a mess? Although the others had kept their distance from the Lord's interrogation tent at his instruction, they could not entirely escape hearing the mercenary's agonizing screams echoing for 4 continuous hours. Master Lori had even sensed several distinct fluctuations of magical energy, leading him to believe that the Lord was using apprentice-level spells to repeatedly rouse the unconscious mercenary. Typically ruthless, Master Lori now regarded the Lord with a newfound respect. Few jailers could sustain an interrogation for 4 hours. Yet this 19-year-old noble had managed to elicit screams from a seemingly indomitable mercenary chief for that entire duration, an unparalleled feat across the continent. As Xiahou meticulously instructed Lawrence on how to clean up, advising him to use a bucket of water to wash the floor and to check for any discarded items. He warned against leaving behind any metallic fragments or body parts that might frighten Angia. A collective shiver ran through the group of guards, who felt a chill in the air. Lawrence, resolute yet visibly distressed, covered his mouth and nose with a scarf, grasped the water bucket, and steeled himself to enter the Lord's tent for the grim task. No one dared suggest that the mercenary captive should be resecured. They understood that after the Lord's interrogation, survival was no longer a possibility for the unfortunate man. He had become nothing more than a pool of remnants. Lawrence's retching sounds emerged from within the tent. To divert attention from the unpleasantness, the compassionate Master Lori quickly asked, "My lord, what information have you managed to extract?" "I suspect he has divulged all he knows. The information he spilled was likely as plentiful as the bloodshed." Xiahou wiped the bloodied crowbar, shrugging. When people are desperate to survive, they may be tight-lipped, but when they seek only to die, they become as open as a can, spilling everything. The guards stared at their lord with a mix of horror and disbelief. Only Master Lori raised a thumb in approval of Xiahou's psychological insight, exclaiming, You are indeed a master of interrogation, a veritable human can-opener. In the distance, a man named Clement inexplicably sneezed. That scoundrel is Jos Tabili, Xiahou remarked, pointing the crowbar behind him at Lawrence, who was pinching his nose as he dragged a crimson, indescribable mass tied to a chair from the tent. This was the vice-captain of a mercenary group known as Winds of Desolation. Master, our previous suspicions were correct. Someone indeed hired them to wipe out our caravan. Who? Master Laurie's eyes narrowed with a glint of menace. Duke Houston. Xiahou inspected the gleaming crowbar, reflecting sunlight. It cost 5,000 gold coins. Who would have thought that as a down-and-out lord, my head would be worth so much? Master Laurie squinted, recalling that Duke Houston was not a particularly memorable figure. This noble was a distant relative of the current emperor, possessing vast lands in the desolate southern frontier, far from the empire's economic heart, which limited his political influence, often casting him as a silent benefactor. What puzzled Master Laurie further was the historically cordial relationship between the Houston and Igor duchies. The two lords had even hosted a banquet together in Eagle's Rest with their families. Was it possible that the fallen Igor family had become so despised that they were fair game for everyone? What benefit could Duke Houston derive from hiring mercenaries to eliminate the lord? Master Laurie pondered in confusion, nodding in agreement with Alice. Given that Duke Houston had revealed his intentions, it was clear that their party could not boldly enter the stronghold of Rock Creek, as it would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Master Laurie smiled reassuringly, pleased to see that his lord maintained a level-headed judgment, unclouded by rage. Unlike many of his contemporaries, little did he know that within this youthful body resided the soul of an extraterrestrial entity. Moreover, if we enter the city covertly, we may unearth another opportunity, Xiahou said, his eyes narrowing. Master Laurie detected a glint in the lord's gaze that resembled a dragon's upon seeing treasure. Mr. Tabili is the vice-captain of Winds of Desolation, he continued, and during the interrogation, he revealed that the leader of Winds of Desolation did not participate in this operation because he is currently busy assisting Duke Houston in escorting a significant cargo to Rock Creek. What kind of cargo? Master Laurie, akin to a seasoned thief, sensed the potential for unexpected fortune. Eldritch Flora. The Lord exchanged knowing glances with his chief mage, their understanding as palpable as a well-rehearsed duet. Chapter 52. One night in Yinchi. From both historical and geographical perspectives, the rise of a city can be attributed to various factors. Some cities have evolved from strategic military strongholds located at critical geographical junctures, such as Tianjinwei in the east of Earth Huaxia and the imperial stronghold of Yongri City in the eastern borders. Others have prospered due to their proximity to coastlines, benefiting from maritime trade, like the Bund of Shanghai in Earth Huaxia and the Gem of the Western Empire, Yingxibo. Additionally, some cities have emerged at important crossroads along key transportation routes, becoming settlements through the exchange of people and goods, such as SJZ in Earth Huaxia and Sanshui Bay in the central region of the empire. Yet, the formation of some cities is far more complex. For instance, Yinchi City, nestled in the desolate plains of the southern empire, maintains a modest yet vibrant existence amid the harshness of the outer realm. In the ancient times when the empire was still in its infancy, its territories were far less expansive than they are today. Although Yinchi City now lies within the empire's borders, it was once part of the demon territories south of the border. The brave and enterprising ancestors of the empire, undeterred by the demon artillery, established a military fortress beyond the borders as a foothold for territorial expansion in the south, which eventually evolved into present-day Yinchi City. As the empire rallied under the banner of divine mandate, the southward expansion campaign surged forward, assimilating former military fortresses into the empire, with Yinchi City transforming into a hub for all military operations in the southern regions. For centuries, the fate of Yinchi City has been intertwined with the dynamics of the southern empire. During the empire's most glorious days, a general of the demon army shamefully signed a truce on a card in Yinchi City. Conversely, in the climactic battle of the demonic invasion, Yinchi City fell into enemy hands and was ruthlessly slaughtered under the orders of the demon war god, Kandorier. Today, with the establishment of the arcane tower defense line along the borders, a brief peace has ensued between the human and demon races, leading Yinchi City to gradually lose its military significance and evolve into the largest economic and transportation hub in the southern plains. Due to the sparse population and settlements across the desolate plains, akin to the thinning hair of a seasoned programmer, nearly every caravan, mercenary, and traveler passing through must briefly rest in Yinchi City, the capital of the Duchy of Houston. Among them are, of course, several scions of the Igor family. Xiahou Yin, Master Lori, Alice, Chris, and Lawrence, the classic quintet, are currently cloaked, enjoying the evening breeze as they meander through a marketplace in Yinchi City. This time, the Lord did not bring Clement, leaving the Death Knight behind in the camp. This decision was twofold. The inhabitants of the camp required protection from a high-level combatant, and the towering presence of the Death Knight, encased in his ethereal armor, was incongruent with the objective of maintaining a low profile and secrecy. Just moments ago, the Lord and Master Lori had engaged in a series of cunning negotiations, selling a portion of the magical materials obtained from Adrian's laboratory, and with the acquired gold coins. They ordered supplies necessary for their caravan from a merchant facing unsold inventory. This strategy also mitigated the risk of scrutiny from the Duchy of Houston's forces when leaving the city with substantial goods. Thus, the Igor family enjoyed an entire night of freedom for their clandestine activities. However, while Master Lori was preoccupied with thoughts of the elven plants being transported by the arid wind mercenaries, the Lord displayed a demeanor of leisurely curiosity, akin to a high official surveying the populace, as he perused the market with keen interest. Xiahou Yin mused that Yinchi City truly deserved its reputation as an oasis in the southern plains. In one of the food stalls, he encountered fresh fruits from the Eastern Empire, such as tomatoes and bananas, exquisite meats like roasted pigeon and pork knuckles, and even an array of seafood including sun-dried salted fish and squid captured from the Western Empire's shores. The diversity of food available was so abundant that he felt as though he had stumbled upon the grand culinary street of the imperial capital, renowned for its treasures and delicacies. Food and provisions are eternally the lifeline of any territory. Unlike Xiahou Yin and Alice's astonishment, Master Lori furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. Our new territory lies even further south in a more desolate area, where during the construction phase, food shortages may compel us to import provisions from Yinchi City. However, Xiahou Yin understood the master's concern, given that Duke Houston had already resorted to hiring mercenaries for highway robbery. It was utterly unrealistic to expect him to facilitate the Igor family's trade without hindrance. In the resource-scarce and trade-limited southern plains, both the Duchy of Houston and Yinchi City are undeniable obstacles. Attempting to bypass Yinchi City and import goods from more distant noble territories would drastically inflate transportation costs, not to mention the heightened risk of encountering bandits or other unforeseen dangers. Crossing the bridge when we come to it. There is no need to worry about such matters just yet. Xiahou Yin pinched the bridge of his nose, attempting to reassure Master Lori. Yet, he himself lacked a viable solution to this predicament. Nevertheless, Xiahou Yin possessed an innate, simple revolutionary optimism. Should they find themselves in dire straits, he would resort to selling his own body or have Clement wield his great sword to intercept and rob, finding a way to feed his subjects. After all, one cannot hang oneself from a crooked tree. At present, the priority remains to secure the elven plants transported by the arid wind mercenaries. This endeavor serves not only as retribution against Duke Houston, but is crucial because these elven plants are naturally prolific and miraculous varieties. Perhaps one such plant could entirely resolve the future food crisis of the territory. According to the intelligence provided by Tiberius, the leader of the arid wind and the elven plant are currently located within Yinchi City. Upon hearing this news from Tiberius, the Lord wasted no time in formulating a daring strategy, since Duke Houston had already shown his true colors by striking a blow to his own face. It was only natural for Xiahou Yin, who never backed down, to find a way to skin him. "My lord, what type of elven plant are we targeting this time?" Lawrence inquired casually. According to Tiberius, it is a variety known as Flower of Abundance, supposedly discovered by an explorer in the eastern mountains and subsequently purchased at a high price by Duke Houston. Xiahou Yin shrugged. As a lord who had little understanding of his own magical background, he could hardly be expected to grasp the intricacies of elven botany. It was once again Master Victor Lori who exhibited the profound knowledge expected of a mage. The master frowned, stating, generally, the most common elven crops produce sweet fruits, such as the Eurone lotus, which can proliferate endlessly from a single seed, or the Yua millet, which can cover vast stretches of land. I have not heard of the Flower of Abundance, but judging by Duke Houston's attitude, it must be a previously undiscovered precious variety. Based on its name, it likely has effects similar to the seed of abundance or even more potent. Thus, It should also be an auxiliary plant capable of enhancing the yield of other crops. The Lord's breathing quickened as he exclaimed, "Gentlemen, the opportunity to resolve our new territory's food crisis has arrived. This time, we must acquire the flower of abundance at all costs." Chapter 53. The magnificent thief brigade accompanied by a melodious chime and the rhythmic clatter of hooves. A resplendent cavalry of pure white horses burst into the sight of the onlookers. The manes of the agile steeds shone like freshly fallen snow, while the knights' helmets and armor gleamed with a silvery hue. The luxurious tassels that danced in the air as they rode resembled the pristine wings of doves. Dazzlingly white and aesthetically pleasing, this cohort of immaculate knights entered the marketplace with swift precision, skillfully weaving through the throngs of people and vendors, akin to angels descending into the chaotic and grimy world below. Without a moment's pause, they swiftly passed out of the line of sight of Igor's entourage and vanished amidst the bustling crowd. Yet, from the corner of his eye, Xiaoyan caught a glimpse of the triangular banner held aloft by the leading knight. Upon a pure white background, a blood-red rose seemed to bleed, a vivid emblem. Even the Lord, who was not well versed in the intricacies of imperial politics, instantly recognized this as the crest of the Rosario family, one of the three preeminent houses of the empire. This signified that the strikingly beautiful white knights were loyal to none other than the most formidable figure in the current imperial landscape, the powerful Duke Grim Rosario, Lord of the Eastern Territories. At under 40 years of age, Duke Rosario was not only beloved within the empire, but had also garnered the illustrious moniker Blood Blossom. It was even jested among the populace that should the Duke and the Emperor ever duel, the Emperor would find no supporters among the common folk. Some even claimed that if Duke Rosario ever contemplated regicide, even the Emperor would be powerless to intervene. This was not merely due to the Duke's handsome visage and noble character winning him tremendous favor among the people, but also because he had risen from the ranks of a mere knight to become the most influential noble in the Eastern Territories over the past 2 decades. It could be said that without Duke Grim Rosario, the empire would not have enjoyed an era of peace. This middle-aged noble, whose martial prowess and leadership were equally extraordinary, bore the weight of the empire's backbone. Upon witnessing the Rosario army in the remote southern city of Yanshui, Xiaoyan and Master Lori exchanged puzzled glances. Renowned for his humility and nobility, Duke Rosario had even declined to attend the annual court meetings in the imperial capital under the pretext of urgent military affairs. Everyone knew this was a deliberate choice by the Duke, who commanded a substantial military force, to avoid suspicion by remaining within his own territory. But why then? Were his personal soldiers and the famed white and red rose visible in Yanshui? Both Master Lori and the Lord were baffled. What does this mean? Master Lori whispered, sensing something amiss. Regardless of that, Xiaoyan pondered, gritting his teeth. We shall proceed according to our plan. I have already been exiled to the southern borders. The intrigues of these nobles are of no concern to me. Master Lori considered this and agreed. The Igor family, having fallen from grace, was indeed in no position to speculate on the machinations of the powerful Eastern nobility. With their own household in disarray, they had little time to concern themselves with the affairs of others. Thus, the 5 members of the Igor family continued along their planned route, soon arriving outside a monastery at the southwestern corner of Yanshui. By now, night had deepened, and the streets were growing sparse with pedestrians. The 5 would-be thieves, cloaked in shadows, appeared indistinct. Is this the place? Tom Lawrence's gaze was somewhat vacant. They stood at the corner of the monastery, and as Tom cautiously peered out, he spotted the name Monastery of the Pinnacle of Glory inscribed on a directional stone. The fact that their intended location for thievery, rather, the borrowing of elven plants, was a sanctuary bathed in religious splendor left the devoutly raised attendant feeling a twinge of unease. This is indeed the place, the Lord remarked with a cold smirk. That Tibalai informed me that their mercenary band is fond of the nuns residing in monasteries. This particular group was previously stationed at the Mother's Flower Monastery outside the city, while the Desolation Wind Captain's convoy of elven plants has taken refuge here at the Pinnacle of Glory Monastery. All chosen by Duke Houston to entertain himself at the expense of these poor nuns, without a shred of compassion. Damn it, let us go in and slay these beasts. Lawrence's fervor, fueled by religious zeal, was palpable. However, he seemed oblivious to the fact that his continued existence was a consequence of the forbidden magic rejected by the faith. Moreover, he was the only individual in the world who had been resurrected 3 times, a true fortunate soul. Stop! The prudent Master Lori quickly curtailed Lawrence's impetuousness. Our objective is to acquire the elven plants and resolve the future food crisis of our territory. Discretion is paramount. If we can avoid confrontation, we shall do so. Should we inadvertently draw the attention of the city guards, we may not survive to tell the tale. The overwhelming fear of death immediately quelled Lawrence's fervor. It's up to you now, my lord. Master Lori turned to Xia Hoyin, swallowing hard. This duo of elder and youth had both etched the principle of strategic planning into their very souls. Who knew how many mercenaries might be stationed within the pinnacle of Glory Monastery, though they had intentionally chosen the dead of night to commit their heist. Entering so boldly without the strongest warrior, Clement, present would be sheer folly. Their advantage lay not in brute strength, but in magic. A beginner-level mental mage and a novice sorcerer under the protection of an otherworldly deity were the greatest assets of this expedition. As they journeyed to Yanshui, the Lord had already devised a comprehensive plan with his chief mage. Xia Hoyin glanced at the master, feeling a twinge of anxiety, and then produced a thin booklet from his cloak. Alice and the guards, sharp-eyed, recognized the cover emblazoned with the words Research on Shadow Spells, adorned with a blood-red seal of a forbidden tome. Chapter 54. The Great Heist of Elven Plants. Although Research on Shadow Spells is a forbidden tome, the attitude of the Empire's magical community towards shadow magic is not one of outright condemnation. Rather, it exists in a state of ambiguous acceptance. This is primarily due to the fact that, unlike the death cults, which are wholly regarded as malevolent, the deity associated with shadow magic, the shadow goddess Selena, is not an obscure, minor deity but rather one of the 7 prominent gods under the supreme holy throne, governing shadows, chaos, and deception. While the concepts tied to the shadow goddess Selena are often seen in a negative light, and her popularity pales in comparison to the other 6 gods, she is indeed recognized as an official deity by the Church of Holy Light, holding a distinct place within the pantheon in the imperial capital. This moral legitimacy compels the Magical Association to reluctantly exclude shadow magic from its list of forbidden arts. However, compared to the 4 primary schools of magic, earth, water, fire, and wind, that are politically correct, shadow magic is still widely disparaged. This disdain is not merely due to the presence of insidious effects such as invisibility, curses, and illusions, but is also because the ruthless shadow goddess Selena is the sole deity who demands a toll from her followers in the form of their lifespans. The cost of employing shadow magic is straightforward. One must pay with their life. Each time a mage casts a shadow spell, their lifespan diminishes rapidly, the extent of which is proportional to the spell's level. This results in shadow magic being the only school of magic on the continent devoid of master-level spells, as historical attempts by mages to cast such spells have invariably led to their untimely demise due to the excessive toll on their lifespans. It is well known that spells are categorized into 4 tiers: apprentice, adept, master, and grandmaster, with success at the grandmaster level requiring at least the magical prowess of a 7th-tier high mage. The arduous path of progression for mages is fraught with challenges. Aside from prodigious talents like Simon Adrian, the vast majority of mages never approach the 7th tier in their lifetimes. And those who do manage to ascend to high mage status are typically aged 70 or 80, nearing the end of their days. Given that these shadow mages have little time left to live, coupled with the draining effects of casting spells, one might wonder, who survives? Consequently, this sinister and self-destructive school of magic is not only officially excluded from the magical education system, but also finds its practitioners at the very bottom of the magical hierarchy. Typically, when mages encounter a rare shadow mage, the exchange of greetings is tinged with sarcasm. Hello. How many shadow spells did you cast yesterday? How many days do you have left? Due to societal disdain and the rapid mortality of shadow mages, the lineage of shadow magic has nearly ceased to exist on the continent, with the remaining practitioners as scarce as the wild South China tiger. This has resulted in magical academies treating research on shadow spells as a forbidden text, securely locked away, akin to the World Health Organization's preservation of smallpox virus. To most mages, this branch of magic, which is not outright forbidden yet bears the weight of taboo, is better left extinguished. Shadow stealth, as its name implies, is an invisibility spell. However, unlike other invisibility spells that manipulate light refraction or alter an opponent's perception, shadow stealth allows the caster to briefly enter the shadow realm, achieving invisibility through projection into another dimension. This makes it the most reliable and least detectable form of invisibility. In other words, it is particularly suitable for today's task of stealing elven plants. Xiahou Yin intently recited the ancient Aeolian incantation for shadow stealth. The spell was short, and soon a dense black mist emanated from his hand, enveloping the infamous thieves of the Igor family. The group felt a sudden chill as the mist enveloped them. For instance, Alice Comstock experienced an overwhelming sensation of void as the black mist surrounded her, compelling her to shut her eyes tightly. When she reopened them, the world around her had transformed entirely, though it was still night. The street facing the Peak of Glory Monastery was aglow with streetlights and the warm lights of nearby houses. Now, however, everything was shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, rendering her unable to see her own hand in front of her. Even the moon and stars seemed to shy away, veiling their faces like a bashful beauty. The only visible forms were vague shadows of varying sizes, moving slowly, causing the female swordsman an inexplicable sense of trepidation. "Do not be afraid." Master Lori's ethereal voice reached her ears. Turning her head, Alice was reassured to see that Master Lori, the Lord, and two other guards maintained their clear forms, standing out starkly against the pitch-black backdrop. Alice realized this was because they had all been projected into the shadow realm together, allowing her to perceive her companions distinctly. The indistinct, gray shadows in the darkness were merely projections of other humans from the main world. Just as shadow creatures appear as dark masses to human eyes, creatures from the main world would also appear blurred in the shadow realm. Meanwhile, Master Lori was inquiring, "My lord, are you well?" I'm fine," the lord replied, appearing somewhat dazed but quickly recovering to respond. Master Lori paid little mind to his initial confusion. How could he have known that? At the moment of projection into the shadow realm, Xiahou had distinctly seen three familiar silhouettes flash before his eyes: a dignitary clad in a black robe and crown, a massive serpent with a human face, encircled by flames, and a graceful beauty in court attire, her gaze filled with sorrow. The three figures appeared only for an instant, but Xiahou was certain that the figure in the black robe was indeed the Lord of Hell who had always protected him. As for the serpent, it could only be described as a dragon from China, and the court beauty was unmistakably of Eastern descent. If such attire could be found within the empire, Xiahou would have readily consumed his crowbar on the spot. These two figures, along with the dragon, were clearly compatriots from his homeland. It is said that when compatriots meet, tears are often shed. Xiahou did not weep, but his heart brimmed with suspicion. Why did deities and figures from his homeland appear in this realm saturated with swords and sorcery? Moreover, the summoning spell of Elliott Igor, which should have invoked an outer god, had instead drawn forth the soul of an ordinary human, Xiahou Yin. The entire situation reeked of enigma. However, the three compatriots vanished as swiftly as they had appeared, leaving only faint traces behind. Before Xiahou could ponder further, Master Lori began to explain the task. "You seem quite familiar with the workings of shadow stealth," Lori murmured. Even in the absolute darkness of the shadow realm, Xiahou could see Master Lori's face flush with pride. True mages are indeed erudite. The master boasted, "We must be well versed in all systems of magic, including forbidden arts. At our fingertips, let us momentarily set aside the discomfort that the term genuine might evoke in the ears of the Lord." As for Xiahou Yin, he could not shake the impression that Master Lori, upon entering the shadow realm, moved with an ease reminiscent of one well acquainted with such surroundings. It was evident that this old rascal had previously employed the art of shadow stealth. As for his intentions, the Lord speculated that they likely revolved around surreptitiously observing the ladies' bathhouse or restroom, perhaps alternating among these three choices. Once the three guards had adapted to the nuances of movement within the shadow realm, the quintet commenced their infiltration of the monastery. As they approached the main entrance, the two gray shadows flanking the door remained utterly still, indicating that, to the guards in the primary world, these five interlopers masquerading as dark paladins were entirely invisible. Such is the invincibility of invisibility. Given the formidable nature of shadow stealth, the five, who had been on high alert, gradually relaxed their tense demeanor. Within the shadow realm, even the stone walls of the monastery appeared to lose their solidity, allowing Xiahou Yin to perceive the entire architectural structure with an almost clairvoyant clarity. He swiftly pinpointed the location of the desolate wind mercenary group. On the second floor of the monastery, a cluster of gray figures lay sprawled on the ground, huddled in pairs, evidently the mercenaries blissfully slumbering with nuns in their embrace. Additionally, Several upright figures were meandering through the corridor, presumably the night watchmen. However, no matter how keen the mercenaries' eyesight, they remained as oblivious as the deaf and blind, incapable of perceiving Igor and his companions. In this world devoid of petty distractions, the power of invisibility reigned supreme. Yet, one could surmise that the precious elven flora would not be found in the mercenary sleeping quarters. Xiahou Yin scanned his surroundings and soon discovered a suspicious target. In the monastery's basement, there stood a large, square chest, approximately the height of a person. Even in the shadow realm, Xiahou Yin's vision could not penetrate the surface of the chest to ascertain its contents. It was likely a safe designed to store valuable items. Master Lori also took note of the chest, whispering that its exterior might be constructed of magical metal, rendering its contents imperceptible to them. I have already conducted a sweep. There are no anomalies elsewhere in the monastery. The elven plants must be concealed within this safe. Then what are we waiting for? Xiahou Yin shot a sidelong glance at his chief mage. Thus, the group promptly made their way toward the basement. Shadow stealth had its temporal limitations, and once it expired, reapplying the spell on the same individual would exponentially increase the magical energy required. This was fundamentally due to the Shadow Realm's tendency to reject beings from the primary world, a principle known as the second incompatibility principle of magical studies. Thus, the 5 temporary thieves of the Igor family dared not linger, swiftly descending to the basement. To their relief, the absence of any gray shadows in the vicinity confirmed that they were alone. Clearly, the desolate wind mercenary group, overly confident in their seemingly impenetrable defenses, had neglected to station anyone to guard the basement. Yet this was not merely hubris. According to Master Lori, a magical detector had been set at the monastery's entrance, capable of sensing all foreign magical fluctuations. However, the exceedingly rare and potent shadow magic had fortuitously struck the mercenary's blind spot. With the remaining shadow mages in the world barely enough to form a game of mahjong, who would specifically account for such niche magic as shadow stealth. Having confirmed the basement's absolute safety, Xiahou Yin raised his hand to dispel the effects of shadow stealth. To anyone present in the basement, it would appear as if 5 phantoms had materialized from thin air. With the magical effects now lifted, Xiahou Yin wasted no time. His gaze fixed upon the imposing safe in the corner. The inscription of bountiful bloom and the note regarding careful transport stirred the Lord's excitement. However, he swiftly recognized a dilemma. The surface of the safe bore a dull iron hue, resembling ordinary steel at first glance. Yet the engraved luminous runes and the barely perceptible magical fluctuations indicated that it was crafted from the magical metal known as Babylonian patterned steel. Moreover, Xiahou Yin was dismayed to discover that the safe also lacked a keyhole. This implied that it was yet another magical lock requiring a unique method of unlocking. Standing before the safe, Xiahou Yin tentatively inquired, "Is Simon Adrian a dashing figure?" The safe remained obstinately silent. Clearly, not all magical locks could be opened with a single incantation. What to do? Xiahou Yin looked to Master Lori for assistance. Master Lori, wearing a furrowed brow, sighed in frustration. The challenge of unlocking a magical lock had long been a conundrum. While, given his experience and magical prowess, he could attempt to forcibly break the seal of the safe, it would demand a significant amount of time. Yet time was their most scarce resource. Xiahou Yin was exasperated. Why did it always seem that treasures lay tantalizingly close, only to be thwarted by such magical locks? He felt as if he were a seasoned otaku, having successfully downloaded a compressed file, only to find it password protected. Master Lori had to concede that, given the urgency of the situation, this was undoubtedly their best course of action. Though the safe was exceedingly heavy, to a junior mage, it was hardly an insurmountable obstacle. With a flourish of his sleeve, Master Lori deftly cast a levitation spell, causing the chest, akin to a small mountain, to rise and float gently into the air. Then, the shrill sound of a magical alarm echoed throughout the illustrious monastery. Chapter 55. The correct way to flee. Xiahou Yin was filled with regret. He felt utterly foolish, indeed. He was aware that the Wasteland Wind Mercenary Corps had stationed guards in the church, but he had no inkling that they had also set up a magical alarm beside the safe. The principle of this magical alarm was quite simple. The moment the alarm was triggered, he discerned its mechanism. A thin wire connected to the back of the safe was linked to an exceedingly concealed glass vial, filled with shimmering magical dust. If anyone attempted to move the safe, the vial would be knocked over, releasing the dust onto a pre-drawn magical array. consequently unleashing a shrill, magical siren. The Wasteland Wind Mercenary Corps had ingeniously constructed this rudimentary, yet effective magical alarm. Since the Igor family had devised a plan to bypass the magical lock and steal the safe containing the bountiful flower, the mercenaries of Wasteland Wind had certainly anticipated such a move. At that moment, while the 5 notorious thieves of the Igor family were still in shock, a cacophony of noise erupted from above. The sound of boots clattering against the ground reverberated throughout the monastery like thunder. The guards stationed at the entrance of the monastery reacted more swiftly than the mercenaries who were rising from their slumber. In the blink of an eye, several mercenaries appeared on the staircase leading to the basement. Upon spotting the 5 bewildered members of the Igor family and the floating Babylonian pattern steel safe, they charged forward without hesitation, weapons drawn. Then, an arrow and a fireball the size of a sandbag struck their heads with brutal force. The archers, Chris and Master Lori, felt no compassion for these notorious mercenaries. "Quick, run," Master Lori bellowed, fully aware of the dire situation. Thus, under the guidance of Master Lori and Alice, the 5 hastily retraced their steps upstairs, determined to escape the glorious Pinnacle Monastery before the mercenaries arrived. 5 individuals stood no chance against a well-trained battalion of mercenaries. The safe containing the bountiful flowers swayed behind them, resembling a pet that players would purchase in a money-grabbing online game. Of little combat use, but of significant value. Upon reaching the monastery hall on the first floor, they encountered a particularly swift mercenary who had already arrived on the scene. However, this solitary mercenary, lacking wisdom, did not choose to await reinforcements. Instead, he charged forward, brandishing his sword, shouting fiercely. He lunged at the master swordsman, Alice Comstock. In an instant, Alice's celestial light was drawn, the tip of her blade gleaming like a firefly in the long night, aimed at the mercenary's throat. At that moment, fear gripped the mercenary. He recoiled, attempting to retreat. Yet, a blood-red crowbar, forged from cast iron and soaked in countless blood, blocked his escape. The Lord's crowbar struck the back of his head. Alice's sword pierced his throat. The simultaneous assault from the crowbar and the sword tip produced a sharp, resounding clash at the center of the mercenary's neck. Meanwhile, Master Lori was fully committed. While using telekinesis to control the safe, he retrieved a magical scroll from his robes and, with a solemn gaze, tore open the wax seal. Had it not been for the urgency of the situation, he would never have risked using such a precious resource. The spell was named Wellington Thornlock. The name Wellington referred to the Wellington Gorge in the eastern part of the empire, where a brave 8th-tier archmage single-handedly summoned impenetrable magical thorn walls to fend off a half-orc assault for half a month, awaiting the delayed reinforcements of the Imperial Guard. That archmage perished from magical exhaustion at the hands of the half-orc cavalry, sacrificing himself for his country. In homage to this archmage's heroic deeds and extraordinary magical prowess, the Magic Association honored him by naming the spell with the Wellington designation. Of course, Master Victor Lori, the novice mage, was far inferior to that archmage, and the spell inscribed on the scroll was necessarily weakened. Thus, summoning a large-scale magical barrier capable of halting 1,000,000 iron hooves was utterly impossible. However, all Lori required was to delay the mercenaries above for just a moment. As the verdant glow of plant-based magic erupted from the scroll, the previously unremarkable floor tiles of the monastery shattered into countless shards, revealing the earth beneath, from which numerous thick, green magical thorns emerged. These rapidly growing thorns swiftly filled the front of the monastery hall, completely blocking the staircase leading from above. From the other side of the thorn wall, shouts of curses and the sound of weapons striking thorns echoed through the air. "Run," Master Lori urged urgently. "This thorn barrier won't hold for long." Without a moment's hesitation, the Lord took off running. The 5 of them burst through the monastery's entrance, only to find a crowd of townsfolk from Rock Creek, drawn by the commotion, eager to witness the spectacle. Suddenly, the sight of 5 mysterious figures cloaked in black rushing from the monastery, followed by a floating safe, sent waves of astonishment through the onlookers. Xiahou Yan, however, paid little heed to the crowd. Glancing around, he noticed a few old horses tied to the hitching post at the monastery entrance, clearly belonging to the stationed Wasteland Wind mercenaries. Without a moment's thought, he leaped onto a horse, cast a fire spell to sever the tether, and with a squeeze of his legs, shot forth like an arrow, causing the surrounding pedestrians to scatter in disarray. The other 4 members of the Igor family followed suit, each borrowing a horse and galloping towards the city gates. Of course, the safe remained closely tethered to Master Laurier's horse. Having taken such a considerable risk, they could not possibly abandon the safe containing the precious elven plant. Just as the 5 horse-thieving outlaws dashed away, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded before the crowd. The stained glass window on the 2nd floor of the monastery exploded from within, showering brilliant shards of glass like fireworks. Then, a towering figure clad in steel armor leaped from the window, crashing onto the cobblestone street below with a thunderous impact. The distance from the 2nd floor window to the ground was a staggering 7 or 8 meters, yet the armored giant landed in a half-kneeling position, seemingly unscathed. Harrison Mustafa, the formidable leader of the Wasteland Wind Mercenary Corps, defiantly raised his head. Beneath the shadow of his helmet, his eagle-like eyes burned with fierce fury. Chapter 56. The Pursuit in the Night. Harrison Mustafa, the formidable leader of the Wasteland Wind Mercenary Corps, was consumed by fury. Throughout his blood-soaked, murderous life, he had only seized the treasures, spouses, and lives of others, yet no one had ever extracted a single boon from him. The instant the alarm rang throughout the monastery, he realized what was amiss. Someone was attempting to steal the bountiful elven plant, the flower of abundance, which he was tasked to transport. He was to deliver this invaluable elven plant to the Duke the very next day, but unexpectedly, on the eve of this crucial delivery, his own logistics warehouse had been beset by unwitting thieves. Mustafa, who had developed an excessive caution due to years of warfare, donned half-armor even for nighttime tasks. Upon hearing the magical alarm, he kicked aside the nun beside him, hastily donned his trousers, seized his battle axe, blood dragon, and dashed downstairs, only to be obstructed by a massive magical thorn barrier at the staircase. While his mercenary underlings futilely attempted to sever the thorns with their blades, Mustafa opted for a more direct approach. With his gauntlet hand, he shattered a stained glass window beside him, leaping down from the 2-story monastery with reckless abandon. Gifted with innate strength, Mustafa could wrestle with a bull at the tender age of 8. He had also been trained by the Berserker master, Lester Frosthammer, in the Coalbone Mountains, mastering the art of the Berserker. Since then, he had led swarms of greenwood brutes beneath the terrifying banner of the Wasteland Wind, galloping through the southern wilderness. In the perpetually tumultuous southern region of the empire, mercenary bands flourished like grains of sand along the Ganges. Among their captains, Harrison Mustafa might not be the most astute or the strongest, but he was undoubtedly the most bloodthirsty and savage, evoking terror in all who heard his name. For such a warrior, leaping down from a mere 2nd story posed no threat. He was no ordinary hunter. As Mustafa raised his head upon the streets of Rockstream City, he immediately noticed the empty hitching post, realizing that the band of thieves had already ridden off with his horses. However, for Captain Mustafa, this predicament was easily remedied. For every horse in the street could become his steed at his whim. He soon spotted a rather shabby itinerant merchant riding by on horseback. Mustafa strode forward, brandishing his battle axe from behind, and with a swift strike, he sent the bewildered merchant tumbling from his mount. Amidst the shocked gasps and screams, Mustafa leapt onto the horse and pursued the direction in which the thieves had fled. Having fought relentlessly on the blood-soaked battlefields of the southern plains and supported by a cadre of elite mercenary knights, Mustafa's equestrian skills were far from exaggerated. Compared to the inexperienced Xiao Yuan and Master Lori, and the Igor family guards more accustomed to foot combat, Mustafa, with reins firmly in his left hand and his battle axe in his right, galloped forth at a much greater pace. This speed was not solely due to his superior horsemanship. More crucially, the Igor family, while fleeing, instinctively avoided pedestrians in the street. In contrast, the enraged Harrison Mustafa, upon encountering any obstructive passerby, would either trample them underfoot or cleave them down with his axe. Already burdened with countless blood debts and marked as a top target on the bounty boards of the southern plains, Mustafa cared little for adding more murders to his tally. After all, Duke Houston, who had tasked him with numerous dirty jobs, would always provide him with protection. Yet, the Igor family had a head start on Mustafa. As the mercenary captain closed in on the 5 flower thieves, poised to conclude this street chase in a bloody manner, the fleeing quintet had already distanced themselves from Rockstream City, venturing into the wilderness beyond. Die! Mustafa bellowed, narrowly evading a fireball hastily cast by Master Lori. Leaning forward on his steed, he swung his axe toward the last guard, Tom Lawrence. With a resounding clash, Alice swiftly thrust a long sword she received from the side, intercepting Mustafa's downward blow just in time. The legendary weapons, the celestial sword and the dwarven axe blood dragon, collided mid-flight, creating a shower of sparks as they rebounded. Unaware of the identity of the relentless mercenary clad in half-armor, the guard chose to aim for a less fortified target. He did not attempt to shoot at the covered helm of his adversary, but rather aimed low at Mustafa's vulnerable areas. Had the pursuer been an ordinary mercenary, a shot to the leg or torso would have sufficed to halt his frenzied chase. But the one on horseback was none other than the legendary mercenary captain, Harrison Mustafa. During his berserker training in the Coldbone Mountains, Master Lester Frosthammer imparted to him a crucial lesson, not the art of wielding an axe nor the signature berserker techniques, but rather the importance of keen observation, compelling him to fixate on the soaring eagles among the mountains for an entire day until he could discern every movement they made. The seasoned Frosthammer understood that for a berserker already endowed with enough power, vision and reflexes were fundamental skills that could determine life or death in battle. Thus, what appeared to others as a lightning-fast arrow was, to Mustafa, but a slow-motion spectacle. Without hesitation, he swung his axe, Blood Dragon, effortlessly deflecting Chris's arrow to the ground. Chris loosed another arrow, only to have it swatted away once more by Mustafa's axe. A third arrow followed, and again it was blocked. Having drawn only 3 arrows from his quiver, Chris now had to reach back for more ammunition. And this was precisely the fleeting moment Mustafa sought. In the instant Chris's onslaught ceased, Mustafa swung his axe, aiming from left to right toward Alice Comstock's slender waist atop her steed. This maneuver was undeniably fierce, and Mustafa's battle experience was formidable. Like the majority of warriors, the female swordswoman on horseback wielded her sword in her right hand, meaning that Mustafa, positioned directly behind her, could exploit the blind spot on her left rear waist. Master Frosthammer's adage rang true. Victory is determined not by strength, but by positioning. In a past duel, it was a misstep in positioning that cost the great dwarven berserker his life and reputation to the very student he had trained with care. Yet, before a sinister grin could materialize on Mustafa's scarred visage, the dark-haired youth leading the charge suddenly shouted something, causing the captain of the Wasteland Wind to perceive a flash of crimson light before him. Then, an ominous figure erupted from the nearby thicket, lunging straight toward Harrison Mustafa atop his steed. The tide of battle shifted. Chapter 57, The Equine Connection, whether on Earth or within the Empire's realm of Haven Continent. The first soldier to discover the art of mounted combat was undoubtedly a paragon of brilliance. When a warrior acquires a steed and transforms into a cavalryman, the enhancement of his combat capabilities transcends mere arithmetic. The speed of the horse bestows upon him an unparalleled advantage in battlefield mobility, while its stature allows him to dominate infantry from a commanding height. More crucially, the horse's carrying capacity permits him to don more robust armor and wield larger, heavier weapons without hindering his agility. In an era prior to the advent of firearms, where military engagements relied predominantly on close combat, cavalry tactics played a central role, often revolving around the interplay between cavalry and counter-cavalry maneuvers. The battlefield was alive with cavalry charges, the formations of lancers, and the tactical prowess of mounted archers. Consequently, the ability to maintain one's position atop a steed became an essential skill for cavalrymen of that age. Harrison Mustafa, the seasoned commander of the Harrowing Wind, exemplified this skill with remarkable finesse. When confronted with a sudden, ominous shadow approaching from the right, he did not succumb to panic like a novice. Instead, he deftly distanced himself from the saddle, kicked free of the stirrups, and, with only his arms clasped around the horse's neck, leaned into the oncoming shadow, gracefully rolling to the left side of the horse. In a seamless motion, he grasped the horse's shoulder and executed a fluid maneuver around its neck, allowing the shadow to miss its intended target entirely, passing harmlessly above him, an event that transpired in the blink of an eye. In that fleeting moment, Mustafa's exceptional reflexes, strength, agility, and horsemanship were laid bare. If one were to liken his equestrian prowess to that of a champion cyclist cradling the Tour de France trophy, then the members of the Igor family, represented by Xiahou Yan, would resemble a 5-year-old child just learning to ride a bicycle, reliant on parental support to prevent a fall. However, before Mustafa could revel in his triumph, another shadow hurtled towards him from the right. With a dull thud, it collided with him, and they both tumbled from the horse. In that instant, Mustafa discerned the nature of this shadow. which had sprung forth from the nearby thicket. It was a warrior clad in armor. Yet, before he could ponder the familiarity of the armor, the figure lifted its head. Locking eyes with him, Mustafa's heart sank, and terror gripped him, for what he beheld were not living eyes, but the empty sockets of a skull, ablaze with ethereal gray flames. Encased within the armor was not a living being, but a skeletal warrior, a soldier of bone. Ahead, the Igor family reined in their horses, turning away. Yet, neither Master Lori nor Alice harbored any desire to deliver a finishing blow to the fallen Mustafa. From the nearby foliage, a swarm of similarly skeletal soldiers emerged, pouncing upon the downed commander with the ferocity of ravenous hounds, pinning him to the ground. Amidst the white, bony mass, Mustafa's anguished roars echoed, a wild beast cornered, drawing upon every ounce of strength and every combat technique he had mastered. He even resorted to the dwarven berserker's secret technique of rage. Ultimately, however, he was met with a relentless tide of skeletal soldiers, each biting and stabbing at him with unyielding persistence. Under the chilling moonlight, a vivid stain of crimson soon spread amidst the throng of skeletal warriors. The orchestrator of this grim spectacle, Lord Xiahou Yin, grasped the reins of his horse, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions as he observed the scene unfold. He was acutely aware of the number of skeletal soldiers, 60. This formidable legion of bone was assembled from the corpses of the fallen warriors of the harrowing wind. As guided by the principles of the essence of necromancy, they were adorned in the very leather armor and wielding the blades that had belonged to the mercenaries in life. Mustafa could scarcely fathom that it was his own men, transformed into undead beings, who were meting out his doom. As he witnessed the spectacle of dozens of skeletal warriors besieging a living man, Xiahou Yin finally comprehended the true potency of the necromantic spells recorded in the essence of necromancy, which were deemed taboo. The tome contained but a handful of combat spells, such as the Death Finger, that directly inflicted harm, for there was no need for more. Throughout history, renowned necromancers commanded legions of undead to fight on their behalf, never needing to engage directly. The advantage of skeletal resurrection lay in its ability to animate numerous corpses simultaneously, with rapid incantation and minimal requirements for the integrity of the bodies. Anticipating potential complications, Xiahou Yin had meticulously transformed 60 mercenary corpses into skeletal soldiers before entering the city of Rocky Creek. The Lord of the Underworld had not disappointed him, significantly reducing the magical cost required for his spells. Otherwise, it would have been beyond his capabilities as a second-tier mage to wield such advanced necromantic magic. Cunning and astute, Lord Xiahou had positioned the skeletal soldiers in ambush, ready for unforeseen events. After Mustafa's attention was drawn to the Igor family, they unwittingly led him step by step into this trap of the undead. When the order was given, the ambushed skeletal soldiers erupted from their concealment, and the toll of fate had already begun to toll for Mustafa. Sometimes, events unfold in a most ironic fashion. Having recently suffered a devastating ambush at the hands of the harrowing wind, the Igor family now found themselves in the role of the ambushers, turning the tide against their former adversary. The 60 skeletal soldiers were capable of inflicting staggering damage in a short span. Despite Mustafa's formidable strength and survival instinct allowing him to slay several of the skeletal foes initially, he soon found himself overwhelmed, and silence fell upon the once tumultuous scene. Xiahou Yin exchanged a knowing glance with Master Lori, subtly channeling ethereal energy as he waved his hand. The skeletal warriors obediently withdrew, revealing the bloodied corpse of Commander Mustafa. He, too, had a critical question to pose to this mercenary brigand. Chapter 58. The Night Banquet under the majestic and solemn shadow of the King of Hell. The formidable Harrison Mustafa, leader of the Desolate Wind mercenary group, enacted a performance of a dying man abruptly awakened, oblivious to the impending doom. A chilling crowbar felled the recently resurrected zombie mercenary leader to the ground. For a fleeting moment, Mustafa's bloodshot eyes flared with ferocity, but he soon lay motionless as if transformed from a bloodthirsty marauder of the wasteland into a model citizen of virtue and decorum. This was not a sudden change of heart, but rather the result of the gray necromantic energy enveloping Xiahou Yin, compelling obedience. The necromancer holds absolute dominion over the undead he resurrects. The Lord's intention in reviving this mercenary leader was not born from a sadistic desire to torment a captive, nor was it a mere ambition to gain a powerful ally. To prolong the life of this notorious brigand would indeed contradict the moral compass of the Lord. What he sought was simply the answer to a pivotal question. Tell me. Xiahou Yin pressed down on Mustafa's icy shoulder armor, his gaze fixated on him. As the necromantic energy shimmered with an enigmatic gray light. How do you unlock the magical lock of the safe? The safe? Mustafa's eyes appeared somewhat bewildered. Clearly, the memories of this newly resurrected being were still unclear. Past experience informed Xiahou Yin that the simplest way to fix something was to strike it a few times. Thus, he delivered a fierce blow with the crowbar. Tell me. Xiahou Yin snarled through gritted teeth. How do you open the magical lock of the safe that holds the flower of abundance? I've never opened it. Mustafa's gaze shifted. Yet he ultimately submitted to his new master, but the Lord told me that you just need to recite a command. What command? Xiahou Yin felt his heart race, urgently pressing for an answer. Without hesitation, he seized the dagger from Lawrence and aimed for Mustafa's neck. The splatter of blood from the severed neck staining the very moon above crimson. The headless corpse of Harrison Mustafa collapsed lifelessly. This mercenary leader, who had dominated the southern wasteland for decades, met his end due to overconfidence, having pursued an enemy into a trap. The Igor family remained unaware of the monumental repercussions Mustafa's death would have on the southern wasteland. Nor could they foresee the fates that awaited the numerous members of the now dispersed Desolate Wind mercenary group. In the southern wasteland, the tides of fate are ever fickle. So how shall we describe the southern wasteland of the Empire? The wasteland, a chaotic whirlpool, consumes and entwines the destinies of its inhabitants, compelling them to confront their inevitable deaths amid the unchanging winds and sands, leaving them with lifelong scars or unparalleled glory. Leaving Mustafa's corpse in their wake, the Igor family joyfully embarked on their journey home with a magical safe, soon to deepen their understanding of this wasteland in unexpected ways. Castle of Rockstream. For the servants of Duke Houston, this was destined to be a night of significance. In a rarely used, long dusty small dining room within the castle, the Duke broke his usual reclusive demeanor to host a small banquet. He informed the servants that he had urgent matters to discuss with a few distinguished guests. Thus, after the male servants had served the banquet's dishes, he dismissed all attending servants, leaving only himself and the three guests, firmly shutting the large red oak door of the dining room. However, in that fleeting moment before departing, the astute old steward, well acquainted with the portraits of the Empire's high-ranking officials, recognized the identities of the three guests, clad in immaculate white military attire, with neatly combed silver hair and a face chiseled with resolute features, radiating an aura of noble grandeur, stood the illustrious Duke Grim Rosario of the Eastern Realm, held in high esteem by the populace. Next to him, a short middle-aged man sporting a black mustache and cunning black eyes, exuded a demeanor of humility. He was none other than General Quinton, Chief of Staff of the Empire's military. As for the rotund, balding elder in sacred vestments, swaying unsteadily as he walked, he was the familiar figure of Cardinal Delichet III, the primate of the Southern Bishopric of the Holy Light Church, tasked with spreading divine glory across the wasteland. Two Grand Lords, one Chief of Staff, and a Cardinal Primate. Despite their meager number, the guest list of this private banquet was undeniably extravagant. Yet, the servants, driven far away by the Duke, could only wish to eavesdrop on the conversation unfolding within. Inside the dining room, the nearly 60-year-old Duke Houston, exhibiting signs of aging, leaned slightly forward, carefully placing a piece of beef soaked in pink juices onto the silver plate of Duke Rosario. This overly attentive, even somewhat inappropriate gesture caused Rosario's brow to furrow slightly. Grim, it is rare for you to visit our humble abode. You must try the local specialty. Duke Houston smiled, seemingly oblivious to Rosario's displeasure. This floral beef from Rockstream is fed on clove flowers and drinks chilled wine from calfhood, resulting in tender meat with a natural floral and wine aroma. Duke Rosario glanced down at the piece of beef, but remained silent. It was General Quinton who, with a silver fork, speared a piece of meat and savored it, exclaiming, "Your Grace, Rockstream is truly a wonderful place, incomparable to our war-torn Eastern realm. Once the fighting ceases, I shall bring Grim here to retire." "Welcome, welcome." Duke Houston beamed. In this congenial and amicable atmosphere, Duke Grim Rosario coldly interjected, "Houston, the situation in the East is urgent. We have come here for serious matters." Cardinal Delichet III, seated nearby, involuntarily shrank his chubby neck, his expression one of trepidation. General Quinton, however, maintained his smile, chewing on the beef while keenly observing Duke Houston's reaction. For a brief moment, Duke Houston's expression stiffened, but he soon burst into hearty laughter. My dear Grim Rosario, whatever the matter may be, please do not hesitate to share. For the sake of my friendship with your father, I shall certainly lend my utmost assistance. Very well. Duke Rosario did not budge from his plate of beef. His cold gray eyes fixed on Duke Houston. We are here regarding the flower of abundance. Duke Houston's hand holding the fork trembled slightly. Chapter 59. There is little news from Rock Creek City. Duke Houston set down his fork, lifted his wine glass, and took a sip. The sweet yet tart liquid tightened his throat slightly. So, what is the flower of abundance? He raised his gaze from the glass to inquire of Duke Rosario. Duke Rosario's eyes sharpened. The gray pupils reminded Duke Houston of the icy rocks of the Cold Bone Mountains. Merely contemplating this notion sent a shiver down his spine. Avoiding Rosario's stare, Houston shifted his gaze to Chief of Staff Quinton. The short man, sporting a clever little mustache and a well-maintained visage devoid of any battle scars, continued to chew his beef slowly, as though a headsman's meticulous sharpening of his blade preceded an execution. This chief of the Imperial General Staff, while chewing, scrutinized Duke Houston with an amused glint in his eyes. Houston felt sweat forming in his palms. What are you all talking about? He discreetly clenched his jaw, forcing a smile as he continued. What exactly is this flower of abundance? Oh, you are unaware of what the flower of abundance is. Noticing the somber expression of Duke Rosario, who seemed disinclined to speak, Chief Quinton swallowed his morsel and, with steady hands, declared, that is quite strange. For my informant told me he saw a group of mercenaries from Rock Creek City transporting the flower of abundance straight to your territory. As for what you mentioned about the flower of abundance, I know nothing. Duke Houston endured the tremors in his knees, striving to appear unperturbed as he shrugged. Dear Chief Quinton, to be honest, I too am troubled by the mercenary scoundrels in the wasteland. Those bloodthirsty lunatics are capable of anything. Have they caused you any trouble? Still holding his fork, Quinton leaned back against his chair. His smile remained unchanged, yet his gaze turned defiant and laden with meaning. Oh, dear Duke Houston, you may not believe me when I say this, but it is indeed a significant, monumental trouble. Houston lifted his glass to Quinton, muttering a toast of good fortune, then used the act of drinking to mask his inner turmoil. After a prolonged silence, Duke Grim Rosario finally spoke. His voice was as steady and powerful as his appearance, imbued with the magnetic quality of a middle-aged man seasoned by the ravages of war. Duke Houston found himself reluctant to meet Rosario's eyes. Despite being younger and a rising figure in the imperial political arena, Houston truly felt intimidated by their piercing gaze. Honed on the eastern battlefield, far beyond what a wealthy landlord confined to the south could withstand. As Houston sliced the beef on his silver plate, he contemplated the current situation. No, not necessarily. The entire process left no clues. Colonel Mustafa always conducted his affairs with precision, and the acquisition of the flower of abundance was executed under the mercenary group's name in the black market. As the Duke of the South, he should have left no trace. Currently, the flower of abundance was securely hidden in the basement of the Monastery of Holy Light. Even if Rosario and Quinton, two cunning old foxes, sensed something amiss, they would likely only suspect him. There was nothing to fear. Reassuring himself, Duke Houston lifted his head once more, his tone significantly calmer. I sincerely apologize, but I have no leads regarding the matter you seek. If I acquire any information about, the flower of abundance, rest assured, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Duke Rosario cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. However, across the table, Chief of Staff Quinton continued with a sardonic tone. Oh, I hope your sources are as robust as your mental fortitude. Enough. Duke Houston, no longer willing to endure this torment, slammed his hand on the table and asserted, I am here to enjoy a fine dinner in the company of esteemed guests. I do not care what affairs you encountered in the East, nor the purpose of the flower of abundance, since I have stated my ignorance. Kindly cease this topic and enjoy your meal. Yet, the seemingly genteel Chief Quinton was evidently a hard nut at heart. In the face of the furious host, Quinton, lounging with his leg crossed, mockingly pointed his fork at Duke Houston. Duke Houston, I have experienced countless battles and orchestrated numerous operations, and what I trust the least is coincidence. Our Eastern Legion has just uncovered the flower of abundance, and then it mysteriously goes missing? The flower of abundance appears in the black market of Everyday City, and shortly after, a mercenary band from the southern wasteland rushes to your territory? Duke Houston, I warn you, the flower of abundance is not only invaluable, but also pivotal to the imperial war situation. I do not wish for anyone to attempt to appropriate it for personal gain. I have said. I do not know. Duke Houston finally lost his temper, slamming his knife down onto the table. The once silent Patriarch Delahert, who had been shrinking in the presence of the other high-ranking officials, finally ventured to speak the first words since the banquet commenced, but his attempt to diffuse the tension bore no fruit. Quentin, slightly intoxicated, coldly retorted, "Holy One? How many legions does he command? Our imperial general staff has always relied solely on ourselves to apprehend criminals and thieves." The portly patriarch, caught off guard, turned pale as he realized that with the passage of time, the once respected faith in the Holy One had lost all authority in the eyes of these battle-hardened Eastern officers. This realization deepened the sorrow of the old patriarch, who had long suffered under Duke Houston's tyranny in the South. In summary, Duke Houston thumped the table heavily, declaring, "Chief Quentin, I hope the discussion of this flower of abundance concludes here." Quentin let out a cold snort, eager to continue, but was silenced by Duke Rosario's stern intervention. "Enough. Let it be. Duke Houston, the flower of abundance is of utmost importance to our military operations. If Rock Creek City has any relevant information, I kindly ask you to remain vigilant." However, before he could devise a way to ease the tension with Chief Quentin, a maid hastily burst into the dining room. Houston was about to admonish his servant for her rudeness when she handed him a sealed letter, capturing his full attention. The letter bore a partridge feather, indicating it came from the Wasteland Wind Mercenary Corps. Apologizing to his guests, Duke Houston moved to the corner, opened the letter, and began to read. The astonishing news that the highly coveted flower of abundance had just been stolen from the monastery of Holy Light left the old nobleman, who had invested considerable time and wealth in acquiring it, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 60. Unboxing and Lottery. While several prominent nobles of the empire engaged in deceitful maneuvers in the city of Yinshi, a group of audacious brigands from the Igor family joyously embarked on their return journey, bearing a colossal Babylonian steel safe. The presence of the coveted flower of abundance weighed heavily upon them, and uncertainty loomed regarding possible retaliatory actions from the desolate winds and Duke Houston. Thus, the Lord dared not linger in the vicinity of Yinshi. Meanwhile, the archer Chris and the repeatedly unfortunate Lawrence were left nearby to await the procurement of supplies from traveling merchants the following morning. Over the past few days, the young Chris man had demonstrated remarkable cleverness and dependability. Receiving supplies was not a particularly complex task, and it provided an opportune moment for Lord Xiahou Yin to further hone the skills of this young archer. As for Tom Lawrence, well, at least he could be considered a person. After parting ways with the two family guards, the Lord, accompanied by his chief mage and captain of the guard, made his way to the camp. Master Lori, hindered by insufficient magical energy for prolonged levitation spells to transport the safe, had to rest several times along the journey. The makeshift camp of the Igor family was not close to Yinshi, so by the time the trio arrived, the gentle morning sun was rising, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. The first to rush out from the camp to greet them was none other than the Lord's maid, Angia Randall. A nearby guard captain discreetly curled his lip in disdain. Lord Xiahou Yin smiled and nodded at her, concealing a flicker of gloom in his eyes. He had distinctly sensed Angia's frigid body temperature moments ago. This obedient and charming little maid had ultimately fallen victim to fate, transforming into a living dead, much like Alice. He regretted not having struck Mustafa with more force during their earlier encounters. Mayor Joel ambled over, a bowl of soup in hand, clearly preoccupied with breakfast. Unlike Angia, who focused solely on the Lord, Joel's attention was immediately drawn to the enormous, peculiar iron mass floating beside Master Lori. "What is that?" he inquired, pointing at the massive iron block. "An elven plant." Xiahou Yin squinted his eyes. "Huh." Mayor Joel rolled his eyes and continued on his way, fully aware of the preciousness of elven plants and dismissing the Lord's claim as nonsense. "I'm not lying," the Lord retorted, his temper flaring. "Inside is indeed an elven plant. Where did you get the money to buy an elven plant?" he asked. "It wasn't bought, it was seized," Master Lori decisively interrupted, robbing Lord Xiahou Yin of the opportunity to boast, which only served to infuriate him further. "We took it from Duke Houston." The master skillfully employed the more assertive term, seized rather than stolen. Mayor Joel was left momentarily dumbfounded, until the day before their departure. The theft of the elven plant had been a classified plan known only to a select few. The others in the camp believed the Lord was merely going to procure supplies this time. Just then, the heavy-footed Death Knight Clement approached, causing the ground to tremble. The Lord, while sipping a cup of freshly brewed ginger tea from Angia, directed Clement to place the magical safe in the central clearing of the camp. Despite Master Lori having exhausted his magical energy during the levitation, he had managed to sustain himself with magic dust left by Adrian. However, for the remarkably strong Clement, moving the large iron safe was merely a slight exertion. As the Lord observed Clement straining to transport the safe, he mused that once they arrived at the new territory, it would be quite advantageous for Clement to remain on site as a laborer, even if not engaged in battle. The poor Death Knight remained oblivious to how the Lord had envisioned his career path, diligently positioning the safe in the clearing. The commotion caused by the safe's transport soon attracted a curious crowd of idle subjects. However, Lord Xiahou Yan preferred to keep the magical plant concealed, as such treasures ought to remain as discreet and confidential as possible. Thus, at his signal, Master Lori and Mayor Joel, both seasoned sycophants, swiftly dispersed the onlookers, clearing the area around the safe. Once only a few trusted confidants remained, Xiahou Yan stood before the Babylonian steel safe, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. He was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Inside this safe lay the legendary elven plant. Even the most inferior elven plant could fetch 3 to 4 times its weight in gold on the market, considering the safe's considerable height. The elven plant it contained must also be substantial, even if it proved useless in the construction of the territory. Selling it on the black market would yield an enormous fortune. Moreover, according to Master Lori, the flower of abundance was a previously undocumented rare species, its value far exceeding that of commonplace elven plants. After days of fretting over the family's poverty and scarcity, the Lord felt as if a thunderous clap had struck, heralding an abrupt transition from rags to riches. In the expectant gazes of Master Lori, Mayor Joel, Clement, and Alice, Xiahou Yan stood before the magical safe, suppressing a wave of nausea as he recited the incantation to unlock the magical lock. May Duke Houston live a long life. It became evident that the resurrected Mustafa could not deceive the Lord. As Xiahou Yan's words faded, the magical runes engraved upon the Babylonian steel erupted with a brilliant light, and the heavy door of the safe burst open with a resounding crash, releasing a plume of smoke. Master Lori, possessing acute perception, cast a light spell, raising his glowing hand to illuminate the interior of the safe. Yet when the contents within were revealed, everyone collectively held their breath. For what lay before their eyes was an entity entirely unrelated to plants. No flowers, no leaves, no roots, no stems. Crouched within the safe was only a petite, stunningly beautiful young girl. The Lord's dazed gaze traversed the girl's delicate form, draped in a flowing green gown, then shifted to her wide, fearful eyes, and finally fixated on her soft, pale green hair, cascading like clouds, and her quivering, translucent, pearl-like ears that evoked an irresistible desire to touch. Xiahou Yan could not help but believe that a grave misunderstanding had occurred. A very serious misunderstanding indeed. Chapter 61. The flower of abundance. Before the astounded Igor family could fully comprehend the situation, the girl trapped within the safe, upon noticing the multitude surrounding her, was overwhelmed with tears that filled her large, golden gem-like eyes. With her small mouth agape, she cried out, "Help! Don't come near me! Help!" One must admit, her voice was indeed melodious. Even her cries were not at all grating, instead resonating with a lyrical beauty reminiscent of a yellow oriole's song or a cuckoo's lament. Listening to the plaintive wails, the mind of a certain lord grew increasingly blank. Why, he wondered, was there a girl ensconced in a safe meant for the splendid elven plant, the flower of abundance? Among those present, the one who reacted most swiftly was the seasoned Victor Lowry, who, as if awakening from a dream, muttered a calming incantation, directing a shimmering halo of psychic magic towards the beautiful girl in the safe. True to his status as a junior mage of the mental realm, the calming aura enveloped the girl, causing her to immediately cease her cries. However, she remained huddled in the corner of the magical safe, gazing fearfully at the Igor family, as if appraising a group of unrepentant criminals. "You," explained the situation to her. The master instructed the bewildered Alice and Angela with a glance. Given the current predicament, it was evident that, as fellow women, they were the most likely to soothe the girl within the safe. The master himself withdrew slightly with Lord Igor, Mayor Joel, and the Death Knight Clement, forming a hushed circle. "What on earth is this?" exclaimed Xiahou Yan in a hushed voice. "Who is this girl? Where are my elven plants? Could it be that she is the elven plant itself?" Clement ventured, proposing a rather absurd hypothesis. Xia Hoan and Mayor Joel stared in disbelief. A plant person? Nonsense. Only Master Lowry grasped the reality of the situation. One could not overstate the depth of his understanding regarding the women of various races across the continent of Haven. He had immediately discerned that the girl locked inside the safe was unmistakably of the elven race. Her pointed ears and distinctive light green hair serving as irrefutable evidence of her identity. Yet, within the elven race, there existed numerous subspecies. And due to the scarcity of elves in the current world, Master Lowry had encountered elves far less frequently than humans, leaving him unable to specify which group the girl belonged to. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that she was a genuine elf. What the hell? He exclaimed. Could it be that the so-called rare elven species refers not to a plant, but to a living elven being? Who would be foolish enough to refer to a sentient, emotional being as a rare species? Himmler? Thus, Xia Hoyan struggled to swallow, his trembling finger pointing toward the girl conversing with Alice. In a quavering voice, he asked, "Is she the so-called flower of abundance?" Master Lowry solemnly nodded. "I believe she is an elven girl, and flower of abundance must be her nickname or a metaphorical description. We have all misunderstood. After all, that title sounds far too much like a type of elven plant." The Lord's mind was nearly shattered. "She doesn't look appetizing at all. What do we do now?" Mayor Joel stammered. For this honest man who had managed the town of Eagle's Breath Fortress, the concept of the elven race felt exceedingly distant. "If I am not mistaken, she is likely an elven slave captured by the Empire," Master Lowry said, gesturing towards the elven girl, who was tearfully listening to Alice. "Elves are an exceedingly rare race, often hiding in the eastern mountains, indifferent to worldly affairs. This has led many mercenary groups to specialize in capturing elven slaves. As you can see, elves are strikingly beautiful, making them highly sought after in the slave market. Favored by the Empire's nobility." Xia Hoyan glanced at the pitiful elven girl kneeling nearby. It was easy to infer the purpose behind the Empire's nobility purchasing elven slaves. "So, what use do we have for her? Are we to sell her in the black market?" he inquired. "I find that morally objectionable, but more importantly, did you not notice? She bears the unique mark of a slave." Master Lowry lamented. "An elven slave of such quality must already be registered. We do not yet know from where the Duke of Houston acquired her, and if we were to hastily sell her, we might attract unwanted attention." "What about returning her to the Duke of Houston?" Clement suggested foolishly. The others shot him incredulous looks. Clement sheepishly lowered his head. "For now, the best course of action I can think of is to keep her with us temporarily. If a suitable opportunity arises, we can either sell her or find a way to deal with her later. The value of an elven slave is indeed considerable. It would be a pity to let her go." Master Lowry stroked his beard thoughtfully. He then cast a knowing glance at Lord Igor. "Moreover, this is a precious elven girl. Keeping her might prove beneficial for you, wouldn't it? Why don't you just go die?" Xia Hoyan retorted, exasperated. Master Lowry's words boiled down to this. The elven girl was utterly useless to the Igor family at present. They could not sell her. Letting her go would be a waste. Keeping her as labor? With her delicate limbs, she was unlikely to handle any heavy work. As the impoverished Lord Igor, who was desperately seeking a way to save his family, clearly had no leisure to indulge in the notion of employing an elven slave. This elven girl was, without a doubt, a tasteless morsel, a regrettable burden. "I wanted elven plants, not an elven girl," Lord Igor lamented inwardly. Meanwhile, under the gentle reassurances of Alice and Angela, the elven girl had evidently calmed down. She now sat wrapped in a thick blanket, weakly sipping a cup of hot ginger tea. Upon noticing Xia Hoyan approaching, she immediately raised her head, her gaze alert as she scrutinized the dark-haired youth. From the descriptions provided by the female swordsman and the young maid, she had come to understand that this noble boy was the leader of the entire group and her rescuer from the dark confines of the safe. Though she had endured days without food or drink, her elven constitution allowed her to retain enough strength for contemplation. The elven girl's mind began to race. What would this human noble do to her? To him, she must represent a captured slave. And what would humans do with an elven slave? Fear and despair surged within her heart. However, what puzzled her was why the dark-haired lord gazed at her not with admiration for her beauty or desire, but rather as if scrutinizing a piece of refuse or a worthless object. "Am I truly that unattractive?" the elven maiden pondered in confusion. "What is your name?" Xia Hoyan inquired, kneeling in front of the elven girl with a hint of irritation. Velf, she replied timidly. "So, the flower of abundance is your moniker?" The lord forced a smile through gritted teeth. "Yes, indeed. Velf's cheeks flushed slightly. The Lord's grand ambition of amassing wealth through an elven plant was completely shattered. He turned his head away, muttering silently. My name is Elliott Igor, the current head of the Igor family, and your lord. You are now, by all accounts, my slave. Do you understand? Xiahou Yin sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Yes, yes. Velf answered softly. Ever since she had been abducted by those humans from the mountains, branded, and sold in the black market, she had accepted her fate. Moreover, the imposing figure of the black iron warrior beside her and the sword at the waist of the female swordsman left her with no thoughts of resistance or escape. Very well. Tell me, can you clean or do laundry? Xiahou Yin asked as kindly as he could manage. No, I cannot. Velf's face turned red as she lowered her head. Do you possess any skills in farming, weaving, forging, or any other craft? Xiahou Yin questioned through clenched teeth. No, I do not. Velf gazed pitifully at her new master. Do you have any particular talents? I mean, any at all? Xiahou Yin felt his patience waning. Velf cutely tilted her head, pondering for a long time, but yielding no answer. Master Lori observed the bulging veins on the Lord's clenched fists. Then, dear Miss Velf, what can you do as a slave? Xiahou Yin gritted his teeth. I can. Velf's face was flushed as she stammered without coherence. Master Lori carefully assessed the Lord's rising fury, ready to cast a calming spell to prevent a stroke. By the gods! Xiahou Yin stood up, despair filling his eyes. He was now consumed with class hatred towards the debauched imperial nobility and Duke Houston. Could you at least ensure that those involved in the slave trade possess some semblance of practical labor skills? Velf, kneeling before him, spoke softly. What is it? The Lord glowered down. I am a bit hungry. Velf touched her pointed ears sheepishly. Do you have anything to eat? I would like some beef, bread, stew, and perhaps a bit of juice. Master Lori acted swiftly, casting a calming spell upon the Lord. That evening, outside Rock Creek City, two figures, one tall and one short, walked side by side. Dozens of white-clad knights trailed behind at a distance, refraining from interrupting their conversation. The taller figure was the esteemed noble of the Eastern Empire, Duke Grim Rosarian. The commander of the Eastern Theater, the shorter one was Baron Quinton, of humble origins yet increasingly revealing strategic brilliance amidst challenging times. Now occupying the position of Chief of Staff. After sharing a luncheon with Duke Houston, the two departed the city, heading eastward with Rosarian's White Knight Guard. The military situation between the Empire and the Glorious Federation was urgent in the Eastern Front, and these two pivotal commanders dared not linger away from their posts for too long. Grim, what is your take? Though Quinton wore a smirk, worry was evident in his eyes. Duke Rosarian understood what his old partner was implying. Houston is lying, he stated solemnly. The theft of the flower of abundance must involve him. We should have seized that old man by the throat and forced him to confess. Quinton, the chief of staff, seethed. Yet we lack evidence. Duke Rosarian shook his head, his expression grim. I can only hope that Houston's theft of the flower of abundance is merely for personal indulgence and to secure an heir, rather than for some grander scheme. What if it is? Quinton queried nonchalantly. If it is, then my blade, honed for slaying half-orcs, shall be equally sharp against these pig-headed human nobles. Duke Rosarian's voice was as cold as his silver hair. Houston had better not forget that I have yet to settle the score with Vincent Igor. Mentioning the familiar name stirred Quinton's thoughts. He pondered how Vincent's young son was faring lately. May fortune smile upon him, Duke Rosarian sighed. With a resounding whistle, these two men, who upheld the empire amidst the bloodshed in the east, galloped across the vast wilderness. As the sun set, their shadows stretched long upon the earth. Chapter 62. A grand expedition to the south. Long plagued by the inadequacy of provisions for his troop, Mayor Joel finally revealed a hint of satisfaction. Although the recent procurement was still insufficient to sustain hundreds for an extended period, it was more than ample for the journey to the new territory. Once they officially arrived at their destination, they could more leisurely arrange for additional supplies. Chris even conveyed a message to Xiahou Yin, informing him that Rock, a merchant from Rock Creek City who had sold them supplies, was eager to maintain a trade relationship in the future. Merchants, after all, are driven by profit. And it was evident that establishing lucrative dealings with the generous lord had become Rog's primary objective. However, Xiahou Yin was well aware that relying on trade to resolve the food shortage was not a sustainable plan. Firstly, the new territory allocated to the Igor family, Frost Maple Ridge, was situated at the southernmost end of the southern wasteland, separated from the prosperous central regions of the empire by the expansive Houston Principality. This meant that all trade between Igor's territory and the Empire would occur under the watchful eye of the Duke of Houston. Knowing the Duke harbored ill intentions, Xiahou Yin could not recklessly engage in procurement within an adversarial domain, for who could predict the schemes the Duke might concoct? Until the threat posed by the Duke was neutralized, all visible transactions had to be approached with utmost caution. Secondly, the Lord was genuinely short on funds. Rog was a merchant, not a philanthropist, and any purchases from him would require tangible currency. The supplies acquired for the caravan during their journey had already significantly depleted the resources from Adrian's laboratory, causing Master Lori considerable distress and sleepless nights. Upon reaching Frost Maple Ridge, the Igor family might encounter unforeseen circumstances, and the prudent lord needed to retain a reserve of liquid funds for emergencies. All of this led to the stark reality that the estate truly had no surplus provisions. Unless Xiahou Yin could unearth a gold mine in Frost Maple Ridge, there would be no means to procure substantial quantities of food. Thus, the most effective solution to the food dilemma lay in developing self-sufficient agriculture in the new territory. Yet, Xiahou Yin felt a twinge of anxiety. They were utterly ignorant of the terrain, hydrology, and climate conditions surrounding Frost Maple Ridge. In such a remote area, whether they could swiftly cultivate agriculture and livestock remained a complete mystery. Initially, he had hoped to resolve the issue with elven plants, but the debacle concerning the bountiful flower had resulted in a significant setback. Consequently, even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Xiahou Yin found himself navigating the territory's development step by step, feeling his way forward. Notably, before departing from the temporary camp in the woods, he convened a meeting with all his subjects, adhering to the plan he had previously discussed with Alice. During the assembly, the Lord presented the members of the caravan with 2 choices: either accompany the group southward to pioneer Frost Maple Ridge or separate from the family to seek their own fortunes. Xiahou Yin's intent was not solely to empower these unfortunate citizens to determine their fates. He was acutely aware of the arduous journey ahead in establishing the territory. Rather than bring everyone along indiscriminately, it was wiser to first weed out those who were less loyal and resolute, thus avoiding potential turmoil when conditions became exceedingly harsh. Moreover, fewer people would also mean conserving some food. However, contrary to Xiahou Yin's expectations, very few chose to depart. After a show of hands, over 300 individuals opted to stand with the family, sharing in their fate and embarking together to cultivate the new territory in the south. Of course, Xiahou Yin was not so self-absorbed as to believe this outcome was due to his magnetic personality or charisma. He understood the psychology of the populace in this era. These impoverished individuals, having lived under the Lord's rule since childhood, lacked the courage to chart their own destinies. For them, continuing to follow their lord was the path of least resistance. Regardless, the Igor family caravan, now supplemented with supplies and streamlined in personnel, set forth on their southern expedition to the new territory. The Lord, enjoying a peaceful journey, spent his days in the company of Mayor Joel and Master Lori, deliberating on the future development strategy of the territory. Although these 2 seasoned veterans were equally at a loss regarding the direction of the territory's growth, with their help, the Lord managed to implement a simple grouping of the caravan members. Xiahou Yin believed that effective management of all events and resources ultimately hinged upon personnel management. Thus, he categorized the existing members of the Igor family into 4 groups for future command and control. The first group was the agricultural team, primarily composed of over 200 tenant farmers. This group would be responsible for addressing the agricultural and food issues of the new territory. Given the paramount importance of sustenance, the fate of the entire Igor territory hinged upon these farmers' ability to establish sufficient farmland and pastures in the unpredictable conditions of Frost Maple Ridge. Having managed the Eagle's Rest town for an extended period and possessing some knowledge of agricultural production, Mayor Johnson Joel was naturally appointed as the leader of the agricultural team. Xiahou Yin could not personally inquire into the situation of every tenant farmer. Thus, the development of agriculture in the territory would rely on Mayor Joel's efforts, who would report back to the Lord. The second group was the craftsman team, comprising several blacksmiths and dozens of artisans from Eagle's Rest. Previously, these blacksmiths, under the castle's jurisdiction, primarily repaired equipment for the guard. The artisans in the caravan represented a diverse array of trades, including leatherworkers, shoemakers, tailors, and basket weavers. Ensuring that everyone was well fed was the foremost priority. and the craftsman team would be essential in providing the agricultural tools, livestock gear, and the construction of simple settlements necessary for survival. Despite Master Lori's lack of expertise in craftsmanship beyond his ability to weld a cage with fire magic, he was appointed as the leader of the craftsman team due to his high standing as a fifth-tier novice mage. To prevent any misguidance from an outsider, the Lord assigned a technical advisor named Kobe, a previously esteemed weaponsmith from Eagle's Rest, to assist Master Lori. Not one to be obstinate, Master Lori welcomed Kobe's support, and Xiahou Yin believed the craftsman team would accomplish their tasks effectively under his leadership. The third group was the military team, which, in contrast to the agricultural and craftsman teams, was rather meager, comprising only 13 guards, including Alice, alongside the Death Knight Clement, who had languished for centuries in the dark without a purpose. The role of the military team was clear. They would be responsible for the security and defense of the new territory. When it came to selecting the leader of the military team, Xiahou Yin deliberated long between Alice Comstock and Juan Clement. Theoretically, Alice, who had long led the guards and was intimately familiar with her subordinates, was the ideal candidate for the position. However, Clement was officially recognized as a Thorn Knight by the Empire 8 centuries ago. The Thorn Knight is a prestigious title that rivals the current position of the Orchid Knight. It is noteworthy that even the former Knight Commander of Eagle's Breath Fortress, Alan Cousins, was merely a Lily Knight, 2 ranks beneath the Orchid Knight. In this light, Clement stands as the second most significant figure within the entire Igor family, officially ranked only below the Lord himself, and arguably surpassing his sister, Katerina Igor. Although the Death Knight repeatedly assured the Lord that he bore no grievances regarding his position, Xiahou Yin ultimately could not bring himself to assign him under Alice. Recognizing that Clement's knightly identity and combat prowess warranted due respect. Consequently, the military division was divided into 2 parallel factions. Jointly led by Alice and Clement, Alice and her original 12 guards formed the security team, responsible for maintaining order within the new territory, while the Death Knight Juan Clement was appointed as the commander of the Igor Expeditionary Force. This arrangement subtly unveils the Lord's ambitions, despite the Igor Expeditionary Force currently comprising only 1 individual. Xiahou Yin had already resolved to expand this military department responsible for external combat. The southern wastes are fraught with dangers posed by bandits, mercenaries, and foreign invaders. Innocent, unarmed civilians would inevitably be reduced to mere bones, picked clean by the vultures of the wasteland. The Lord, well aware of the lesson that great power arises from military strength, placed significant emphasis on the construction of military might from the very outset. Furthermore, should the conditions at Frost Maple Ridge prove unsuitable for long-term habitation, the Igor family could not afford to languish in place, necessitating the pursuit of superior living conditions and cultivation areas elsewhere. In this context, Clement's Igor Expeditionary Force would play a crucial role amidst the perilous southern wastes. Moreover, the Lord harbors a blood feud that he intends to address with armed force against Duke Houston, aside from the agricultural and artisan divisions. The remaining miscellaneous individuals were categorized by Xiahou Yin into the business group. Truth be told, he privately dubbed this group the Waste Group. However, in the interest of politeness and team harmony, this moniker would remain forever buried in the depths of his heart. The business group included scholars, merchants, and some servants who had accompanied them from Eagle's Breath Fortress. In the previous setting, this group had constituted the backbone of the Igor family's governance, serving their daily needs. Yet, as the saying goes, oranges grown in the south are sweet, while those from the north are bitter. In the face of hardship and the arduous task of revitalizing the new territory, these individuals, lacking in labor capabilities, were bound to prove more of a burden than a benefit, merely consuming provisions without contributing meaningfully. Nevertheless, their unwavering loyalty to the family, having journeyed southward to carve out new frontiers, prevented Xiahou Yin from dismissing them outright. Thus, he begrudgingly delineated a business group for them to manage various trivial matters. Speaking of the business group, one must mention a peculiar member within it. Indeed, a literal marvel, for the elven maiden Velf's epithet is the flower of abundance. This extraordinarily beautiful elf, since her integration into the team, has exhibited no semblance of a slave's awareness, her greatest delight being the consumption of food. On their journey southward, Xiahou Yin and Anjia repeatedly found themselves astounded as they witnessed Velf devouring provisions sufficient to satiate 3 or 4 robust men. her manner utterly lacking in femininity as she stuffed her mouth with hearty stews, followed by copious gulps of rich tomato soup. Initially, they speculated that Velf must have been starved in a vault for days, though elves can sustain themselves for a time by absorbing magical elements from the air. They are not entirely immune to the hunger pangs of mortals. After a span of over 10 days, one might expect her appetite to diminish. Yet, Velf's gluttonous tendencies only intensified, exhibiting an alarming propensity akin to a snake swallowing an elephant. This phenomenon left the Lord utterly vexed, his countenance resembling fermented garlic. How could this petite creature consume such quantities of food without gaining weight? Were she to showcase such unique talents on Earth, she would undoubtedly achieve viral fame as a competitive eater, only to face severe backlash for her wastefulness. Concerned for the territory's food security, Shah Hoyan contemplated imposing restrictions on Velf's eating habits. However, each time he attempted to intervene, the extraordinarily lovely elf would gaze up at him with her big, watery eyes, on the verge of tears, evoking the image of a distressed maiden encountering a tyrant. He lamented that his attempts to curtail her consumption had only served to exacerbate the situation, transforming the team into an unwitting host to a voracious abyss. On several occasions, he could not help but suggest to this elven slave that she could freely abandon the group in pursuit of her own liberty, assuring her that as her master, he would not impede her escape. Curiously, Velf displayed an unwavering acceptance of her slave status, remaining obediently within her carriage and tent, refusing to depart even a step, let alone flee. Shah Hoyan harbored deep suspicions that this girl had merely come to mooch off their provisions. Was this all part of Duke Houston's scheme, ensnaring him into the trap of acquiring this wasteful young lady? Lost in such self-doubt, the Lord continued to listen to the sound of Velf's voracious munching as they approached the southernmost edge of the wasteland, Frost Maple Ridge. A new chapter of life was about to commence. Chapter 63. A bowl of rice stumps the heroic. The new territory of the Igor family, Frost Maple Ridge, is situated at a rather awkward position on the southeastern corner of the empire's southern wasteland. The Lionheart River, which flows from north to south through the eastern part of the empire, takes a sharp turn east of Rockstream City, surging with white waves towards the southwest before finally merging into the Salt Sea on the western side of the continent of Haven. At the border of the empire and the demon realm, to the east of the Lionheart River lies the Dust Mountains, which have served for centuries as the eastern frontier of the empire, effectively obstructing the greedy gaze of the Half-Orc Federation. These mountains continue their descent southward, penetrating deep into the territories of the 18 demon clans that dominate the southern part of the continent. Thus, the southwest flowing Lionheart River, the north-south extending Dust Mountains to the east, and the entire line of the Arcane Tower defense further south collectively delineate a sparsely populated triangular plain area on the desolate land of the empire, resembling a triangular undergarment worn by the voluptuous beauty of the empire's territory. This triangular region has long been known by a name that evokes trepidation, the Land of Soul Rending. The origin of this ominous name is simple. This alluvial plain, situated at the border between the empire and the demon realm, has always been the first to face the ravages of war in every conflict between the two nations, regardless of who attacks or defends, or how far the front lines advance. The imperial steeds and the demon's nightmarish beasts will first imprint their blood-soaked hoofprints deeply into this land, leaving behind the bones of countless wrongfully slain soldiers amidst the wild grass. Even in the east, the once glorious Federation of Half-Orcs frequently sends troops to circumvent the distant peaks of the Dust Mountains, either brazenly or stealthily traversing the demon realm to launch surprise attacks on the Southern Empire. Undoubtedly, the first to greet these elite Half-Orc troops will also be the triangular land of Soul Rending. It can be said that in any war occurring in the Southern Empire, this place serves as the most brutal meat grinder for bloodshed. The Lionheart River, which traverses the southern wasteland, has long constituted a safety barrier for the empire, with its broad riverbeds safeguarding Rockstream City and other cities of the Central Empire to the north. However, the assaults from the demons and orcs are not always formidable enough to cross the river and push northward. Thus, as the northern regions become increasingly secure, the situation in the Land of Soul Rending, located on the southern bank of the Lionheart River, grows ever more dire. Historically, there have been nobles assigned to clear and build in this area. Yet, who could possibly establish a foothold amidst the desolate land, scarce resources, and the dual onslaught of demons and orcs? It is well known that although the arcane tower defense in the south has, to some extent, hindered the invasion of the demon legions, small bands of demon stragglers or mercenaries can invade the empire's territory with the ease of a visiting relative. Therefore, by the time of Xia Huoyan, the empire had long abandoned the naive idea of expanding and populating the land of soul rending, instead treating this wasteland as a buffer zone behind the arcane tower defense against demon assaults. The military stance was clear, since the demons could not launch a large-scale offensive. Then this barren, desolate region, with only a few impoverished towns and the wide Lionheart River to the north, would suffice to wear down the supplies and patience of small demon forces, compelling them to retreat empty-handed. It was precisely due to this traditional strategy of the empire that Xia Huoyan was somewhat astonished to discover that he was the first noble lord to be bestowed the land of soul rending in nearly 2 centuries. His territory, Frost Maple Ridge, is located at the easternmost end of the land of soul rending, at the foot of the Dust Mountains. This hilly plateau rises from the eastern plains, leveraging the terrain of the Dust Mountains, and is supported by a stream flowing down from the valley, making it one of the few places imbued with a breath of life and hope on the barren expanse of the land of soul rending. At the very eastern edge of Frost Maple Ridge, beneath the shadow of the Dust Mountains, there even grows a lush forest of frost maples. Thus, Frost Maple Ridge derives its name from this very grove. This is the geographical situation that Xia Huoyan learned from his subordinates upon arriving at his new territory. So, is this position secure? The Lord pondered, sitting atop a wooden box used for storing provisions. His gaze swept across the chaotic scene surrounding him. In truth, having a group of refugees is not entirely out of place. My lord, the archer Chris shrugged and reported, the entire land of soul rending is rather unsafe. However, this area is relatively better. To the north is a small stream, and to the east, the Dragonspine Peak of the Dust Mountains. Both directions are somewhat secure. Yet, we cannot guarantee that the west and south will not be beset by bandits or raiders. Nevertheless, my lord, being on a high ground here is still better than being charged upon in the plains. Chris's expression was one of resignation. Frost Maple Ridge is, after all, a rare gem in the land of soul rending, being easily defensible and hard to attack. It can only be said that the entire wasteland appears to be an uninviting place for survival. Xia Huoyan sighed softly, nodded, and waved his hand casually. Chris, somewhat awkwardly, saluted the lord before rushing off to assist with the unloading of goods. The archer was now clad not in the tattered armor from the infected zone, but in a well-crafted set of hardened leather armor, evidently stripped from the elite mercenary knights of the previous Wasteland Wind. The Wasteland Wind had dominated the plains, and although these cavalrymen did not wear iron armor, their hardened leather was of excellent quality, perfectly suited to replace the heavily worn equipment of the guard squad. As for the remaining 48 sets of armor, they had not been left to gather dust in the cargo. Throughout the journey, he had selected a group of robust men from the agricultural and artisan teams and distributed the 48 sets of equipment among them. After all, relying solely on 14 warriors to uphold the military forces was too fragile. These 48 robust men, accustomed to farming and blacksmithing, could continue their regular work. But should circumstances change, they would take up arms and form the first militia of Frost Maple Ridge. Like all unscrupulous warlords who favor human wave tactics, Xia Huoyan formally appended a prefix denoting first batch to this militia, carrying significant implications. In his view, to survive in a wasteland plagued by banditry and wild beasts, the best development strategy for the territory was to have every citizen trained as a soldier. According to the plan, once settled, he would soon organize the other residents for limited military training. He hoped this group would at least acquire the basic combat skills necessary for self-defense. Regardless of age or gender, the wasteland does not treat the weak kindly. Also due to concerns for safety, as soon as the caravan crossed the Lionheart River and entered the land of soul rending, Xia Huoyan had already dispatched his guards in shifts as scouts to assess the situation, with Chris Man among them. Indeed, the bandits encountered along the way would flee at the sight of the 10 or so escorting guards, clearly aware of their own limitations and unwilling to provoke the Lord. Consequently, only small bands of robbers remained in the land of soul rending, akin to hyenas scavenging for carrion on the prairie, hoping to plunder small merchant caravans while the larger bandits lay low. Naturally, their size rendered them incapable of feasting on the Igor family convoy. However, this reality did little to ease Xia Huoyan's concerns. Mayor Joel informed the Lord that they had completely missed the opportunity to sow winter wheat and would have to wait until spring next year to reconsider their plans. However, given the current temperature conditions, the agricultural team could attempt to cultivate the land and plant a batch of potatoes, which could be harvested in January or February of the following year, thus allowing for a rotation with wheat. Yet, during the months from planting to harvest, the territory would inevitably see no grain income. With the weather growing colder, snowflakes were beginning to fall on the eastern Dragonbone Peak. Relying on simple gathering efforts to procure food was clearly unrealistic. The Igor family found themselves in this awkward predicament partly due to their prolonged delay in the infection zone. According to the original plan, they should have arrived at Frost Maple Ridge in autumn, thereby enabling immediate sowing of winter wheat. While the forests would still teem with various birds and beasts, unlike the current desolate expanse of white, the grain procured from Rock Creek City could last for approximately another 2 weeks, which was evidently insufficient to sustain them until spring. Recently, the 3 primary leaders of the territory, Lord Johnson Joel, Victor Lowry, began deliberating whether they should liquidate their remaining assets to procure another batch of winter provisions from the merchant ROG of Rock Creek City. Although Duke Houston posed a significant threat, the risk of being ambushed was preferable to the collective starvation on the wasteland. Nonetheless, some individuals were far more sensitive to the food situation than the Lord himself. "What? We are running out of food?" exclaimed Weirf, her delicate face paling. "My dear slave girl." Indeed, Summer Huoyin stood up from the wooden crate, a grim smile gracing his lips as he addressed the elven maiden. "Therefore, I regret to inform you that, including yourself, everyone will face rationing moving forward." Weirf's expression crumbled as if a great calamity had befallen her. To prevent this beautiful elven slave, possessing little utility beyond her looks and appetite, from becoming utterly useless, the Lord had recently ordered her to learn basic maid duties under Angia Lindahl, such as cleaning, serving tea, and mending clothes. One must admit, her work ethic was commendable. However, it must also be stated that even tasks like cleaning or sewing require a certain aptitude. Over the past few days, Weirf had already broken 2 brooms, ruined several garments with ink-stained rags, and even pricked herself with a sewing needle to the point of tears on multiple occasions. In the opulent regions of the empire, where nobles often indulged in ostentation, a stunningly beautiful elven slave could serve as a lavish ornament, whether gracing a bed or adorning a hall. Yet, in the southern wasteland, where food and survival were dire concerns, her utility was no greater than that of an ineffectual scholar during a time of national strife. Over the past few days, Summer Huoyan's patience had been wearing thin. He had privately resolved that should this girl defy the territory's food rationing policy, he would have her expelled. A high-priced elven slave incapable of contributing would be better off cast into the wilderness to feed wolves rather than remaining within the territory consuming precious resources. What if I said I could help you find food?" The elven maiden stammered, twisting her fingers nervously. "What food?" Summer Huoyin exchanged glances with Master Lowry, eyeing her skeptically. "Elven plants," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "Please don't tell me it's another flower of abundance." The Lord scoffed. "I cannot afford it." "No. It's a genuine elven plant," she insisted, clearly distressed by the Lord's disdain. "The crimson lotus. Have you heard of it?" Summer Huoyin was momentarily taken aback, but Master Lowry let out a derisive laugh. "My lord, she is pulling your leg." The master crossed his arms. The crimson lotus is a rare elven plant known for its enchanting fragrance that attracts large herds of beasts. Indeed, it has traditionally been used by elves to assist in hunting. However, this plant has been extinct for hundreds of years. The last known crimson lotus was crushed to dust during the Carnantis beast tide. Summer Huoyin had some recollection of that particular beast tide. It seemed to have occurred centuries ago when the orcs of the Eastern Federation attempted to use magic to control beast hordes to attack the Empire, only to find themselves ensnared in their own trap as the uncontrollable colossal beasts rampaged across their lands, including fearsome creatures like the thunder lizard and the Turek war elephant. This man-made disaster had severely weakened the Eastern Federation, and the triumphant human mages had recorded it in the historical records of magical disasters as a cautionary tale for posterity. "But I truly know where a crimson lotus is," Weirf exclaimed, her desperation palpable as she saw the skepticism in the Lord and Chief Mage's eyes. "On the eastern Dragonbone Peak, there lies a treasure trove left by our elven empire, and the crimson lotus is housed within." "An elven treasure trove?" The alluring prospect captivated the attention of the two seasoned men. As an elf herself, Wirf possessed knowledge of the locations of certain ancient elven ruins due to historical inheritance. This reasoning seemed plausible. If we go to that treasure trove to fetch the Crimson Lotus, will there be danger? Summer Hua Yin scrutinized her with suspicion. Having previously encountered the rampaging bronze golem in Adrian's laboratory, he had developed a profound psychological aversion to treasure-seeking endeavors. Moreover, he had yet to place full trust in this charming and consumable elven slave. After all, she had appeared just when they faced a food shortage. Claiming she could locate elven plants, the coincidence reeked of conspiracy. Should this girl attempt to lead him into a fatal trap, the Lord would not be the least bit surprised. There might be a little danger, Wirf faltered. How much danger? Summer Hua Yin fixed his gaze on her, searching for signs of deception in her golden eyes. Wirf extended her delicate hands, exaggerating her gestures. About the size of a giant dragon? Chapter 64. Unknown Identity. Upon hearing Velf's account, the expressions of Xiahou Yin and Master Lori resembled that of an Irish environmentalist whose spouse had betrayed him, clad in a ghillie suit. Concealed amidst the vast expanse of the Corchin grassland, casually enjoying a kiwi with his long jing tea, a vibrant green delight, Velf fervently assured the Lord that the ancient elven empire's treasure trove atop Dragabone Peak was devoid of any defensive measures, for all had been obliterated by a colossal dragon. Velf had once heard from her elders that 5 centuries ago, a dragon forcefully seized the elven treasure vault at Dragonbone Peak, subsequently succumbing to a deep slumber within it, still unawakened to this day. To the dragonkin, who are notoriously fond of gold and riches, the painstakingly amassed coins and treasures of the elven empire undoubtedly served as their ideal mattress. It was upon this legend that Velf proposed a fanciful plan to the Lord, to gather sufficient personnel and, while the dragon slumbered, sneak into the elven treasure vault to pilfer the crimson honeysuckle. Xiahou Yin and Master Lori were on the verge of despair. Sneak in? While the dragon is not paying attention. The last individual who attempted to steal under the dragon's watchful eye had met a grim fate. Indeed, dragons are quintessentially slothful beings, often lounging in their lairs for centuries without a single blink. However, this does not imply they would permit a throng of mortals to infringe upon their domain. To inquire whether a dragon would allow others to take what rightfully belongs to them is akin to asking a recluse if they would permit someone to take their cherished collectibles. Absolutely not. And unlike the reclusive who can merely call for help, anyone who provokes the wrath of a dragon shall face the inferno of its fiery breath, the savage bite of its jaws, and claws potent enough to raise fortifications. It became evident to the Lord and Master Lori that Velf was not merely calculating a scheme to ensnare them in danger. She was utterly naive, foolish. To describe this enchanting elven maiden as oblivious to the greater consequences of her reckless endeavor would be an understatement. With a brooding expression, the Lord summoned Anjia to take Velf away for further lessons in cleanliness. Velf, with a face full of grievance, clearly failed to comprehend why her ingenious plan had been dismissed. If all else fails, she would have to seek Rog for provisions. Xiahou Yin pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a dull ache at his temples. Securing supplies would indeed be ideal. Master Lori, seasoned and wise, understood the intricacies of human nature, yet he feared Rog might inflate prices. Xiahou Yin gritted his teeth. To be frank, the portly merchant Rog, with a cunning gaze, exuded an aura that suggested he was far from benevolent. With the harsh winter fast approaching, he would undoubtedly devise ways to extract every last coin from the Igor family. Such is the nature of commerce, such is capitalism. Acquiring provisions was merely a last resort. I cannot stand idly by while my subjects starve. Xiahou Yin withdrew a crowbar from his waist, swinging it a few times to alleviate his inner turmoil. Before resorting to that, let us consider alternative methods. Master Lori nodded, glancing around to ensure they were alone before whispering to the Lord, "You should keep a close watch on Velf." Xiahou Yin nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I am fully aware." Following their brief exchange, both men had come to an unspoken consensus regarding the elven slave Velf. This seemingly delicate flower of an elven girl was far more complex than she appeared. This was not to suggest she concealed her true intellect. Such was evident to all. Rather, her displayed behavior and insights compelled Xiahou Yin and Master Lori to remain vigilant. It must be noted that the location of the treasure vault was not mere gossip akin to a celebrity scandal, nor a topic of casual conversation among the elderly playing chess. This wealth code, laden with lucrative potential, was destined for a select few within society. If the knowledge of an elven treasure vault atop Dragonbone Peak became widespread, no matter how formidable the guarding dragon, over the centuries there would inevitably arise a band of audacious souls daring to seize the treasures, regardless of success or failure, enacting a tragic saga of greed and peril. Yet the reality was that even for the astute Master Lori, who was intimately familiar with imperial secrets, today marked the first time he had heard of an elven treasure vault at Dragonbone Peak. How could an ordinary elven girl possess such monumental knowledge? This natural inquiry had led both Xiahou Yin and Master Lori to harbor suspicions regarding Velf's true identity. Initially, they assumed Duke Houston acquired Velf merely for her captivating beauty. However, upon reflection, if he sought merely a bed companion, why would he employ a seasoned mercenary captain to escort her from the Eastern Realm to Rock Creek City and ensconce her within a meticulously sealed magical vault? Moreover, what kind of upbringing could cultivate such a seemingly inept, sheltered elven girl, lacking in any survival skills? The very Xiahou Yin who had once contemplated casting Velf into the wilderness to fend for herself now resolved, even at the cost of additional provisions, to retain this enigmatic elven slave firmly within the grasp of the Igor family. Leaning against a pile of goods, Xiahou Yin twirled his crowbar while observing the graceful silhouettes of Velf and Anjia, lost in thought, when he suddenly heard someone call out, "My lord, how shall we handle this?" Turning to see the source of the inquiry, he found it was none other than Kobe, the newly appointed vice leader of the craftsman group and seasoned weaponsmith of Eagle's Breath Fortress. Kobe, with his calloused hands, pointed towards a nearby wagon, where rested a large block of iron. This rough-hewn metallic artifact was none other than the Babylonian-patterned steel vault that had previously confined Velf. Chapter 65. Not a fool, the Lord is no fool, nor does he possess any peculiar fondness for squandering livestock. The reason he has specifically allocated a cart for transporting this enormous, cumbersome object is not due to a lack of better pursuits. In fact, it is the existence of the Babylonian-patterned steel safe that has prevented the previously disastrous elven plant robbery plan from ending in complete ruin. Although the elven wealth within the safe has yet to demonstrate any unique value beyond being visually appealing, the sturdy and heavy safe itself is undeniably a treasure of considerable worth. The tale of buying the box and discarding the pearl from Han Fizi resonates here. Though for Xiahou Yin, the wealth inside the safe resembles a pig rather than a pearl. While the safe itself is undeniably forged from the magical metal known as Babylonian-patterned steel. What is magical metal? It is the crown jewel of the Empire's millennium-long history of metal smelting, a product of the union between natural resources and human ingenuity, blessed under the principles of magic. It is the rarest and most precious of all materials. Though Babylonian-patterned steel is merely the most common and inexpensive among magical metals, this does not imply it can be regarded as equal to ordinary metals. Why do fragile and vulnerable wizards, who require utmost protection during incantations, not don heavy armor onto the battlefield, but instead rely on an entire entourage for their protection? Beyond the fact that most wizards are frail and ill, the most significant reason is that nearly all mined natural metals are formidable insulators against magical elements. Once enveloped in cold steel, even the mightiest wizard finds it arduous to commune with the magical elements in the air, let alone chant spells. Ancient elven magical researchers even posited that magic and metal are two opposing forces that can never coexist harmoniously. Consequently, the ancient elven empire, renowned for its advanced magical development, possessed little high-end research into mining or smelting technologies, instead relying heavily on various plant materials to cultivate a flourishing civilization that dominated the continent. Yet, this principle, once venerated by ancient elven sorcerers, was audaciously shattered by human researchers of the Empire. Almost 1,000 years ago, the great sage of ancient times, Steel the Ancestor, discovered a unique category of metal in a mine, resembling ordinary pig iron, yet possessing a characteristic that ignited the hearts of all wizards. It exhibited no repulsion to magical force. Indeed, this ore named steelite was the first magical metal discovered by humanity on the continent of Haven. The most common Babylonian-patterned steel we know today was initially produced through refining steelite, akin to smelting iron into steel. For a millennium, alchemists like the king of alchemy, Cruswitz, have developed various magical metals. As magical metals do not repel magical forces but rather exhibit a profound affinity for elemental power, they swiftly became the preferred materials for wizards to engrave runes. create magic arrays, and craft magical artifacts. However, the yield of magical metals remains exceedingly low. Naturally occurring magical metal deposits often appear under stringent conditions. For instance, steelite only forms in high-pressure underground environments near natural ley lines over extensive periods, and its known reserves are nearly depleted. Admittedly, in recent years, the Empire's wizards have devised a process to treat ordinary metals with magical force to refine them into magical metals. Currently, most Babylonian pattern steel on the market is artificially produced by the Empire's magical alchemists in the Molten Fire Valley, located west of the Academy City. However, refining magical metals from ordinary metals is no simple task. According to the alchemy curriculum at the Academy, with current technological capabilities, refining just 1 kilogram of Babylonian pattern steel requires hundreds of kilograms of refined steel and the diligent efforts of countless wizards. As a result, the price of magical metals has consistently remained high, with even small magical items crafted from these metals typically affordable only to noble lords or wealthy merchants. In contrast, how much would a safe, towering over a person and entirely forged from Babylonian pattern steel, be worth? This unremarkable iron box is, in fact, the greatest boon for the Igor family in this robbery case in Rock Creek City, aside from Clement's armor, which has been transformed into magical metal from prolonged exposure to nether magic. This safe has become the Igor family's most significant strategic resource of magical metal. However, what troubles Xiahou Yin is that the Igor family currently lacks the technical expertise to process this Babylonian pattern steel. Kobe is merely a humble blacksmith, skilled at forging swords and knives, but utterly ignorant of handling magical metals. Master Lori, while possessing a higher magical rank, is a mental-type mage and does not specialize in magical alchemy. As for the Lord himself, let us change the topic. In truth, the vast majority of factions within the Empire also lack the capacity for refining magical metals. Likely only a few official organizations, such as the Imperial Court and the Academy City, or supernobles like Duke Rosarito, possess the substantial resources to employ magical alchemists. Thus, determining how to handle this safe, aside from managing the wealth, has become another dilemma for the Igor family. Standing beside the cart that holds the safe, the Lord engaged in extensive discussions with Master Lori and Kobe before finally deciding, at Master Lori's suggestion, on a somewhat extravagant yet unavoidable method of processing, to cut the Babylonian pattern steel from the safe into strips and polish them into thumb-sized metal needles. This, given the current technological conditions and the inability to implement more complex processes such as smelting, casting, and rune engraving, is the simplest and most effective way to utilize the resource. Due to the magical metal's remarkable affinity for magical energy, the polished magical metal needles, once launched from a weapon, will exhibit a degree of anti-magic properties akin to that of magic-breaking arrows. Any being suddenly pierced by a magical metal needle will experience a disruption in their internal flow of magical energy, akin to a short-circuited circuit, plunging into chaos for a brief period. Of course, even a frail wizard, when struck by a regular crossbow bolt, would likely find their life hanging by a thread. However, these magical metal needles would prove significantly more effective against certain robust large beasts, such as dragons. Master Lori has not forgotten that if the wealth has not lied, then a high-level dragon, which has slumbered for 500 years, still resides atop Dragonbone Peak to the east of Frost Maple Ridge, poised to awaken at any moment. Only by hastily crafting a batch of rudimentary Babylonian pattern steel needles can they hope to bolster their territory's urgently needed anti-magic capabilities. Although this approach undeniably represents a crude waste of precious magical metal resources, the Lord ultimately acquiesced to Master Lori's sagacious insight. In the harsh struggle for survival in the wilderness, one cannot demand too much. Chapter 66. Foundation. Although the method for disposing of the safe had been decided, Master Kobe did not immediately take action. The process of cutting and polishing metal is an incredibly labor-intensive and time-consuming endeavor. The team had just arrived at their territory, with much yet to be done, and evidently, there were more pressing matters awaiting the artisans. For instance, the felling of timber. Upon their arrival at Frost Maple Ridge in the morning, Master Donald, who was in charge of construction within the artisan group, led a group of sturdy young men to the nearby Frost Maple Forest to chop wood. Their swift actions were largely attributed to Clement, who, clad in heavy armor, was astonished to discover that his formidable runic greatsword seemed better suited for felling trees than for combat. Within a few hours, under Master Donald's guidance, he and the group wielding axes had felled dozens of frost maple trees, producing a fine batch of cylindrical timber. A stream originating from Dragonbone Peak flowed through the frost maple woods, conveniently passing along the edge of the plateau where the camp was located. Master Donald directed the laborers to push the timber into the stream, and with the aid of the water's buoyancy, they effortlessly transported it to the foot of the camp. The Death Knight, with his extraordinary strength and without the need for sustenance, starkly contrasted with Wirf as he pushed the logs one by one up onto the plateau. Notably, during lunch, the Lord had bestowed a grandiose and opulent name upon the nameless plateau designated as the core of the new territory, Phoenix Terrace. Although this patch of barren land, strewn with yellow earth and wild grass, resembled a wild chicken more than a phoenix, the ever-enthusiastic Xiang Hoyin, who admired Li Taibai, decided to embrace this ostentatious title, partly as a tribute to the poet of his former life, and partly as an expression of vanity regarding the phoenixes that might dwell on Phoenix Terrace. To be frank, even the names for the surrounding small plateaus had already been conceived in his mind. After all, these Chinese names, when directly translated into the imperial tongue, would not appear particularly jarring. Moreover, naming them based on geographical orientation and the surrounding terrain, such as Central Terrace, south of the River Terrace, north of the River Terrace, and West Mountain Terrace, seemed quite reasonable. However, naming one merely due to its spindle shape as Mango Terrace would be undeniably foolish. This was simply unacceptable. While the Lord was preoccupied with bestowing warm names upon every river and mountain, the artisan group, under Master Donald's direction, began processing the felled timber. Unlike Master Kobe, who specialized in blacksmithing, casting, Master Donald had long served as the stonemason and carpenter of Eagle's Rest, primarily responsible for the maintenance and repair of the castle. Although he had not actually constructed any buildings, he was somewhat knowledgeable about architecture, particularly in terms of building materials. This newly felled timber was not immediately utilized for constructing houses. The seasoned Master Donald had two main considerations for this decision. First, after the team arrived at Phoenix Terrace, they had quickly set up tents. While living in tents was not a long-term solution, the Igor family's need for housing was not particularly urgent. Secondly, in Master Donald's experience, timber intended for construction could not simply be stacked together. It required a series of treatments. Not to mention the advanced processes of soaking in preservatives and applying fire-retardant coatings. Even the preliminary treatments of drying, pressing, and finishing could not be completed in a short time. If they rashly built houses with freshly harvested timber, the quality issues might necessitate tearing down the structures within a few months, wasting both resources and labor. Since the Igor family intended to settle here, Master Donald naturally wished to resolve the housing issue comprehensively, rather than hastily commencing construction on the first day of pioneering when conditions were not yet ideal. After discussing with the military group members, Master Donald finally designated a suitable use for this first batch of timber, building walls. While the height of Phoenix Terrace provided a tactical advantage, it was still insufficient in the eyes of Alice Comstock and Juan Clement. An adequate territorial defense should not only withstand attacks from bandits, but also possess the capacity to repel nocturnal incursions by wilderness beasts. Thus, Master Donald led the artisan group members, wielding sharp circular saws, to gradually cut the timber into long strips. They spent the afternoon constructing a wooden fence around the edge of the plateau, thereby protecting the camp situated in the center. Although Master Donald's wall-building skills were clearly not as refined as those of another Donald on Earth, this reliable wooden fence, even if it could not deter illegal immigrants, would at least suffice to keep at bay a few foraging weasels during the night. As the simple fence, bound by ropes, neared completion at the plateau's edge, the once barren Igor territory began to take on the semblance of a rustic settlement. Throughout the day, Xiang Hoyin sadly realized that he seemed to be the most idle and bored individual in the camp. The agricultural group's tenants were busy erecting tents, unloading and organizing supplies, while a few seasoned farmers accompanied Mayor Joel to survey the land for cultivation potential. The artisan and military groups, under Master Donald's leadership, were preoccupied with wall construction. This need not be reiterated. The clerks in the business group were also overwhelmed as they painstakingly tallied supplies. Even Wirf, whom he often regarded as useless, was diligently tidying up with Anjia's assistance. Yet here was Xiang Hoyin, leaning against a wooden crate in utter boredom. At that moment, he realized that the time travel novels he had read in his previous life were misleading. Not every time traveler was an omniscient scientist, an industrialist, or a skilled craftsman. The once prominent official, Xiang Hoyan, who knew nothing about construction, craftsmanship, or agriculture, found himself relegated to a mere bystander, delegating everything to the professionals. How he wished to produce a rifled gun, a cannon, or a steam engine that would astonish all. How he longed to promote an advanced breeding scheme that would revolutionize agriculture in this foreign realm. How he yearned to create perfumes and soaps, profiting immensely in this primitive society. How he wished to devise a system that would invigorate his subjects and demonstrate the reciprocal relationship between production relations and productive forces. Each of these represented a splendid opportunity for grandstanding, each one a traditional highlight that could entice readers to shower him with rewards and votes. The problem was, he simply did not possess the requisite skills. The once pivotal figure who had leveraged the power of the underworld in the infection zone now languished. Watching his subordinates bustle about while he felt utterly useless, experiencing a profound psychological disparity. Fortunately, another equally uninformed intellectual was present. As the leader of the artisan group, Master Lowry displayed no enthusiasm for industrial construction as he leaned against a wooden crate alongside the Lord. Unlike the burdened Lord, Master Lowry delighted in perusing a small booklet he had in hand. Xiang Hoyan cast a glance at him, and, noticing that the Lord also seemed bored, Master Lowry eagerly offered the booklet. "Would you like to take a look with me? I picked this up from a roadside stall during our trip to Rock Creek City." Xiang Hoyan glanced at the cover of the booklet. It depicted a scantily clad, alluring elf maiden, and the title was suggestively titled 100 Days Living with the Elf Princess. Despicable, the Lord scoffed disdainfully. Beneath the setting sun of Frost Maple Ridge, an elderly mage and a young apprentice huddled conspiratorially by a wooden crate, their heads bent together as they clutched a tattered little tome, utterly captivated by its contents. Chapter 67. The disgrace of the Igor family. As dusk descended and night began to envelop the surroundings, the first layer of defensive fortifications around the Phoenix platform was officially completed. Regardless of perspective, the crude wooden palisade appeared overly rough, lacking even nails for stability, and was merely bound together with coarse hemp rope. Nevertheless, Master Donald assured the Lord with unwavering confidence that it was sufficient to withstand the assault of common beasts. He promised to return the following day with a team to reinforce the barricade further and construct several wooden watchtowers for the sentinels. Xiaohoyan, drawing on his experiences from a previous life, felt that the foreman's assurances could only be half trusted. However, as a complete novice in such matters, he reluctantly allowed the craftsmen to proceed with their work. To uplift spirits, he hosted a modest celebration for the completion of the palisade at the urging of Mayor Joel and Master Donald. Although the fortification exuded an air of haphazardness, it marked the first completed structure in the newly acquired territory. After enduring a series of calamities, including the infection zone and bandits, the Igor subjects, weary and tense, truly needed an opportunity to relax and vent their frustrations. Mayor Joel specially opened a barrel of dwarven ale, distributing a cup to each of the present subjects. With only 2 barrels in total, this was a significant investment to encourage everyone's hard work. However, even after downing a hearty cup of ale, Xia Hoyan found it difficult to attribute the grand name of Wall of Size to such a rudimentary wooden barrier. Ultimately, he settled on a fitting name for the wooden defense line, the Green Rampart. "What is it?" The somber expressions of the 2 elders left the Lord feeling uneasy. "Lord Elliott, there is something I have not mentioned until now," Mayor Joel said, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before lowering his voice. "This matter is rather serious, and it is best that the subjects remain unaware." "Speak plainly," Xia Hoyan replied, growing impatient. "Why must everyone speak in riddles?" He thought. "Do you recall that when we departed from Eagle's Rest Castle, we were compelled to split into 2 teams due to inconsistent packing of supplies?" Mayor Joel nervously swallowed. I remember. Xia Hoyan felt a tightening in his chest. He sensed that Mayor Joel was about to reveal something troubling. "The team led by your sister, Miss Katerina Igor, not only departed later, but also chose a longer route. It would be entirely normal for them to arrive at Frost Maple Ridge after us." Mayor Joel licked his dry lips and gritted his teeth. "But, my lord, we have been delayed on the road due to the infection zone and those mercenary bandits." Xia Hoyan exchanged a glance with Master Lowry, both recognizing a hint of suppressed panic. "Are you suggesting that?" He turned to Mayor Joel, his voice growing hoarse. Even with the most conservative calculations, Miss Katerina and her party should have already reached Frost Maple Ridge. Mayor Joel S. Bulbous' nose flushed with urgency. Yet we have not heard a single word about that 1,000-strong party. Xia Hoyan stepped back, leaning against the green rampart, pinching the bridge of his nose. Indeed, he had been preoccupied with the survival of his own party, completely forgetting that there was another contingent from the Igor family in motion. So, you mean to say that our family, Xia Hoyan struggled to confirm, has been disgraced? We have lost an entire 1,000 people, Mayor Joel exclaimed, his voice still low but filled with agitation. My lord, your sister Miss Katerina, Sir Knight Cousins, and Master Laurie's inept apprentice Wilson are all among that 1,000. Not to mention, there are hundreds of laborers and countless supplies. Xia Hoyan shuddered. As a transmigrator, he felt little emotional attachment to Katerina. However, the loss of those hundreds of laborers and the supplies in their convoy made him acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. My lord, we must find a way to locate the missing 1,000. Mayor Joel gritted his teeth. This loss is something our already beleaguered family cannot endure. How do we search? Xia Hoyan was taken aback. Although the empire's borders had not yet expanded to dominate the entirety of the Haverland continent, they indeed occupied a significant portion of the Northwest Territory. Katerina's party was traveling from Eagle's Rest Castle in the western region, heading south along the Salt Coast to Frost Maple Ridge. The number of territories, towns, and geographical features they had traversed was countless. And now, they did not even know when or where Katerina had gone missing. Finding a migration party of 1,000 people on the continent was not an impossible task, but it was certainly no easy feat. My lord, do not be overly anxious, Master Laurie interjected. It is also possible that Miss Katerina and her party faced delays on the road, just like us, and have not arrived at Frost Maple Ridge on time. They may not be truly missing. I share that sentiment, Mayor Joel replied, fixing a steady gaze on the lord. Currently, the food supplies in the territory can last at least half a month. Our immediate priority is to obtain news about Miss Katerina. My lord, it seems you and Master Laurie are quite free today, perhaps still engrossed in that book over there? Xia Hoyan and Master Laurie maintained their impassive expressions. I believe that since you have little to do, it would be prudent to visit those northern towns tomorrow, Mayor Joel suggested, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to the lord. This is a list of tools and supplies we have found to be in short supply in the current construction plan. It would be a good opportunity for you to procure them. Additionally, as the guards may not be reliable, I hope you can personally inquire about Miss Katerina's whereabouts. Mayor Joel's plan was difficult to refute, and Xia Hoyan dutifully accepted the procurement list from him. Nonetheless, the lord felt a twinge of displeasure. Am I being sent on an errand by my own subordinates? Chapter 68. The undercover operation. At the break of dawn the following day, Xia Hoyan donned a simple, homespun outfit and left the camp, hastening towards the southern banks of the Lionheart River. It was certainly an uncommon occurrence for a noble lord to personally seek out intelligence. However, the industrious Igor family seemed unbound by such conventions. Clearly, Mayor Joel intended to exploit every available laborer beneath him for the arduous tasks ahead. While a cadre of guards led by Alice Comstock vehemently opposed the notion of the lord personally investigating news regarding Katerina for safety reasons, Xia Hoyan himself had a strong desire to venture out. He was reluctant to appear idle amidst the fervent construction efforts taking place in the territory. Moreover, as long as he maintained his anonymity, the small towns along the southern banks of the Lionheart River did not pose significant danger. Though the land of the soul splitting was declared a no man's land, it was not entirely devoid of human habitation. Rather, settlements were concentrated in the northernmost areas along the banks of the Lionheart River. Historically, some clever individual had discerned that the Duchy of Houston's dominion extended only from Rock Creek City southward to the northern banks of the Lionheart River, while the southern banks of the land of the soul splitting remained a barren territory unallocated to any noble. Thus, establishing a settlement on the southern banks would, in essence, exempt them from paying taxes to any lord. Naturally, the imperial taxes imposed by the government still had to be paid. Yet the frequency of official tax collectors' visits in recent years suggested that even the notoriously parsimonious Imperial Taxation Office had long abandoned this desolate and impoverished region, which yielded neither grain by day nor shelter by night. Consequently, since the demonic onslaught had waned, towns like Flower House had managed to survive in the southern banks. The permanent residents of these towns were predominantly former victims of disasters, refugees, and displaced persons who fled to escape the heavy taxes imposed by the various lords in the interior. However, The feudal system of the empire was not merely about exploiting the populace to sustain the lords as the highest protectors of their territories. Nobles were obligated to provide protection and support to the towns within their domains. The relationship between lords and their subjects was one of mutual negotiation and assistance. In the absence of a legitimate lord, towns like Flower House, while avoiding substantial tax burdens, suffered from the barrenness of the land and the ravages of banditry, rendering their development far inferior to that of ordinary settlements in the heart of the empire. This reinforces the notion that there are no free lunches. Every gain comes at a cost. Today, Xia Hoyan's destination was indeed Flower House, a riverside town situated at the northern center of the land of the soul splitting, the largest human settlement along the banks, and a crucial waypoint for entering the land of the soul splitting from the Duchy of Houston according to Catalina's original route. If there were to be any news about Catalina nearby, it would undoubtedly be in Flower House. However, a minor complication had arisen prior to his departure. The initial plan involved both the Lord and Master Lori traveling together to Flower House. Yet, according to the craftsman's schedule, their tasks for the coming days included constructing 2 or 3 watchtowers. Unlike the hastily erected wooden barricades, the quality of the watchtowers required a much higher standard, necessitating reinforcement with steel structures. With the territory's furnace yet to be constructed, Master Lori, known for his exceptional welding skills, had to remain at Phoenix Terrace to assist the craftsman. It was evident that he, the nominal leader of the craftsman's group, had been reduced to a mere tool by the skilled artisans beneath him. Thus, the Lord's companion for this journey had to be replaced. "You want me to take her with me?" Xia Hoyan exclaimed, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation, his finger pointing towards the elven slave Velf, who was seated not far away, struggling with a sewing needle. "What's the problem?" Master Lori replied nonchalantly. "Just drape a cloak over her to conceal her hair, ears, and face. She won't stand out at all. I'm going to gather supplies and collect information. What use is bringing along an elven freeloader?" Xia Hoyan retorted angrily. "You don't understand. We've discussed this before. Her identity is surely not ordinary. Besides, leaving her in the camp won't help at all. This is a perfect opportunity for you to accompany her, engage in conversation, and subtly uncover her background." Skeptical of Master Lori's intentions, Xia Hoyan felt there was an unsettling implication in the phrase, "uncover her background." "Have you lost your mind?" he scoffed. "Right now? I don't even know her true identity or what scheme she might be plotting. What if she suddenly decides to stab me in the back?" Master Lori rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. To him, the notion that a frail girl lacking both physical strength and magical prowess could ambush a second-tier mage wielding a crowbar was rather ludicrous. Nevertheless, the issue of safety was paramount. After deliberation, the higher-ups of the territory ultimately decided that the female swordsman Alice Comstock would accompany them to Flower House. With a capable captain of the guard present, they believed their safety would be assured. Currently, the security concerns at the camp were far more pressing. The bulk of the territory's armed forces had to remain near Phoenix Terrace to guard against sudden attacks from bandits and beasts. Clearly, the Lord could not take too many guards on a simple reconnaissance mission. Xia Hoyan had no objections to this arrangement. Frankly, if any peril were to arise, he still had a few forbidden spells he had been eager to try out. The previous promise to refrain from using forbidden magic outside the infected zone had long since been disregarded. Thus, the peculiar trio consisting of the Lord, the captain of the guard, and an elven slave mounted their horses and set off towards Flower House. As for the rumors and exaggerated tales that would inevitably spread among the residents of Frost Maple Ridge as they watched the three depart, such matters were of no concern to the esteemed Xia Hoyan. In a dark, filthy corner of Flower House, a scruffy, rat-faced dwarf anxiously inquired, "Where's the cargo?" "Where's the cargo I requested?" Opposite him stood a dashing young man clad in a brocade robe, a lute slung over his shoulder, exuding the air of a wandering minstrel. "Don't fret. You need to pay first before I deliver the goods," the minstrel replied with a grin. The dwarf gulped, hastily retrieving a pouch of coins from within his garments and thrusting it into the minstrel's hands. Without even opening the pouch, the minstrel weighed it in his hand, gauging its heft before fastening it to his belt. Then, with a swift motion, he seized the lute from his back, gripping the neck tightly, and swung it around, delivering a stunning blow that sent the startled dwarf crashing to the ground. Like a diligent farmer tilling the earth, the minstrel bent low, repeatedly striking the unfortunate dwarf with the heavy lute until the latter lay motionless. Only then did he lean on his bloodied instrument, pull out a silk handkerchief, and wipe the sweat from his brow, apologizing. My apologies. I'm an undercover agent. He paused, glancing up at the sky. Damn it. Where are the Igor family's people? Murmured Kareem Locke, a first-class field agent of the Rosario Duchy's intelligence department, as he clutched the loot that had ended countless nefarious lives. Chapter 69. The town of alarm. As the Igor family's convoy ventured into the land of soul-rending, they circumvented the city of Rock Creek, taking the upstream route along the Lionheart River from the east, thereby avoiding the numerous towns along the southern bank. It was not until they entered Flower House Town alongside Alice and Weirfu that Xiaoyan had his first opportunity to observe the local customs and culture. It must be said that this remote town, rooted on the fringes of the wilderness, indeed possessed a unique character distinct from the heartland. The two most prominent impressions that Flower House Town left on the Lord were poverty and barbarism. The poverty was evident in the dilapidated housing, almost uniformly constructed from inferior red bricks, which not only had an unsightly structure, but also bore walls cloaked in a dull, ashen hue. The pathways between the houses were not paved with stone bricks like those in affluent cities, but were instead mere dirt roads, marked by the imprints of animal hooves and littered with fragments of refuse concealed among the weeds. Having lived two lives, Xiaoyan had witnessed his fair share of impoverished regions, and thus, unlike the visibly shocked Weirfu, he paid little heed to the desolation of Flower House Town. What truly captured his attention was the unique ferocity and resilience of this frontier settlement. In stark contrast to the town's picturesque name, nearly every passerby bore sharp weapons. Mercenaries clad in leather armor and wielding blades, alongside burly men brandishing axes, were a common sight. Even the seemingly harmless merchants leading their cargo camels sported glimmering daggers, some stained with blood, fastened to their waists. This perhaps illustrated how the treacherous environment of the land of soul-rending inevitably molded its inhabitants into hardened survivors. Alice Comstock rode beside the Lord, her beautiful eyes scanning the townsfolk, once hailing from mountains, rivers, and seas, yet never forgetting to conceal their blades. She dutifully fulfilled her role as captain of the guard. As for Weirfu, the elven slave clung tightly to Xiaoyan's waist, afraid to let go. Indeed, this elf, lacking any skills, was incapable of riding alone. Thus, throughout their journey, she shamelessly shared a mount with the Lord, all the while under Alice's disapproving gaze. Despite their efforts to remain inconspicuous, dressed in hooded cloaks that obscured their faces, fearsome glances from bystanders still compelled the timid Weirfu to shrink behind the Lord, trembling. The harsh winds of the wilderness, alongside thieves and death, naturally honed the souls of the residents into sharp blades. Those who lacked strength in gaze, posture, or appearance had long since become prey for beasts or other creatures of the wild. However, unlike Alice's vigilance and Weirfu's trepidation, Xiaoyan found a certain admiration in the residents' piercing gazes and fierce demeanor. He understood that harsh lands not only breed ruffians, but also exceptional warriors. In an age devoid of political commissars and ideological education, the motivation of soldiers largely rested upon their psychological resilience. Prosperous lands could never cultivate the selfless valor of those willing to lay down their lives. Why did the illustrious Duke Rosario consistently reject reinforcements from other regions, insisting on recruiting soldiers directly from the Eastern Front? Because only those born and raised in the East, who had witnessed the half-orcs' pillage and destruction of their homes, would harbor a deep-seated hatred for the invaders. Only they would willingly sacrifice themselves in the brutal eastern battlegrounds to reclaim their homeland. Strategists share a common vision. Duke Rosario's recruitment policies mirrored the historical precedent of the Ming dynasty's approach to utilizing the Liao people to defend their territory. Troop supply is perpetually a critical factor determining a force's combat effectiveness in the age of cold weapons. Similarly, the impoverished denizens of the wasteland, who live with their lives hanging by a thread, would, after undergoing standardized military training, exhibit a fighting prowess far superior to that of the wealthy farmers recruited from the heart of the empire. While the small farmers of the Central Plains, summoned as temporary troops, pondered their warm homes and families, the impoverished residents of the wasteland, struggling for survival, would genuinely risk their lives for a chance to rise above their circumstances. The wasteland possesses its own survival tenets. Although territorial development had only just begun, Xiaoyan's internal plans were already far-reaching. The population of Frost Maple Ridge could not remain limited to a mere few hundred. If all proceeded smoothly, the expansion of the territory would necessitate the incorporation of more inhabitants, particularly military recruits. Towns like Flower House could serve as an optimal source of talent for the Igor family. Just as the Lord was lost in his military reveries atop his steed, a sudden cacophony erupted ahead. The piercing screams of women and the furious roars of men abruptly shattered the tranquility of the town's streets. Amidst the crashing sound of timber collapsing, a group of chestnut-colored stallions burst forth from the stables, scattering a flurry of straw and wood shavings. Following closely, a well-dressed young man, with a lute slung across his back, shot out from the stable, colliding with the rear of a chestnut stallion, resulting in a cacophony of neighs and cries mingled with dust and fodder. The third individual to emerge from the stable was a burly mercenary with a dark visage. Brandishing an axe in hand, without hesitation, he swung it menacingly toward the young man's head, bellowing in rage, "I believed in you all this time, and it turns out you are a treacherous spy." This explosive scene left Xia Hoyin momentarily stunned. Before he could react, the so-called spy executed a swift roll on the ground, narrowly evading the mercenary's powerful axe swing, and then, without a second thought, dashed toward Xia Hoyin and his companions. The townsfolk, accustomed to such chaos, had already scattered like birds and beasts at the first sign of trouble. It was only the three members of the Igor family, unfamiliar with the situation, who remained foolishly rooted in place. To the fleeing young man, the two horses and their riders appeared as prime flesh shields. Alice had only just drawn her sword from her waist when the young man, resembling a slippery eel, darted between her steed and Xia Hoyin's white horse, Meteor. He did not flee far, but instead concealed himself on the opposite side of Meteor, using the Lord as a human shield, a scapegoat. The mercenary, intent on pursuing the spy, bore down on the bewildered Xia Hoyin with his axe at the ready. Alice Comstock could no longer endure the chaos. A radiant light erupted from her sword, the ancient brilliance of its blade shining like the dawn, illuminating the eyes of all present. Chapter 70, codenamed Deep Sea the Mercenary. A brawny man, was immediately intimidated. The bloody life in the Rift of Souls had merely transformed these denizens of the wasteland into fierce warriors. It had not turned them into foolish beings oblivious to their own demise or ignorant of enchanted weaponry. When a sword radiating with magical light was poised at one's throat, it compelled any individual to reconsider their course of action. The mercenary cast his gaze down at the blade that hovered near his neck, swallowing hard with trepidation. Although he could not see the face hidden beneath Alice's hood, the speed with which she drew her weapon made it abundantly clear that she was a formidable elite swordsman not to be trifled with. He also realized that she did not intend to kill him. Her sole aim was to prevent him from threatening the passengers on the white horse. Otherwise, at the very moment the magical light had burst forth, that blade, glistening like a pristine snowflake, could have effortlessly severed his head as easily as a farmer reaps wheat. In that fleeting moment, the harsh realities of the wasteland were vividly illustrated through the mercenary's actions. He first raised his hands and took 2 hesitant steps back to signal to Alice that he had no intention of continuing his assault. Then, he glared menacingly at the young bard, who was nervously observing the scene from behind the horse of Xia Hoyin. The mercenary had evidently mistaken the Igor family's group for the reinforcements summoned by the young man. Xia Hoyin sat resolutely on his steed, his brow furrowed in silence. In the face of uncertainty, uttering anything could lead to a blunder. Had this encounter occurred in another city, the mercenary might have simply acknowledged defeat and fled. However, this was Flower House Town, the Rift of Souls, a merciless wasteland where any sign of weakness would render one utterly vulnerable. Thus, the mercenary, with a fierce gesture, pointed at the bard behind the horse and delivered a classic threat. "You wait here. Within 3 days, I shall hunt you down and scatter your ashes." With that, he swiftly turned and fled, his feet barely touching the ground as he clutched his hand axe. The bard, burdened with his lute, considered making a hasty retreat as well, only to find himself caught by a chilling pry bar at his throat. He looked up to see Xia Hoyan's shadowed face, which bore a somewhat ominous smile, and licked his lips nervously. What is your name?" the bard stammered. Xia Hoyan interrupted, his tone icy. "What do you do?" "I'm a bard." Once his fright began to ebb, the bard quickly regained his composure, gesturing to the lute on his back. "My job is to perform my epic ballad, Chronicles of the Oceanic Continent, in taverns." Xia Hoyin found the title rather unconvincing for a serious work. "I am immensely grateful to you and your companions for extending your hand in my moment of peril, saving an innocent bard from the merciless violence of a mercenary." The bard theatrically bowed. "I shall compose a song in your honor, singing it across every tavern in the wasteland. However, he soon realized with embarrassment that the cold pry bar had yet to leave his neck. "Mr. Wallace," Xiahou Yin stated, his tone unwavering, "I do not require your gratitude, but rather your understanding." Understanding? The bard appeared perplexed. "Yes, I wish for you to understand that I do not appreciate being exploited, nor do I relish being used as a shield." Xiahou Yin revealed a smile as sharp as the mercenary's axe. The bard opened his mouth, struggling for words. "I also need you to understand that I do not like being deceived." Xiahou Yin tapped the bard's smooth cheek with the pry bar. "If I am not mistaken, the mercenary referred to you as a traitor, did he not? Mr. Wallace, a bard who sings in taverns daily. Why would he consider you a traitor?" The bard quickly concocted a plausible explanation. "I believe he must have. Please do not tell me he mistook you for someone else." Xiahou Yin squinted. "That excuse is one I've heard since I was 5. What? No, certainly not. The main reason is that I was just caught off guard." The bard hastily shifted his narrative. "You are attempting to fabricate a less severe error to obscure your true transgressions, are you not?" Xiahou Yin scoffed. "Mr. Wallace, I hope your justification is sufficiently thrilling, for mere insults or theft hardly warrant being pursued by a mercenary in the streets." The bard fell silent, bewildered. He genuinely could not comprehend how he, a seasoned player of the game, could be cornered by this young man. "Mr. Wallace, regarding your identity, I now have an unrefined hypothesis." Xiahou Yin leaned forward slightly, while still seated on his horse, tapping the bard's shoulder with the pry bar. "Since you are labeled a traitor, I suspect you might be a spy, am I correct? I have encountered many individuals of your profession and can recognize them at a glance. There lies a tautness beneath their calm demeanor. Perhaps I have seen too many." Unpleasant memories from past lives flickered in Xiahou Yan's mind, but he shook his head, dismissing them. The bard muttered something unintelligible. His professional ethics urged him to continue the charade, yet reason and instinct told him that no words could deceive this keen-eyed, enigmatic youth. "Wallace is not your true name, is it?" Xiahou Yin inquired with a friendly smile. "No," the bard mumbled, his voice barely audible. "Spy. If I were to ask your true name or inquire about your employer's identity," Xiahou Yin pondered, "would you choose to divulge that information, or would you prefer death?" "I would choose death." The bard's voice was even softer. "Excellent. At least you are a spy of integrity." Xiahou Yin nodded appreciatively. "Thus, for the sake of convenience, do at least reveal your codename, so we may have a proper discussion regarding your attempt to use me as a shield." "Deep Sea," the bard reluctantly uttered, revealing a codename he had once used in the Rosario Duchy's intelligence agency. "You may call me Deep Sea." Xiahou Yin narrowed his eyes, reclining strategically on his horse. "Do you not find that your codename is rather mismatched with the scenery of the Rift of Souls?" "Not at all," the bard lamented with a frown. "This wasteland has been relentlessly targeting me." Chapter 71. The Dark Watcher of the Desolate City. The nearby passers-by had already fled in terror from the earlier dramatic chase. However, to avoid drawing too much attention, Xiahou Yin decided to take Rocky and the two young women to a secluded tavern for a more discreet discussion. Along the way, the self-proclaimed undercover spy known as Deep Sea wore an expression as gray as if he had inadvertently consumed a bucket of lime. He felt that his day had been nothing short of disastrous. First, he had forgotten to burn a secret letter, resulting in the collapse of his 3-month-long fabricated identity. And he was dragged out from the mercenary organization. Then, he was relentlessly pursued by a burly mercenary, nearly meeting his demise at the hands of an axe. Just when he thought he could use an unfortunate bystander as a cover, he discovered that this hapless soul was, in fact, a far more formidable opponent than any mercenary. Rocky was perplexed. The young man with black hair wielding a crowbar appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. Yet he had managed to deduce Rocky's identity within just a few exchanges. The young man emanated an unsettling aura that sent shivers down Rocky's spine. While others may not have sensed it, Rocky's extensive experience as a spy had honed his ability to read people. He realized that this black-haired youth had blood on his hands and had clawed his way out of a heap of corpses. Not to mention, the way the hooded swordsman had swiftly and accurately intervened to stop the mercenary was a technique Rocky had only witnessed in the elite guard of Duke Rosarian. The speed of this swordsman's strike could rival that of the legendary swordmaster, Leilong Samuel, even despite his advancing age and diminishing agility. How had such a fierce group come to this remote wasteland? What terrified Rocky even more was that he was utterly at the mercy of these 3 hooded figures, unable to move. Ever since that foolish mercenary had uttered the word traitor, revealing Rocky's identity to the black-haired youth, the seasoned spy found himself at a significant informational disadvantage. The others could easily choose to hand him over to the local mercenary organization in exchange for a handsome reward. Escape? Rocky had considered this option, but the piercing gaze of the black-haired youth was fixed on him like a hawk eyeing its prey. Moreover, the swordsman's blade, shimmering with magical frost, severed any thoughts of escape as easily as a hot knife slicing through butter. This experienced spy could see from the young man's expression that despite his youth, he possessed a cunning and ruthless demeanor, reminiscent of a merciless tyrant. The difficulty of outsmarting such a person was akin to convincing a tiger to eat vegetables. Even if he survived, he would surely suffer. Amidst such tumultuous thoughts and anxieties, the trio entered a tavern called Heaven. Of course, this dimly lit, noisy dive bore little resemblance to any paradise. For mugs of ale, Rocky ordered as the four of them settled beside the bar. Having mingled in Huahuang town for quite some time, Rocky was well acquainted with the tavern owner and graciously picked up the tab. As Rocky observed Xiahou Yan, the Lord was also scrutinizing him in return. In this small tavern scene, the calm demeanor and social acumen displayed by the spy Deep Sea compelled Xiahou Yan to steal a few additional glances. In his mind, he silently rated Rocky as a trained and natural intelligence asset. Soon, the tavern owner brought over 4 mugs of ale. In the impoverished and savage land of the Soul Rift, one could hardly expect to find crystal-clear glass cups as one might in the imperial capital or Eagle's Nest. These 4 mugs were served in tarnished copper cups, their surfaces riddled with dents. "What are you looking at?" He shrugged, lifting his mug to take a swig of the cold ale. His psychological resilience as a spy was undoubtedly evident. After receiving a nod of approval from their lord, Alice and Valef lifted their mugs and took delicate sips, as they were compelled to pull back their hoods slightly while drinking. Rocky was astonished to discover that these 2 hooded figures were actually stunning young women. Of course, he could not see Valef's pointed ears, otherwise encountering a nearly extinct elf in such a remote location would have left him questioning his own sanity. "Mr. Deep Sea," Xiahou Yan said, gripping his mug. His gaze fixed on Rocky as he spoke in a low tone. "You must understand that when I was being pursued, my life was at stake, and you were the only person nearby with whom I could seek refuge." Xiahou Yan recognized the cunning way Rocky had twisted the act of seeking protection into a plea for help. "And so?" the Lord replied with a cold smirk. "I have no interest in your petty spy games, but know this. Your actions have put me in danger and may have angered the local mercenaries." Rocky pondered this, recalling that Duke Rosarian had allocated a task budget for him, which still left him with 50 gold coins. He immediately pleaded, "I am truly, deeply sorry. How about this? I will give you 20 gold coins, and we can pretend today never happened. This is all I have." Xiahou Yan scoffed, "Really? I don't believe you." All right. Rocky's face contorted with pain akin to having flesh torn from his bones. He said with a sense of grievance, "I will give you 30 gold coins. This is truly all I have left. You see, Mr. Deep Sea, often, money is the least valuable thing of all." Xiahou Yan smiled, keenly observing every flicker of emotion in Rocky's brown eyes. "But do you know what is truly invaluable to a spy?" Rocky felt his heart tighten as if gripped by an invisible hand, yet he could only follow the young man's lead and ask, "What is it?" "Information." Xiahou Yan leaned back against his chair, lifting his mug to take a sip. "Mr. Deep Sea, what I seek from you is information. And the only thing you have to barter for your freedom, even your life, is information. What information do you want?" With the confrontation laid bare, Rocky ceased feigning ignorance and grit his teeth, asking, "I suspect that as an informed spy, you must know." Xiahou Yan fixed his gaze intently on Rocky's eyes and asked each word with precision. "Recently, has there been a 1,000-strong force led by a noblewoman appearing near the Soul Rift?" "A force led by a noblewoman?" Rocky gasped in astonishment, instinctively responding, "Are you referring to Lady Katerina of the Igor family?" Then, he suddenly realized something. All the information clicked into place in his mind. The young nobleman Elliott Igor, who had inherited a title, the black-haired youth holding the crowbar, the renowned female captain of the Igor family escort, quietly sipping ale at the table. "You." Rocky had never felt his voice tremble so. "You are Lord Elliott Igor?" Xiahou Yan frowned, remaining silent but offering no denial. Then, an unexpected and bizarre scene unfolded before the Lord and his 2 female attendants. The spy Deep Sea's lips twitched a couple of times before he utterly collapsed, suppressing his voice and crying out, 3 months. 3 months. I finally found the organization." Chapter 72. The vanishing waves of transmission in the Duchy of Rosario, the City of Roses, commonly referred to as the White Hall, housed the intelligence agency's office. The air was imbued with the sense of aged wooden cabinets, fresh pulp, and bitter coffee. The newly appointed head of the intelligence office ambled leisurely through the office. Yet none of the military personnel rose to greet their nominal superior in accordance with military decorum. All clerks were engrossed in their own paperwork. In the bustling intelligence office of Rose City, neglecting to salute the chief had become a customary practice. In truth, the staff of Whitehall were not well acquainted with their new director. They were even unaware of his real name. They only knew him as one of the most trusted senior spies of the Duke of Rosario, who had operated alone within the glorious Federation for 2 decades, unearthing countless high-value military secrets under the codename Tiger Shark. As Tiger Shark ambled past the clerks' desks and reached his own at the far end of the office, he struggled to settle his portly frame into an armchair. A lingering ache from an old knee injury, sustained long ago during a foreign assignment when he was slashed by a wolf cavalryman, throbbed slightly. "Good morning, sir," a young female secretary approached, softly greeting Tiger Shark before pouring him a steaming cup of coffee. Coffee was the sole beverage available in the intelligence office. The clerks, overwhelmed with tasks, relied on this mildly stimulating drink to keep their minds alert while processing intelligence from the eastern borders, various imperial departments, and even the entire continent. Tiger Shark lifted the coffee cup, took a sip, and grimaced. As a seasoned field operative, he had yet to acclimate to the peculiar taste of this clerk's concoction. "Lisa, the briefing," he said wearily to the secretary. She retrieved a densely written report from the prepared folder and placed it on Tiger Shark's desk, carefully smoothing the paper with her hand. Tiger Shark opened a drawer and donned a pair of reading glasses, lowering his head to commence reading the day's briefing. The intelligence office in Rose City received thousands of messages daily. As the director, it was impossible for Tiger Shark to address each one individually. According to custom, the senior clerks filtered through the most critical messages and compiled them into a daily briefing for the director's morning perusal. As Tiger Shark meticulously read through the briefing, he became increasingly aware that the content was nonsensical. Reports of a wrecked truck discovered at the edge of an infection zone in the south, concealing a scandalous book. Tales of a mysterious tentacle that had dropped a bronze statue, inciting a bloodbath at a demon citizens gathering. Rumors of internal strife within a renowned mercenary group in the southern wastelands. The myriad of messages resembled more the fabrications of a sensational magazine than credible intelligence, devoid of any authenticity. Removing his glasses, Tiger Shark muttered under his breath, "A pack of idiots." The secretary, having spent a few days with him and gleaning insights into his style, understood this to signify his dissatisfaction with the quality of the intelligence that day. "Sir, there is one more matter," she reminded him, clutching her folder. "Yesterday, Cott and the others compiled the expenditures and salaries for the missions we dispatched to field operatives over the past few months, and they uncovered an issue. Is there a case of ghost payroll?" Tiger Shark shot a sidelong glance at the secretary. Having once been a field operative himself, he was all too familiar with the ineptitude of this crew. Only a handful of true spies were trained by the Imperial Military Academy's intelligence division. Many of the so-called field operatives were simply local ruffians recruited by the intelligence office. It was hardly surprising that such a blunder as ghost payroll could occur. Perhaps. The secretary cautiously examined the report in her folder. "In the past 3 months, we issued salaries for 19 spies in the southern region, but according to our records, there are only 18 registered field operatives in that area." Tiger Shark furrowed his brow. It might not necessarily indicate that someone has fabricated a non-existent field operative to siphon funds. It could also mean that a field operative failed to report to their superior on time or was eliminated during a mission. "Fetch me a map of the southern wastelands, along with the details of all field operatives in that area," he instructed. As he picked up a pencil, Tiger Shark began to circle the deployment locations of each operative on the map: Yinshi City, Dusty Mountain Range, West Sea County. After encircling all 18 locations, he set the pencil down, staring at the map with a frown. The overlapping circles nearly engulfed the entire southern region of the empire, leaving a conspicuous void in one area, the southern bank of the Lionheart River. "Take a look at this." Tiger Shark handed the map to the female secretary, who immediately grasped the gravity of the oversight. Logically, the intelligence network of the Duchy of Rosario should have achieved complete coverage within the empire. Yet here, on the southern bank of the Lionheart River, lay a stark blank space. This indicates The secretary furrowed her brow in contemplation. It indicates that our previously assigned field operatives in this region are either deceased or have failed to report to their superiors as mandated. Tiger Shark slammed his hand on the desk, exclaiming, "What are these spies doing? Utterly disorganized and undisciplined. How can we manage intelligence with such vermin?" Then, who was the operative that should have been here? The secretary murmured, "Hey, Matthew." Tiger Shark rose angrily, calling across several desks to the field operations supervisor. "Find out who we previously assigned to the southern bank of the Lionheart River." From the direction of the field operations supervisor's desk came the sound of hurriedly rifling through documents. "I don't know." The supervisor appeared flustered. I have no record of him here. But all signs indicate that this person did indeed exist. I can find his reports submitted to his superior, his equipment requisition records, his deployment orders, but I have no information about him personally." The field operations supervisor flipped through more documents, looking up at Tiger Shark in astonishment. "But I have nothing regarding his identity. He is as if he were a ghost." Damn it. Tiger Shark could no longer contain his frustration. This bastard truly excels at being an undercover agent. Even his own people cannot track him down. Chapter 73. A timely assistance in the bustling atmosphere of Paradise Bar in Huafeng Town, amidst the clinking of glasses and the cacophony of voices. A secret conversation unfolded in a corner of the bar. "So, your true name is Kareem Locke, a spy under the command of Duke Rosario?" Xiao Yin cautiously scrutinized Locke, lowering his voice for confirmation. Locke nodded eagerly, his excitement reminiscent of an old Red Army soldier celebrating a successful gathering at Jinggangshan, or an underground worker rejoicing at the liberation of the city after finally paying off his mortgage and achieving financial freedom. However, Xiao Yin gently tapped his fingers on the table as he regarded Locke. "You lost contact with your superior?" "Yes." Even in the dim light of the tavern, Xiao Yin could clearly see Locke's eyes redden. 3 months ago, the Duke wrote to assign me a confidential mission, stating its utmost importance and instructing me to operate under absolute secrecy. "And how did you lose contact?" Xiao Yin inquired with curiosity. "I do not know." Locke took a hefty swig of his drink, despair evident on his face. "Not long after, when I went to report to my superior, I found that the contact point had changed without any notification. In the subsequent 3 months, although I continued to lurk among the mercenaries, I had completely lost touch with my superiors, and I haven't even received my monthly salary." Alice exchanged glances with Xiao Yin. They recalled that Duke Rosario had always been a military man focused on the Eastern Front. Rumors had circulated about his intelligence agency, the Whitehall, tirelessly gathering military intelligence on the glorious Federation, and even monitoring the inner workings of the Empire. Yet, Xiao Yin had never imagined that a Whitehall operative would be sitting directly across from him. However, it was puzzling why a seasoned spy from Whitehall would find himself in such a predicament. While the Lord and the female swordsman pondered this, the nearby elf, Velf, was fixated on a glistening roasted chicken on the table next to them. Her stomach audibly grumbled. "Look, my attendant is hungry." Xiao Yin pointed at the elf. "Boss, 1 roasted chicken, please." Locke, fully aware of the implication in the Lord's words, reluctantly forked over some coins. Velf's eyes sparkled at the sight. When the boss brought over the roasted chicken, she cheered and, without a hint of grace, grabbed it with both hands and began to tear into it, raising questions about her possible kinship with wild hyenas. "This is your lover?" Locke asked curiously, pointing at Velf. The spy's choice of words was skillfully ambiguous. Lover could refer to both a wife and a mistress, a term unlikely to misrepresent the female companion of an empire noble given their notorious private lives. "No," Xiao Yin replied, casting a glance at Velf, who was engrossed in her meal, oblivious to the conversation. "She is my slave." The word slave caused Locke to pause momentarily. He looked at the hooded Velf, whose natural beauty still shone through, then at the frostily beautiful Alice. "You certainly play a grand game." Locke finally turned to the Lord, genuinely impressed. Xiao Yin sensed that Locke had drawn some grave misunderstanding. "So, can you tell me what confidential mission Duke Rosario assigned to you?" He decisively shifted the topic, fully aware that since it was a confidential mission, Locke would likely refrain from divulging details to an outsider. However, knowing the value of both truth and deception, he felt compelled to inquire. To his surprise, Locke answered with sincerity, "Of course. The Duke instructed me to await the arrival of the new Lord of the Igor family in the southern wasteland, and to assist your family's territorial development as much as possible." Both Xiao Yin and Alice were taken aback. Duke Rosario has sent him here. To help? To be honest, I have been waiting here in Huafeng town for 3 months for your arrival. Locke lamented. If you had delayed any longer, I would have exhausted the remaining 50 gold coins allocated for the mission. Weren't you just saying there were only 30 gold coins? Xiahou Yin narrowed his eyes. That is inconsequential. Locke's gaze drifted away. Xiahou Yin leaned back in his chair, thoughtfully scrutinizing Locke. His primary concern was whether this self-proclaimed spy was trustworthy. Based on his observations, Locke's expressions did not seem fabricated, and he had even presented his Whitehall operative credentials, which appeared authentic. However, the most significant question remained. Why would Duke Rosario specifically send someone to assist the beleaguered Igor family, a political figure in disgrace? While both belonged to the Empire's nobility, there had been little interaction between the two families. The Igor family had closer ties to the Duke of Houston. It seemed ill-advised for the astute Duke Rosario to risk his reputation by aiding a family guilty of treason. Xiahou Yin glanced at Alice and found the same doubts reflected in her eyes. He regretted not bringing Master Lori along. The chief rogue mage's worldly experience would have undoubtedly provided better insight into this situation, at least more useful than a Veil preoccupied with her roasted chicken. Locke evidently sensed the Lord's hesitation and leaned forward, whispering, "You doubt Duke Rosario's motives, don't you? You wonder why he would send me to assist your family?" "Indeed." Xiahou Yin shrugged, feeling no need to conceal his thoughts. "Though I cannot read minds, I have a somewhat formed theory regarding Duke Rosario's intentions." Locke pondered his words carefully. "Having served Whitehall, I have access to certain court intelligence you may not be aware of. As far as I know, when your father was sentenced for treason and faced execution, Duke Rosario was the only noble who stood by your father's side, attempting to defend him." Xiahou Yin was struck into silence. "So, I speculate that the Duke, having failed to save Duke Vincent Igor, might harbor a smidgen of pity and remorse for his heir." Locke took a sip of his drink. "Moreover, I believe Duke Rosario is acutely aware of a classic political principle." "What principle?" Xiahou Yin inquired. After a brief silence, he raised his glass towards Locke. "Then, Mr. Locke, what coal can you bring me amidst the snow of the southern wasteland? Just as you mentioned earlier, information." Locke blinked and raised his glass in return. "Lord Elliott, I know where your sister, Katerina, is now." Chapter 74, Emergency Meeting. On that evening, a minor discord arose within the newly established territory of the Igor family. As is often the case with conflicts, accounting for 99% of disputes in the world, the root cause of this particular misunderstanding was strikingly simple. A fool committed a foolish act. Earlier that day, the guard Tom Lawrence, following the directives of the Lord, distributed the available supplies from Frost Maple Ridge to the various craftsmen according to a pre-established allocation plan. The necessity for distribution stemmed from the fact that, although they belonged to the same group, each craftsman had distinct tasks that did not overlap. For instance, Master Donald, the architect, was leading 2 groups of temporarily recruited laborers, diligently reinforcing the palisade and constructing a watchtower. Meanwhile, the seasoned blacksmith Master Kobe was attempting to forge a batch of substandard iron rods to serve as standard defensive weapons for the territory's inhabitants. Additionally, several other craftsmen were repairing wagons that had sustained considerable wear during their journey. Thus, prior to his departure to Flower House Town, the Lord had stayed up late to finalize the quantities of timber, iron ingots, and tools that each craftsman group would be entitled to, commanding the guards to adhere strictly to the allocation plan the following day. This was emblematic of the rationing system currently in place due to the severe scarcity of resources within the Igor territory. However, the issue arose when Tom Lawrence inadvertently overlooked a box of iron ingots during the distribution. This box of precious resources was not discovered by the craftsmen until the sun was nearly setting, igniting a direct confrontation between Masters Donald and Kobe. Each master insisted that the box of iron ingots rightfully belonged to their respective groups and had been previously omitted from their allocation. Master Donald declared, "I require this box of ingots as reinforcement material to construct a sturdy wall, ensuring the Phoenix platform remains impervious to external threats." Master Kobe retorted angrily, "I have poured my heart and soul into crafting weapons. Have you ever witnessed the sunrise over the Phoenix platform at 4 a.m? Even Master Lori, who suggested an equitable division of the ingots, was met with a united refusal from both masters. Their reasoning was straightforward. Logically, the box of ingots should belong to their group, and if divided, they would essentially be giving away half to another. Observing the inherent inability of individuals to understand one another, Master Lori helplessly watched as Master Donald shed his vest to reveal his chiseled physique, while Master Kobe seized a steel pipe from the anvil. The two elder craftsmen's tempers flared as they faced off, seemingly on the brink of a tumultuous confrontation. However, before Master Lori could invoke a calming charm, the two masters managed to compose themselves. Summer Huoyen, shrouded in the dim evening light, rode into the camp, his expression as grim as the haze over the North China Plain. The elven slave Velf sat behind him, while Alice Comstock trailed alongside, mirroring her demeanor from the previous day. A young bard, clad in finery and carrying a lute, also followed closely behind the lord as they passed through the newly erected gate of the Phoenix platform. The inhabitants of Frost Maple Ridge, unfamiliar with Kareem Locke, exchanged whispers among themselves, speculating, who is that? Ignoring their idle chatter, the lord rode directly to the scene of the craftsman's standoff before halting. What is the commotion about? He inquired from his vantage atop the horse, frowning as he beheld the two masters, one wielding a hammer and the other a steel pipe. Stripped to the waist, he found the peculiar tableau philosophically profound. It became evident that, under the shadow of greater authority, all petty disputes among subordinates would dissipate. Instantly, Masters Donald and Kobe concealed their weapons behind them, responding in unison, "We were merely exhausted from our labor and were practicing our combat techniques." The Lord, in a foul mood, merely cautioned, "Let us not jest about safety," and took their words at face value. Master Lori summoned Mayor Joel, Clement, and other key individuals to my tent. Summer Huoyen instructed, fatigue evident in his voice. "We need to convene a small meeting." Master Lori, having sensed the Lord's unusual demeanor, recognized that something significant must have transpired during his visit to Flower House Town. He wasted no time in seeking out the necessary individuals. Lawrence, unusually eager, stepped forward to assist the Lord dismount. He felt relieved that Summer Huoyen did not engage him further, instead turning his attention to the unfamiliar bard. "Kareem, my apologies," Summer Huoyen said with a hint of regret, "but you cannot participate in this family meeting." Kareem nodded in understanding, remaining silent. He was acutely aware that, to the Igor family, he was still perceived as a figure not entirely to be trusted. Frankly, had the Lord confided in him so openly, he would have begun to question the Lord's reliability. After a final penetrating glance at Kareem, Summer Huoyen, accompanied by Alice and Velf, proceeded toward his tent. Before long, within the newly erected grand tent, a gathering of core members of the Igor family assembled. Politely termed heroes, though more accurately described as a ragtag assembly, they occupied the space. Summer Huoyen sat in the primary position, naturally adopting a posture of authority. Beside him sat Victor Lori, the family's chief mage and head of the craftsman group, Johnson Joel, the steward and head of the agricultural group, along with military stalwarts Alice Comstock and Juan Clement. Additionally, various mid-level leaders, including Masters Donald and Kobe, were present, seated on the ground. To everyone's surprise, the elven slave Velf was also in attendance, dutifully performing her role as a servant by massaging the Lord's shoulders. This was not due to any trust in Velf. Rather, she had overheard everything pertinent during the journey to Flower House Town, rendering any further secrecy unnecessary. Besides, her delicate little fists were rather pleasant. "Gentlemen, my apologies for delaying your time." Summer Huoyen cleared his throat, commencing the urgent meeting. The attendees turned attentively toward the Lord, with the two craftsmen appearing particularly anxious. Summer Huoyen surveyed the gathering, licking his lips, and then spoke distinctly. "You all saw that bard in the camp, did you not? He is a spy in the service of Duke Rosario. Do not speak. I will explain why my trip to Flower House Town was not in vain, as I have obtained news regarding Katerina and her companions through him." The participants exchanged glances, with only Master Lori, possessing sufficient standing and emotional intelligence, breaking the silence. Then, "Lord Elliott, where are Miss Katerina and her companions now?" Summer Huoyen inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he replied, "They have been abducted by a band of despicable mountain bandits." Chapter 75. Sufficient exchange of opinions, a suffocating silence enveloped the tent. Ultimately, it was Master Lowry who, representing all present, posed a crucial question. "Is the information reliable?" Xia Hoyan shook his head. "It cannot be deemed entirely reliable, yet it does not appear entirely fabricated either." He briefly elaborated on the origins of the informant, the spy Rocky, and after a brief discussion, the attendees unanimously concluded that, though the intentions of Duke Rosario remained ambiguous, the fact that Rocky was an agent of Whitehall should raise no red flags. However, this did not imply that the information he brought was absolutely trustworthy. What if Duke Rosario intended to utilize him to disseminate falsehoods to the Igor family? Following the inexplicable betrayal by Duke Houston, the people of Frost Maple Ridge were on the verge of developing a persecution complex. Let us set aside the authenticity of the news for the moment and assume it to be true. As the discussion threatened to devolve into the inconclusive debate of whether Duke Rosario was friend or foe, Mayor Joel wisely interjected, "My Lord Elliott, did Rocky provide any specifics regarding the abduction of Miss Katerina and her companions? Indeed, how could a band of mountain bandits manage to seize a caravan of 1,000? Clement echoed in confusion. Thus Master Lowry stroked his beard thoughtfully. According to Rocky's deductions, it seemed that Katerina's convoy had unfortunately been caught in a crossfire between bandit factions in the Angry Tides Mountains. In the tavern of Flower House Town, Rocky and I had conducted our calculations. The timing of their travel coincided precisely with the outbreak of hostilities. Xiaoyan sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Here lay the savage southern frontier, where the bandits wielded far greater power than the imperial heartland. The largest of the bandit strongholds could muster 300 to 400 combatants, a migrating caravan of approximately 1,000, lacking in combat capability. Carelessly stumbling into the chaos of a bandit skirmish, what calamities might ensue? A cold wind swept through, causing all present to shiver. There was one piece of not-so-encouraging news and one piece of bad news. Xiaoyan wearily clapped his hands, interrupting the collective thoughts of the assembly. The not-so-encouraging news was that Rocky's informant had not discovered the bodies of Katerina or Sir Cousins on the battlefield. Most of the corpses belonged to unarmed citizens of Eagle's Rest, based on the number of bodies. It could be inferred that at least 200 or 300 members of the caravan were still alive. And the bad news? Mayor Joel inquired. Master Lowry and Mayor Joel exchanged worried glances. They both understood the dire financial situation of the territory. Frost Maple Ridge simply could not afford to procure enough gold to ransom several hundred subjects. My lord, Clement and Alice both shook their heads in unison. Clement stated solemnly, "We are at least honorable nobles of the empire, bearing the weight of our family's honor. How could we compromise with a pack of shameless wasteland brigands?" Alice was more direct. Miss Katerina would never agree to abandon her subjects to save herself. Silence once again filled the tent. Only the oil in the lion lantern crackled under the heat of the flame. Thus, we must find a way to rescue Miss Katerina, Master Lowry pondered. In truth, the question I have been contemplating is not merely how to rescue, but whether we should even attempt to rescue. Xiaoyan offered a wry smile, stating with a touch of grim finality that, in some sense, the bandit factions entrenched in their strongholds were far more formidable than the mercenaries on the plains. With our current limited combat strength and scant resources, the challenge of extracting 200 or 300 souls from the bandit lairs of the Angry Tides Mountains is akin to an ascent to the heavens. If rescuing Katerina and her companions results in further casualties among the knights and subjects of Frost Maple Ridge, I could never accept that. And if we do not resort to force? Master Lowry gazed thoughtfully at the Lord. My lord, our territory lacks funds. Mayor Joel reminded. I am not suggesting we buy them back. Master Lowry glanced at Vailth, who was currently massaging Xiaoyan's shoulders. Did we not succeed in pilfering a bounty flower from Houston's labor? If we could employ similar tactics to infiltrate the bandit stronghold and stealthily extract Miss Katerina and her companions? Mayor Joel was taken aback by this notion. My lord, extracting 200 or 300 people is not the same as stealing a useless glutton, Xiaoyan remarked with a bitter smile, feeling as though he had received a forceful punch from some aggrieved sprite. Moreover, the defenses of a long-established bandit stronghold cannot possibly be compared to those of a makeshift monastery. Master Lowry hesitated, but with my mental magic the risks are too great. Should we alert them, our efforts would be in vain. Alice interjected firmly. Must rescuing Miss Katerina rely solely on a direct assault? Mayor Joel lamented, his face etched with worry. But our forces are far too insufficient. Perhaps we could hire a few mercenary bands in Flower House Town to fight on our behalf? Clement suggested, tilting his burgundy helmet. You would provide the funds? Mayor Joel, burdened with the financial stewardship of the territory, scoffed. Clement mumbled something under his breath, shrinking back into silence amid the sound of metal scraping. Mercenaries, that is indeed a commendable idea, the Lord murmured thoughtfully before suddenly slapping the table. In any case, I must lead a contingent westward tomorrow. First, to verify the veracity of Rocky's information, and second, to observe from a distance the situation of this so-called bandit stronghold. Once I have first-hand information, we can deliberate further. This was, of course, a desperate measure, the only feasible plan at hand, and no one voiced dissent. Only Master Lowry, familiar with the Lord's character, noticed an eerie glimmer flickering in the young man's dark eyes. By the Master's experience, this typically signified that someone was about to face misfortune. Chapter 76. Overcoming adversity in the Duchy of Rosario. The seasoned spy Kareem Locke sat at the edge of the Phoenix platform, leaning against the wooden fence known as the Green Barrier, gently strumming his lute. The evening chill of the wasteland carried his melodies, suffused with longing and lamentation. Echoing like a mournful tale, Master Donald and several young apprentices hammered nails into the fence, connecting the vertical wooden posts with horizontal beams to fortify it. The outcome of his observations left him deeply unsettled. The Igor family, once a prominent noble lineage in the Empire's western territories, had been abruptly exiled to this desolate southern wasteland following a sudden conspiracy. Though the age-old adage held that a starving camel is still larger than a horse, Locke imagined that a family wealthy for centuries must possess some remnants of their fortune. However, upon arriving at the Phoenix platform, after 3 months in the impoverished Flower House town, Locke bore witness to a level of destitution that was truly harrowing. The entire territory lacked a single proper dwelling. All the residents lived in hastily erected tents. Even the lord, of a supposedly elevated status, resided in a vast tent crudely stitched together from the fabrics of 2 tents. This seems a chaotic lattice of stitches that could drive the mildest obsessive-compulsive person to despair. Moreover, the existing resources within the territory seemed to challenge the very limits of human survival. Without a furnace, all welding work was performed by a rather disheveled old wizard, who completed his tasks through the incantation of fire spells. After a long night, not only was the old man rendered weary from overexertion of his magical powers, but his once white beard was also blackened with soot. What distressed Locke the most was the abysmal quality of the meals at Frost Maple Ridge. As a guest of the territory, he had been specially provided with a dinner by Xiahou Yin during a meeting, only to find, upon opening the battered tin box, a piece of dry, hard bread akin to a brick, alongside a few suspicious greens that appeared to have been snatched from a horse's mouth. He finally comprehended why the petite, pretty girl in Flower House Town seemed so delighted while feasting on roasted chicken. His mission from the Duke of Rosario was to assist the Igor family in developing their territory. Locke had initially believed that this legendary family, renowned in the Western territories, would retain some wealth after enduring calamity, providing him an opportunity to align himself with affluence and earn some extra coin. Yet, the bleak scene before him shattered his grand aspirations like a fragile soap bubble. He even began to worry whether the Lord might covet his 50 gold coins allocated for the mission. However, after a brief period of disappointment and despondency, Spy Locke meticulously observed the residents of Frost Maple Ridge. This scrutiny revealed an anomaly. Indeed, the Igor family's subjects bore the pallor of short-term malnutrition, and the grueling workload required for the territory's initial development etched a visible fatigue upon their brows. Yet, their eyes sparkled with hope. Despite the dire scarcity of resources and the burdens they faced, these beleaguered inhabitants harbored an unmistakable joy within their hearts. It was as if their current hardships were a divine blessing bestowed upon them. Locke was genuinely perplexed. He could not fathom why the misfortunes of the Igor family could still inspire such exuberance amidst the desolation of this barren wasteland. Generally, such a situation could only be explained by one possibility. These members of the Igor family had once endured far worse circumstances, having scraped by in even grimmer environments, making their current plight seem like a cause for celebration. Yet, could there truly exist a place on the continent more dreadful than the soul-rending land, littered with bones? Locke found himself utterly unable to comprehend the pervasive optimism that enveloped the Phoenix platform camp. Most astonishing was the demeanor of the residents toward their lord. Whenever the young lord clad in black appeared, the nearby inhabitants greeted him with beaming smiles, and he would pause to exchange pleasantries with them. Locke even witnessed the lord sitting by the campfire, regaling a group of children with stories. Regardless of the absurdity of the tale involving a giant ape, a porcupine, and a water ghost protecting a pilgrim, the children's expressions revealed that they regarded the Lord as a beloved older brother. This harmonious scene between Lord and subjects led seasoned spy Kareem Locke to deeply question the narratives he had previously heard of noble lords oppressing their subjects, conscripting them for war, and ruthlessly exploiting their rights. Surely, even the benevolent Duke of Rosario did not share such intimacy with the ordinary folk of his territory. Locke distinctly sensed that within the Phoenix platform, a bond of mutual trust had been forged through shared adversity and survival. This territory, much like its lord, was decidedly unusual. Suddenly, a laborer's call broke Locke's reverie. It was Master Donald and several craftsmen, straining together to erect a wooden tower for a lookout post. The bare-chested artisans, glistening with sweat, gathered around their accomplishment, bursting with pride and laughter. Leaning against the green barrier, Locke resumed strumming his lute, then slowly turned his head to survey the camp, suffused with an air of impoverishment beneath the moonlight. He harbored a strong premonition that within the year, this place, and perhaps the entire wasteland, would undergo a profound transformation. Chapter 77. Heartbreaking and tragic. It was high noon, the sun shining brilliantly. Several stealthy vultures soared over the jagged cliffs of the Rage Mountains, gliding low and casting their ominous shadows upon the desolate plains of the Soul Rift. Soon, they followed a pack of frantic hyenas to their feeding ground. It lay not far from the mountain's base, a patch of land exhibiting a bizarre dark red hue, as though a discordant black stain had marred the skin of the pale yellow sand that constituted the wasteland. The vultures, drawn by the scent of decay and rot, swooped down with flapping wings. Their light brown eyes, adept at detecting death, indeed found it. The somber color of the soil was not a natural occurrence, but rather a sediment formed by the amalgamation of blood and flames. On this darkened sand, countless twisted, broken, and filthy human corpses lay intertwined, projecting a hellish tableau reminiscent of Picasso's renowned painting, Guernica. The parched grass that once grew there had been charred by the fires of war, resembling slender, dark, and fragile fingers reaching out from the depths of hell, trembling in the early winter breeze, as if they would crumble to ash and scatter with the wind at any moment. On the fringes of this mass grave, remnants of several trucks lay scattered. The horses that once pulled them and their cargo had long since vanished. Perched atop the empty carriages were a few vultures that had arrived earlier, their bulging bellies indicating they had feasted on the remains of the unburied dead. Yet, amid this land rife with death and calamity, traces of humanity still lingered. Two emaciated figures navigated through the corpses, a boy of about 16 or 17 and a younger girl, seemingly siblings. Under the vulture's watchful gaze, they meticulously examined each body. The boy stripped away tattered but salvageable garments from the corpses and handed them to his sister, who diligently placed the collected items into a cloth bag. Occasionally, they would discover a few copper coins or trinkets of minor value, which would bring a fleeting joy to their faces. To the vultures, these children wandering among the dead were merely a curiosity. They continued their focus on scavenging. The vultures pecked at the lifeless eyes, while the children gathered the remnants of the deceased. In this barren expanse, where every creature struggled for survival, the distinctions between humans and vultures seemed to blur. Suddenly, the distant sound of hooves shattered the graveyard stillness. The vultures, startled, took flight, resembling a swirling mass of dark clouds. The siblings, engrossed in their scavenging, lacked the acute hearing of the vultures. By the time the clattering hooves reached their ears, 3 riders had already approached the edge of the graveyard. The boy sprang up in a panic, grasping his sister's hand, and fled to the opposite side of the graveyard. The little girl struggled to keep pace, yet her small hand remained tightly clutched around the bag of spoils, unwilling to let go. As they stumbled through the sea of corpses, the pair diminished into mere shadows against the vastness of the wasteland, fading from the sight of the 3 riders. Xiahou Yan, gripping the reins of his horse, glanced at the fleeing children, then at the grim tableau of corpses before him, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Flanking him were Alice Comstock and Clement, members of the Igor family, who had journeyed from Frost Maple Ridge that very morning to investigate the battleground of 2 rival bandit groups and validate the credibility of Rocky's intelligence. The Death Knight Clement, like the Lord, observed the fleeing children for some time before sighing. At such a tender age, they have become gleaners of corpses. Xiahou Yan recalled the term gleaner. During the tumultuous years of war, the Empire frequently clashed with the demon and orc races, resulting in heavy casualties. A considerable number of imperial citizens resorted to scavenging the bodies of fallen soldiers to survive. For the Thorn Knights, who lived 8 centuries ago, the concept of gleaners resonated deeply. What surprised Xiahou Yan was that, despite the disappearance of this traditional occupation from the heart of the Empire, it still persisted in the savage southern wastelands. Can scavenging corpses truly sustain them? Alice's gaze towards the children was tinged with maternal compassion. I find it insufficient. I've recently been catching up on imperial history through casual conversations with the locals, Clement shrugged. The current conflicts are far less frequent than in our day. And while skirmishes and raids occur often in the wasteland, there surely aren't corpses to scavenge every day. Besides, it seems these bodies bear little of value. They must have been stripped clean by the bandits. Xiahou Yin remained silent, as did the two warriors beside him. Nevertheless, he dismounted and approached the corpses, using a crowbar to inspect the garments of the deceased. Just as Rocky had indicated, the dead could be categorized into two groups, those clad in disheveled attire, likely from the Igor locals of Katerina's retinue, and those uniformly dressed in cotton, their right arms bound with black cloth, evidently fallen bandits from the same clan. Standing among the heaps of corpses, upon the blood-soaked earth, and inhaling the nauseating stench of decay, Xiahou Yin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Unlike the sheer terror evoked by facing a tide of corpses in an infected zone, the atmosphere surrounding him was thick with an almost palpable essence of death. Even with his extraordinary intellect and experiences from 2 lifetimes, he could not escape the overwhelming sensations of revulsion and nausea. A gentle hand grasped his arm. Turning, Xiahou Yin met Alice's tear-filled eyes and her quivering lips. "That's Uncle Otto." The young swordswoman struggled to point towards the corpse of an Igor local not far away. He used to be our neighbor, often sharing drinks with my father." Xiahou Yin studied the body for a moment. The corpse's cheek had been partially devoured by vultures, one eye missing, and its abdomen bore a gaping wound, devoid of internal organs. Like all the bodies strewn across this battlefield, it had been left to decay for far too long, ravaged by its own corruption and scavenging beasts, rendering any chance of revival impossible. The Death Knight's voice was unexpectedly soft and steady. This thorny knight from 8 centuries past seemed to possess a greater resilience to the harsh realities of death than either the Lord or Alice. Chapter 78. The Redemption of the Moon God's Stronghold. Part 1. Some birds are destined never to be caged, for their feathers are too exquisite. At 37. The former commander of the Eagle's Rest Knights, Alan Cousins, firmly believed himself to be such a creature. As he sat in his designated confinement chamber within the Moon God's stronghold, casting his vast, oceanic gaze through a corner of the iron bars to the desolate starry sky over the southern wasteland, this captured Lily Knight found his thoughts far removed from the dire predicament of his imprisonment. According to protocol, the lords of the empire were obliged to provide troops in proportion to their populations during wartime. Thus, as a knight, Alan Cousins bore the responsibility of leading the conscripted forces from Eagle's Rest. However, the 400 conscripts, including Cousins himself, never reached the battlefield. They had taken a wrong turn under his command. Cousins, accompanied by a band of inexperienced recruits, set forth from the coastal Eagle's Rest, journeying day and night towards the Eastern Front. Yet, through some twist of fate, they veered off course at an intersection, plunging unwittingly into the ancient, gnarled roots of a millennia-old forest and the treacherous, murky depths of the Spirit Mire, renowned as one of the Empire's 2 desolate regions alongside the southern infection zone. In a sense, Cousins' misdirection was far worse than that of Xiahou Yin and his companions, for there were no fogs obscuring their vision at the time. Consequently, by the time Cousins extricated his team from the mire, over half of the 400 recruits had perished. Inevitably, this ill-fated group fell prey to a nearby bandit stronghold. Stripped of his gleaming silver armor, Cousins found himself, akin to a naked pig, confined in a dungeon clad only in his undergarments. Had he been a knight of any honor, he might have succumbed to despair and ended his life in disgrace. Yet Cousins was different. As long as fate's guillotine had yet to sever his round head from his shoulders, this man, who had risen from a humble fishmonger at Eagle's Rest to the position of knight commander, would never concede to defeat. In a moment of desperation, he seized the opportunity presented by a visit to the latrine, diving headlong into the cesspit, managing to hold his breath for a full 5 minutes. Thanks to the robust physique of the Lily Knight, he even employed eloquent rhetoric to obscure his failings before Duke Vincent Igor. He was a man who would never acknowledge failure. His current situation mirrored this tenacity. Yes, Miss Katerina was being closely guarded by the bandits of the Moon God stronghold. Yes, the Igor family's captured subjects languished in their cells. Yes, Alan Cousins himself was confined by a cadre of elite bandits. But damn it, he had not lost his thirst for freedom. If necessary, Alan Cousins would willingly plunge into a cesspit again to escape the stronghold. He could now hold his breath for 6 minutes. As Cousins sat cross-legged on his bed, gnawing on a chicken leg while steeling himself for what lay ahead. The bandits outside his door were bidding him farewell. "Master Cousins, good night. See you tomorrow. We look forward to your performance." The bandits outside the barred door cast admiring glances his way, bowing respectfully before departing. Cousins watched their retreating figures and smacked his lips. In truth, he was likely the most comfortable among the captured members of the Igor family. Apart from himself and Miss Katerina, the others were confined in dank, foreboding dungeons. His favorable treatment stemmed from his silver tongue. From the moment of his capture, he regaled the other prisoners with tales of his exploits, subtly hinting at his martial prowess to his captors, and even performing push-ups in his cell at night to maintain his physique. Eventually, he crafted an image of a martial arts master, successfully capturing the attention of the Moon God Stronghold's chief. Eager to recruit talent, the chief personally visited Cousins' cell, inviting him to serve as the martial arts instructor for the bandits, to bolster their combat capabilities. The terms offered were enticing. After 3 months of instruction, he would be released from confinement and become a formal member of the stronghold. After a year, he could even leave freely. Cousins accepted without hesitation. Though the knightly code forbade surrender or feigned surrender, those were rules for knights to follow, not for Cousins, the bandit instructor. Thus, he joyfully took up his new role, transforming into the martial arts mentor for the Moon God Stronghold. Although he was still confined at night, during the day, he could teach a group of bandit youths in the training grounds, and his daily rations improved significantly. However, after several weeks, the bandits had learned little more than Cousins' legendary feats of combat, such as defeating the Thunder Dragon Samuel and the Leviathan of the Salt Sea, leaving them mesmerized and yearning for more. As for why he had been captured, Cousins had a perfectly reasonable explanation. He had been ambushed by the blade god Hoffenheim, resulting in a chronic injury that hampered his mobility. Thus, the illustrious title of martial sage Alan Cousins grew in renown within the Moon God Stronghold. Now, the bandits regarded Cousins with the same awe as fans gazing at their idols. Yet, circumstances began to shift. This afternoon, the chief of the Moon God Stronghold, having listened to Cousins' boast for several days, subtly suggested, "Isn't it time for you to demonstrate your exceptional skills in earnest? Our young lads are eager to witness the legendary Sword of God technique that once sent Thunder Dragon Samuel retreating 300 paces, and the Storm Hammer that left the dwarf Berserker Master Lester Frosthammer in awe." Cousins verbally acquiesced, though internally he felt a chill. Everyone knew that embellishing tales could easily spiral out of control. Moreover, with Samuel and Frosthammer absent, there was no one to verify his claims, and it was inevitable that he had added a touch of exaggeration to his recounting. Seated on the bed of his confinement chamber, gazing out at the starry wasteland, Alan Cousins finally recognized that the time had come for him to make his escape. He was, after all, a man who pursued freedom. Chapter 79. The Redemption of the Moon God Stronghold, Part 2. As dusk descended and the flickering candles dimmed, Sir Alan Cousins quietly rose from his bed in the darkness. He listened intently for a moment to confirm the absence of any human presence. Everyone had succumbed to slumber. He then approached the door of the confinement chamber. Although the conditions of the confinement room were vastly superior to those of a dungeon, equipped with a bed, a table, and a wardrobe, the bandits of the Moon God Stronghold had not entirely lowered their guard against Cousins. A heavy iron chain, secured with a lock, remained firmly affixed to the door. Cousins grasped the cold lock with his hand and retrieved a slender wire from his pocket. In his youth, as a mere peddler at the fish market of Eagle's Breath Fortress, he had once picked the lock of a competitor's fish pond and poured poison into it. The Knight of Lilies found solace in the realization that, after decades, his old skills had not diminished. He inserted the wire into the keyhole, deftly manipulating it with a few shallow and deep thrusts until the lock clicked open. Grabbing his meticulously packed belongings, he stealthily exited the confinement chamber. The entire Moon God Stronghold was built into a corner of the Angry Waves mountain range, with most structures carved into the mountainside. Rather than a camp, it resembled a series of caves arranged along the slope. Cousins' confinement room was situated on the second tier, while the majority of the bandits' quarters were on the lower levels. Thus, at this midnight hour, only one bandit on duty leaned against the railing of the open-air corridor, gazing at the scenery, blissfully unaware of the night's escape. As the poem aptly states, you gaze at the scenery in the corridor, while Cousins watches you from behind. The former commander of the Eagle's Breath Knights delivered a swift blow to the back of the station bandit's head with his heavy pack, unceremoniously knocking him unconscious. Cousins dragged the unconscious bandit into his confinement room, carefully shutting the barred door behind him, moving with the practiced grace reminiscent of an otherworldly assassin. With the guard neutralized, the path ahead became considerably less complex. The sentinels of the moon god's stronghold primarily occupied wooden watchtowers adjacent to the walls, vigilant against enemy incursions. With only a few guards monitoring the prisoners near the dungeon, the surrounding guards were essentially non-existent. No one could have imagined that the seemingly obedient Cousins, confined to his chamber, would one day orchestrate a daring escape. However, he was not foolish enough to flee directly along the staircase carved into the mountainside. Encountering a late-night bandit would spell disaster. Having long since memorized the layout of the moon god's stronghold, Cousins tiptoed stealthily to the opposite side of the cave corridor. Here, a sheer cliff descended vertically for 30 meters or more, a favored spot for bandits to relieve themselves, relishing the exhilarating sensation of urinating from such heights. Cousins produced a length of coarse hemp rope from his pack, securely fastening one end to the railing. Grasping the other end, he scaled over the railing and, using the rope, carefully descended the cliff step by step. Positioned against the mountainside, opposite the moon god's stronghold square, even the most vigilant sentinels could not have anticipated that a daring figure was engaged in a descent. Soon, Cousins' feet touched solid ground, signaling his arrival at the same level as the small square in front of the stronghold. He released the rope and peered out from the rock face. To his dismay, the square was not deserted. It appeared to be hosting an event, with numerous bandits gathered around a bonfire, cheering and shouting, seemingly engrossed in a wrestling match. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. However, the bandits' focus on their revelry meant that they remained oblivious to Cousins' presence, like a seasoned thief rather than a knight. Cousins quietly maneuvered through the throng of boisterous bandits, using their noise as the perfect cover to mask his already soft footfalls. He slipped through the blind spots of the watchtower's guards, stealthily making his way along the base of the stronghold's walls until he reached the grand entrance, where he faced a genuine challenge. Although the wooden gates stood wide open, 3 guards stationed there were seated on small stools, engaged in idle chatter. There was no conceivable way for Cousins to evade the gaze of these sentinels. Fortunately, as a knight of noble standing, he was well-versed in the most elegant means of extricating oneself from dire situations. Pressing himself against the sturdy maple door of the stronghold, he retrieved a small pouch from his pack, inhaled deeply several times to calm his nerves, and then leaned out, addressing the guards in a low voice. "Hey, a calamity has struck. Quicklime." This was the knight's most trusted method, cultivated since childhood. With the same pouch of quicklime, he had dealt with the scoundrels of Eagle's Breath Fortress and, after bribing the judges, had performed spectacularly in knightly tournaments. When a cloud of white calcium oxide suddenly envelopes one, the reactions are invariably astonishment, followed by pain, and ultimately, an indelible sense of shame. Their screams even caught the attention of the sentinels in the watchtower. The astute, brave, and noble knight, Alan Cousins, sought precisely this reaction. Seizing the moment while the guards were blinded by quicklime and the sentinels were distracted, Cousins made his swift escape, darting into the shadows by the gate and confirming that no one was watching before plunging into the wild grassland beyond the stronghold, using the tall grass as cover to crawl away. Whether it was Cousins' remarkable speed or the bandits' utter disbelief that their martial instructor would flee, the guards' vigilance was sorely lacking. By the time the guards had cleared their eyes of the quicklime, Sir Alan Cousins had already sprinted nearly 2 kilometers across the desolate expanse. Though Cousins' martial prowess may have been somewhat exaggerated, his physical conditioning was undeniably exceptional. However, before he could bask in the joy of newfound freedom for long, he caught sight of 3 dark silhouettes holding horses against the backdrop of the night winds sweeping across the plains. Initially, he thought he had stumbled upon highwaymen and was about to make a hasty retreat when a familiar voice exclaimed in surprise, Sir Cousins?" Clad only in a shirt and shorts, disheveled and covered in straw, Alan Cousins looked up to see the leading youth among the 3. Adorned in a short robe emblazoned with the golden eagle insignia, his raven-black hair reminiscent of crow feathers. As if struck by divine revelation, the former commander of the Eagle's Breath Knights suddenly realized that his entire life had been leading to this moment. With fervent urgency, he lunged forward, kneeling and embracing the young man's legs, weeping uncontrollably. "My lord, I have finally lived to see you." Chapter 80. A stranger in a foreign land. Let us imagine a scenario where you are strolling peacefully along the road, only to be confronted by a disheveled, burly man who suddenly grasps your trousers, weeping profusely. What would your reaction be? For most steadfast gentlemen, the instinctive thought would likely be self-defense, adhering to the utmost limits permitted by law when it comes to safeguarding oneself. Thus, upon spotting cousins emerging from the thicket, the dignified Lord Xiahou immediately raised his sturdy crowbar, ready to strike. Had it not been for Alice's astonished call of Sir Knight Cousins, the Lord would have swiftly dealt a grievous blow to the bald giant before him. In that moment of distraction, however, Cousins had already wrapped his arms around Xiahou's legs, and the Lord found himself dumbfounded as he watched this formidable man weep at his feet, his sorrow surpassing that of Doi. With trepidation, Xiahou lowered his gaze, illuminated by the moonlight, and scrutinized the man's features. Regardless of circumstance, this bald warrior's appearance could only be described as striking. His square face, resolute cheekbones, and expressive eyes evoked the image of a star who would have undoubtedly captivated the public at the dawn of the Republic. His innate righteousness would have made him the quintessential protagonist in revolutionary films. This led to a peculiar sight, as Cousins wept. He appeared less like a child affected by trivial woes, and more like a loyal minister lamenting the downfall of a nation. Xiahou furrowed his brow in contemplation. Despite the disarray of his memories following the unsettling divine intervention, he recognized that he had encountered this man before. Coupled with Alice's earlier address as Sir Knight Cousins, Xiahou inquired, somewhat skeptically, "Are you Alan Cousins?" "Indeed. Yes, it's me. My lord, I have finally found you," Cousins exclaimed. His resemblance to an actor matched only by his proficiency in the art of weeping, his sobs resonating with a melodious cadence. "The last time I saw you was 3 or 4 years ago during your break from the academy. You have grown so much since then." This cliché attempt at familiarity sent shivers down the lord's spine. Nevertheless, it was true that due to Cousins' prolonged association with Katerina, Xiahou had not had the opportunity to meet his knight for quite some time. Get up, Xiahou admonished. "What is this pitiful display?" Sensing the lord's evident disdain for such theatrics, Cousins swiftly ceased his lamentations and awkwardly rose to his feet. Xiahou, Alice, and Clement regarded Cousins' disheveled appearance with incredulity, while Clement, seeing the knight from Eagle's Nest for the first time, was taken aback. Alice could no longer restrain herself and inquired on behalf of the group, "Sir Knight Cousins, what on earth happened to you?" In Alice's, and indeed most of Eagle's Nest citizens' minds, Cousins was a paragon of knightly virtue and decorum. Yet now, his appearance was nothing short of tragic. Clad in a shirt and shorts, his body was covered in grass clippings, rendering him somewhat embarrassed in the cold wind. He hadn't intended to dress this way. The dilemma lay in the fact that he could only don armor when training the bandits at Moon God Stronghold, and his regular attire had been sent for cleaning that very night. With a demonstration of martial prowess scheduled for the following day, he found himself forced to flee in nothing but shorts. Naturally, he could not divulge such absurdities to the lord. Cousins hastily resumed, "My lord, you surely won't believe that I, along with Miss Katerina and her party, was captured by a gang of scoundrels known as the Moon God Bandits." As he was speaking, Cousins realized a more pressing question had arisen. "My lord," he stammered, "how is it that you also find yourself here?" Xiahou scoffed, "I have come to scout the situation at Moon God Stronghold." Alice quickly explained the circumstances since their respective departures, and terms like infection zone, zombie tide, and necromancy left him bewildered. However, Cousins eventually grasped the crux of the matter. Lord Elliott Igor had established a base at Frost Maple Ridge and was currently devising a plan to rescue Miss Katerina. "We have just surveyed the bandit skirmish site, and were preparing to observe the terrain surrounding Moon God Stronghold," Xiahou stated, pursing his lips. "And fortuitously, we encountered you. Sir Knight Cousins, did you manage to escape?" "Indeed." Cousins was about to continue when he noticed the lord frowning, prompting him to adopt a more subdued demeanor. "My lord, you cannot begin to fathom the hardships I endured, the torment I suffered, to coax those despicable bandits into lowering their guard. It was only tonight that I found the chance to slip away under the cover of darkness to seek help from Miss Katerina." Alan Cousins knew the art of deception well, blending truth with falsehood. Before the lord could respond, Clement, embodying a knightly spirit far superior to that of any lily knight, indignantly declared, "These wretched bandits have dared to abduct a noble lady and mistreat a valiant knight. They deserve nothing less than total annihilation." Wait. Though uncertain of the knight's true character, Cousins interjected hastily, "You must listen to me, my lord. These bandits are not as malevolent as they seem. In truth, there is no need for you to engage them in battle. Sir Knight Cousins. Alice interjected with hands on her hips, frowning. How can you defend the bandits? Xiaohou fixed a penetrating gaze upon Cousins, skepticism evident in his expression. Could it be that this man, with his striking features, has betrayed the revolution? Xiaohou and Alice exchanged knowing glances, their meaning unmistakable. While Xiaohou longed to share a look with Clement, the iron helmet obscured all semblance of expression, leaving only the essence of the nether realm. Chapter 81. Longing for kin during festivities, Xiaohou Yan retrieved a spare robe from a pack on horseback and draped it over Sir Alan Cousins. Though Cousins was robust in stature, the cooling weather prompted Xiaohou Yan to worry that this lily knight, having endured much torment in the Moon God village, might succumb to pneumonia. Little did the Lord realize the comforts this fellow had enjoyed at the bandit stronghold. Cousins, now cloaked, recounted the experiences of Lady Katerina's expedition. Their migratory convoy had set forth from Eagle's Rest nearly 3 months prior, following their intended route along the western coastline of the Haven continent. Unlike Xiaohou Yan and his party, who frequently faced peril, Katerina's journey had been relatively smooth, encountering only minor setbacks along the way. This instilled a false sense of security within the ranks, which proved disastrous once they entered the wastelands, as they were soon caught off guard by the treacherous environment. Initially, a sudden sandstorm, characteristic of the western coastal region, impeded their progress. Shortly thereafter, Katerina's convoy became embroiled in a conflict between two factions of bandits, the Moon God Village and the Blood Edge Camp. Contrary to Rocky's description, their clash was not a mere skirmish, but rather a siege. The Moon God Village, a newcomer to the Angry Waves Mountains, had established its presence only in the past 6 months, while the Blood Edge Camp had long been entrenched in the southern wasteland. As is often the case with conflicts between newcomers and locals, the Blood Edge Camp could not tolerate the Moon God Village's encroachment on their already scarce resources. After a series of lucrative robberies in autumn, the Blood Edge Camp dispatched a substantial force to eradicate the Moon God Village, seeking to eliminate this thorn from their side. Coincidentally, as the Blood Edge's siege forces mobilized, Katerina's migratory convoy was passing near the Moon God Village, preparing to turn eastward towards Frost Maple Ridge on the other side of the wasteland. What was intended as an assault on the Moon God Village inadvertently collided with the Igor family's migratory convoy. One must remember that even during the medieval Crusades, Venetian merchants could mislead crusaders, redirecting them from their intended target of Jerusalem to plunder Constantinople instead. The Blood Edge bandits, who thrived on murder and pillage, were unlikely to ignore the Igor convoy, a ripe target before their eyes, in favor of their original mission against the Moon God Village. Thus, the Blood Edge bandits launched an unhesitating attack on Katerina's convoy, while the Igor family's guards, under the command of Lady Katerina and Sir Cousins, mounted a valiant defense. Unlike the eastern forces that found themselves helpless against a terrifying horde of the undead, this migratory convoy, led by the seasoned Knight Cousins and supported by a more robust contingent due to their considerable supplies, engaged in a fierce melee with the bandits. Consequently, the reality was that the Igor family had not become entangled in a battle between two factions of bandits. Rather, they had encountered one faction and initiated hostilities. This unexpected confrontation at their doorstep did not escape the notice of the Moon God Village's bandits. However, contrary to expectations, the Moon God Village did not adopt the role of a cunning strategist watching the fray from a distance. Instead, they swiftly mustered their forces, dispatching a cavalry unit within half an hour of the engagement, soon followed by a reserve infantry force of several hundred. The actions of the Moon God Village's troops delighted the Igor family, while infuriating the Blood Edge bandits. The Moon God bandits, also thieves, astonishingly refrained from harming the Igor family's civilians or their supplies, focusing all their efforts on vanquishing the Blood Edge bandits, as if they harbored a deep-seated vendetta against them. Under the combined assault of the Moon God Village and the Igor guards, the Blood Edge bandits were utterly routed, suffering heavy casualties. Their foolish actions and dire fate underscored an unassailable strategic principle. Human resources can be depleted. Thus, one should never engage a third party while under the watchful gaze of the enemy. Yet, even more astonishing events unfolded, as Katerina and Sir Cousins prepared to express their gratitude to the Moon God Village for their timely assistance. The leader of the Moon God Village unexpectedly turned on them and took them captive. In the midst of their struggle against the Blood Edge bandits, The already beleaguered Igor convoy offered little effective resistance and found themselves shackled, reduced to prisoners of the moon god village. This realization struck Katerina and cousins with a somber truth. They had not escaped misfortune. They had merely become pawns in another's game. What puzzled both Katerina and cousins was the apparent distinction of the moon god bandits. They did not behave like typical ruthless marauders, executing ordinary civilians of no ransom value or subjecting captives and women to abuse. Instead, they treated their captives with a surprising civility, binding them without inflicting harm. And throughout the process, there was no instance of heavy-handed punishment. Even when receiving the Igor convoy's supplies, the bandits displayed restraint, avoiding the chaos and looting characteristic of ordinary brigands. Remarkably, not a single moon god bandit succumbed to the temptation of theft, even for a solitary gold coin. This conduct led the Igor family to feel as though their captors were not savage bandits, but rather a noble force led by a dignified commander. Indeed, such compassion and restraint, coupled with remarkable discipline, could only be found in the eastern theaters under the command of the illustrious blood Rosarios in the empire. The moon god bandits, with their demeanor, could easily take pride in their military conduct, outshining the majority of imperial regulars. Even more absurdly, upon reaching the moon god village, while other survivors of the Igor family were confined to dungeons, only Lady Katerina, along with a certain eloquent lily knight, received the privilege of house arrest. Cousins witnessed the village chief delivering meals to Katerina each night, engaging her in lengthy conversations, treating her as an esteemed guest. All of this led cousins to suspect that there was something amiss within the village, or rather, that its leader was no ordinary figure. "My lord," cousins implored earnestly, addressing the doubtful Xiahou Yan, "based on my observations, the moon god bandits are markedly different from others. They have not harmed our kin and have shown exceptional kindness to Lady Katerina, clearly leaving room for negotiation." "Room for negotiation?" Alice frowned. "A bandit is still a bandit. They only seek to extract more ransom from us. And the more I ponder your words, the more unsettling they become," Clement interjected, crossing his arms. The leader of the moon god village, with his meal deliveries and intimate discussions, seems rather taken with Lady Katerina. The lord remained silent, his expression stiffening. Cousins glanced awkwardly at the iron canister and remarked, "Well, if you put it that way, it isn't entirely unfounded." What? Now it was Alice's turn to pale. Was the moon god tribe's chieftain truly coveting our Lady Katerina? I observed, "There seems to be some truth to that." Alan Cousins mumbled, anxiously clutching the lord's sleeve. "Therefore, my lord, the combat prowess of the moon god tribe should not be underestimated. We are no match for them. You should think of a way to establish contact with these bandits and negotiate a ransom. I fear that if we delay any longer, Lady Katerina might succumb to their persistent persuasion. By the gods, damn it." Hou Yan, who had remained silent, finally cursed. "A mere bandit chief thinks he can aspire to marry Katerina and become my brother-in-law. I should smash this fool's deluded head with a crowbar." Cousins hesitantly interjected, "Your description of fool seems a bit off. What is wrong with it?" Hou Yan glared at Cousins in fury. "Actually, if you were to say foolish girl, it might be more appropriate," Cousins cautiously suggested. The three members of the Igor family were taken aback in unison. In a particularly exquisite confinement chamber of the moon god tribe, aside from the iron-barred door and the crisscrossed steel wires on the window, which exuded an unsettling chill, the decor inside was entirely incongruous with the desolate wilderness outside. Lace-trimmed rose-patterned curtains, elegantly designed yet not ostentatious canopies, and velvet-upholstered chairs that complemented the writing desk, all made the room resemble that of a noble maiden's boudoir. This was indeed no misrepresentation, for imprisoned within this chamber was the eldest daughter of the Igor family, Katerina Igor. This young noblewoman, perhaps due to the fatigue of travel or her unfortunate circumstances, bore a subtle, lingering weariness in her features, yet not sorrow, for Katerina Igor's countenance still radiated the innate gentleness, kindness, and serenity that could soothe all who conversed with her. Indeed, Katerina was beautiful, so much so that each year numerous noble suitors flocked to Igor's Rest to propose to her, only to be met with polite refusals, returning the following year unperturbed. However, her unique, gentle demeanor seemed to cast a brilliant glow that overshadowed all other qualities of this noble lady. Katerina Igor resembled a living, exquisitely beautiful statue of the Virgin Mary, capable of quelling the anger, impatience, and malice of those around her with her mere presence. At that moment, Katerina sat at the table, tilting her head as she wrote something on a piece of stationery with a quill, her long, characteristic black hair of the Igor family draped over the paper, gently swaying with her writing. Not all noble maidens of the empire received formal education. Yet Katerina had clearly been educated. The ornate cursive she inscribed would stand up to the standards of imperial documents without faltering. Is writing letters all you do upon rising early? A somewhat cold female voice inquired from the door of the confinement chamber. You cannot send them. We will not allow you to communicate with the outside world, the voice replied icily. I do not intend to send it, Katerina smiled, glancing at her writing with a mischievous wink. When the day comes that I am free, I shall show him this letter, letting him know that his sister still thinks of him. I did the same when he was studying in the city. The voice fell silent, replaced by a reluctant sigh. With a creak, the iron-barred door swung open. The visitor was Karen Lepeg, the genuine chieftain of the Moon God tribe. A woman in the prime of her life and a formidable warrior. Who would have thought that the ruler of this stronghold was a heroic woman? Katerina Igor. Karen Lepeg exclaimed, her brows furrowing in anger. Do you not understand? Without my consent, you cannot leave the Moon God tribe. Nor can you see that little brother of yours. Oh. Katerina seemed unfazed, still smiling. Then I shall wait for your permission. Katerina. Karen could no longer contain herself, stepping closer and gripping the noblewoman's shoulders tightly, gritting her teeth. Why? Why will you not accept my proposal? In this wilderness, you need sufficient military strength, and I need a legitimate title recognized by the empire. This is mutually beneficial. Karen. Katerina's gaze held a hint of regret as she looked at the chieftain. But we are both women. Think of it as a political marriage. Isn't that what your noble class in the empire loves to do? Marrying daughters and sisters off to strangers for the sake of territorial expansion and their coffers. Karen slammed her hand on the desk. Then, gathering what seemed to be great courage, she blushed and whispered, and what if you marry me? Women can love women too. Katerina's expression grew more complex, intertwined with compassion. Karen, she reached out, gently patting the chieftain's arm. It is impossible for us. You are beautiful, skilled, and an excellent chieftain, but, you understand, I cannot marry a woman. It is simply not in my nature. We are different people. Seeing Karen Lepeg fall silent, Katerina pressed her lips together and softly said, Moreover, even if you married me, whether as a man or a woman, it would not grant you the lordly title you desire, nor would it bring you into the circles of imperial nobility. I have told you before, I am not the heir of the Igor family, my brother is. Upon hearing the mention of brother, a look of disdain crossed Karen's face. Over the past days, she had clearly endured too many references to Katerina's brother and was growing weary of it. Observing Karen Lepeg's irritable demeanor, Katerina Igor suddenly felt playful and mischievously suggested, Karen, actually, there is a good solution. Why not marry my brother? Chapter 82. Major life events in the eyes of the bandits residing in Moon Goddess Village, their female chieftain. Karen Lepeg emerged from the noble maiden's confinement chamber with a countenance so dark it was almost terrifying. The bandits, recognizing the gravity of the situation, fell into a respectful silence. It was evident that the chieftain's fervent pursuit had once again met with the noble maiden's rejection. While there were murmurs of discontent regarding Karen's unconventional preferences within the village, the inhabitants, who were accustomed to the perils of the soul-rending lands, had little interest in her romantic inclinations. As long as Karen Lepeg continued to lead them valiantly through their trials and emerge victorious, her choice of companionship, be it a man or a woman, would elicit no dissent. For the denizens of the wild, survival outweighed the trivialities of romantic entanglements. Thus, as they observed the chieftain's visage, which appeared as if it had been trampled by a steed, none dared to provoke her ire. However, this did not imply that Karen Lepeg would refrain from seeking out trouble. Sam, the female chieftain's sharp command halted a nearby bandit captain. Under the spiteful gazes of his comrades, the unfortunate leader of reconnaissance and sentry duties approached, head bowed, scarcely daring to breathe. The bandit captain glanced around nervously, only to find the other bandits deliberately averting their eyes, their expressions betraying a shared understanding of the predicament. Cursing under his breath at their lack of loyalty, he forced a smile towards the chieftain. Chieftain, it appears that Master Cousins took advantage of the night to escape. Of course I know that scoundrel Alan Cousins has fled, Karen retorted, shedding her ladylike demeanor in her fury. She kicked the bandit captain in the chest, continuing her tirade. What I want to know is how he managed to escape. What are you guards doing? It is not our incompetence. Master Cousins is simply too cunning. The bandit captain protested. It was dark, and most of the guards were resting. Master Cousins must have incapacitated Lewis on duty, then used a rope to descend from the hillside to the square. Pausing momentarily, he illustrated Cousins' escape route for Karen. Last night was the full moon, and as per tradition in Autumn Moon City, there was a wrestling competition in the square. Amidst the chaos, no one likely noticed Master Cousins as he made his way to the gate, where he assaulted Rudolph and the others with lime, making his escape. Upon hearing of the injured bandits, Karen's expression softened slightly. Are Rudolph and the others all right? They're fine. It was just lime. A little vegetable oil will clear their eyes. The bandit captain replied, somewhat sheepishly, revealing that they were rather pleased to have been attacked by such a legendary figure as Master Cousins. Karen Lepeg ground her teeth in frustration. Pleasure my foot. You let Cousins escape, and we lost a hard-won weapons instructor. What if he warns others? How many times have I told you fools? We did not capture these prisoners for ransom. The bandit captain, after a moment of realization, broke into a knowing smile. Oh, I see. You seek to impress the noble lady named Katerina. For what purpose? Karen exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she cursed vehemently. I seek to obtain a legitimate noble title. Do you not understand? Only then can my father and the old rogues in Autumn Moon City acknowledge me. The bandit captain, foolishly confused, asked, What does capturing prisoners have to do with a noble title? Katerina is merely a noble maiden. Karen averted her gaze, biting her lip shyly. So, if I were to marry her, then wouldn't that? The surrounding bandits rolled their eyes in exasperation. Come on, after all this. The chieftain is merely smitten by her beauty. Enough. Finally, one bandit could no longer contain himself. In response to the grateful gaze of the bandit captain, he spoke up. Do not be too harsh on Captain Sam. After all, he was the one who defeated Thunder Dragon Samuel and the dwarven berserker Frosthammer, Master Cousins. It cannot solely be blamed on Sam for letting such a hero escape. Karen Lepeg appeared even more despondent. Get lost. Just go about your business and leave me in peace. Chieftain, if that noble maiden does not agree to your proposal, a brave bandit ventured. I happen to have some aphrodisiacs here. Perhaps you could take matters into your own hands and consummate the marriage? Shut up. Another bandit interjected hastily. Our chieftain is a woman. What do you mean by that? Get the hell away from me. Enraged, Karen kicked over a nearby wooden table, sending her subordinates scattering in fear, realizing that they had better focus on serious matters rather than concocting foolish schemes. As the bandits fled in disarray, Karen, panting heavily, turned to glare at the door of the confinement chamber for an extended period, her eyes filled with resentment. What is it? She snapped. A bandit stammered. Master Cousins did not come alone. He was accompanied by a young nobleman and 2 warriors. Who cares how many reinforcements he has? Just confine them all. Karen barked. Do you think a few of them can pose a challenge to hundreds of us? Karen's expression froze, her face a myriad of emotions. Well, there is something I am unsure if I should mention. The bandit hesitated, testing the waters. You need a noble title, right? If Miss Katerina truly refuses you, perhaps you could marry that young Elliot instead? It seems to be a viable option. Marry your mother. Karen exploded in rage, kicking the bandit aside as she stormed towards the village gate, leaving behind a bewildered bandit who scratched his head in confusion. Why is the chieftain so angry? Was my suggestion not reasonable? Chapter 83. A distinguished visitor, a young lord with a mane of black hair, a sinister black iron canister, a spirited blonde swordswoman, and the formidable Aelin Cousins, who boasts of having vanquished the Thunder Dragon Samuel and the gladiator King Conrad, all stood outside the Moonlight Stronghold. This peculiar assembly rendered the bandits within the stronghold breathless with apprehension. On any ordinary day, had a few reckless individuals dared to obstruct the entrance, the bandits would have hastily armed themselves and charged forth. Yet, the proud demeanor of these 3 warriors, coupled with the steady presence of the young lord, compelled them to remain on high alert, refraining from reckless actions. It was evident to all that they were true masters of their craft. Moreover, the black-haired youth was rumored to be the cherished brother of Miss Katerina, the object of the stronghold leader's affections. This series of revelations led the bandits to a tacit agreement. It would be prudent to refrain from any indiscreet actions until the arrival of their leader, Karen, who could then address this delicate situation. In stark contrast to the uncertainty pervading the bandits, the 4 unexpected guests from the Igor family exuded an air of calm confidence. Alice Comstock and Juan Clement stood flanking their lord, positioned just ahead to shield him from any potential threats. Their movements were minimal, each resting a hand on their waists near the hilts of their swords. As for the most formidable figure feared by the bandits, Master Alan Cousins, he leisurely stood beside the black-haired lord, his stance relaxed and unassuming. With a slight stoop and devoid of any visible weapons, he appeared more like an amateur than a seasoned warrior, especially when compared to the vigilant swordswoman and heavily armored knight. Yet, this did not diminish the bandits' wariness. In their eyes, Cousins was a living legend, renowned for his remarkable achievements. Who could forget that the most skilled martial artists often exude an aura of simplicity? Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, Cousins's natural attitude contrasted sharply with the more tense, sculpted postures of his companions, epitomizing true mastery. The bandits were utterly convinced that once Cousins took action, it would be akin to his legendary stand against 500 elite beastmen at the Beehive Pass, unleashing a storm of carnage upon the desolate plains. This illustrates that bravado is indeed a vital survival skill. Had the bandits known Cousins's true nature, they might well have choked on their disbelief. However, what truly captured the bandits' attention was the young lord himself, the current head of the Igor family and the lord of Frost Maple Ridge. It is worth noting that the young lord bore a striking resemblance to his sister, Katerina Igor. Yet, while Katerina's exquisite features inspired admiration, the same traits on her brother's face were imbued with a disquieting composure and latent malice, creating an unsettling harmony between his youthful appearance and mature demeanor. The aftereffects of his transmigration were evident. Any seasoned individual reborn as a youth would exhibit a certain awkwardness. Thanks to Elliott Igor's studies in the academy and his relative unfamiliarity with the inhabitants of Eagle's Rest, he had managed to conceal his true self upon his arrival. The bandits scrutinized the young lord with wary eyes, while he meticulously examined the Moonlight Stronghold. Despite having heard of its peculiarities from Cousins, upon his arrival at the stronghold's gates, Xiahou Yin could not help but concede that its architect and leader were indisputably brilliant. In terms of design philosophy, the Moonlight Stronghold bore a striking resemblance to Frost Maple Ridge, the Igor family's new territory located at the eastern edge of the Soul Rift. However, the former had executed its vision with greater audacity and thoroughness. While Phoenix Terrace served as a prominent vantage point, the young lord had ultimately decided to construct residences there after discussions with Mayor Joel. The Moonlight Stronghold, however, took it a step further, excavating dwellings directly into the mountainside, thereby cutting down on construction materials. When it came to fortifications, if Frost Maple Ridge, as a noble domain, planned for economic production and living conditions in its future development, the Moonlight Stronghold was purely a bastion of military might. Its builders had given no thought to agriculture or livestock breeding. The formidable outer walls, constructed of wood and stone and standing 5 to 6 meters high, were built entirely of brick and stone, complete with watchtowers featuring shooting holes and self-made crossbows emanating a chilling air of death. This clearly unveiled the stronghold leader's philosophy, to sustain war through war, triumphing through force rather than toil. Adding to this, Cousins had described the Moonlight Stronghold's noble ethos. They not only raided merchant convoys, but also other strongholds, yet spared captives after victory, accepting ransoms at fair prices. Xiahou Yin felt an inkling that the individual orchestrating this stronghold must have undergone some form of noble military training, rather than being an unrefined youth raised amidst the wilderness. Furthermore, according to Cousins, the stronghold's leader was a woman in her 20s. The young lord's gaze upon the Moonlight Stronghold deepened in significance. The entire geography of the Soul Rift unfolded in his mind. The Moonlight Stronghold nestled at the foot of the tumultuous mountains to the west, and the Phoenix Terrace in the eastern Frost Maple Ridge hills formed a formidable pincers, ensnaring the core of the wilderness in their grip. The young lord, while not indulging in the leisurely pleasures of life, was acutely aware of the strategic importance of this stronghold. As the sole noble lord in the entire wilderness, he swiftly realized that if the Igor family sought to dominate the Soul Rift, they must either bring the Moonlight Stronghold under their control or eradicate it entirely. Otherwise, the western plains, particularly the alluvial lands at the mountain's base, would fall under the military might of these bandits. Ambitions swirled within him, far beyond mere territorial confinement. Like many who had undergone transmigration, Xiahou Yin harbored grand designs, contemplating Cousins's suggestion of negotiation while casting an involuntary glance at the 3 formidable warriors by his side. He then reached into the inner lining of his robe. Concealed within its folds lay a master-level magical scroll, plundered from Adrian's laboratory. He brought with him an olive branch, along with the specter of death and destruction. Now, he found himself curious as to which path the Lady Chieftain would ultimately choose. Chapter 84. A grievance with a master on the desolate plains. The northern winds swept through, while the sun continued to shine brightly. The Igor family, gathered at the entrance of the moon god stronghold, began to show signs of impatience. Xiahou Yin glanced at the uneasy yet silent bandit sentinels atop the watchtower and furrowed his brows, softly inquiring, "Why have they not allowed us entry yet?" Cousins hastily responded, "Let us wait a little longer. Their chieftain is absent. These petty ruffians surely lack the audacity to make decisions on their own." Clement interjected, "My lord, allow me to inquire." The Death Knight removed his hand from the hilt of his runic greatsword and strode a few meters toward the tightly shut gates, calling out, "Excuse me." The twang of a bowstring shattered the air, and a spiked arrow swiftly landed at Clement's feet, crafted from 3 vulture feathers, its black and white fletching still quivering in the breeze. Clement halted, slowly raising his gaze. Atop the watchtower, a bandit archer, clutching a longbow of purple wood, shouted with a stern voice, "No, do not move. None of you are permitted to approach the stronghold until the chieftain arrives." Juan Clement, his visage concealed beneath a black steel helmet, clicked his tongue loudly, then bent down to retrieve the arrow from the parched earth, grasping it in his hand. This arrow posed no threat to the Thorn Knight, who had lived for 8 centuries. In that fleeting moment, the militarily trained Clement assessed the archer's capabilities. Based solely on this shot, the opponent was evidently a soldier, trained in archery with acceptable accuracy and form. Yet, the limitations in strength and coordination would forever hinder his ascent to becoming a true marksman. It seems he might have once belonged to the military. Clement scrutinized the bandit archer with caution. Perhaps he was a deserter? In the barbaric era that Clement had once inhabited, it was commonplace for fleeing soldiers to turn to banditry, yet 8 centuries later, he could not guarantee the accuracy of such a judgment. Intriguingly, rather than attacking directly or issuing a verbal warning to deter Clement's approach, the archer had chosen to shoot an arrow at his feet as a cautionary signal, indicating a more nuanced intention behind their actions. The moon god stronghold's stance was evidently clear. They did not intend to directly confront the Igor family, but wished to assert their dominance as landlords, maintaining a firm position in negotiations. It appeared that a thrilling negotiation awaited us. Merely seconds after Clement had plucked the arrow from the ground, the sentinel atop the watchtower called out, "Open the gates. The chieftain has arrived." The Igor family members immediately stiffened. With the heavy creaking of wooden axles, the gates of the moon god's stronghold slowly swung open. Emerging from behind the massive wooden doors was an exceptionally youthful woman, Chiron Lepig, the chieftain of the moon god's stronghold. She donned a leather vest adorned with armor plates, underneath which lay a tattered, grimy cotton shirt. Her lower attire consisted of worn leather trousers, and her intentionally disheveled brown hair gave her an appearance that resonated with the untamed essence of the wasteland. In stark contrast to her rugged attire, the chieftain's skin exuded a rare, pristine moon-white hue, reminiscent of a pampered noblewoman. Her facial features, framed by her unusual lavender eyes, conveyed a serene elegance akin to the gentle flow of prairie streams, vastly different from the coarse, unyielding stones of the wasteland. Had it not been for the cold expression etched on her face, indicative of years spent in battle, and her notably flat chest suggesting agility and competence, one might mistake her for a noblewoman donning a costume to play bandit rather than the genuine chieftain she was. Clement murmured something under his breath. The chieftain paused about 20 steps in front of the Igor family, perfectly positioned behind the gates. Her gaze, magnetically drawn, fixated on the lord, whose resemblance to Katerina Igor required no further explanation. Their identical raven-black hair was enough to indicate their kinship. Subsequently, she scrutinized Clement, Alice, and finally, Cousins, her gaze lingering on the former instructor with palpable hostility. Clement and Alice naturally maintained a vigilant stance, hands on their sword hilts, while Alan Cousins appeared nonchalant, as if he had never encountered the chieftain or witnessed her men being covered in lime. Eventually, Chiron Lepig turned her attention back to Xiahou Yin, pursing her lips in silence. Aware she awaited his words, he spoke earnestly. "Chieftain Chiron Lepig, I am Elliott Igor, the current head of the Igor family. Former Lord of Eagle Rest Castle, now Lord of Frost Maple Ridge, recognized by the Emperor and the Holy Divine as the guardian of the Riftlands. I am also the brother and rightful lord of your captive, Miss Katerina Igor." He paused briefly, bowing slightly before continuing. Chieftain Lepik, I have been informed by my knight commander, Cousins, of your noble treatment of my captured subjects, for which I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Chiron Lepik shot Cousins a fierce glare, while he hummed a tune, feigning ignorance. Xiaoyan pressed on, as I anticipated. The chieftain before me was not swayed by this moral appeal. She crossed her arms and scoffed coldly. Dear Lord Igor, according to the customs of the wasteland, it is neither my obligation nor a complimentary service to care for your captive subjects and return them to you unharmed. However, your audacity to approach the moon god stronghold with merely 3 companions has earned you the right to sit down and discuss this matter with me at length. Xiaoyan instantly broke into a radiant, noble smile. Yet, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within Chiron Lepik, akin to welcoming a wolf into her home. Chapter 85. Human resource trading scene under the warm welcome of Lady Karen LePage, the new Lord of Frost Maple Ridge, Mr. Elliott Igor, embarked on a cordial visit to the Moon God Village. In the harmonious atmosphere of mutual enjoyment, the Lord and the chieftain engaged in discussions about the broader situation of the wilderness, reaching significant consensus on issues of prisoner exchange and future collaborative development. The Lord repeatedly emphasized that the bandits of Moon God Village were long-standing friends of the Igor family, expressing a desire for both parties to continue nurturing a relationship of friendly cooperation and positive mutual assistance. They agreed to set aside disputes on critical matters concerning the Soul Rift, working together to enhance strategic trust and strengthen comprehensive collaboration. However, the reality was quite the opposite. From the moment the Igor family crossed the threshold of Moon God Village, they sensed palpable hostility and tension. As they followed Chieftain Karen towards the main hall, they were flanked by numerous bandit minions, weapons drawn, clearly intending to intimidate their guests. If the visitors had been typical noble youths accompanied by a few ordinary guards, they might have been cowed by the display. But who were the members of the Igor family today? Young Alice, a prodigious swordswoman already making waves in martial competitions. The Death Knight Clement, who had languished in the shadows for 8 centuries, and the indomitable Knight Cousins, whose tenacity was as formidable as his visage. Not to mention the cunning and experienced official, Lord Xiaoho, who had lived 2 lives. The 4 members of the Igor family strode confidently across the village square, deliberately ignoring the threatening bandits. They appeared as unfazed as a proctor supervising an examination or an inspecting official assessing a banquet, while an eager capitalist awaited the right moment to reap profits from a surging stock market. Chieftain Karen walked ahead, feeling a vague sense of unease. There was something about this young nobleman, who remained calm amidst a sea of weapons, that set him apart from the wealthy merchants she had previously extorted. Moreover, the heavily armored warrior and the strikingly beautiful swordswoman exuded an aura of subtle danger, not a tangible threat, but rather an instinctive perception of strength that resonated with Karen. A warrior herself. For the first time, the typically self-assured Karen LePage found herself silently bolstering her courage. Karen, they are merely a worthless noble and his 3 subordinates. We have 600 or 700 men here. What is there to fear? She forcibly suppressed her inner turmoil and led the unwelcome guests into the main hall of Moon God Village. In contrast to the hastily hewn caves that served as dormitories, prisons, and storerooms, this main hall was clearly constructed with more thought. The primary structure was a large cave carved into the mountainside, but the builders had chosen to accentuate the entrance with stone bricks and oil-soaked cedar wood, creating a semblance of a dignified entrance and foyer. From the outside, the hall appeared to be entirely made of solid wood, exuding an air of understated luxury reminiscent of a grand noble residence. Only upon entering would visitors discover that the majority of the building was, in fact, constructed using the primitive yet efficient method of hewn mountain rock. Preoccupied with thoughts of construction, the Lord of Frost Maple Ridge began to entertain ideas. Although Phoenix Platform was situated on a gently rising hill with no conditions for cave excavation, at the far eastern edge of Frost Maple Ridge lay the towering Dragon Backbone Peak and the winding Dust Mountains. Perhaps by mirroring the approach of Moon God Village, excavating a few caves as a secondary settlement could indeed be feasible. Of course, this was contingent upon ensuring that the ancient dragon, as mentioned by Valeth, would not disrupt their plans. As he pondered these thoughts, Xiaoyan followed the alluring Chieftain Karen into the main hall, much like a curious visitor exploring a grand estate. The main hall of Moon God Village, akin to the depictions in films, seemed to deliberately cultivate a dim and rugged ambience. upon passing through the wooden entrance. One was greeted by bone decorations hanging on the earthen walls, wolf pelts adorning the floor, and flickering oil torches providing scant illumination, all elements that could evoke unease in the average visitor. However, the Igor family was no ordinary party. Ah, the wolf pelt carpet feels rather pleasant, Xiahou Yan remarked, stamping his feet on the carpet with an air of nonchalance. Chieftain Karen, is this carpet for sale? My little maid often remarks that the Lord's tent in Frost Maple Ridge could use a decent carpet. With a piercing glance, Karen LePage chose not to respond, instead proceeding to the far end of the hall, where she seated herself in a richly upholstered chair, crossing her legs and surveying the Igor family with an appraising gaze. The design of the main hall clearly exhibited meticulous thought. The gentle incline from the entrance to the far end positioned the chieftain's seat at the highest point, allowing her to look down upon her subordinates and visitors, thereby enhancing her authoritative presence. Yet, this time, as Karen gazed into the deep, dark eyes of the young nobleman, she felt an inexplicable sense of insecurity, an odd, unfounded trepidation. To quell this strange feeling, she decided to break from her usual approach of waiting for the other party to speak first, directly stating, "Just as a destitute man with nothing to lose can brazenly inquire about prices at a Rolls-Royce dealership, I, a lord of scant means, ask without flinching, Chieftain Karen, what is your price?" 5 gold coins per head for young men, and double for girls suitable for sale, Karen replied promptly. "Considering your numbers, I'll offer you a discount of 20%, so you would pay either 4 or 8 gold coins for each person." From her seasoned tone, it was evident that this was not her first venture into such transactions. Xiahou Yan and his 3 companions exchanged glances. Undoubtedly, the price quoted by the chieftain was quite reasonable, even low, given the prevailing market conditions in the wilderness. However, regardless of its fairness, the lives of several hundred captives represented a burden too great for the Igor family to bear. Just as Xiahou Yan hesitated, Karen continued, "By the way, your sister is worth even more, given her noble lineage, especially a lady of such exquisite quality. What is her price?" "How much?" Xiahou Yan inquired. 3,000 gold coins. Karen replied flatly, her expression betraying that this was an outrageous sum intended to thwart any potential deal. After all, how could she, Karen LePage, let go of a woman she had set her sights on? Not a problem. The Lord's reckless proclamation startled both the 3 Igor companions and Chieftain Karen. "But may I ask, do you allow credit? Perhaps for 5 or 6 years. Chapter 86. Bargaining on credit? Upon hearing this unexpected term, Karen LePage's charming visage transformed from pale to ashen, then to a furious crimson akin to flames. "Mr. Igor," the female chieftain exclaimed, striking the armrest of her chair with force, her eyes ablaze as she admonished, "Are you mocking me?" Witnessing Karen's wrath, the bandits in the hall glared at the 4 members of the Igor family, some even drawing their weapons with a resounding metallic scrape. Simultaneously, Alice Comstock and Juan Clement swiftly unsheathed their swords, the cold glint of their blades illuminating the dimly lit hall of the moon god stronghold. Only Alan Cousins, somewhat familiar with both sides, stepped forward in haste, arms outstretched to intercede between Karen and Xiahou Yan, pleading urgently, "Please, let us speak calmly. There is no need for anger. Master Cousins, I have yet to settle the debt for your escape with your lord." Karen retorted sharply, "Mr. Igor, remember this. Your knight is also our captive at the moon god stronghold. If you wish to take others, first settle the ransom of 500 gold coins for him." In the midst of the chaos, only Xiahou Yan retained his calm demeanor. He raised his hand to halt the impending conflict between the imperial knights and looked steadfastly at the female chieftain, speaking slowly yet clearly, "Chieftain Karen, please believe, I harbor no intentions of mockery." Karen, leaning back in her chair, scoffed, her expression unchanged. "You see, Chieftain Karen, my Igor family has just arrived in these desolate lands. And during our migration, we encountered difficulties and dangers you could never fathom," Xiahou Yan continued, entirely disregarding Karen LePage's disdainful look. "The Frost Maple Ridge, at present, is utterly incapable of paying the ransom for captives." Karen LePage glared at the Lord, her teeth clenched as she enunciated each word. "Then if you have no money, what is there to discuss?" Xiahou Yan smiled. "The reason I am still conversing with you, Chieftain Karen, is because I trust in your reason. All signs indicate that you, Chieftain Karen, are not a foolish brigand devoid of knowledge, indulging in wanton violence. Therefore, I still hope that today you can, relying on your wisdom, choose to release the Igor family's captive without charge." In the future, I assure you, by my noble honor, I will pay the ransom at a suitable interest rate. Or, if you are wiser, you may consider this an investment. Initially intrigued by Xiao Huiyan's praise, Karen's expression turned cold upon hearing his proposal. She retorted with a cold laugh, Mr. Igor, I would like you to note that we are not bargaining at the marketplace in Three Water Bay. We are seeking a glimmer of hope in this treacherous land of despair. Future and interest rates? Perhaps in 5 years, we will both have turned into mere corpses upon this wasteland. Mr. Igor, are you discussing investments with us, the moon god's stronghold inhabitants, who have long accepted our fate as dead men? What we desire are tangible, immediate gold coins that we can use to buy wine, meat, or spend on the pleasures of the brothels in Flower House Town. Xiao Huiyan tilted his head slightly, listening with interest until Karen finished, then slowly shook his head. No, Chieftain Karen, what I refer to as investment does not solely pertain to money. Oh, Karen raised an eyebrow, her demeanor icy, as she loosened her garment, clearly agitated by her burning anger. Unfortunately, had her figure been more ample, this gesture would have conveyed greater allure. You see, Chieftain Karen, Xiao Huiyan continued with a smile, I, Elliott Igor, am the only noble lord bestowed by the Empire in this land of despair, and nominally, I possess jurisdiction over all that exists in these desolate lands. You are, in fact, my legitimate subjects. Karen LePage shook her head with a mocking smile, her gaze towards Xiao Huiyan tinged with disappointment, as if to say, I expected more from you. While the chieftain maintained some decorum, the bandits in the hall erupted in laughter, casting scornful and derisive glances at the overly youthful dark-haired lord. The reason was simple. The lord's speech was exceedingly naive. In this land of despair, not even a 3-year-old would be foolish enough to invoke the empire, nobility, or feudalism. Everyone understood that in adherence to Darwinian principles, the only decisive rule was strength or weakness, survival or death. If there were any rulers of this wasteland, they would not be noble lords, nor brigands from any stronghold, nor leaders of mercenary bands, nor even the fearsome beasts that roamed the plains. Only death itself. The ever-present shadow of death loomed over all inhabitants of the wasteland, and it was the grim reaper, wielding a scythe to harvest the souls of the living, who dictated the fate of all. Unfortunately, they were unaware that a certain bureaucrat from Earth, bearing the name Yin, was presently fulfilling the role of the grim reaper. Listening to the laughter that surrounded him, Xiao Huiyan maintained his graceful noble smile, remaining silent. His overly composed demeanor and unsettling calm amidst the uproar caused the female chieftain to feel a sudden tightening in her chest, an inexplicable irritation washing over her. She gritted her teeth and raised a delicate hand, silencing the bandit's mirth. Mr. Igor, you must understand, your pitiable noble title is worth no more than a piece of dog excrement in this wasteland. Karen LePage gazed down at the dark-haired lord with disdain, continuing, but perhaps that piece of excrement could still fetch a few coins. I will make a concession. If you, as a member of the nobility, can procure for me a title recognized by the Empire, then we may renegotiate the price for these captives. Alice and Clement were taken aback. Why would this bandit chieftain desire a noble title from the Empire? Meanwhile, the quick-witted cousins blurted out, that's simple. All you need to do, Chieftain Karen, is marry. The fiery glare emanating from Karen's eyes instantly silenced the knight. Your proposal is quite intriguing, Chieftain Karen. Exchanging captives for a noble title is perhaps an unprecedented innovation in the annals of the Empire, Xiao Huiyan mused thoughtfully, gazing at the chieftain before shaking his head with a smile. However, I must refuse. Chapter 87. Negotiation Breakdown Refusal? You refuse? Karen LePage grappled with the harshness of the word, then burst into laughter. Yet, the flames of anger in her eyes betrayed no amusement. Mr. Igor, I implore you to adjust your tone. This is the Soul Rift, not a realm of pampered fiefdoms within the Empire. Here, the weak must carry the consciousness of their frailty and adopt the demeanor befitting their station. The chief of the tribe's unreserved remarks incited ire among the 3 warriors of the Igor family. Alice narrowed her eyes, fixating on Karen LePage's pale neck, while Clement tightened his grip on the runic greatsword. Sir Cousins positioned himself between the lord and the tribal chief, maintaining a habitual conciliatory smile, though his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Regardless of his own tarnished character, Alan Cousins was a sworn knight of the Igor family, and no true knight could tolerate their lord being so humiliated by a common bandit. This was a matter of honor, and honor eclipses even life itself. Only the imposing figure of Lord Xiaohou, unfazed by the chief's scorn, chuckled heartily. "Chief Karen, I appreciate your pragmatic approach to life. If I understand correctly, the law of the wilderness dictates that strength reigns supreme. As the chief of the moon god tribe, backed by hundreds of soldiers, you believe you can dictate the life and death of this pitiful little lord, my fate and fortune? I am pleased to see you grasp the rules of the wilderness." Despite his words, Karen's expression remained devoid of joy. Each of her utterances seemed to be spat out through gritted teeth, as if she deemed it a waste of time to converse with the Lord any further. "However, Chief Karen, I must inform you that I do not possess the authority to grant you a noble title," Xiahou Yin stated calmly. "I have recently taken the opportunity to familiarize myself with the Empire's political system. Since the enactment of the Crown Act nearly a century ago, the power to bestow noble titles has been consolidated under His Majesty the Emperor. As lords, we require official written approval even to knight someone. Moreover, I trust you can imagine that I, assigned to the impoverished soul rift, am hardly a figure of prominence within the noble circles." Upon hearing the Lord's words, both Alice and Cousins felt that prominence was a gross understatement. Avoidance would be more apartment. Since the rebellion of Duke Vincent Igor, the once popular Igor family had become a pariah, detested by all, not to mention the treacherous Duke Houston, who would stab his allies in the back without a second thought. If Loki's statements were accurate, then throughout the Empire, only Duke Rosario dared to wade through the murky waters and extend a hand to the Igor family. The events of the past few months had taught the Igor family a harsh lesson about the fickleness of fortune when in disgrace. Even a dozen blades could not reach their kin, yet when in power, even the fiercest weapons could not disperse ungrateful friends. Such is the nature of the world. However, Chief Karen Lepeg appeared unmoved by the Igor family's lamentations. After absorbing Lord Xiaohou's assertions and realizing her aspirations for a noble title were utterly dashed, her face bore the unmistakable marks of disappointment and fatigue. Her expression shifted rapidly, and ultimately, the chief seemed to resolve herself with a decisive clap on the armrest of her chair, commanding, "Bring them all to me. Seize them." Upon hearing their chief's orders, the mountain bandits in the hall erupted in jubilant cries, brandishing their blades as they charged towards the 4 guests of the Igor family. Though wary of the legendary prowess of Master Cousins and uncertain of the combat capabilities of the black-armored warrior and the female swordsman, the bandits, driven by greed and fervor, surged forward at the command without hesitation. For what reason? The potential to sell a true lord of the Empire on the talent market of the wilderness at an exorbitant price. While the chief and the lord haggled, these simple-minded bandits had long been salivating at the prospect of their opulent prey. They could hardly believe that merely 4 individuals could withstand the combined might of nearly 100 of their own. Just as Chief Karen Lepeg issued her resolute command, a burly man beside her seized a finely strung crossbow from behind her chair, aiming it at the heavily armored Clement. With a swift release, a piercing bolt shot forth, propelled by the force of the bowstring. The bandits of the Moon God tribe were not oblivious to the looming threat. They had noted that the female swordsman and the unarmed cousins were not the key players. If they could eliminate the imposing heavy-armored warrior, victory would surely be theirs. Furthermore, the great hall of the Moon God tribe was vast enough to allow dozens of bandits to swarm over a few trapped foes. Moreover, the bolt launched from this crossbow was no ordinary projectile, specially crafted to counter the heavy armor of the Death Knight. As the crossbow string twanged, the air erupted with the sound of destruction, and the bolt flew so swiftly that no one noticed the flicker of azure flames that danced upon its tip. Indeed, this was the renowned Thalassian annihilation arrow, famed for its remarkable feats on the battlefield, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. Its tip was forged from the magical metal Thalassian ice steel mine from the Frostbone Mountains, inscribed with the miniature magical rune of elemental disintegration, crafted by the Empire's master alchemists. Under the influence of elemental disintegration, any armor struck by the arrowhead, unless treated with special care, would rapidly soften and shatter, allowing the exquisitely sharpened bolt to pierce through the victim's feeble flesh. This arrow, possessing both annihilating and armor-piercing capabilities, was a coveted strategic weapon, never to be found on the market, a culmination of millennia of military-industrial development in the Empire, in comparison to the Thalassian annihilation arrow, which encapsulated the efforts of countless alchemists. Master Kobe's attempts to forge a magic-breaking arrow from Babylonian steel appeared rudimentary. like a bronze contender facing off against a world champion. A three-wheeled cart colliding with a Bugatti Veyron, or a heavily edited social media influencer encountering the timeless beauty of Lin Qingxia or Wang Zuxian. This precious Thalassian annihilation arrow was a magnificent gift offered by the Moon God tribe to counter the formidable Clement. The Death Knight, clad in heavy armor, had stood outside for several long minutes, watching the unfolding scene with the mountain bandits, who could not have been unprepared for such a potential adversary. The finely strung crossbow, ready with its annihilation arrow, had been concealed behind the chief's ornate chair for quite some time. However, almost simultaneously with the sound of the Thalassian annihilation arrow slicing through the air, there arose the whoosh of the runic greatsword and an almost imperceptible sound of paper tearing that drew no attention whatsoever. Chapter 88. Preparing for the assault with the azure flames trailing behind, the celestial annihilation arrow, akin to a shooting star, soared through the air, yet failed to penetrate the ethereal metal armor of Juan Clementi. This was not due to the extraordinary defensive capabilities of this metallic shell. After all, when faced with the elemental disintegration magic runes, any unrefined material, even the most precious of metals like mithril or gold, could hardly withstand the onslaught. The failure of the celestial annihilation arrow strike could primarily be attributed to the lack of preparation on the part of the Moonlight Mountain bandits. Even they, mindful of Clementi's formidable reputation, had resorted to using one of their scanty stock of annihilation arrows for the first time. Consequently, the bandits naively employed a standard crossbow designed for firing ordinary bolts. However, the issue lay in their ignorance of the sheer potency of the elemental disintegration rune inscribed upon the arrowhead. Once the annihilation arrow experienced intense friction and collision with surrounding objects, the magical energy infused within the runes would erupt violently, causing any solid matter it touched to soften and disintegrate. It was evident that the bamboo crossbow used by the burly bandit to launch the annihilation arrow was indeed a solid object. At the moment the taut string of the crossbow propelled the arrow forth, the arrowhead had already encountered significant friction due to its initial velocity, prematurely activating the elemental disintegration runes. The azure flames of annihilation erupted, mercilessly tearing apart the crossbow's mechanism, splitting it into two shattered pieces. As the crossbow broke apart, the arrow, now free from its intended trajectory, veered away from Clementi's armored chest and instead angled towards the right shoulder of the Death Knight. This unexpected deviation afforded Clementi ample time to swing his colossal runic sword with great force. Indeed, despite the crossbow's destruction, the speed of the celestial annihilation arrow was such that the slow-moving Death Knight could not hope to deflect it. Nevertheless, the violent gusts generated by the swing of his sword served to further misdirect the already errant arrow. The chaotic combination of the crossbow's explosion and the air disturbance caused by Clementi's strike allowed the arrow to narrowly graze the surface of his heavy shoulder armor, missing its intended mark. However, even this fleeting contact ignited a gaping crack, approximately 2 fingers wide, in the armor composed of ethereal metal, allowing the ghostly energies enveloping the Death Knight's form to surge forth from the breach. The magical sword, Celestial Light, which had been appropriated from Simon Adrian's laboratory, was wielded by the adept swordswoman, Alice Comstock. She had long since mastered the proper use of this weapon, not by swinging it directly at foes, but by utilizing its inherent dazzling magic to blind her adversaries. As the bandits surged forward like a tidal wave, Alice stepped aside to shield her lord from the blinding light, then swung her blade horizontally. A brilliant burst of white light erupted forth, illuminating the surroundings like the dawn breaking over a mountain peak. The bandits, rushing towards Igor and his companions, had not anticipated a counterattack, let alone one manifested in the form of magical radiance. In the instant the dazzling magic took effect, the bandits found themselves as disoriented as criminals caught in a barrage of flashbangs, akin to a driver blinded by oncoming high beams, or a hapless fool hearing a mocking phrase on a day meant for romance. Before them lay a blinding expanse of pure white, reminiscent of freshly fallen snow or the moonlight illuminating the clouds. Surprisingly, it was not Alice, the caster of the dazzling magic, who first seized the moment to strike down the bewildered bandits, but rather the astute Sir Alan Cousins, who had cleverly shielded his eyes and maintained his vision intact. Perhaps due to his extensive experience with blinding powders, Cousins demonstrated an uncanny ability to exploit the vulnerabilities of the sight-impaired foes. The bandits' grave miscalculation had been to underestimate the unarmed Cousins as a lesser threat. From that day forth, they would bear a painful lesson. The sharpest blade in the world is not a sword, but the human heart. The most fearsome opponent is not the swordsman, but the clever adversary. Indeed, Sir Alan Cousins was weaponless, armed only with his bare hands. Yet, he faced foes whose vision was as compromised as that of a hapless gamer lost in the cosmos. In mere seconds, the unarmed Cousins executed a series of fluid movements targeting the vulnerable bandits, employing a repertoire of strikes to the groin, tripping maneuvers, and toe stomps. While he may have boasted excessively, his skills were honed from years of brawling at the fish market. The rudimentary armor worn by the bandits primarily protected their upper bodies, leaving their lower regions exposed. With cunning precision, Cousins unleashed powerful blows to their groin, all without a hint of mercy. Thus, amidst the chorus of pained cries, the foremost bandits fell one after another, as if a tempest had swept through a thicket.